how Christianity kind of correlates with the Dark Ages and the suppression of all this stuff, the suppression of philosophy and overall intellect and that kind of stuff that was happening in society.
This is something where I disagree with Morescu, where we have records as late as the 1100s of the Eucharist being a psychedelic. We have records from the north of France of them making the Eucharist and it being a psychedelic.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it went on significantly later. In his book, it cuts off with the Dark Ages, and I think it's a correlation, not causation thing. Where yes, the early Christians were very intellectual. They burned down libraries, they took down the universities, but I think if you look back a few centuries beforehand, Rome was a dying society. And our era is, there are civilizational cycles that last 2,000 years, and I really like the point you teased out where modern Christianity, and I am a Christian, I say this in all honesty, modern Christianity is cucked. Like, it's completely cut off from what made it great in the beginning. And
what do you think made it great?
I guess the period of the fall of Rome is the area I've studied the most in history. And you can read the time period where it was just a horrible time period to live in. And people would see the relics of a saint's bones, and then they'd start spasming in joy. Or you'd have the holy men who would do magic. And you can tell that this is something that happened to people, and it was just their entire lives changed. It was just something of such profound spiritual beauty that we can't even understand it. And the thing is, these people weren't stupid. These were very well-educated people who knew rationality, and they were writing about it too. And in the Middle Ages, the Catholic Church is still one of the biggest funders of science today. But in the 1300s,
the biggest funder of science?
Yeah, the Catholic Church is still one of the biggest funders of science. And that was true in the Middle Ages, where Galileo's research was funded by the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church invented the scientific method. The scientific method was invented by monks in the 1300s.
The scientific method, I thought, was invented by the early the classical Greeks.
No, the Greeks had rationality. They didn't have science. Where science is an arbitration method where you run a test, and based off the results of the test, it determines. Based off the results of the test, it determines which of these results are right. No, that was invented in the 1300s.
Can you Google that? Ask Google. When was the scientific method invented?
It was the 1300s. A lot of it was English monks like William of Ockham and
Sir Francis Bacon, 1561 to 16.
Of course, this is what Google says.
No, it was. I've read a couple books on this. It was 13 and 1400s. Like William of Ockham was a big thinker in that time period. Roger Bacon. You can look up Roger Bacon. Roger Bacon in the 1300s wrote about.
Look on the Wikipedia. What does that say?
Roger Bacon in the 1300s. He talked about steamships, and he talked about steamships. He talked about helicopters.
Go. The history of scientific method considers changes in the methodology of scientific inquiry is designed from history of science itself. Blah, 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 blah. The development of rules for scientific reasoning has not been straightforward. Scientific method has been the subject of intense recurring debate, blah, 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 blah. When did it first come about? Come on.
My source is...
Okay, here we go. Rationalist explanations of nature, including atomism, appeared both in ancient Greece in the thought of Leucippus and Democritus, and in ancient India in the Nyaya and Vaishika in Buddhist schools. By Charvaka, materialism rejected inference as a source of knowledge in favor of empiricism that was always subject to doubt. Aristotle pioneered scientific method in ancient Greece alongside his empirical biology and his work on logic.
They're conflating two things here. My sources here are Bertrand Russell's History of Western Philosophy. Russell was anti-Christian, so he doesn't have a dog in this race. Then Tragedy and Hope, or The Evolution of Civilizations by Carol Quigley, and The Knowledge Machine by Michael Stravens. That's a history of science. So what they're looking at here is a logical hypothesis. The Greeks and the Indians both used logical hypotheses. So both of them said, here's the theory of the world. Let's see if this is right. What they didn't do is they didn't test it. And so in ancient Greece, testing science was seen as ungentlemanly. Where, for example, Aristotle had the idea that if an object's heavier, it drops faster. That was never tested. A 20-second trial would prove that wrong. But they thought that testing things was ungentlemanly. So the Greeks The Greeks had calculators, and they had steam, and they had the steam engine. They never used it because they didn't. They thought that applying knowledge to the world wasn't gentlemanly. The European Middle Ages, they invented the scientific method, which was testing it.
Okay.
Because in Christian philosophy, you have to accept humility, that you're constantly wrong. So they thought, how do we test information on the most basic level? So it was invented in the it was invented late Middle Ages, largely in England and a handful of other countries, where how do we know what we know? And it's let's make a test, and whatever the results of the test are, we go off that. And so the Catholic Church invented due process. It invented the scientific method.
So it says his experiments, which were based on Aristotle's writing, led to him to identify 4 common reasons for errors in writing: reliance on faulty authority, reliance on popular opinion, and reliance on personal bias or vanity, and reliance on rational argument. So It was based on Aristotle's writing.
Yes. So in the Middle Ages, you had multiple intellectual schools competing with each other. And so the school that, around the time of the Black Death, like 50 years after this, the intellectual school was scholasticism. And so scholasticism is that you should read Aristotle and Plato, and they were the definitive truth. Around the time of the Black Death, you saw, let's rely on rationality and let's rely on science rather than Aristotle. And so this was Black Death into the 1600s, was this gradual move away from venerating the ancients to we should study things on their own rational merits. And so in that debate, Duns Scotus was a Scottish philosopher on the other side of this, and Thomas Aquinas was a big bridge from the medieval to the modern worldview, where Roger Bacon, Thomas Aquinas, William of Ockham, there were a couple other thinkers. They were the people who jumped from let's venerate the ancients to let's look at science. And so they only threw out Aristotle in the 15 and the 1600s, where it was many things are gradual processes. But by the time you get to the 1600s, you have you're really in science.
When was Aristotle?
He was like 300 BC.
300 BC.
So Aristotle was such a Chad that he just made the definitive opinion.
Chad.
Yeah, I mean, he was such a Chad that he made the definitive opinions on every subject for 2,000 years. The church loved Aristotle. There were a handful of Greek authors the church really held up because they had intellectual ideas that could work with Christianity. And Jesus was not a comprehensive philosopher.
Oh, Galileo was the guy who said there could have been multiple worlds. And
yes,
the church
exactly.
Persecuted
and
him.
the church actually funded Galileo, and they turned on him because he picked the wrong faction in the papal political dispute. So they were picking an issue because he was backing the wrong faction in Italian court politics. But they funded his original research.
But his idea is like, how can we be the only world? If there's other worlds out there,
yes,
right, and there's a Jesus Christ and a God, how come Jesus Christ came to our world and died for us?
That's not what the issue was. The issue was that in the medieval vision of the world, you go out, so that there's the earth, and then there's spiritual rings that lead to heaven. So the medievals saw space as going towards heaven. And so Galileo said, no, it's just other planets, it's just an infinite universe. And so the church thought, hey, then how can we, then where's heaven? And this wasn't as big an issue earlier on because the fathers of the church, like St. Augustine and Gregory of Tours and stuff, they said the Bible should be read symbolically. So they said, the fathers of the church said, Noah's Ark probably didn't happen the way we think it is. All these things, these are moral allegories for spiritual truths. So the early church was established where the Bible is a coded document. And when you read it, once you've attained a high enough mystic level, and then you interpret what the hidden truth is inside the symbolism. And then what happened is Protestantism showed up, and the church had gotten really morally corrupt. And so Protestantism said, no, you're just making stuff up, Catholic Church, to get more money. We're going to look at the original source documents to call you out for being corrupt. And so the Catholic Church had to pivot to be more Bible-focused as a way to fight the Protestants. And so, like back in the Middle Ages, the Catholic Church said that witches didn't exist. The Middle Ages is not what people think. In medieval Europe had atheism as a public philosophy. The universities of Italy were run by the atheists in the 1300s. Medieval Europe had advanced philosophy. It had a stock market. It had a comprehension of physics. It had capitalism. It had individualism. It had parliaments too. Almost every country in Europe in the year 1200 had a parliament. So every single institution you can possibly think of, including modern law, stemmed from the Middle Ages. And so we write the Middle Ages up as this barbaric time period, and yeah, there are barbaric elements to it, but it's actually medieval Europe was the most modern society up to that point in history, barring China.
Interesting. Have you heard of Thomas Paine?
Oh yeah.
Have you read his book? Any of his books? Age of Reason, isn't it? Is a good one.
No, I haven't. I know his ideas were he was a big Enlightenment guy. He was anti-monarchy.
Yeah. Yeah, he made some points in his book where he talks about the founding fathers like Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin and their views on Christianity, and his view on the whole thing is like, look, like you can't take someone's word for something just based on them saying it, right?
Yes.
Like if I go to you and I tell you something I did right yesterday, you can take it for what it's worth.
Yes.
You don't necessarily have to believe that as truth. Just because I said I did something doesn't mean it's true. Okay, that was the lens that he looked at the Bible through, because the Bible is basically just a composition of testimonies, many from people that are anonymous,
Yes.
or didn't author them themselves. And not only that, but they're saying things that are completely fly in the face of nature.
Yes. So there are two things going on here. The first is, are you aware of Ken Wilber's spiral dynamics?
Mm-mm.
It's a theory that people operate under different levels of consciousness, and that the higher level, if you're on a lower level, you can't understand a higher level. So, for example, tribes in the Amazon or the Congo don't have a concept of objectivity or rationality. I like to say, if you had to explain the modern world to an ancient Babylonian, they wouldn't know what a machine is, they don't know what a natural law is, etc. And so, as we advance as a species, we develop new intellectual tools. And so, we've developed a couple of different layers of spiral dynamics since the Bible. And so, back when the Bible was written, the idea of a prophet coming down and just uttering the words of God, that was treated as truthful testimony because it fit with their lived reality. And so the way the Bible was written was that this is a worldview that fits with how we live life. These prophets are saying facts, and thus we should support them. What happened in between is we developed basically the tool of rational analysis. And so now we have to understand the world through the lens of rational analysis, and the Bible doesn't fit up with that. And the other thing is that the Bible was originally written symbolically.
So it flies in the face of reason, you're saying?
Yes, it does. And what Ken Wilber says is that we've progressed 2 levels since the Bible. There's the reason level, which is the Enlightenment. I would guess you're at that level. Then there's the leftist, like, let's all love each other, we're all equal level.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ken Wilber thinks there's going to be another level that will happen in our lifetime where we realize how each of these levels fit in with the self-interest of that time period. And so we can integrate each of them based off how they fit in their part of history. And so we progressed a couple levels of Ken Wilber's system. And if you look at the medieval or the ancient world, there was atheism and irreligion in the ancient world. The Greeks and the Romans were not very religious. There were periods in Egypt or Babylon where religion was weak. Around 500 BC, no one could believe the old religions because the world had changed so much. And then you saw the rise of the ancient Greek philosophers, Buddha, Confucius, and Taoism, all formed at the same time, 500 BC. All those people, Socrates, Buddha, Lao Tzu, and Confucius, all lived at the same time. Because at that time, the change in coinage destroyed the traditional religious structure. So there was a rise of new religions to explain the world to people. And all of the changes of the last 500 years have changed the world so much that traditional religions don't make sense to people today. And so you see the rise of pseudo-religions like liberalism or communism to deal with it, but they don't really have a good answer. And so we're stuck in this weird spot now where our technology has advanced faster than our social comprehension, and thus we don't have belief structures that explain the world to us.
Right.
It's so
far down the road. This game of telephone that's been played.
And so if you look at the civilizational cycles, because Spengler talks about this, as does Amaury de Riencourt, that societies tend to go in civilizational cycles. And so our civilizational cycle is comparable to the fall of the Roman Republic, where the Roman Republic, like around 100 BC, it was a giant superpower republic but in the process of becoming an empire, created mass inequality. There was hyper-political partisanship. There were massive inequality with these huge mega corporations driving people into poverty. A third of Italy's population were immigrants who were undercutting local labor. There was the rise of political strongmen. There was a feminist movement. It was a very irreligious and a degenerate society. And so I often compare modern Christianity to what the Roman religions were then, where the Roman religions, people went to them out of politeness and a sense of obligation, but not that people actually believed them. So the mystery cults, like Christianity, they filled the void. In the same way, I think a variety of things between political ideologies or like raves or video games fill the religious void for us. And so, I am Christian. I don't attend church that often though, because it's just I don't think Christianity as structured today has that much to offer most people. And I think that Christians, whenever you criticize Christianity, they guilt trip you, saying, why don't you like doing this? And I throw the question back at them, why don't you design your religion better so that people want to come to church and want to be part of your religion? And Christianity now has become so for Christians listening, I do want to know I am part of your religion. I do support Christianity, but Christianity has become so cucked, and it's become had so much brain drain that it lacks vitality to deal with the modern world. And so the question of the next century is
how so? What do you mean by that?
So there's a very interesting book I read called The Secular Age by Charles Taylor, and it's one of the hardest books I've read, but it's a history of why Western religion died since the Middle Ages. And so he stacks it up to a couple different things. The first is technological progress. That's obvious. The second thing is that religion stopped being fun. We're back in the Middle Ages. Religion, the church would throw parties. It would give yeah, like people would party at church in the Middle Ages. They
didn't have orgies though, like in ancient Greece.
No, they didn't. People did have. This is one of the weirdest facts. People did have sex in public in the Middle Ages because there wasn't a concept of privacy. Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, the church was not. The church in the Middle Ages put sexual sins on the lower rung. So, like, pride was a worse sin than fornication. The church sponsored brothels in the Middle Ages. So it's a very different society. And the church would also, it gave people over a month of days off every year. So the church would you'd have a day off or a saint's day at least once a week. So it was just, the church was more fun, and what happened was the middle classes took over the church, and the middle classes made church really boring. That's thing two. Thing three is that governments realized the church wasn't in their self-interest, where governments realized for themselves, if we remove God, we can't be held to standards, because God is something that holds us to standards for the control of the people. If we want total power, we should just remove God, because the people will make the state the God then. And so you saw the turn of elites realizing that it was inside their self-interest to get rid of religion. And the fourth thing is the church experienced a lot of brain drain with the smart. Back in the Middle Ages, the smart people went into the church. Now they go into business or content creating or tech or finance. And so you had lots of generations of people with the church not getting society's best. And you also removed the concept of a magical universe, where back in the Middle Ages, it's like my friend who used to live in Cambodia. In certain societies, magic is just part of your life. Witchcraft is as obvious as a bridge. Or fairies, or you just believe in fairies and dragons and that stuff. And when you remove that kind of world, you remove the kind of intellectual framework where that kind of Christianity makes sense.
I think drugs were a huge part of it.
Oh, yeah.
I think what Brian Marescu talks about, what classicists like Karl Ruck talk about, where these experiences that they were having, where they would often describe them as being the most important experiences of their lives, where they could literally see the fabric of the universe. And that's what they thought God was.
Yeah.
Something that you could experience through these drugs.
I agree on the psychedelics bit, where I am one of the very few people whose area of speciality is the Middle Ages who would agree with that, but I do. But we have primary sources from the Middle Ages of the church made peasants take the Eucharist at least once a year. Because the peasants were terrified to take the Eucharist. The peasants, they said the magic of the church was so strong it was scary. That doesn't make sense if it's wine. It does make sense if it's psychedelic. And so once you think of it this way, the church is making peasants trip at least once a year. That completely changes the dynamic of taking the Eucharist.
In what year?
This is like 1200.
1200.
Yeah, so I put the event. This is something Moresco studied more than me. Moresco's a classicist. He's not a medievalist. And so he puts the end of using psychedelics for the church around 400. I put it around like 1200s, 1300s. Because we have records from the 1100s.
You're saying people like Brian Moresco, classicists, don't go past 400?
No, that's one of the. Having read his book, I don't see him referencing. I don't see him reference that much stuff past the ancient world. I don't. From reading that book, I don't remember him ever talking of the Middle Ages. But we have records from the Middle Ages from the 1100s in northern France of people taking psychedelics, and we also have records from I think 1200s England of peasants being scared to take the Eucharist. So I think it did go on later, and I think it was one of... So during the 1200s, the church became completely morally corrupt, where I visited... So the King of France killed the Pope, and then he made an alternate Pope in France. And I was visiting the location for that alternate Pope's residence in Avignon in the south of France. And I had a joke. Every single room in this palace is either a feasting hall or a place to store gold. I did not find a single chapel in Avignon. And the reputation for reading at that time period is the Pope in the 1300s, they were just complete degenerates. And the reason Protestantism showed up was that the church was taking in all this money to build St. Florence's Cathedral and to fund all this degenerate Renaissance art and for the Pope to have a bunch of mistresses. And the Germans thought, why the hell are we giving you money to be degenerates? And that's what caused the Protestant Reformation. So my guess, and I would need to study this topic significantly more to give an educated opinion on it, is that at some point from like 1215, the Fourth Lateran Council, and then the Black Death, that they phased out psychedelics. And it wouldn't surprise me if it's a gradualistic thing, because the church was doing all these very strategic power maneuvers, and their whole thing was they're trying to clasp down on heretics. Because Western Europe was infiltrated. They had all these organizations like the Cathars or the Waldensians, and so the church was launching, or the Hussites, the church was launching all of these crusades against heretics, and the heretics all had different views on Christianity. So my guess would be that the church phased out the use of psychedelics so that the heretics wouldn't get more information. Because the church stopped liking like private revelation, where St. Francis of Assisi was part of the Franciscans, where they were a mystic group, and the mystics, they talked to God personally and all that stuff. St. Francis of Assisi, he was nearly labeled a heretic, and he wasn't against the Catholic Church. They were just scared of new ideas. And the thing is, the Franciscans saved Catholicism during that time period because the church needed to take in at least some free thinkers to fight off the heretics. But my guess, and again, I'm not an expert in this field, my guess would be that at some point in the 12 or the 1300s, they gradually phased out psychedelics to combat heresy. And because by the time Martin Luther shows up in 1500, I see no records of this. But, oh, yeah. So one of the interesting topics I've looked into is the history of mental illness. So there are very few records of autism or schizophrenia from the pre-industrial world, but you do get illnesses like everyone in a town breaking out into dancing for hours straight, or you get demonic possession or witchcraft. And so you get, what we've found from the studies is that people in late medieval France and Germany would just randomly break into dancing after the Black Death. And that was influenced by ergot. And so we know that the random dancing was by ergot. And so if that's actually a theory, that ergot in the wine is what got people to dance. And so how you get an entire town to be infested with Eucharist, this is a society where literally everyone goes to church. So if they're drinking ergot-infested wine and breaking into dancing, that's the only reasonable explanation for the dancing towns of the 1300s that I know of.
And then you come to today, which is what leads us to what we've been talking about before, and drugs are outcast from society and illegal. And, basically explains, why so many people are incarcerated in the country. And it's like we've devolved so far from the origin of all of this stuff.
Yeah, I think drugs and sex are two things our society does in the worst way possible.
They do it in the worst way possible.
Yeah, so with drugs, like I'm from Philly, and in Philly you see all of these like random homeless dudes who are just and fentanyl's from Philly. It's our best export of the last 5 years. So the fentanyl crisis started in Kensington, Philly, and you see all these guys just dying on the street, and it's one of those things where you're like, on my walk to school every day, I would see this body on a vent for 5 days straight, and the cops never moved it. It's just this dead fucking body, and you know he's not alive, and it's the nicest part of town, and you think this is not what should be happening in a first world country.
Right.
And so we have that, and like drugs they are a big issue in America. There's lots of people where, and I don't really blame people if I'm honest, like life is really hard today, and if you need to medicate to some degree to survive, I think that's reasonable. But a lot of people take it really far, and that's unhealthy. But at the same time, like if you tell your grandma you were drinking at age 19, she's not going to like that. But the idea that like in Europe, 15-year-olds drink with their parents, and in Europe, the binge drinking, like Europe is a functioning society. It's not like teenagers are constantly dying of alcohol poisoning in Europe. So we have this weird, and it's true for sex and drugs, we're this combination of like degeneracy with puritanism. And it mixes in such weird ways. And it's comparable with sex, where like porn is super prevalent, like everything in our culture is very sexualized, but also the idea of people's parents having sex disgusts people, or people won't see their friends or family naked, and that's historically strange. Where in the Middle Ages, an entire town would bathe naked together, or in the Middle Ages, entire families would sleep naked in the same bed. And so we have we're a combination of a Puritan culture that slid into degeneracy. So we have these weird Puritan remnants combined with other degenerate sides, and it's poorly integrated on both sides.
Yes. I also want to talk to you about AI and the singularity. You said something really interesting in one of your videos, how there's parallels between technologists who view the singularity as like a resurrection type moment.
Yes.
And it's funny how it correlates with religion.
Yeah. So Carl Jung says that the human mind naturally fits into certain archetypes, and that's just indisputably true now. So you have like every society is religious, cultures have trickster gods, they have heroes, they have that stuff, and so the idea of a resurrection and like a messiah, that's a very common concept. And I think it's just a get out of free card people who have terrible lives. I remember when school ended as a kid, I was so happy because I could just be done with this BS. And as an adult, there are certain points where you want school to end, but you want the crap of your life just to stop. And so you keep on seeing these ideas, and one of the greatest ironies I've seen is that leftism is a child of Christianity, and they don't realize it. Leftism shares so many similarities with Christianity. Same thing with the tech people. And the reason I say that is let's look at Hinduism or China. In those cultures, the idea of people being equal doesn't exist. The idea that human life has value doesn't exist. The value in of itself. The idea that progress exists doesn't exist. The idea that there is one universal moral code. These are all things the Abrahamic religions invented. So if leftism was invented in India, it would have reincarnation built into its logic somewhere. And so technologists take a lot of assumptions from Christianity too. And this is the whole Nietzsche thing where everyone is... this is the Nietzsche thing where everyone is Christian to some degree. It's just how much. So, for example, the idea that we can have a rapture, that's from a machine rapture where the AI gods save us, that's Christian. The idea of building God through our own actions, that's Christian. The idea of a sharp change in history where because every single invention in history, it just plays into human nature. Humans like getting rich and killing each other and all that stuff. And so whatever inventions humans make, we will go into getting rich and killing people. And so Christians like to think that there's the rapture and then we all love each other. But if AI was invented, AI has been invented. If the AI God is invented, you'd better know that the AI God is either serving its Google or U.S. government masters, or it's become its own entity pushing its own interests.
Right.
So it's this very, life's hard. People like forget out of free cards. And so it's easy to think that if we push far enough, all the suffering in the world's going to stop.
Yeah. I mean, what effect do you think, I mean, obviously you think this civil war scenario is going to happen in the next couple of years, 4 years or something like that, at the very minimum. But like, how would technology make it different? How would technology make it change how it happens? Like compared to the previous civil war, are you talking about like if we really had a civil war, you think it would be like literally public executions on the streets, or would obviously the government, our government and our intelligence apparatus and our military contractors have technology that is so far advanced and so many decades ahead of what we see in the public sector?
Yes.
So how much shit is out there that we don't know about that they could use to effectively turn something like this around instantaneously?
That's a great question. And I'm going to answer it in a couple different ways. The first is that AI, I think that there is already, and I don't have any evidence for this, I'm just spitballing. I think there's a government AI that already monitors the population, pulling data from big tech to predict your actions in advance. And the reasoning I say that is that my phone predicts when I'm going to go. When I get in the car, my phone knows I'm in the car. It predicts whether I'm going to get a massage, whether I'm going to go to the gym, or what restaurant I'm going to go to.
Right.
It's obscenely accurate. It predicts when I want to start reading a book too. So, and it's insanely accurate. And it's sort of thing where this has to be in the development for years. And people say like, oh my God, I just talked to I had an experience where I just texted a friend about the Soviet Union. My next YouTube recommendation is at the thing I texted to my friend.
Yes.
I don't think the computer is listening in on me, although that is completely possible. I think they just have such a good AI model of my personality that they can correlate certain things. And
you have an iPhone?
Yeah, I do.
So like if you're logged in on YouTube on your phone, or if you're logged into Google on your phone, like most people are, when you go to your laptop, it's going to be, you're connected to the same account.
Yes.
And we know that Google uses audio voice detection to, like, I have YouTube TV at my house.
Yes.
Where it's basically like, people know YouTube TV is internet television.
Yes.
And the commercials on YouTube TV are served by Google.
Yes.
If I'm having a conversation with my wife and my phone's in the room, an hour earlier, we're talking about cat food.
Yes.
I go to watch TV in the living room and I'm watching YouTube TV, I see fucking cat food commercials. So we know that for a fact they're listening to us for advertising purposes.
Yeah, I do think they are listening to us. I think that's indisputable because if they can abuse power, they will.
Yes.
That's a pretty good rule. Humans are about as evil as you let them.
So if they're gathering our information and listening to our conversations for the purpose of advertising, is it possible they're collecting that data for some other nefarious purposes?
Yes. What I was trying to convey, though, is I don't think they need to listen to us to get that info. I think their AI models are advanced enough that they could do that even without listening to us. That they have enough other info on us. And keep in mind, they're correlating us with billions of other people. So that they can fit us into a statistical model under these conditions as like they do. And so I think that's something the government had that we don't know about. But I think technological progress has, in general, democratized us. Because the reason I say that is that look at Ukraine. In a previous era, in a normal military situation, Russia would steamroll Ukraine in a month. The fact that the Ukrainians are still fighting means military warfare has changed. Israel should have steamrolled Gaza in a month too. The fact that the war is still going, same thing with America and Afghanistan, Vietnam War, Algeria. In each case, modern warfare has democratized conflict and allowed the weaker non-industrial opponent to fight harder. The defense has gotten a real strength because let's look at Ukraine. Okay. Ukraine is one of the easiest countries to conquer. It's dead flat. The Russians attacked on 3 axes. The Russians supposedly had the second best military in the world with an incredibly advanced tank corps. If in a normal timeline, Russia could have crashed Ukraine on 3 axes of blitzkrieg. That didn't happen. And I think that's a very important variable because technology has democratized warfare. The defense has a larger advantage vis-a-vis the industrialized, stronger attacker. And keep in mind, Gaza's the size of it's the size of a county in Pennsylvania.
Right, exactly.
It's tiny, and you'd think that not giant. New Jersey's the size of Israel, but you'd think that the Israelis could just steamroll Gaza. But the fact that this war over an area that's just a tiny county is still going means that warfare has been democratized.
What do you mean by democratized?
So,
Can you break that down?
The peak of warfare oscillates between giving advantages to centralization versus decentralization. In that, around the world wars, there was peak advantage for centralization. So the U.S. in World War II, we had all the huge factories of the Rust Belt. We churned out in some cases more equipment than the rest of the world combined. So the U.S. could use our huge manufacturing, our huge continent, to get an asymmetric advantage vis-a-vis Germany. That's what the technology of that era pushed. There are other eras of the Middle Ages. In the Middle Ages, whoever owns a castle can fight off anyone else. And because the owners of castles and the knights, and knights also pushed democratization of warfare, they had a trump card. So that's why medieval Europe was 500 squabbling little princelings, because the warfare system meant there was a mass democratization of warfare. And so I think we're moving from a period of warfare pushes centralization to decentralization. And the fact that the U.S. lost in both Afghanistan and Vietnam, who were at the time of those wars the poorest countries in the world, means that if Afghanistan or Vietnam were fought in the period of the world's wars, the U.S. would just completely steamroll those countries. But things like, I would say more recently, the internet allows easier cooperation than through hierarchical organizations. And the assault rifle, the bazooka, drones, bombs, all of these things give smaller, stripped-down militaries an advantage against the larger militaries. And I think large countries have lost the will to fight. Where there's a movie called Hacksaw Ridge, and there's a scene in the movie where it's set in World War II, where a guy said, "Young men are so scared of serving that young men who weren't allowed to fight in the military against the Japanese committed suicide out of shame." That's insane to them. No one wants to die for the U.S. government today. Right. So there's been a huge collapse in social trust as well.
Do you think other people in other countries would want to die for their government? Do you think Chinese people would be willing to die for their government, or the Russian people would be willing to die for their government? I mean, the Russians are conscripted, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between wanting to die for the government and dying for the government. I mean, so Russia, the reason Russia is such an authoritarian country is that they have no social institutions that oppose the government. So they don't have a strong church, they don't have a local nobility, a big farming bloc, industrialist bloc. In Russia, every single thing is dependent upon the government. Mm-hmm. And so the government can do whatever it wants. And so if America pushed for a draft, you would have all these various associations pushing against it. Yeah. And in Russia or China, just everyone's forced to work with the government. But I think, the youth in Russia and China have it worse than America. If you're a young Chinese guy, you're just so screwed. And there's no reason to die for China. You know the Chinese don't give a damn about you. And so the question is, how much could the Chinese government bully their people to fight for them, and how much do the Chinese people just refuse to fight?
What do you make of the U.S. sending all this money to the Taliban? You've seen the stories about how Congress has been sending the Taliban I think it's $70 million a week or something.
Yeah, that's something I predicted years ago. Actually, it's a rational calculation, because once we are out of Afghanistan, the Taliban are our strongest potential allies against the Chinese. because the Chinese are trying to build a colonial empire across Central Asia, the Belt and Road Initiative.
Yes.
So the Chinese have been working with all of these local dictators, and the local people hate the Chinese. The dictators, though, can get money from the Chinese to oppress their own people. And
local dictators,
like Uzbekistan.
Okay.
Or Uzbekistan is a basically very authoritarian country where there's a small group of very rich people who keep everyone else in poverty. So they're unpopular. They use the military to crush the population. Do the Chinese show up and say, hey, if we can build factories and railroads across the country, we're going to give you $100 million.
Yes.
So the leader says, great, I can use this to crush my own people. The people hate the Chinese because of this. And so the rational calculation for America to make is that the kinds of people who would drive the Chinese as allies out of Central Asia are the radical Islamists. So America strategically makes sense for us to fund radical Islamists in Central Asia against the Chinese or the Pakistanis.
Interesting.
Yeah,
wouldn't they also be able to cut off supply lines from China to the Middle East, like
yes.
for oil and stuff,
yes,
and for food?
exactly. This was something I predicted 4 years ago, that the U.S. would start allying with the Taliban. And yeah, so the Chinese are very much dependent upon oil supplies from the Middle East.
Right.
It's almost their entire economy. And so as of now, they get it through the Persian Gulf. And this is something Peter Zeihan's very much into. I respect his work a lot. And you can block up Malaysia. You can block up a handful of places and just stop China from having oil. So the Chinese have been trying to build connections via land across Asia to get rid of America's complete domination of the oceans. And so their goal has been to allow oil to move over land from the Persian Gulf, where most oil is produced, to China. And so highways or roads like that, it would make you can not go through Afghanistan if you want to, but Afghanistan's the spine of Asia. The reason that Afghanistan keeps on getting attacked by the Russians, the British, the Americans, is that Afghanistan's in the middle of the map. It's like it's like the mountain where you can stare down the rest of Asia. And so I think the Chinese have a self-interest. Afghanistan's also got a lot of resources. My friend Lord Miles runs a gold mine in Afghanistan.
Your friend owns a gold mine in Afghanistan?
Do you know who Lord Miles Rutledge is?
No.
Damn, he'd be a great guest for your podcast.
Can you Google him, Steve?
Yeah. So Lord Miles is a good friend of mine. He's my age, and he's a professional British adventurer. He's fought in Ukraine.
What?
Yeah, he's fought in Ukraine. He's been to South Sudan. He's been to South Africa. We've been friends for like 3 years.
Why was he fighting in Ukraine?
He's just like, he is if he made a hurricane a person.
Is he hanging out with the Taliban right there?
He's like, yeah. He's like no one else I've met. He's just like he's a force of will. And so I was supposed to go to Afghanistan with him, but I canceled that because I did like a call for, I did like an event with the U.S. Air Force, and I have a buddy who does a lot of connections for the U.S. military. So I told Miles, if we go to Afghanistan together, I'm going to get us all beheaded. And that turned out to be true, where we were supposed to hike the Wakhan corridor together out to China. And I have some bad stuff with China and Russia. I never want to go to those countries because I'm worried they'd throw me in camp. But so he has been to Afghanistan like 7 times. He lives there now, and he was captured by the Taliban for 6 months. And so that was a couple months before I was supposed to go to Afghanistan.
Is that him with Andrew Tate?
Yeah, he knows Andrew Tate. Yes. And so he was held by the Taliban for 6 months. And so when he and his buddy were captured, the 2 people they called to figure out the situation were me and Callum from Lotus Eaters. And so we had to make the call. Do we call the CIA? What do we do about Miles getting captured by the Taliban? We both decided to do nothing because anything that we would do to help Miles would make him look like a spy for a Western government.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was crazy. I thought he was dead for months.
How did he get out?
So he has a pretty good relationship with the Taliban. They captured him because of... So hearing how Miles was treated by the Taliban makes me like the Taliban more. They gave him a PlayStation. They let him order DoorDash. He had a manservant. He could go shopping.
A manservant?
Yeah.
As opposed to a woman servant?
It is a society where you're not supposed to look at women.
Yeah. They also each other.
Yes,
dudes.
exactly. It's gay. So it is a society where, so he didn't have a full-time menservant. And I'm sure Miles will hear this story and comment what things I got wrong on Twitter. But, so he was captured in Afghanistan. The Taliban treated him very well. I thought they were like torturing him and waterboarding him. And yeah, so they treated him pretty well. And the reason was a local commander in the region he was in didn't like him, and they distrusted him. And then there were some other complications. I'm not sure how much I'm legally allowed to say. But so they captured him for 6 months. Now he's in good with the Taliban. They promised him it's never going to happen again. They gave him rights to a gold mine, yeah, he's in their good grace now.
Oh my god!
So does he just peck away at the gold rocks in his free time?
Yeah. What do you do in Taliban? He like creates content for the internet or what?
Yeah, so he's a traveler. He's been to a bunch of places. Like he just went to Anthrax Island in Scotland. He went to Snake Island in Brazil. His job is he just like goes in situations that kill people. It's a wonder he's still alive.
Steve, we got to get this guy on the podcast. We got to get. How much is a flight from Afghanistan?
Probably $1,000.
Holy shit!
One way.
Yeah, we were just talking. I was talking to the guy the other day on the podcast. We were talking about the whole what went down in 2020 with the Doha Accords.
Yeah.
How Trump made a deal with the Taliban.
Yeah.
And that's what set off us sending all that money to them.
Yes. Lord Miles is a singular man. I can think of no one who's like him.
The guy's got nuts.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dude. All right. What else do we want to cover that we haven't covered yet?
So let me finish up with Civil War stuff.
Okay,
So the thing I didn't talk about is how I predicted the Civil War, is what I'm looking at.
Okay.
So there are 3 metrics you can plug into a computer model to predict if a society has a civil war.
Okay.
And they've used this for over a dozen historic conflicts, and off these 3 variables, you can predict when countries have civil wars to the exact years they happen. So this worked for the French Revolution, the American Civil War, the fall of the Roman Republic, the Black Death, the wars of religion in the 1600s. And those 3 variables are income inequality, the average wages, and competition for good jobs. These 3 variables predict when societies have civil wars. And so, as Aristotle said, everything pushed to its natural extension destroys itself to its greatest strength. So, period of peace. The population grows, and then you see a labor imbalance. And so, what that means is that the supply of labor has overextended the need of labor by 40% in 1970. That's why Homer Simpson could live with his. Homer Simpson was a working class guy. He was lower middle class. He supported his wife and 3 kids with owning a house, going on vacation off a single working class income. For upper middle class people today, that's unattainable. And so life has gotten worse because the supply of labor has gotten harder. And we have done literally everything we could to decrease the price of labor. The population's naturally doubled through population growth since World War II. We've imported 50 million immigrants. Automation's the biggest thing that no one talks about. That's one of the biggest variables. Women entered the workforce, and then we sent a lot of jobs to cheaper places like China, Malaysia, Mexico. So we've done literally everything we could to devalue the value of labor. And I'm shocked no one talks about this. But people have gotten significantly poorer by any given metric since the 70s. And
people have lost meaning.
Exactly. I mean, it's a bunch of things. And Peter Turchin's the big guy who studies this in that he has looked at it's a variety of things, not just that. You can correlate declining height, people not getting married, not having kids. When the average age of marriage gets above 28, you're going to have a war.
And the average age of marriage what?
Goes above 28, you're going to have a war. When the Black Death happened, the average age of marriage was 28.
Didn't you also say something about people aren't losing their virginity until they get really old? Or something like
so
that?
a third of men under 30 are virgins.
A third of men under 30 are virgins.
And 80% of 18-year-old men.
80% of 18-year-olds. And what was it like in the 80s compared to
it was nothing. It's quadrupled in the last 10 years. You can correlate the invention of the iPhone with young male virginity skyrocketing, where it was a very low number. I think it was like 8% of men under 30 were virgins in 1980. It was something. I think it was even less than that. It was like beneath 5%. It's really, really low.
And now it's like 30.
Yeah, it's like 30. And also, this is self-reporting. And guys are going to lie about this stuff. And so this is a really horrifying statistic. And as far as I can tell, it's driven mostly by the economics of dating apps, where there's a variety of factors. People blame feminism. People blame income inequality. But the way the dating apps work is that 20% of men get 80% of options among women, and 80% of men get basically no options on dating apps. So if Tinder was a country, it would be the second most unequal country in the world, behind South Africa and ahead of Venezuela. And that's how the apps work. That's how female psychology works. And so the inequality really screws over a lot of young men. And I say that this is the biggest issue in society because people can't talk about it, and it percolates under the surface, because unless we can talk about this issue and find solutions, it's just going to get worse. And so it's a variety of things, like deaths from despair have gone up, the average lifespan of white men has gone down. There's about 20 of these different statistics, that employment, quality of life, purchasing power, and so all of this adds
There's
up.
no way to reverse shit like that. I mean, it's directly tied into the advancement of technology.
Yes.
And, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem with Pandora's box. And normally technologies in the long term, they help more than they hinder. It's just you have to deal with the negative sides of it.
Do you think humanity would be better if we just had no sex? Do you think if we kept evolving on the trajectory we're on now, we had no more wars, no more holocausts, nothing, like no nuclear annihilation, no asteroids hit in 100,000 years? We're just these beings that no longer have reproduced. We have to genetically create humans in a lab. We don't have sexual desire. Like if we got rid of sex and the sexual competition, I wonder how that would change the world.
Removing sex from humans is removing the water from the ocean. Like, human nature is so driven off sex that it's like...
And fear of death.
Yeah, exactly. I say the three things that power human life are sex, God, and war.
Mm-hmm. You ever watch Westworld on HBO?
Yeah, I have.
He said, Anthony Hopkins has that beautiful monologue where he's talking to the AI, or up to the AI, but he's talking to the robot lady, and he's talking about like Michelangelo, the Eiffel Tower, the Brooklyn Bridge, the Empire State Building, all just an elaborate mating call. It's peacock feathers.
I think things are not mutually exclusive. I think all those things are elaborate mating calls, but I think there are multiple symbiotic drives. I think people push for excellence, they push for sex, they push for dominance, and a couple other things. And so, you can't remove sex from human nature. You have to accept it for what it is. And so once you get into a place where wages are low, people are pushed into desperation, inequality grows, because once you lower the value of labor, the ability for money to control labor increases, and thus inequality balloons. We are one of the top 10 most unequal societies ever in history, or the world today. And so what happens then is that the pie shrinks for most people, and people fall into desperation. So they pick one faction or another to push their interests. So historically, different civil wars have different underlying factions that they symbolize. The English Civil War was capitalists versus nobility. The French Revolution was capitalists versus nobility. The Russian Civil War was fringes versus center of the empire. So there's always some underlying demographic or economic or whatever factor. As I say, people like killing each other and they make up excuses to do it. And for us, it's the college-educated versus the non-college-educated. Every single policy the left pushes is for the college-educated. Removing the military for college-educated, so for college-educated diplomats, removing priests for professors as are the determinants of values, removing entrepreneurs in exchange for corporate or government bureaucrats. Every single thing the left pushes for is to give a college-educated person a job. The right pushes for the non-college educated, the merchants, the priests, the soldiers, and the right pushes policies that Because the left pushes policies that give resources to the college-educated and the bureaucracy.
Bureaucracy versus independent entrepreneurs,
Exactly.
small businesses.
There's 4 correlations you can stack right versus left. Urban versus rural, masculine versus feminine, high agency versus low agency at work, and then there's bureaucracy versus merchants.
So that's the gist of the Civil War.
Yes, and so we're seeing this split up in different factions, and past a certain point, people are incentivized to push their faction at the expense of the broader nation. So once people's loyalty is more so to the right or the left than America, then you get the Civil War.
The shit that you're saying makes so much goddamn sense, but at the same time, I feel so weird talking about it in this air-conditioned room, on this microphone, on this podcast, on our fucking YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And people have lost their meaning. Like the meaning, your meaning is like what you can provide to your community. Like what brings value to your life. And if those things are going away to automation or whatever it is, and our society loses its meaning, what's left to fight for?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly, that's true. I mean, I admire that you have the rationality to disentangle what your gut tells you versus what you rationally believe. Most people can't get past the level of they just rationalize whatever their gut tells them. Mm-hmm. And so I've been on like over a dozen podcasts talking about the Civil War, and most people get stuck on the gut level and they just can't move past it. And I know, man, it's just like, it's hard to get from the gut level. It's hard to know it's real in your gut. Because I've had, a couple of days ago, I had a realization sink in. This is happening. And it's happening sooner rather than later. And over the last 6 months, I've had the gradual dawning realization that this isn't something in my head. This is something that's real. And there's a world of difference between them.
What would you do if the Civil War broke out?
I'd buy guns. This is stuff I'm doing. I'd buy guns, stockpile food, build up friends in various conservative things, just all of the things. Like, I'm reposting my entire backlog onto X and Rumble. This is all stuff I'm doing in the next couple weeks.
You're reposting all of your content on X and Rumble?
Yeah, I'm reposting all of my YouTube channel onto Rumble and Twitter.
So it's more decentralized?
Yes, so YouTube can't just wipe out my entire business.
So you'd stay and fight?
Yeah, I've made that obligation where people who work with me, they basically sat me down at one point saying, Rudyard, if you leave America and there's a civil war, we're going to abandon you, because that's just so dishonorable. And the people in my network, people I talk to politically, I'm going to stay here and be part of it, because that's my duty.
Wow, dude. And you're now working on a video about the Unabomber?
That was a video I released last week.
Oh, you released
the video I'm going to release in the next few days is Stop Coping Your Life Sucks.
Stop Coping Your Life Sucks.
Yeah, that's the title of the video. And it goes through the life of an average Woodifall Twist fan, who's a 25-year-old white guy named Tom Eldridge from Los Angeles. He works in a low-level job in insurance, and he went to like a C-tier college, and he's single, he's depressed, he has anxiety issues, he didn't like school, he can't move ahead in his job, and it's to show normal people that they have a right to be disappointed in their lives. Because I see so much coping today, people are like, yeah.
What do you mean by coping?
Coping is like, I hold myself to these standards where something bad happens in my life, and I tell myself, Rudyard, you should refuse to rationalize that this is fine. So, let's say, for example, a great example of coping is you miss a bus, you miss a flight to go on a trip you really want to go on. You have to cancel the trip. You should just admit to yourself that it sucks you have to cancel the trip. You don't lie to yourself and say, oh, I had something important I wanted to do back at home, so this is all for the best. Coping is something bad happens, and you lie to yourself, so that's how you actually feel about it. So, I have a test when I talk to someone. I had a friend whose mom recently died, and he kept on saying, oh, this is horrible, but I know people have it worse, and it'll all be fine. I said, no, dude, your mom died. Accept this is the worst thing ever. Once you understand it's the worst thing ever, you can move on. And so I see a lot of people, because a lot of people are really struggling today, and they're like, oh, I'm so blessed to have all these other things. And gratitude's very, very important, But at the same time, you have to accept your emotions for what they are, and then you can move on to being grateful. And people are just lying to themselves about what their lives are. But once you add all of the stats together, it creates an objective sort of view that people can't really get around the denial.
What did you talk about in your video about the Unabomber?
So in that video, I cover the Unabomber's life and I cover his ideas. And the Unabomber's got a weird trajectory in that when I was growing up and when I was a child, he was seen as like a Marvel villain.
Yes.
He was this evil genius who created this plan to destroy modern civilization and kill people. And now in the circles I hang in among disaffected young men, he's called Uncle Ted. And his ideas are championed as brilliant.
Wasn't he part of some sort of a Harvard CIA experiment?
Yes, MK Ultra. And this is something for people who don't know. The CIA has admitted to it themselves.
Right.
So this is thing is not a conspiracy theory.
Right.
Where MK Ultra was an experiment. The CIA was it was an illegal testing on Americans.
Yes, I had Tom O'Neill on there.
Okay, great.
Amazing book, right?
No, I haven't.
Oh, really? Oh my God, it's one of the best fucking books ever.
Huh.
Have you heard of Tom?
No, I haven't. I'll read it.
He wrote that book, that red book behind you. It's called CIA, Charles Manson, Chaos, Charles Manson, the CIA, and the Secret History of the 60s. He was a reporter for a LA news magazine, and he got assigned to do a story on like the 20th anniversary of Charles Manson murders.
Yeah.
And he like fell into a rabbit hole, kept finding shit.
Yeah.
And kept extending his deadline. He extended the deadline so far out that the fucking newspaper went out of business. They got into a lawsuit because they kept paying him. He never finished it. He eventually had to like hire these lawyers and figured out how to like, win the lawsuit to buy back the fucking story from them.
Yes.
Spent 20 years chasing everybody involved in the whole story. Met fucking Manson's probation officer. Shit. Met everyone involved from Jolly West, the people that were working in the free clinic. And discovered all the fucking LSD and amphetamine experiments they were doing on people back then. It is a wild book. The deepest, most thorough book on that story, on MK Ultra.
I'll check it out. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So your audience is already familiar with MK Ultra, and the thing with Kaczynski, and so we don't know how bad it was, because when the perpetrator of your trauma is a superbly powerful government agency, you're not going to open up to people about it. And one of the weird things with Kaczynski's life is, this is one of the things that got edited out of the video by my editor that I'm really annoyed listening to. I left it out. Is that Kaczynski had a period where he had sexual fantasy of being transgender. And he had incredible guilt about this. He went to a therapist. He refused to talk to a therapist about it. And so MK Ultra did have sexual molestation. It wouldn't surprise me if he got those fantasies from that. And so we know at least, and again, I'm just throwing out theories, but we know at least that Kaczynski went because he went to Harvard. He had an IQ of 167, which is like in the millionth percentile. 167 is absurd IQ levels. That's close to what we think Isaac Newton's IQ level was. So we know that they had all of his respected professors come in, and then they had him insult his worldview and rip it apart and say why it's bad,
right,
as a test in how much you can control someone's mind. And so he had, I say in the video, I think the government said he had schizophrenia. I think he had PTSD. And so that informs a lot of his worldview. And when all said and done, I think Kaczynski is one of the best critics of modernity. I think he's a singular thinker in ways that I rarely find. And his criticism of modernity is called over-socialization, which is that modernity is a giant industrial machine that has to operate out of its own logic. And you are rewarded in industrial societies with how much you can cooperate with the machine. So what happened there is that we select for standardization and we select for and we scale. And so America 200 years ago was this super diverse local society. A Pennsylvanian might as well be a different country than a Floridian 200 years ago. Now we've standardized all Americans to this new global homo. which is a word I love with triple meaning. We've made everyone global homo, so that we've removed what people's individuality are. And so there was no school system before the Industrial Revolution. And the school system makes you wake up at a uniform time, work for someone else. It makes you work inside the machine. There was basically no employment in the pre-industrial world. Everyone was a self-employed ranching farmer. The only people who would be equivalent to be employed today would be servants or slaves. So industrialization forces us to control our own behaviors, where, for example, the left, which is cheap over socialization, the left wants to remove people's traditional ethnic, family, sexual, national, religious ties. The left wants to destroy every single sort of meaning or social connection people have independent from the left, from the state, from the bureaucracy. And so that's the attempt to destroy human nature, to make us programmed so that we can be easily controlled by the machine. And so I agree with Kaczynski there. I don't agree with his terrorism. I think killing 3 people and blowing up constant things is objectively bad.
Yeah, definitely. And the MK Ultra, the idea behind MK Ultra was that they would basically break down people's mind and basically turn them into a blank slate.
Yes.
And be able to like inject any kind of crazy shit they wanted. There was a lot of weird shit going on in that period of time. That was like a lot of paperclip scientists were involved in that stuff. And yeah.
This is a rabbit hole I've been meaning to do for years. I just don't know how to research it because I'm looking at this from the perspective of Edward Bernays, where
that was what's his name? Like cousin, right?
Yeah, Netflix and Sigmund Freud. So
Sigmund Freud, yeah.
So Bernays was Sigmund Freud's nephew, and then his nephew made Netflix.
Really?
Yeah, they must have good blood.
Bernays' nephew made Netflix?
Yeah.
Have you seen the documentary by
Adam Curtis? I think
yes.
Adam Curtis is the best documentary filmmaker today. That's one of the best documentaries I've seen.
I have to agree with you.
Yeah.
The craziest thing about his documentaries too is he doesn't film anything. He uses all source footage and does a voiceover. He has incredible stories. So Bernays is responsible for basically creating like the advertising consumerism in America.
Yes.
And one of the great examples in that documentary, I forget the exact. I think it was I forget the name of the documentary that he talks about Bernays, but
Century of the Self.
Century of the Self. Yeah, they talk about advertising when it relates to I think it was like a Betty Crocker cake mix or something like that, and they were trying to figure out how to sell this cake mix. People weren't buying it. They were trying to market it to housewives, and the reason they did like a psychological group study. Where they brought in a bunch of housewives to try to figure out how we could better sell this.
Yes.
They figured out the housewives felt guilty because of how easy it was to bake this cake. So they just altered the instructions on it to say you have to add an egg. So now the housewives felt more productive and like they were contributing more to the household by just they didn't need to add the egg. They just put that on there so they psychologically felt more important, and they fucking flew off the shelves after that.
Yes. So I think I'm using Bernays because I think he's symbolic of several very important things in our society. I sometimes think calling World War I until the present the Bernays era, because that era of history and the elite, it's this globalist, bi-coastal, technocratic elite that uses psychological manipulation to control people. And this is a big thing in conservative philosophy, where the leftist elite doesn't want to drive tanks over their enemies. They want to gradually mold their minds through a variety of methods, media, school, subconscious programming, etc., to agree with them. And the thing with Bernays is that he plays into the concept of human nature we have very well, where there was a thinker of the mid-20th century, and this feeds into the blue pill anthropology lies, called Skinner. In Skinner's behaviorism, it's like you give a rat a cookie, or whatever the rat cookie is, and then the rat does something for you. So they found they could program rat behaviors by incentive structures. So this was their idea of human nature. So you give humans dopamine boosts if they do things you like. You gradually train their behavior. So that's how we've turned everyone into being NPCs, is we've literally created a science of using dopamine boosts to control people's behavior for the last century. And that's what Bernays' thing was. Bernays said, I will target people's subconscious drives to control them. And my friend Sam Alberta has said that people are rational and societies that train them to be rational. In that, if you're in a tribal society where you worship the wood dick god, you are trained to have that kind of psychological. You're trained to venerate the god. And in our society, you're trained to be hysterical and respond to NPC stimuli. So people are that way. If you were a society 400 years ago, we were expected to read all of these ancient Greek philosophers, you'll end up being rational. So I think implicit in Bernays is this very strong criticism of our entire era of history. And I also want to make another video based off the Adam Curtis concept of hypernormalization.
Yes, I haven't watched that one yet.
That one's really good. Hypernormalization is a concept you get from the Soviet Union, which is that for the final 15 years of the Soviet Union, everyone realized that he has this great line, we know that the government doesn't know what they're doing. The government knows that we know that they don't know what they're doing. We know that the government knows that we know that you know what I mean?
Yes.
And so it was this 15-year period of the Soviet Union where people lived in this false reality of what the government said about the world. And then there was the lived reality. And these were hundreds of miles apart. And so it was this hyper normalization of this false collective lie. Everyone knew was a lie, but no one had a better idea. And I think that's a very strong criticism of our society of history. Because in our society, it's more true the younger you are, that there's this huge divide between the collective consciousness you're allowed to stay on TV and how you deal with the world. And so, for example, you're supposed to mouth that, violent racists run society, but at the same time, if you're 1/4 Syrian, you mark that you're brown on your job application. So your conception of the reality and how you act in the reality are super different, and that's hyper-normalization. And so it's the media's attempt to create this counter-narrative that no one believes, but no one has a better idea as an alternative, so we all play the game.
Holy shit, dude. You just blew my fucking mind.
Thanks.
We just did 3 hours.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, it was a great show.
Yeah, I really enjoyed talking to you, man.
Me too.
It blew my mind. Your YouTube channel is What If Alt Hist.
Yes.
I'll link it below. Anything else that we should tell people about?
No, my other channel is called History 102. I take an hour to go through different historic time periods, like the fall of Rome or the World Wars. You should check that out. Thank you so much for having me as a guest.
My pleasure, man. Again, I'll link everything below. Soon to be on Rumble and X as well.
Yeah.
I'll link that shit as well. Thank you again.
Of course.
And you're going to go do Matt Cox tomorrow.
Yes.
It's going to be glorious. He's the one who told me about you.
Huh.
So I'm glad he did. Matt Cox is a great guy. You're gonna love him.
Sounds good. Be happy to go on.
All right. Good night, world.
Peace.
So maybe that's it. After a while, you just get into this one and you're like, I'll call tomorrow. I'll call. When people text me sometimes, I save the text just to remind me to call them. Okay. And there's text from there. I still have called them at 2 different times. Right. And that's always a pain in the ass for me because I go, okay, I gotta call that person.
So we have a lot to talk about today with
Yes.
yesterday's events too.
Yeah. What was yesterday?
Yesterday, the Secretary of Defense threw out the guilty plea.
The plea deal
Yeah, the plea deal.
for Khalid Sheikh Mohammed.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. We definitely should talk about that.
Square one. After 22 years.
Wait, what do you mean threw it out?
Oh, he overrode it. It must be under UCMJ.
It is under UCMJ. So
So now he's going to get executed?
no.
We don't know. We don't know what happens next.
See, but this is the reason why they engaged in plea negotiations in the first place. Everything that they said that implicated themselves,
Steve Timer. Sorry. Go ahead.
they said under torture, and so it's not admissible, even in the military tribunal. And there's a precedent for that from 5 years ago. So, do you want to roll the dice? I mean, it's probably like a 0.1% chance of an acquittal, but you can't really convict them if you don't have any independent evidence against them. Everything you have came as a result of torture. So why don't we just come to an agreement? They plead guilty to 2,974 counts of murder, right? Yeah. And material support for terrorism, they get life without parole. And the only thing that they ask is that they do not want to spend winters in Colorado. I'm serious. So it was part of the deal that they won't be sent to Florence, that they get to stay in Guantanamo. And SecDef said that. You know, the only thing that really burned me yesterday.
I mean, honestly, if you don't have a camera running, you should have a camera running.
The cameras are running. We're
The
rolling.
cameras, we are rolling.
We're rolling.
Sweet.
Yeah.
The only thing that burned me about this whole thing was that Mitch McConnell made a statement saying this is disgusting, this is sickening, this is blah, 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 blah. I went back to 2009. I found the original statement from Mitch McConnell saying, oh my God, we can't have them come to the United States. I've told you before that in March of 2002, we had captured so many Al-Qaeda fighters in Pakistan that we literally filled the Rawalpindi jail.
They said we can't
Right?
hold them anymore.
Yeah, and the PACs came and said, look, the jail's full. You got to do something. I called CTC. I said, the jail's full. The PACs want them out. What do I do with them? They said, put them on a C-12 and send them to Guantanamo. I said, Guantanamo, Cuba? Why would we do that? And they said, oh, this is what we've come up with. We're going to put them in Cuba. We're going to hold them there 3 or 4 weeks until we could figure out if we should try them in the Eastern District of Virginia, the Southern District of New York, or the District of Massachusetts. I said, that's a great idea. So we put them on the C-12. You know, they stop in Oman for refueling. They go the rest of the way. And it turned out the White House had other ideas. And then, of course, the real high-value targets that we had captured got special treatment. But then as a result, you can't use any of that evidence. So even before the torture started, with 9/11 being an open criminal investigation, you want to gather that information so that you can try them and find them guilty and execute them as they deserved. But the agency blew it. And then Mitch McConnell, and I looked up the vote was 93-5. So it's not just Republicans. Democrats were just as guilty. In the House, it was the Democrats that did it. It was Ike Skelton, who was a congressman from Missouri. He was the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee at the time. They joined together and they said, we can't have these dangerous terrorists on American soil. It's too dangerous. Because they had never heard of Charles Manson or Ted Kaczynski or the Blind Sheikh or, Jeffrey Dahmer. Well, we don't have dangerous people in the United States. We can't have these Arab terrorists. And as a result, they've been in this limbo all the time since 2002.
So I guess where I'm confused. I think what you're saying is that because SecDef overrode the plea deal, we're back to square one with Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the mastermind of 9/11, and more than a handful of other, I think 2 other people.
Yeah, Mustafa al-Hassawi and Walid bin Attash.
But for me, I can understand why he overrode it, right?
Oh,
You can't.
Politically, I get it.
Yeah,
sure. He had to.
You can't.
It's an election year.
Well, you can't have the people who orchestrated 9/11 get off on a plea deal.
Yes,
And
I get it.
it's a sticky situation, but it's the UCMJ.
Yes.
UCMJ is the military court of justice,
Correct.
which is not the civilian court of justice.
No, and while it is unusual to have a civilian, and of course Secretary of Defense has to be a civilian, it's unusual to have a civilian claim the authority to overturn it. He's within his legal rights to overturn
For sure.
it.
Well, I agree with him overturning it because you can't have them, just like we said, you can't have these men get out on a plea deal.
See, but what scares me, though,
Election year or non-election year,
but that's exactly what scares me, because if you can't try them because you can't use that information against them, then what do you do with them?
well, they're not American citizens.
But they still have constitutional rights.
And maybe that's the better question to be asking.
Well, see, that's for the Supreme Court. But they did say that
Why do they have constitutional rights?
because they're in U.S. custody. So they have, the most basic of rights. They have the right to face their accusers in a court of law, and they have a right to a trial by jury of their peers, unless it's in a military.
and peers.
But that's the thing; they don't have any peers, and they're in the military system. So it's not going to be a jury of their peers. It's going to be a military jury, or even a non-jury military trial. But again, you come back to that issue of not being able to use the evidence against them. The CIA screwed that up.
Because we can't use any evidence because
They were tortured.
and all the evidence they gave up and everything they admitted to was while they were chained to an I-beam or getting waterboarded.
Technically, when they gave up that information, it was legal because it had been sanctified by a court.
OLC.
And then later that decision was overturned, and that's when torture became illegal. So their evidence was admissible, and then the policy changed, and that meant that their evidence is now inadmissible.
Correct.
According to like certain lines of the law. And that's what sucks about not just this case, but many cases where confidential courts get overruled by civilian courts.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what our court system does. A court system in Virginia can come to a conclusion that a court system in the appeal court changes, that the Supreme Court changes. So it's just it's a sticky element of our judicial process.
That's true. Yeah. It's a chaotic system.
So, okay, that was kind of a shotgun start for this podcast.
Yeah, right. Where's the loop, people? Where's the foreplay?
So, for people...
Yeah, the least you could do is buy me a drink first.
I love it. So, I'm super excited to have you guys both in here together. I think this is the first time two people of, your status who have been involved in the Central Intelligence Agency, like you guys, have been together on a podcast to discuss these issues together. And I think you guys have a lot of the same views on most things, but maybe some diverging views on a couple topics.
Sure.
So, to start out the podcast, can you guys just give like a brief 20, 30-second background on your involvement in the United States government and the CIA? Andy, you want to start?
Sure. So I started with the U.S. government when I was 18 years old. I was recruited in the Air Force Academy, graduated from the Air Force Academy in 2003, went on to become a U.S. Air Force officer, nuclear missile officer, learned how to fly, then got picked up by CIA coming out of the military in 2007, where I spent 7 years working with the National Clandestine Service as a staff operations officer, certified, who went through the FTC program, and then left CIA in 2014.
Yeah, good. I was recruited into the CIA in graduate school, 1989. Started 1st January 1990 as an analyst. Spent my first 7 years in analysis, all in the Middle East. Served overseas, learned how to speak Arabic. Then switched to not just operations, but counterterrorism operations in what was then the Directorate of Operations, now the National Clandestine Service, and specialized in counterterrorism operations in Athens and the Arabian Peninsula, then went to Pakistan after 9/11 as the Chief of Counterterrorism Operations, back to headquarters as the Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director for Operations, and then I finished out my career at the UN in New York.
And then the end of your career, can you explain basically what happened to you at the end of your career?
I went into the private sector. It's a long story. I'll make it very, very short. In 2007, I went public with with information on the CIA's torture program. The FBI investigated me for a year, determined that I hadn't committed a crime. A year later, Barack Obama became president, and brought with him the lovely and talented John Brennan back to the National Security Council. Brennan asked Eric Holder to secretly reopen the case against me. I didn't know, of course. That's why it was a secret. And 3 years later, I was charged with 5 felonies, including 3 counts of espionage. 4 of those felonies were dropped because I hadn't committed espionage, but ended up going to prison for 23 months. Make no apologies for it. Proud that I did it. Somebody had to do it. Kind of regret the result, but, worth it in the long run.
Right. To start, I wanted to sort of like lay a foundation here can I get each of you to describe what key values underpin your stance on America, democracy, and CIA's role in the world?
Gotcha. So I'll go first. I believe that America is not perfect. The United States is not perfect. But it is, by leaps and bounds, the best of the government's national civilized options that exist today. And for that reason, I believe that anything we can do to maximize American superiority, maintain our status as the #1 superpower in the world, is an imperative that we all have to work towards. Because if we are not the superpower, somebody else will be. CIA's role in that is to serve at the behest of the chief executive, the president, to execute operations clandestinely around the world, whether it's technical collection or human collection, that benefit national security policy, which is aimed at American superiority, which is intended to maintain our status as the only superpower in the world. My personal values, my company values remain very steadily in that vein, because that's where I come from and that's what I've seen to be true.
John?
I don't disagree with any of that. The DDO, when I was working for him, said something once that was so simple that it's sort of become a mantra of mine.
The who?
The Deputy Director for Operations.
Okay.
So he said that the job of the CIA is to recruit spies, to steal secrets, and to analyze those secrets, to allow policymakers to make the best informed policy possible. It's really that simple. And I agree with that. That's what the CIA should be doing. But at the same time, my driving, how should I say it? My driving belief behind that is that it has to do it within the confines of the law. And I'm not talking about foreign laws. The job of a CIA officer is to violate foreign laws, right? You're committing espionage. You're convincing foreign nationals to commit espionage, or in some cases to commit treason for you because they like you, or because maybe they're ideologically pro-American, or maybe they're doing it just for a couple of dollars, or to get their kid in college or whatever. But we need to be guided by the rule of law in the United States. There have been a couple of periods over the course of the history of the CIA where we've gotten away from that, and it has never turned out well.
The definition of laws, the definition of rule of law is a flexible definition.
Well, it depends on who's president. Yeah, you're right about
It
that.
depends on the court system. It depends on the judge. It depends
Sure.
on what's been voted in and what's been voted out. It was legal once to beat women.
Mm-hmm.
It was legal once to keep black people from voting.
Children working in the mines.
Right? So it's about much more than legality. It's about much more than following the letter of the law.
It's about constitutionality, I would say. Because look at it this way. In 1945, 1946, we executed Japanese soldiers who had waterboarded American POWs. In 1968, on January the 11th, 1968, the Washington Post ran a front page photograph of an American soldier waterboarding a North Vietnamese prisoner. That soldier was arrested, convicted of torture, and sent to prison for 20 years for torture. And then all of a sudden, in 2002, torture is legal because John Yoo and Jay Bybee say it is. But the law never changed. The law was never amended. Congress never voted on any change in the Federal Torture Act of 1946. So, we changed.
The definition of torture also changed.
Well,
or it was never fully defined.
They elected to change it. In fact, it was defined because not only were we signatories to the UN Convention Against Torture, we wrote the UN Convention Against Torture. So we actually delineated what was illegal and what was legal. And then we violated it and said, well, exigent circumstances, it's a time of war, even though it wasn't because Congress never declared war. And that's a whole different issue. We can yell about Congress too. But we changed. And so it was, as you mentioned a moment ago, 5 years later, we said, oh, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't have done that. Maybe that was wrong. Well, if we're going to be as Ronald Reagan said, the shining city on a hill, this beacon of hope for human rights and civil liberties, then let's be it. We can't be it when it's convenient for us.
We can't. We're getting ideologically. We're getting ideology confused with practicality, and that's the thing that sucks. It sucks because you can't always stick to your ideas. You just can't. And America is a country that's built on ideals, but America is also a country that's 9 years old compared to the rest of the world.
Sure,
right? We're juveniles. We're children compared to what society has been in Central Europe, in East Asia, and Latin America. So, yes, we came on the scene and we were big heavy hitters, and we came out of World War II as the dominant superpower, especially with the fall of the Berlin Wall. Mm-hmm. And all we've really had to stand on since then is our ideals. But we don't live by our ideals.
No,
we talk ideals and we execute something totally different. And
all the time.
We've always been that way.
Yes.
Parents are that way. Bosses are that way.
Yeah.
That is that is the way the world works. So we can't, my point with that is that we can't say that we're violating our own ideals. We always violate our, like, that's what winners do. Winners violate, they change the rules.
But that doesn't make it, if you've got a congressional mandate, for example, to write a human rights report every year, for every country in the world that we have diplomatic relations with, and you tell them, look, you can't, I'll give you an example, my own personal example. I had to go to the Minister of Interior in Bahrain and say, Your Highness, you cannot kill a 15-year-old boy because he marched in a pro-democracy demonstration. You can't do that. I'm going to have to report that to Congress, and then Congress is going to have to weigh whether or not to suspend military sales for 12 months. But then you've got the CIA station chief going in saying, don't pay any attention to the human rights guy. We want you to open this secret facility over here where we can take people and nobody's going to know about it. We're going to give you $100 million or $50 million, whatever. Okay, what's he going to do? Sure, there are practicalities. Realpolitik is a real thing. But we can't pretend to be one thing and then be the other. We have to choose. And if we want to be the bad guys, okay, that's a policy decision that can be made. But then we have to change the law.
We are 100% able to not choose. We don't have to choose.
But then what do you do about the legality of it?
The legality of it changes. The legality of it is what you put in motion. The legality of it is absolutely flexible. The idea
Not
that
according to the Supreme Court, it's not.
The Supreme Court is fucking flexible. Different justices of different beliefs make different decisions all the time. They even choose what the fuck to want, like what to look at and what to send back down to the lower courts. Like, you can't possibly actually believe that we are the system that we tell the average American we are.
No, of course not.
So
I'm saying that we should strive to be
No
this.
fucking way, dude.
It's chaos otherwise.
No, it's not. It's chaos to not try.
Oh, I think that's nuts.
It's chaos to not try. All you have to do is convince people that you're trying.
to not try.
Yeah, to say that what we're striving for is too much, so we're not going to try anymore, is to give people no goal. People without a goal are lost. People who achieve a goal are lost. People who are pursuing a goal have focus. And that's what the magic sauce is in the United States.
Yeah, but listen,
that's why it's always a changing goalpost, because then there's always something to pursue for the layperson, while the people who are at the highest levels are also constantly coming in and out. Like, that's part of our weakness, but that's also part of our strength.
But listen to what you're saying. You're saying that we've got torture that's illegal in 1946, torture that's illegal in 1968, torture that's legal in 2002. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Let's just torture and see if anybody stops us. We'll see what the Supreme Court says. Oh, 5 years later, the Supreme Court says we can't do that. Okay, so what do? We just tortured these guys. They can't go on trial. They can't be punished until they go on trial. We can't just chalk that up to American greatness. We have to have laws. We have to have rubrics by which we operate every day.
I'm not saying that we should be lawless or have no rubric to follow. What I'm saying is we can't let ourselves bureaucratize.
No, I don't disagree with that.
For no reason. And that's essentially, like, KSM's been in jail for 22 years. Yes, and it's not been pleasant.
No.
He's never going to get out.
No.
The question is
Nor
really,
should he.
The question is just, how do we deliver justice in a way that is congruent with the loss that the families of those 2,900 lives.
Well, how do you even gauge something like that?
Exactly. There's no right answer there. Whether the guy rots in jail, whether his head is cut off in jail, whether he's marched through the square and everybody gets to throw tomatoes at him, there is no way that we are going to ever fulfill what the expectations are of all of those families who lost someone on 9/11. There's no way it's going to be done. The legal system isn't going to do it. The UCMJ system isn't going to do it. It's an impossibility to even try.
Well, then what do?
That's the question, right? And for me, it's just if we let ourselves get stuck in the cycle of what's approved by what court, what's legal right now, and whatever, we're asking the wrong questions. Like, we need to figure out what is the right thing to do. And saying that torture is the wrong thing to do, our policies around torture have always been convenient.
Yeah.
In the 1940s, we defined torture as one thing that was convenient for what we wanted to accomplish. And then we changed that in 2002. And then we changed it again. We're probably going
But
to
that's
change
the
it
thing
again.
is that we didn't change it. We changed the interpretation of it.
That's what law is.
And
Law
then
is the interpretation.
and then the court came back and said, no, you were wrong. And that's why it was codified with the McCain-Feinstein Amendment in 2015 to get back to the original Federal Tort Act of 1946. We had strayed so far away from it that McCain-Feinstein came back and said, look, this is the original language. That's the language we're going to use in the Army Field Manual, which is another mistake I can say in a second. And so the law is what's in the Army Field Manual. The mistake is the Army Field Manual is an executive branch document that can be changed with the stroke of a pen. So it's codified, but not really codified.
And that's what our whole system is built on.
It's a house of cards then.
But it's the best house of cards that's out there. Unless you want to build a house out of bricks that are authoritarian bricks.
Oh, I disagree. I mean, sure, I can see how rule of law can become an authoritarian system. Yes, I can see that. But at the same time, we have to have a framework by which we live and by which we lead. And I've mentioned to you, I think, in the past that on a trip to Africa one time, I was kind of joking with a Congolese foreign ministry official about.
You can't joke with a Congolese
No,
foreign
they
ministry
have
official.
no senses of humor. They have no senses of humor at all.
And their fucking life is hard.
And they also have their hands out like this all the time. But anyway, I said, what's with you and the Russians? You guys are always so chummy, close to the Russians. And very seriously, he said to me, because you promise us democracy and the Russians promise us food.
Bingo! That's how the whole world works. The whole world is practical. We are ideological, which we only get that luxury because we are the superpower of the world. As soon as we are no longer...
Meaning the citizens are ideological, not necessarily people running the country.
No, the United States.
The whole country.
The whole country.
Yeah.
Yeah, ideology goes all the way up. Everybody's trying to push their ideology. The polarization that we're seeing politically right now is really a polarization of ideology.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
That's what and it's unfortunate because we have become so spoiled by what we have that we are now seeing the second and third generation of people who have never actually suffered, people who have never actually wondered where the next meal is going to come from. And those people have gone all the way up to the senior ranks of government and business and politics and everything else. Like, you can still find people who literally live foot to mouth in the United States. There are people below the poverty line. There are people so poor they actually don't know where their next meal is coming from. There's people so poor they don't know if they're going to eat or die next. Right? So they understand what it's like to feel real suffering and need. The rest of us don't.
That's why so many Middle Eastern governments, wealthy Middle Eastern governments, are unstable. Because they're so fat and so rich.
And so fast. They got there so fast.
They got there so fast. That's true. Many of those countries only gained independence in 1971 in the Persian Gulf.
They went from being deserts with dates and Bedouins eating camel milk and dates. And then they became the richest countries in the world within 50 years.
I had a friend who was the son of a Kuwaiti ambassador. And Kuwait was my first overseas assignment. And he got drafted. He was in his 30s, and he got drafted. I said, drafted? I didn't even know there were any Kuwaitis in the Kuwaiti military. He said, no, there aren't. I mean, there aren't many. So he was a banker in Bahrain. He had to fly to Kuwait for basic training. And he said that on the first day, there were like 24 guys, all Kuwaitis. Half of them were royal family members. On the second day, there were like a dozen. Another dozen had just run away. And the third day, it was him and 2 other guys. And then all of the Kuwaitis were replaced by Pakistanis. You just pay them, give them a couple of dollars, and they'll just do your military service for you.
Because slavery is essentially legal.
Yeah.
In the Middle East. It's legal everywhere else outside of the United States. It arguably happens here in the United States, and people still turn a blind eye to it too.
You know why King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia was so dark, or why Prince Bandar was so dark? Because their mothers were Sudanese slaves that were serving in the House of Saud. They were the illegitimate children of slaves.
So John, you mentioned that we need frameworks, right? I want to go back to this conversation.
Yes.
John mentioned that we need a framework to live by, to lead by. I believe that the framework that the United States lives and leads by is the framework of change. It is not a framework of rigidity and legality. There's a system of legality to support a framework of change. Because what we have seen is that change is required. We must adapt, we must evolve, we must disrupt. If you're so tied into a legalistic system that you can't change it with the stroke of a pen, right? Essentially what you're saying is the chief executive, the president, who is voted into office by the people of the United States and delegates and et cetera, right? Essentially, that person has gone through a vetting process to be given the pen that can change the letter of the law, in some cases, in a moment. And where he can't change the letter of the law, there's a system to support other changes, whether that's the judicial branch or the legislative branch or whatever else. That is what is our framework. That is what gives us a huge advantage over many of our opposition governments and countries. That's why threats come and go, but the United States stays the same, because our consistency is being able to change, to flex, to meet the need and meet the threat that presents itself.
So a question or a comment and a question. It sounds like what you're describing is more of a European parliamentary system. That's a comment. But the question then is, would you support an easier way to amend the Constitution than the way that we have now, which would then affect change more easily?
Steve doesn't know it, but I have it.
I don't think the Constitution needs to change. The Constitution is built with the flexibility that we need.
I think so.
Absolutely.
Wow, I disagree.
That's why so many people can take a stance on an argument and say that's not constitutional. Other people can stand on and say we are making a change that is constitutional. Like that healthy debate, that change, that argument about how it's interpreted is the gift that our forefathers gave us that I don't think they realized they were giving us, right? By writing a constitution that's so short, that needed constant amendments.
You're saying the Constitution is open to interpretation.
Everything is open to interpretation. The whole judicial system is open to interpretation. Judges and attorneys can interpret a law a different way. And you are the one, as the citizen of the United States, who sits on the receiving end of however they interpret it. The judge that determined that this man should go to jail, a different judge in a different court on a different day could have had a different conclusion. His whole life would be different.
That's a good point.
Right? We either like that or we don't like that.
And you know, with the current makeup of the Supreme Court, it argues in favor of what you're saying, that corporations are people.
Yep.
Number one. Number two, a president has the right to effectively commit murder so long as he does it in the course of his official duties. Number two, I mean, who would have ever thought even a year ago that we would have a conclusion like that coming from the Supreme Court? But I suppose it does matter based on the personal ideology of the members of the Supreme Court or the courts of appeals.
Or the objective overall, right? The mission overall. What is the vision that we're trying to cast? If the United States' vision is truly to lead a democratic revolution in the world and make everybody democratic,
which is a stupid idea,
but one that we've been pursuing
for many, many years
in lip service for a long time. If that is the goal, then that means the United States, by definition, does not want to be a superpower. It wants to democratize and bring everybody up to its level and bring its own superiority down. So clearly that is not the vision. So what is the vision? Is the vision even something we're willing to say out loud? Because I guarantee you that what you got on your in-processing day when you went to the bubble, was the bubble there?
Yeah.
When you went through your in-processing in the bubble, when I went to the bubble...
It's the auditorium. It's got a dome over it.
Oh, okay.
At CIA. It's one of the few things that you can see even on Google Maps at CIA. You can see the rounded auditorium right in front of the old headquarters building.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
We call it the bubble.
Okay.
Yes. When I went through there, like, day one of in-processing was signing up for health insurance.
Yep.
We got a student that day. We got our first fake name that day.
I did too.
And then swearing in your oath of office. And then a rabble-rousing speech about American primacy. That's what we got.
That's what we got. And then briefings by the head of HR, the head of security, the head of this, the head of that.
Don't cheat on your time and attendance, and whatever.
Yeah, don't use your government credit card.
Don't use our internal systems to research yourself or your girlfriends, boyfriends, your family.
That's right.
So going back to cutting a little bit deeper to the point you were making about the executive branch and, be in our favor, geopolitically, throughout the world. Let's go to the current election that is going down right now in the United States of America. What is each of your guys' view on the current election and like how Kamala got put into office and what's going on with Trump? And what do you think about the idea, which most people believe, that there was a deep conspiracy within somebody in the government to take out Trump, take him out of the election?
I wouldn't say most people think that. I
Most
would
people
say that
online
some
think
people
that.
think that. Most people online are fucking stupid. But
Amen.
so John, I'm going to let you answer first because I already have a feeling we're going to have a lot of overlap. So go ahead.
I think we will. The deep state.
Mm-hmm.
You can call it the state. You can call it the federal bureaucracy. The truth is that, sure, in places like, the CIA, NSA, FBI, even DOD among civilians, or not even just civilians, but even flag officers, you got people who've been in those organizations 25, 30, 35 years. We had an NIO for warning, a National Intelligence Officer for warning, when I was there, 42 years. He had an age waiver.
People don't get sharper
No,
the more years they're in government.
No.
It's not like it is in public sector.
that's right. That's exactly right. So they know that they can wait out presidents. Presidents come and go every 4 years, every 8 years. These guys are there for decades. If they don't like this president, they just ignore him.
They sit on their
Or they
thumb
slow roll him. Yeah,
for 4 years. They'll sit on that. They'll do nothing. They'll
do
be very
nothing. Do nothing. And the president's going to go away, number one. Number two, what we've seen happen so far this year is not really as unusual as many Americans think. Look at 1968. Look at 1976. But in 68, you had Lyndon Johnson, a very unpopular president, drop out after the start of the primaries. Granted, it was early. The only primary that had taken place at the time was New Hampshire. He got 67% of the vote, said, "Oh my God, I'm going to lose," and then dropped out. Eugene McCarthy was the one that got the 33%. As soon as Johnson dropped out, everybody else jumped in, and Robert Kennedy Sr. sailed to the nomination. He had enough delegates to win it. The night of the California primary, he's shot and killed in the Ambassador Hotel. The Kennedy family asks George McGovern to stand in for the Kennedy delegates. About half remained with McGovern, but Hubert Humphrey, who was vice president, who nobody had voted for, became the Democratic nominee. Okay, so not too terribly different. 76. You have not George W. Bush. You have Gerald Ford. Gerald Ford was the House Minority Leader a year and a half earlier. But the Vice President, Spiro Agnew, was indicted on bribery charges. And so he resigned to go on trial. Richard Nixon picks Gerald Ford out of the House of Representatives, makes him the Vice President. And then in August of 74, Nixon resigns. So Ford becomes president not having won a single vote. Not one American voted for Ford for either president or vice president. And here he's the president of the United States. So this is the system that we've given ourselves. It's not the prettiest sometimes, but it's the system. And it tends to work for better or for worse. So it's not so terribly, it's not a coup like Donald Trump says it is. And, he wasted millions of dollars in advertising, he said the other night on Fox, because he thought he was going to run against Joe Biden. Okay, well, you know what? You're not running against Joe Biden. So, toughen up. Third point is, I'm not sure. I think that a lot of this Trump anti-CIA, anti-deep state thing, I think it's for show. Because Trump had the opportunity to essentially dismantle the CIA. And not only did he not do that, but he named Gina Haspel as the director. Gina Haspel was a consummate insider. Right? You don't get any more insider than Gina Haspel.
Like, she actually destroyed documents.
Tapes. She put them in an industrial grinder, the tapes of the torture
To destroy
sessions,
evidence.
to destroy evidence after specifically being told by Harriet Myers, the White House counsel, don't destroy the tapes.
This is as demonstratively.
What tapes are we talking about?
They were
evidence
tapes
of
of the
torture.
Abu Zubaydah torture
Oh,
sessions.
really?
Yeah. Yeah.
She got a message that said
From
an email.
Yeah, it was
Yes.
an email from Jose Rodriguez.
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez. I worked under Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, I did too.
So she got an email that said destroy any evidence related to this, and then she did. Like that's wrong on so many levels.
Oh my God, it's a felony.
It's wrong on so many levels, and that's the person who got placed into the director of CIA.
By Trump.
You only put someone like that in the seat of the director if you want them to do what they're told to do.
There it is.
That's the purpose
There it
of
is.
somebody. That's the loyalist.
And then on top of Gina Haspel, who does he name as the national security advisor but John Bolton, the most neoconservative, pro-CIA, pro-covert action Republican that was even available for the job. So if Trump wanted to really put his stamp on the intelligence community, he had everybody fooled because he did exactly the opposite.
So there's a couple of other things to keep in mind, right? Neither of the examples from history that John just went through are memorable to any of us.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right.
Because those candidates, those politicians, the outcomes did not change. They did not move the needle of history.
That's right.
Right?
Interesting.
Second, you've also got to keep in mind the institutional demands that exist inside the Democratic National Convention, DNC, right? And the representation of the democratic process in the United States. Joe Biden, according to the laws of, or the system of the transference of power, he can't nominate someone else. Like, he has to demonstrate his faith in the democratic system. So when he steps down, there's only one person that he can actually endorse.
That's exactly right. And I'll add
That's
something.
his vice president. If he were to endorse anybody else, that's basically saying,
Scandal.
I don't believe in the democratic system.
Yeah, scandal.
Because if he's shot, or if he has a heart attack, or if he's lost in some tragic accident, guess where the country falls? Just like it falls to her anyway. So he has to follow that process just to demonstrate his loyalty to the democratic system.
That's right. And I'll add one thing. The Republican Party is far, far more likely to nominate an outsider than the Democrats are. The Democrats have made their system so that it is impossible for an upstart or an outsider to win the Democratic nomination. In 1972, Richard Nixon was afraid of running against Edmund Muskie. Muskie had been the senior senator from Maine, and he was the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Everybody loved Ed Muskie. He was the vice presidential nominee for the Democrats in '68 with Hubert Humphrey. He later actually became Secretary of State under Jimmy Carter. But anyway, Nixon was worried about Muskie, and he was worried about Kennedy. But then Kennedy killed Mary Jo Kopechne, and, well, he killed Mary Jo Kopechne, and Kennedy didn't run in '72. So Ed Muskie is a threat to Richard Nixon. So Nixon had the plumbers, the plumbers, spread a rumor about Muskie's wife. And Muskie gave this famous press conference in the snow, and the fact that it was snowing becomes important, in New Hampshire, where he defends his wife. Now, the conventional wisdom is that he began crying in this press conference. He says that a snowflake landed on his cheek right under his eye and melted, and it looked like a tear. Okay, you look at it, he's clearly crying because he's so insulted that his wife was insulted. They called her a whore and all kinds of stuff. And everybody's like, oh my God, Ed Muskie's a crybaby. We can't nominate him for president. And so he drops out of the race. Then you've got Eugene McCarthy saying, hey, remember me? I got a third of the vote against Lyndon Johnson 4 years ago. People are like, yeah, but you're kind of a closet communist and you're a hippie and we can't do you either. And so George Wallace is like, what about me? I'm a Democrat. No, you hate black people and you're a racist. We can't nominate you. And all these Democrats are jumping in. And then George McGovern, all of a sudden, starts winning delegates. Nobody wanted George McGovern. to be the Democratic nominee.
That's what you're seeing happening with Kamala Harris right now.
Exactly.
The president stepped down. He only has one choice. He has to endorse the vice president.
He has to.
And then the Democratic National Convention
So that
and the party.
There's no George McGovern.
The party can't stand opposite of the democratic process. So where the fuck else are the delegates? Like, who's not going to support Kamala Harris of the party?
Precisely.
So the delegates all say yes. All the other people who were trying to run for Democratic ticket, they're all going to say yes because they don't want to be blacklisted and not get to run in the future. The American people haven't had a chance to vote yet.
And this is why the Democrats created the system of superdelegates.
Right.
After 72, they said there will never be another George McGovern. We're going to make these superdelegates so every Democratic elected official at the federal level and every Democrat in the state party apparatuses will automatically become Democrats, and they will, by their very nature, endorse the party candidate. So Kamala Harris was already nominated, yesterday, I think it was, or the day before, in a Zoom call. Seriously, front page of today's New York Times. So the convention next week is just for show.
Now let's take this conversation back to where John and I started. Are we ideologically driven by rule of law?
No. Or
are we just promising one thing and doing something different on the back end? Right? And that's what's happening right now. Is the opinion of the American people is being shaped in favor of Kamala Harris.
Yes.
Because she doesn't have anything of her own to stand on.
3 weeks ago, she was polling lower than Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Today, she's the savior of the Democratic Party.
Right. It's crazy how the public opinion has shifted and the media has shifted.
The public opinion has not shifted yet. There is no voice to the public opinion yet because they haven't cast a vote. That's what's so fucking important, dude.
Right.
But you're right.
Talk about media.
The amount of advertising. Here's the thing that makes me laugh the most. When you look up anti-Harris videos, when you're on YouTube, anybody on YouTube who hasn't seen this, I don't know what YouTube you're watching. You'll find videos that are talking about why Kamala Harris shouldn't be president, can't be president, whatever else. And as soon as you click play, the first ad you're going to see is a pro-Harris ad. Right?
So God.
Not only is their advertising so sloppy, not only are they just pushing as much out there as they can, because they have $100 million in the bank for the Biden-Harris campaign.
Right.
It's really easy to make ads for Kamala Harris because they're just B-roll. They're B-roll and her saying a message.
Right.
It's much harder for people to do anything for Trump. Yes. Let's test this right now.
Let's
Can we
watch
test
one.
this right now?
Yeah, we don't have oh, he's on premium.
I already searched her.
He's on premium, so
search
we won't get
results
the
show.
ads.
I just typed in 2024 presidential ad, and Kamala Harris is the.
Well, we should search for just Kamala Harris, right?
Yeah, do a search for something like Kamala Harris should not be president.
See what
comes up. Okay, why Kamala Harris should never be president. Now let's click on that, and I want to see what the ad is.
So there's not going to be an ad.
I'm on premium.
We're on YouTube Premium.
Son of a bitch! You just
Can you sign out of Premium? Is there a way?
I can find.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah. So your point is, like, if they were actually paying attention, they wouldn't be targeting hater videos on her for their own ads.
Exactly. That's the one person you're not going to convert, right? So there's clearly we need to blow as much money as possible,
right?
And we need to pump it out quickly because what do they know is happening? They know that the Trump campaign is changing all of their messaging now to attack Kamala Harris, which is why you're not seeing a lot of Trump ads. You're not seeing a lot of anti-Harris ads because
they're working on them.
They're making them. Yeah.
And you can't,
right.
you can't come out with one ad every week. You need to come out with like 12 ads at the same time so that you and I and all the American people see the same ad.
Yes.
So I'm saying that because public opinion is currently being shaped, and this is how it is being shaped by the process that we have made our electoral process, right? We have made it so that the far left and far right have already made their decisions. It's all the unnamed voters in the middle who have yet to decide. And up until 3 weeks ago, their decision was between two old white men.
You're absolutely right. And you go on a lot of these sites. I do this every year just for fun, just to see what the result is going to be. The Libertarian Party always has one of these Q&A things where they'll ask you about all the major issues of the day. You click on what your position is, and then they'll place you on a graph to show you, are you progressive? Are you conservative? Are you libertarian? Are you statist? And they'll tell you which candidate you most closely align with. I consider myself to be a part of the libertarian left, right? And I always, always, always match almost perfectly with the libertarians. Always. Not with the Democrats or the Republicans. And then second is like usually, the Greens or something like that. But everybody should do that. I remember asking my own mother.
Voting your conscience?
I know, right?
Everybody should vote their conscience.
Oh, you know what they say? The lesser of two evils is still evil.
It's true. It's true. But all of that is to say that what you're seeing right now, Americans are interpreting the support of delegates and the support of delegates, the support of donors, the support of whatever, the influx of donations. They're interpreting that to be support and unity behind a candidate.
Right.
It is not.
No, it's not.
It is a practiced behavior expected of you to survive inside the Democratic National Convention's system. If you violate their system, you will be taken out of that system and you will not have a chance in the future.
And interestingly, the Democratic system of nominating a candidate is far less democratic with a small d than the Republicans.
Yeah.
Far, far less.
You don't have a choice. Like unless you are registered and identified and groomed and invested and show loyalty and have a history of whatever, like you don't even get the opportunity.
Sounds like a cult.
Yeah. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yahtzee. John, you made a point earlier that Trump seemed to be pro-CIA, working with the CIA when he was president last time.
Yeah.
Do you think that he is going to be sort of pro-establishment? Do you think he's still on that trajectory ever since the assassination attempt?
I think probably less so. There have been rumors lately that if he wins, he's considering naming Rick Grinnell as the CIA director.
Who's that?
Rick Grinnell is an odd character. He's a fundraiser. He's openly gay. He was nominated, not even nominated. He was ambassador to Germany. The Germans hated him, threatened to expel him. There he is. And now there's talk that if Trump wins, he'll end up as either National Security Advisor, Director of National Intelligence, or CIA Director. Yeah, I've met Grinnell a couple times. He's teaching a class over at George Washington University right now. Yeah, he's not a guy that I'd necessarily like to hang out with, but I could think of a lot worse people, to be considered for a position like that.
So the other thing to keep in mind is don't mistake Donald Trump wanting to have the CIA as him being pro-CIA.
That's a good point.
It could just be pro-capability because when you're the president, CIA is in your back pocket.
Yeah.
Like the branch that CIA falls under is the executive branch.
Right.
So it's like the toy that sits on the shelf that you play with only when you want to. Whereas if you throw away the toy, you don't ever get the toy. But with CIA comes a whole suite of capabilities. That's right. And a whole building of people that can't say no, because without you, they have no purpose or job. If anything, the massive attrition that CIA has been experiencing since 2016 when Trump won the election was when people really started waking up at the agency, started waking up to the fact that we serve the president. We don't serve the American people. We don't serve the democratic process. We serve at the behest of the president, the pleasure of the president. So wherever that person goes, we follow. I think some people didn't like that.
I think most Americans don't understand that. CIA is one of those very, very unusual organizations where serving at the behest of the president actually means something. I remember when I first got hired, there were old-timers still talking about a station chief in the Middle East who had been fired by Ronald Reagan because he was living in sin with his girlfriend. The Reagan had made a trip to the Middle East. There was a dinner at the COS's house. The COS's chief of station's house. The chief said, he'd like for you, Mr. President, to meet my girlfriend. Oh, are you visiting? Oh, no, Mr. President, I live here. Oh, you're fired. I don't allow my people to live in sin. You can't do that in the rest of the civil service. But at the CIA, we served at the pleasure of the president. And if he doesn't like the cut of your jib or the way you look at him in the meeting, you're out.
So now you understand why someone like Gina Haspel would be a good call. because that's a person who does what they're told to do.
Right.
So when a call comes down at 2:00 in the morning on a Sunday to get something illegal or potentially illegal done, that's the kind of person who says yes.
I was on Fox News last week on the Waters, Jesse Waters show, and he asked me about that specifically, and I said, this is why. If Donald Trump wins the presidency again, and if I had the opportunity to tell him one thing, it would be, please don't choose a general or a CIA insider to lead the CIA, because the way those people became generals and became senior intelligence service leaders was by saying, yes, sir. Through their whole careers, yes, sir. What you need is somebody who has the guts to say, Mr. President, that's a terrible idea, and let me tell you why. And I think this is what we should do instead. Somebody who's got the guts to tell the president the truth.
Yeah. Right, but it's counterintuitive because that's not the way you get power in the government.
Exactly right.
And that's what's so difficult. And anybody who's ever served in uniform, anybody who's still serving in uniform, anybody who's ever been in any kind of bureaucratic process that's tied to government, what they have seen is your new tranche of recruits every year are full of zest and zeal and ideology and passion for what they believe it means to serve the public.
Exactly right.
And then as every year goes by, they are ground down to a more mediocre average. And then the people who are still have burrs on their shoulders, the people who are still a little bit ornery, either find their way out, or they get kicked out, or they're pulled out in some way. And once you get to the senior most levels of decision making, those people have already, there's a turning point between 7 and 12 years where you really have to.
So true.
Where you really have to make your decision. Am I going to make a life out of this?
So true.
Or am I going to pull parachute and get out of this?
An old timer told me by year 10, you can see who's going to be a leader and who's not, and the ones who aren't are going to leave.
And it has nothing to do with leadership.
No,
it has to do with whether you're going to follow the bureaucratic process. I mean, we call it riding coattails.
Yeah.
We call it having grandfathers.
Having a rabbi.
Yep.
Let me tell you a quick story. And I've told you this story, but it's important and it bears repeating. So when I was still in analysis, this would have been the mid-1990s. The office that I had worked for, the Office of Leadership Analysis, ceased to exist while I was serving overseas.
Under Clinton?
Bill Clinton. So I came back and I was assigned to the Office of Near Eastern and South Asian Analysis. One of the group chiefs, which was a GS-15, the general service scale goes up to 15, and then above that is the senior intelligence service. One of the GS-15 deputy group chiefs was John Brennan. John was, he was a mid-level nobody, a mid-level functionary.
What year was it?
This was 1996.
96, he was a GS-15.
Yeah. Which is actually the point of the story. So there was nothing special about John. He had a BA from Fordham in history. Nothing special about this guy at all. And he worked for a woman named Martha Kessler, and Martha was something special. She was the U.S. government's acknowledged expert on Syria and had written the definitive book on Syria called Syria, Fragile Mosaic of Power. And everybody had to read Martha's book when you got assigned to NISA. So Christmas of 1996, I remember this like it was yesterday. He goes to Martha and he says, Martha, I've been your deputy for whatever it was, 4 years, 5 years. I think I'm ready for the Senior Intelligence Service and I want your blessing to apply for XYZ job. She said, I don't like you. I've never liked you. And you will never be in the Senior Intelligence Service. In fact, you're fired. So at the agency, you're not really fired. If
you're shuffled.
Yeah, you're shuffled. So if they tell you you're fired, you have 6 weeks to walk the halls and find another job. And if you can't find a job in 6 weeks, then you're fired. Okay? It's Christmas time. The normal job turnover is in the summer. So there are no jobs at Christmas over vacation. So Brennan is going office to office to office looking for a job. He finds one opening. It's in the President's Daily Brief, the PDB staff. And for analysts, if you're serious about analysis, you're going to end up in the PDB staff eventually, either as a briefer or as an editor. They have one opening, and it's for the lowest level. It's to brief the lowest level person entitled to a PDB briefing, and that is the National Security Council's Director for Intelligence Programs, who at the time happened to be George Tenet. So, John is this short, squat, ugly, pock-faced dude. And George is a short, squat, ugly, pock-faced dude.
Tell me how you really feel, John.
Yeah. Both chomping on cigars. I won't get into their personal lives, but they're equally disgusting. So Brennan goes down to the White House, introduces himself to George. They immediately hit it off. Now, George had just had a heart attack, so he promised his wife he wouldn't smoke. Well, there used to be a kiosk at the corner of 17th and Pennsylvania Avenue. It's not there anymore. And the guy sold magazines and newspapers and cigars and gum and stuff like that. So they would do the briefing at the White House, walk over to the kiosk, smoke a cigar. George would go back to the White House and John would go back to the agency. Next thing you know, George is named Deputy CIA Director. So he calls Brennan, and he makes Brennan the Deputy Director of the Office of Near Eastern and South Asian Analysis, Martha Kessler's boss. And he calls Martha in on his first day, and he says, "Now you're fired." And so she was gone. She packed up her shit and she left. We never saw her again. Next thing you know, there's a realignment. And, he was only in the job for like 6 weeks. There's a realignment, and they merged a bunch of offices, and there was a more senior guy who took John's job. So George made John, he says, "Listen, you're going places with me. So I'm going to make you station chief in Riyadh. Direct line of communication between the director of the CIA and the king himself." And he's there for like 5 years. Well, this also gives him operational experience, which he had never had. So then he comes back from Riyadh. They make him the executive director of the CIA, the third ranking officer in the entire CIA. And then from there, he becomes the head of the National Counterterrorism Center, the first one, by the way. Then he becomes the Deputy National Security Advisor for Counterterrorism. Then he becomes the director of the CIA. Does anybody remember? Yeah. Does anybody remember Martha Kessler? Or know what she's doing?
There's some really important lessons here.
Yes.
Right, that are absolutely worth highlighting. One, this is the way our government works. Mm-hmm. What is true in CIA is true in Department of State, is true in Department of Energy, is true in the Department of the Interior, the DNI, the DHS, FBI, and everybody who's in those worlds knows it. And everybody who's not in those worlds thinks that somehow we promote from within based on meritorious service and outstanding accomplishment and outstanding achievement, and that the American government gets this reputation in movies and books that somehow these organizations are super elite.
Right.
We are not. The most talented people leave or get forced out, because the only way that you climb to the top is by becoming a company person, by acknowledging and accepting and being grandfathered and godfathered. It's not based on your meritorious service. It's not based on what you accomplish. It's based on who you know and the politics within each building and your ability to work within those politics. And this is a fantastic example of the director of CIA, when the leadership of that role fired a recognized expert that could actually move the dial to benefit American national security interests. But out of personal spite, sent her somewhere else.
There's a famous quote by Gamal Abdel Nasser, the president of Egypt. I actually printed it and I had it hanging at my desk, and I was able to verify that he actually said this. It's not apocryphal. He said, "The thing about you Americans is you never make clear-cut stupid decisions. You always make complicated stupid decisions, which makes us wonder if there is something to them which we are missing."
Right.
And it's because these are the people making the stupid decisions.
So and that's a great quote, because you also have to look at it through the eyes of Arab culture. Arabic culture, whether it's Khaliji or otherwise, is so calculated and so careful that there's an intent and a purpose behind everything. right? They're very, very. These are people who had to survive in the desert, so they're somehow both hospitable and ruthless. There's a level of patience, and then there's a point where you cross that line of patience, and they never show you. Like, they're expert negotiators because they never show what they're actually thinking. When they see us through their eyes, they think that we must also be expert negotiators, experts at hiding something. And when we do these nonsensical things that seem stupid, they think
it's just so smart they can't figure it out.
Yes. Yeah. When it's really just stupid.
It's just stupid. I remember when Saddam Hussein began pulling out of Kuwait. George H.W. Bush said the clock is ticking. February 2nd, we're going to start bombing. And then on the 1st, Saddam started withdrawing from Kuwait. I remember Yasser Arafat giving a press conference and just saying, genius. Genius. Because he figured he can't be actually withdrawing, right? There has to be some incredibly deep military strategy here. No, he was just withdrawing.
Yeah, I think China may have figured it out that we're just fucking stupid sometimes.
Good point.
Right? Because as soon as we left Afghanistan, they swept right into Afghanistan and started signing deals and everything else. So it's not like they thought there was some kind of long-term strategic play there. They were like, oh, nope, America's just leaving behind half a pie. We're going to go eat the shit out of that pie.
That's right.
Right? Whereas everybody else is looking at it like, there's something wrong with that pie. They poisoned it or something.
That's right.
There's no way to leave it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You've hit that on the head.
So it's frustrating because, from the outside looking in, we see that happening for these internal services. And America doesn't know that that's the truth of it. And at the same time, I still very much love CIA and the mission of CIA and the purpose of CIA. And it's the work that those people are doing is incredibly important, incredibly relevant, incredibly powerful. So I still want to encourage people who want to go down that road to go down that road. But at the same time, bail the fuck out. When you've been able to serve a year or 4 years or 6 years or 8 years or 10 years, when you run into that wall, get out. Get out and go do something else with the talent that you have, because you will start to believe that you are not good enough if you stay inside, because you'll end up being gaslit by the system.
And that's part of the culture in the CIA is the longer you're there, the more the culture convinces you that you can't do anything else.
Yeah.
Your skills are so unique. Your training is so specific. You can't do anything else.
Yeah.
And that's just simply not true.
Yeah. And it's sad. It's sad to see it from the outside, but at the same time, I also understand that it's required, because we need the best people in the world to get in.
Okay, what do you guys make of this shooter that shot Donald Trump? Do you think that he was just some lone idiot, or do you think that this was a intentional gap left in security by the Secret Service?
So I'll go first on this, John, because there's this. I see this Occam's razor. I see this as shit happens.
So you
think shit happens?
Okay.
If you're going to look at this instance and you're going to look at it with any kind of statistical relevancy, you have to look at every public presentation by every politician over the last 300 to 3,000 public presences, right, where the Secret Service was in charge of security. When you put this against a statistically relevant number, you realize this is the exception. That all those public appearances, all those speeches, all those presentations where there was no act of danger, where there was no threat, where there was nothing that the American people knew about, that was the Secret Service doing a good job at the time. Whereas what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania is different. It's different because what people don't want to accept is that there's always gaps. Always. It's never perfect. There's always a chance for tragedy. There's always the opportunity for a perfect storm. It's just that we happen to see it this time.
Is it always the case, though, in these situations where the actual counter sniper has a scope on the guy with a gun on the roof that's like 200 yards away?
That's part of the bureaucracy. You got to ask this guy for permission to shoot, and then that guy has to ask the chief for permission to shoot, and by then, the sniper's already shot.
Right. People don't like to accept it, but they have to accept it. That there is a process. There's a process, because here's the thing. If the sniper on the roof were to have seen, who the fuck knows, a little old lady who's chasing her cat up a wall, if he blows the head off an 85-year-old lady who's chasing a cat, That's fucking a nightmare, right? And that's not something that people, that's, again, a demonstration of the incompetence of the Secret Service. So there's a process. Call something in, get something approved. I don't know what the process is for Secret Service, but they don't just get to make autonomous decisions.
Right. But I think the guy even said when they were getting questioned by Congress is that the sniper asked like 2 minutes before that he told them that whoever the next person in the chain of command was, that he had the guy on the roof, saw that he had a gun, and they still denied him. Like it's not like it was a guy on the roof eating cotton candy.
Right.
It was a guy on the roof with a rifle.
You know, the LA Times had a very interesting op-ed about this the day or 2 days after it happened. And they said, we've so convinced ourselves that the Secret Service is the Secret Service that we see in films. Right? They're all Supermen. They really are. And they're expert marksmen, and they're smart, and they're athletic, and they're out there just doing God's work. In fact, these are the guys that, you know, went to Colombia with the president and all got prostitutes and then didn't pay them and got in trouble. And then one guy left his badge and his gun in the hotel room with the prostitute by accident. They're idiots. They have their heads up their asses, half of them. He said, these are the guys who, when Obama was president, a guy climbed over the White House fence, ran all the way to the door, to the front door of the White House, got inside the White House.
Right.
And
it was a woman in there or something?
He got halfway up the steps, you know, into the residential quarters. So why wasn't he stopped? Because the guy in the booth thought that the guy at the fence was going to stop him. The guy at the fence missed him and said, well, the canine's going to get him. The canine guy didn't get him because he was on the phone with his girlfriend. And then the guy inside said, I don't want to get him because the dog is going to come and I don't want the dog to bite me.
Shit happens. We're not bulletproof. Now that you realize, hopefully, now that the world is hopefully waking up, the world that listens to Danny Jones is hopefully waking up to the fact that there is not a promotional cycle of meritocracy inside. So good people don't go up the chain.
Nope. Yes.
And on top of that, you've got this inherent bureaucracy that makes every decision needs 3 other people to sign off on it. And the process that's in place, nobody wants to get caught, with their hands in the cookie jar or breaking the process or whatever else. So that slows everything down. So now you have a bit of a competency question with a guaranteed timeliness question. And then on top of that, you have to add in the variables that come from the actual person or the threat, in the case of the Butler County shooting, the threat themselves and what the threat intends to do and the capacity and capability of the threat. All of those things go into every situation, right? It's the nature of the game. It's not just Secret Service. It's also FBI. It's also Special Operations. It's also CIA. It's also NRO. Like, the most elite organizations out there are still built on the backs of people. Now, I'm not going to say they're all. You made a statement.
I made a generalization that's probably not fair.
That's harsh. So I'm not going to say that they've all got their heads up their ass or anything like that. They are hardworking people trying to do the right thing. But they also know that if they do the wrong bureaucratic thing, their career is over.
Right. Yeah.
Totally understood about the people who work within the Secret Service.
So what's more likely? A second secret shooter and a great conspiracy that was devised by the Democratic Party and kept hush-hush and we still haven't discovered?
And they farmed it out to a 20-year-old?
Right. As a patsy?
Right.
Is that more likely? Or is it more likely that maybe somebody didn't answer a walkie-talkie call fast enough and they didn't coordinate closely enough with the local sheriff and the sheriff's deputies? And as a result of that, some fucking whack job got on a roof and shot a gun. What's more likely?
Yeah, I don't know. I've been going back and forth with this in my head ever since it happened. I don't know what it's been, like almost 3 weeks now, right? And it just seems like with all the footage that was released, and then let's just like take a little time machine and go back in time and look at all the shit that Trump, I mean, I'm looking at it from the perspective of just like a citizen who doesn't have any experience in the government or working for CIA. We see Donald Trump getting shot at. Before that, you have all these trials they're dragging him through. Before that, you have all of the other things that are coming out with like the Stormy Daniels stuff. Before that, you have the Hunter Biden laptop story, which was literally 51 CIA agents signed a piece of paper saying that it was disinformation. And these are like apparently like legitimate high level.
Oh, I worked with 40 of them.
Right.
Yeah.
signing off that it was disinfo when we find out, in fact,
They
it was
knew
not.
it wasn't.
Right, they knew it
They
wasn't.
knew it. But
So
they were all hoping. Listen, at that level, everybody wants to be CIA director, national security advisor, or secretary of defense. And that was their effort to suck up to Joe Biden, hoping that they could cash in on it later. I hate to sound like that, but
That's the way it works.
that's just the way it is.
That's the way it works.
John Brennan, I'll tell you another thing about John Brennan. He was in this cohort of people who, very senior people who retired all around the same time. And half of them went to the John McCain campaign, and half of them went to the Hillary Clinton campaign. And he was literally the only one who went to Obama. The only one. And he saved himself. And then after Obama won, he told everybody who would listen that he wanted to be the Secretary of Defense. Because that's just the way it is. You keep moving up higher and higher and higher and higher, and then you get the $6 million book advance, and then you get a center at some university named after you, and you appear on the news networks, and you live happily ever after. That's what they all have as a goal.
Why? It's important to understand the why. Okay? What John is saying is right, and there's no way that's going to deny it. There's nobody that's going to tell the truth and deny it. You don't get to be SIS-2 because you're so dedicated to
So smart.
American
You
national
work
security.
long hours,
That's
and
not
you're
how you
so
get there.
smart. Yeah.
You get there because you know that the only other option besides going up the chain is to stay mid-level or senior enough that at retirement, hopefully you get to hold on to 50% of your base pay when you retire.
That's right.
Because top tier salaries at CIA, top tier salaries right now at CIA are what, 170?
Yeah, 180.
So when
You're not doing it for the money.
So 20 or 30
Yet.
years. Let's just say you serve for 30 years. Plenty of people serve for 30 years. They start when they're 24. They retire at 54. They were making $170,000. They built their lifestyle for $170,000. They're 50 years old, which means they've got kids in college. They've got a spouse who's probably still working. And now their salary gets cut in half. So now they go from making $170,000 a year to making $85,000 a year. Oh, but they have a $170,000 lifestyle, living in Northern Virginia and the Beltway.
And 5 or 10 years of mortgage payments left.
Yep. So what are they going to do?
You become a contractor.
right.
You flip your clearance into something else.
And this is something Trump tried to stop, right?
That's something Trump tried to stop. But the only other option you have besides flipping it into a contract is to get the book deal, to become some spokesperson for a news organ. Like, you have to have something to carry you, because you can't live off of $85,000 a year on $170,000 a year lifestyle, and you have no future plan. You have a TSP where you've stashed away 3.5% every year. That's it. And you can't touch it until you're 67 or something years old.
67.
Right? So it's a financial reality that government employees have to play by the rules after about year 12 if they have any hopes of building the next round of income when they retire. Whereas anybody who leaves, you have many, many more options in the commercial sector. You can build your own product, build your own business. You can invest your money in 5 or 7 different ways. You can make more money in less time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, that's why the people who stay in oftentimes they end up being these shells of kind of mediocre performers,
Right.
because they have become so focused on just how to survive now and how to survive later. They still want to do the right thing. They're still public servants, but they're also trying to deal with divorces and trying to deal with kids going through school and trying to go with, it's not easy, man. And with 2.5 weeks of vacation.
Would you say private intelligence is more effective than traditional government CIA intelligence?
Not more effective.
No.
It's got benefits, but it's not more effective.
It's relying essentially on open source intelligence, press. And the CIA does that anyway.
There's also an element with private intelligence where they can do things that can't be sanctioned by the government,
Mm-hmm.
but they also don't have the resources or the training or the talent pool to pull from, which is how you end up having a bunch of contractors captured on the bank.
That's it. Exactly right. You don't have the protection from risk. That black passport that says diplomat at the top of it, that's the worldwide get out of jail free card. And if you're private, forget it. You're on your own.
That's why they make a ton of money,
Look at Venezuela.
but they take a ton of risk.
Yeah.
Speaking of Venezuela, I just had a guy on the podcast 2 weeks ago, John Perkins. He wrote a book called Economic Hitman.
Yeah. He's a great interview.
Confessions of an Economic Hitman. And he had a job with a consulting company to go around the world to, I guess it was poor countries, and convince them that they needed loans from the World Bank or the IMF or whatever it was. The United States would give them these massive loans that they knew they could never pay back. And in return, we would say, oh, that's fine. Just, we'll take your resources. And he was explaining to me that China figured out how this wasn't working, especially when countries started to go, I think it was Ecuador was one of the ones that said no.
Argentina.
We had Argentina
Panama by the balls.
And then, conveniently the presidents of Panama and I think Ecuador got killed in plane crashes. And what he was explaining is that China's figured out this loophole and figured out where we messed up in this whole situation. So they can go in and basically give them money with no strings attached, and they can get to come in there, build roads, the whole Belt and Road thing, build, airports, whatever. Sure. Is there Chinese influence in Venezuela or no?
Very little.
Very little. Okay.
And it's in the oil sector. The thing about Venezuela, traditionally, we used to have good relations with Venezuela.
They used to be a rich country. They used to be very successful.
Right. The largest proven oil reserves in the world now. But the thing is, Venezuelan oil is very, very dirty. It has unusually high levels of sulfur in it. And there are only two places where you can refine that oil: Texas and now China. And the Chinese just built a refinery in the Caribbean. So for decades,
they own a big chunk of the Caribbean.
It's true. And that's just in the last 20 years.
What island did they build the refinery on?
No, I knew this. I
Steve,
wrote it
maybe
up
you can find it.
I wrote it up and I don't remember anymore.
So it's important what John just said. In the last 20 years, what has America been doing for the last 20 years?
Yeah.
A war
Fighting
terror.
wars.
That's it. That's right. That's where our money is going.
Yep.
And the Chinese were smart to that. That's why, I was in China, I guess, let me think. I was there in April. The first time I've ever been.
No, it's Caribbean Islands, owned by China. Caribbean Island Oil Refinery.
Everything is brand spanking new. Glittering, gleaming cities. It's incredible. Their airports are first class. The shopping, their roads are beautiful. And then you come here, you fly into JFK, and you're like, what?
JFK is hell on earth.
It's awful.
Is it worse than Miami?
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
It
there's
doesn't
no
even
comparison.
Really?
Oh, no, I'll take Miami.
Miami's pretty bad.
LaGuardia has hope. JFK is a shit show. I have no idea how New Yorkers do it.
It's stunning.
Thank God for EWR.
And for so many travelers, that's their first glimpse of the United States. You land and you're like, seriously?
Well, it feels like a third world country.
It does.
So, I mean,
It does.
They are landing in a place that feels like home.
St. Croix. Yep. St. Croix,
Yeah.
2022.
Venezuela is completely different, and what's happening there is totally different. You can't look at Venezuela without looking through the lens of its history of strongman leadership, right? Going back to like the late 90s when Chavez took over. That place it is a playground for influence operations for every major player in the world, right? But it's totally unpredictable. You have no idea what's going to happen. All you know for sure is that there's going to be some sort of central government play catering to poor people to make them take action on something they don't understand. That's Venezuela. There's no proxy war there. No.
What's worse, though, is sanctions.
We've been sanctioning the living shit out of them, right?
Yeah.
We sanction the living shit out of anybody we don't like.
Everybody. And we've overplayed that here, for sure. Because now people are like, you know what? Fuck your sanctions. We're going to go to the Chinese.
Right, bingo. Right? All our sanctions have done. Our sanctions combined with a 20-year global war on terror have allowed a competitor in the marketplace to rise up. So now, if you don't like American financial work or financial systems, you can choose Chinese financial systems. If you don't like American weapon systems, you can choose Russian or Chinese weapon systems. If you don't like American telecommunications, you can choose Chinese telecommunications. If you don't like American-made vehicles, you can choose Chinese-made vehicles. China's done a fantastic job of getting themselves to a place where they are a viable alternative to the United States for
every sector,
for developing nations.
Yeah.
It's not first class, first world stuff, but it is absolutely good enough for the third world.
No. Absolutely true.
What was the story? I'm sure you guys are familiar with the 2020 story where there was like a boat of like mercenaries that went ashore in Venezuela.
That's what we're talking about. Yep.
Private pilots. Yeah.
But yeah, private contractors who were hired to do a very dangerous thing, underfunded, probably trained adequately.
I heard that they were backed by the U.S. No.
Probably not.
If they were, it was through a series of
cutouts.
Okay, got it. So essentially, the reason and it's hard to navigate like why Elon Musk is in the
Yeah,
news.
he's been obsessed with Venezuela the last 2 weeks.
So why is that?
Because he's Elon Musk, guys. Elon Musk is a fantastic example of say shit all the time, and when you're right, everybody's like, oh my god, Elon Musk is a genius.
Predicted this.
And when you're wrong, everyone forgets. My favorite example is Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger did an interview once where the interviewer was like, Mr. Schwarzenegger, you've done a lot of movies. And why have you done so many bad movies? And he was like, because nobody remembers my bad movies. But I had to do a lot of movies to get enough good movies that people remember.
There you go.
And when you think about it, right? What movies do you remember Arnold Schwarzenegger? And I'll bet you have movies that just rattle off in your brain.
Right,
Like,
sure.
big name movies.
Terminator.
Yeah.
He was also in a bunch of bad movies. Can you list more than 2 of his bad movies? Nobody can. And that's the human experience. Elon Musk is just he's a fucking autistic dude,
Right.
who understands the math behind it.
Right.
So he just talks about whatever is on his mind at the time, and eventually it either turns out to be right and everybody gives him credit for it, or it's wrong and nobody notices or remembers.
So we essentially our only interest in there being a dictatorship in Venezuela is because we want the oil. We want to. I think Trump and when Trump was president, there was a guy who was running against Maduro, and he wasn't even an actual candidate.
Juan Guaido. He was a graduate student at George Washington University. This was fucking John Bolton's genius idea. They didn't like the result of the election. Now, one of the things that people forgot is the likes of the National Association of Attorneys, the Carter Center, the United Nations. They sent election observers, just like they did last week to Venezuela. Yeah. And they said, yeah, there were a couple of problems, but not enough problems to change the outcome of the election. For all intents and purposes, it was fair enough and legal enough. We don't like that.
At least as fair as ours, right?
Yeah, seriously. So they said, no, we recognize Juan Guaido, this kid from GW University. He's going to be the new president of Venezuela. And then, of course, we bullied the European Union to jump in and say, yes, we recognize Juan Guaido. Well, Juan Guaido didn't know anything about running Venezuela. In fact, I remember a public opinion poll where most Venezuelans didn't know who Juan Guaido was.
Most Venezuelans don't know much.
Yeah, well, that's true. Although they're very good.
They learned it from the Colombians.
Yes. So, I remember John Bolton taking questions in a press conference where one of the reporters said, but Mr. Bolton, what about the provision in the Venezuelan Constitution that says that if the president doesn't take the oath of office within 30 days of the election, that he's no longer the president? And Bolton was like, because he had never read the Venezuelan Constitution. It said, we just wanted to impose this guy. This is going to be our guy, whether you like it or not. And Juan Guaido never went back to. He's in Washington a week ago. I saw him at some think tank.
I want to come back to this, John, because you just used the correct word about how the United States engaged. About how the United States engages with the UN. Would you grab me one? And you said that we went in and we bullied the UN to get them on our side.
Thank you. Okay.
So again, you have made some significant decisions in your life.
Sure.
Based on principles and ideas. But you know that the United States bullies. We bullied the UN, we bullied NATO, we choose which court system we use to approve whatever legal process or whatever seemingly questionable process we need. I don't understand why you would gamble with your life, the way that you have handled with your life, knowing what the fuck you know, man.
I know, right?
Why would you do that? Like,
Yeah.
I know what I can
I
talk
often
about.
ask myself the same question.
What the fuck?
You know, I really believed at the time that somebody was going to say something. Because I remember seeing these cables coming back from the Secret Service. Mostly from OMS, Office of Medical Services. Mostly from OMS people saying, look, I took an oath to do no harm. I'm not doing this. You know, we used to call the doctors that were reviving Abu Zubaydah so that he could be tortured more, we used to call them Dr. Mengele, right? Oh, Dr. Mengele's out at the site. And then we had nurses that were fainting during the torture sessions. We had people curtailing their assignments. If you curtail an assignment, you send a cable to headquarters saying, I'm not doing this anymore, I'm coming home. That's a career-ending decision. And, I mean, we're talking about a dozen people. And I thought, well, surely somebody's going to say something. And then nobody did. And then there was one woman. I think I'm not going to say her name because she never admitted that it was her. But there was one woman who was escorted out of the White House. Her badge was taken, senior intelligence service, and she was told never to come back because they believed that she had blown the whistle on the secret prisons. And I thought, wow, she's got some balls. That was really a brave thing to do. She knew what they were going to do. They were going to take her pension, they were going to prosecute her. They didn't, because if she did it, she was extraordinarily discreet. I wasn't discreet. And really, the mistake that I made, I mean, I don't regret taking on the agency. I regret not engaging an attorney before taking on the agency. That was really a critical mistake that I made. If I had had somebody skilled in whistleblower defense, or even criminal defense, sitting next to me, like the A-listers that I had after the fact, I think the whole thing would have turned out differently. Plus, you know, strange things happened. Consequently, two of the FBI agents that were involved in my arrest, after I went to prison, called my lead attorney and apologized and said that they were ordered to do it. It was a political case. They had to do what they were told. That meant a lot to me. I got an email from a retired DDCI, Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, a guy that I had the greatest respect for. The day after I did it, he emailed me and he said, "You've chosen a difficult road. I'm glad that somebody did. I only wish I had had the guts to do it myself." And that just meant everything to me. And I thought, you know what? One of my lawyers said something. He said, "This case is you're stuck on the fact that it's you involved in this case." He said, "This case is so much bigger than you. People aren't going to remember you. They're going to remember that somebody stood up to the torture program." And so it was worth it. It was worth it. Another thing too, and maybe this is getting a little too personal, but you really get to see who your friends are.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
And they're not the people you think they are.
So it's interesting because you and I didn't know about that.
No, I left in thanks. I left in 2000. Yeah, and then my resignation was effective in 2005.
But the one charge that stuck for you for the disclosure of a secret identity, right?
The Intelligence Identities Protection Act.
It was Deuce Martinez.
No,
it wasn't Deuce.
No.
Oh, it was somebody else.
The name was never made public. See, this is the thing about Deuce Martinez. They charged me with espionage, saying that I outed Deuce Martinez. Deuce Martinez is on fucking LinkedIn. Central Intelligence Agency Targeting Officer.
Right.
It's like, well, you charged me with espionage. The guy's on fucking LinkedIn. And then he gave a speech at JMU, I think it was, James Madison University. It's a day in the life of a CIA targeting officer. And they're like, okay.
So it's interesting to me because so Deuce went on to become one of the foundational trainers for myself and for my wife. My wife was a targeting officer for CIA was, and Deuce was her mentor. So after meeting him and knowing what resulted as a result of him being tied to the torture for Abu Zubaydah.
Yeah, right.
Like, that was just, it was frustrating to know that there was a connection there that was made public.
You know, he left the agency just after I did. I went to the private sector, to one of the big four consulting firms, and Deuce went to Mitchell and Jesse. He had applied for a job at, like,
Thanks for letting me know. Yeah,
I think
I'd
it
love
was
to get into the
IBM.
cops. I had no
It was
idea.
an analysis job at IBM. He and I used to get together for lunch every week after we both left. And he would call me with these updates all the time about the
Like I give a
negotiations
fuck.
with,
Like I said, I already got his
I'm
address.
pretty sure it was IBM.
Holy shit, I'm trying to talk to
And
somebody that makes
He
sense.
called me to say, hey, let's have lunch. I decided to take a job. And I said, hey, great. This was going to be big money for me. So we get together for lunch at Tyson's Galleria, right? The Chinese place. And he hands me a business card, and it says Mitchell and Jesse LLC. And I said, are you out of your fucking mind? You're going to work for these monsters? Seriously? And he said, no, you're wrong about them. They're good guys. They're patriots. I said, they're fucking the creators of the torture program. I said, how many times have we talked about this? How many times, like into the middle of the night in Pakistan, have we talked about how we were hoping that they would do the right thing?
When somebody starts to rape you, you don't.
And he's like, yeah, like the money was so good. It's such great
And
money.
it was the wrong side that
said,
shit
man,
was slipped up. His ass showed me a map.
And then once I went public, he never spoke to me, which was no big loss, because he was on the wrong side of that.
I mean, regardless of what you think about Deuce, like, he went on to make, he changed some lives for people who were coming up in the ranks. He changed my wife's life.
Good.
Yeah, he's done some fantastic work.
Good.
But the thing is also, I mean, this is where principle and practicality start to separate, right? Because the torture program was sanctioned when it was initiated.
Yes.
And the men and women who did the duties, executed the job, and executed the duties that were assigned to them as they swore in their oath, like, they didn't sleep well either.
Sure, I understand that, but in their oath, they swore to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
And it was a legal program that they were assigned to carry out. And you already said if they curtailed their...
But was it legal? Because no court ever ruled that it was legal.
Hey.
No court. They said it was too highly classified to even present to a court.
I created
so
the
just take
entire
our word
report.
for it. That's what you and Bidey's conclusion
all the
was.
information in it.
So
It came from my mouth
this
and
is,
off
I
my
found that
body
this
and
is
my
very similar to
signature.
the
I'm
argument
glad you
for
could have just
Edward
sat in
Snowden
and listened. You
and
fucking idiot.
Snowden's
All right,
quote-unquote
anyway,
whistleblower,
moving on.
right? And what oftentimes becomes the argument for whistleblowers in general.
Jesus Christ.
Whistleblowers are protected, and they should be protected.
Some are.
Right? When they do things the right way.
Moving on. You
To
say you
your
don't
point,
bother
No.
me, yet here you
What
are.
about the case of Tom Drake?
I don't know Tom Drake.
Tom Drake was a senior intelligence service officer at NSA. He, his first day was September 11th, 2001. He had been a full colonel in the Air Force.
I can't.
There's Tom Drake.
I'm not.
And,
I ain't getting out of your car. You're taking me to that
He
place.
became aware immediately after 9/11 of the plan to
All the cops again.
to initiate warrantless wiretapping of American citizens. So there was a competing software program that NSA had developed that would weed out U.S. persons and target only suspect
Hey, don't
numbers.
fuck bitches without a condom and get them pregnant if you didn't know
General
you were gonna hate
Hayden,
them.
who at the time was the head of NSA, this is before he went over to CIA, said that 9/11 was the opportunity that NSA had been waiting for, to just vacuum up everything and then sort it out later.
They did.
So Tom went to the general counsel, and the general counsel had not been read into the program. And so the general counsel said, I don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing I can do. He went to the inspector general. The inspector general said that this was over his pay grade and that he should go to the DOD inspector general. He went to the DOD inspector general with documents. The DOD inspector general leaked the information back to NSA and said, you have a rogue officer here, which was illegal. He was supposed to be protected. When the DOD IG never did anything, Tom went to the HPSI, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Fully cleared staff member, turned everything over, was charged with 9 felonies, including 7 counts of espionage. On the day that he was arrested and his house was raided, his wife was also an NSA senior intelligence service officer. And the FBI went and said, we've arrested your husband this morning and we're raiding your house right now. You're either with him or you're with us. And she chose them. So he lost his pension. He lost his 5 kids. He lost his wife. He lost his house. He lost his career. And then when he went bankrupt, they dropped all the charges.
So did Tom follow the proper whistleblower protocol?
Absolutely.
What's interesting here, though, is that he also didn't get charged.
He was charged.
No, he was never convicted.
Only because it was the judge that threw the charges out. He ended up taking a plea to a misdemeanor count of misuse of a government computer. Because to save face, DOJ came back and said, look, you got to plead guilty to something. If we're going to drop 9 felonies, you got to plead guilty to something. So his lawyer said, think of something that they can charge you with. So he admitted that on his lunch break one day, he looked at Facebook on a government computer. And so they gave him 18 months of unsupervised release.
So we're seeing the technicalities here, right? Technically, he was not punished criminally for blowing the whistle. It was internal machinations that ended up ruining his life. And that's
generous, though. The only reason they arrested him and charged him was because of his whistleblower.
But this is the problem with well, they had counts that they charged him with that were related to his sharing of documentation. Mm-hmm. But the protections for whistleblowers have to do with protections in court. They don't have to do with protections culturally or within the bureaucracy or within whatever else. You don't have protections there. Right. If you violate the culture, you violate the culture. And these are organizations with a culture of secrecy. Mm-hmm. And I guess I respect the fact that you say it was worth it. You're the one that paid the penalty. You're the one that did the time. You're the one that carries that, right? For me, I was led into a world of secrets. I'm going to keep those secrets. I don't see any value in blowing a whistle on secrets because we are always in compartmentation.
Yeah, but
we
there's
don't
a
ever
difference,
know
though.
the whole story.
But there's a difference, though, between blowing the whistle on secrets and blowing the whistle on a crime.
The definition of crime changes based on the interpretation of the law.
Yeah, but the definition that is the law now is the definition that I used.
You made a call based on what you thought was criminal.
Yes.
That others did not think was criminal.
That's right.
And as a result, after time, and after the public disclosure of the case, the law was changed. That's your prerogative, man.
Yeah.
That's 100% your prerogative.
That's why I say it was worth it.
But for me, I see it differently, man. Like Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden is another case where he brought something to light, and then the law changed. That dude is never coming back to the United States.
He has offered to repeatedly.
The problem is he would get a fair trial, right?
No way. Not a chance. In the Eastern District of Virginia?
Right.
Well, he is a criminal, man. That's what I'm saying. The laws may have changed, but he still violated the oath, the secrecy that he took.
But his defense is that it is illegal to classify a crime. This is actually in the U.S. Code. You cannot classify a program for the purpose of keeping it from the American people if it is a criminal act.
That cannot be the purpose of the classification. But by nature of what we do, there's 5 other reasons to classify the act.
Yeah, but if the act is illegal at its core, it can't be classified. See, and this is what argues for an affirmative defense.
Didn't you just say everything we do is illegal? We espionage is illegal. We have a card
overseas,
right? And that's where we're carrying out the act.
Yeah, but what he was saying, he was exposing crimes committed against Americans.
He was exposing a program to collect bulk data.
Yeah, but that was being collected against Americans.
It was being collected for the purposes of identifying terrorist activity.
In part. I think you're being generous. I do. Why does the government need my metadata? Why do they need a facility so huge that they have to build a new place in the Utah wilderness to hold, enough data to last 500 years? What do they need my data for? They don't need my data. In fact, not only does the law say they can't collect it, the NSA charter says they can't collect it.
It's being collected by the service provider anyways.
That's okay.
How do you say one is okay?
Because the law is the law. If the service provider's collecting it and the Justice Department needs it, then the Justice Department can get a judge to issue a warrant to get it. That's not up to NSA and CIA to collect my data.
That's only when you are being looked at as an American citizen for committing a crime as an American citizen.
Which is my constitutional protection.
The fact that your metadata exists and it's not personally attributable to you, but it can be used to reverse engineer terrorist activity. And oh, by the way, some terrorists are American citizens. All of a sudden, unless you have something you want to hide, metadata is fair game.
But do you know who the first person was to pose that question in a public venue? That, well, if I'm not doing anything illegal, then who cares? It was Joseph Goebbels. And I don't want to go down that road. I believe in individual freedoms. I really do. I believe that government works for us, that government should be responsive to us. Not that we should fear government. That, well, I just hope a bad guy doesn't get elected, or I hope a bad guy doesn't become the head of the FBI or the CIA or NSA and decide to look at me and then piece together some kind of false narrative of something that I did using metadata. He's going to this doctor. This doctor specializes in internal medicine. Maybe he has HIV. So let's start a.
You believe that the government? Say that again. You believe that the government is there to support you? Is that what you said?
No, I believe the government should be responsive to me. It works for me. It shouldn't be able to target me.
That's where we're fundamentally opposed.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because the government does not work for us. That is not.
I'm saying it should.
It should not. The government is there to ensure the continuation of the American ideal. That's the purpose of the government. It is not there to serve you.
That doesn't even mean anything to the American ideal.
The American ideal means everything.
What is that?
If every American is destroyed, if every American is killed, with the exception of the people in government, the president, whatever you want to call it, one congressperson, one senator, right, or one House member, one senator, and the president. Then the American government continues. America is defined not by its people, by its government. That's what we went to war with the British about. We could have been colonists, we could have been communities, we could have been people, we could have been collections. But the right to sovereign independence is a government thing. The government exists to survive and serve the continuation of the government of the United States, not the American people. That's part of the ideological hogwash that we were all taught in elementary school civics that just isn't true. They're not there to serve us.
Get over it.
That's not what the purpose of government is. You swore an oath to protect and serve the Constitution of the United States. That is a document defining the government. A government of the people, by the people, for the people. But it's still a fucking government, not the people. The people of the United States, through the eyes of the government, FBI, CIA, NSA, the White House, the people of the United States are engines of economic development. We are there to create the GDP and the flow of economic power that the government can then use to enact national security policies or international policies that benefit the government.
Yeah, you're right.
That's the cycle. That's the reality of the cycle. I understand if that's not what you.
That's why I'm a libertarian. What was it that Jefferson said that periodically the tree of liberty? What did he say? The tree of liberty has to be watered with the blood of martyrs and patriots. Yeah. I'm ready to fight. Yeah.
Fight for what?
Did you like
My
relaxing?
independence.
Not fight for your government?
I sure like
No.
relaxing.
Where do you think you get your independence from?
It's not the government.
1,000% is the government that gives you your
It's
independence.
the government that infringes on my independence.
That is your interpretation.
Oh my God.
I can explain
Oh,
to you
yeah.
what I mean when I
You know, ever since this, of course, my entire worldview has changed since this whole thing started in December of 2007 for me. And I find myself coming down on the side of some very odd people. We talked about this actually last time. Eamon Bundy, right? Eamon Bundy is a nut. But doggone it, he's got a point. Do you remember this? He's the guy, it all started with cattle grazing. Yes, okay. Next thing you know, he's in a shootout with the feds. There he is, Eamon Bundy.
Yeah, what was the story with him? He was,
it all started out, he and his dad and his brother and brother-in-law, I think, they got into a dispute with the government over cattle grazing rights in some western state. And the government's like, yeah, you can't graze your cattle there. And they said, fuck you, graze our cattle wherever we want, public lands. And so one thing led to the other, and the cops, or the FBI tried to seize their cattle, and then they took over. It was like they took over a visitor center at some national park, and they were all armed to the teeth. And then there was a shootout with the cops. They all got arrested. They all went on trial, and then they were all found not guilty. I'm like, yeah, I'm with the Bundys. And then they went nuts and said some stupid racist stuff. But for a little while, it was Bundy. So there it is, inside the shootout.
So you want your independence.
Don't tread on me, that's what my license plate says.
But you also want the law of the land to be like clear and presently defined. Because you do know that it is the laws that infringe your independence.
Well, no, I'm gonna take your position. Say it's the interpretation of the law that has infringed on me.
Okay, so super extreme example. You don't have the right to kill somebody. The law says you can't kill somebody. Somebody comes to your house, knocks on your door, steals your dog out of the front yard. You shoot them. Your independence would arguably make it so that if they came into your property and they stole your property, you have the right to shoot them. But the law doesn't let you do that. Well, so which one do you support then? Do you support your independence? Do you support the law?
If I were in Florida or Texas, yeah, of course I could shoot them. Right, the castle doctrine, right? I wouldn't shoot somebody. I would shoot somebody if my life were in mortal danger. But no, somebody's stealing my dog. No.
But what takes precedence? Like, it's not about the example. I'm asking, is it the law or is it your independence?
Well, I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. I really don't.
The government is what defines the law.
I believe
the law is what defines what you are allowed to do within the confines of your independence.
Yeah, no, but I believe that we can have. I believe that we can have small government, a clearly defined set of laws, and still the individual freedom and liberty to lead our lives independently of government. I really believe that.
Except when you violate it. Because then there's government.
Let me throw it back at you this way. Between 2012 and 2022, Congress created 500 new crimes. Not 500 new laws. 500 crimes. Things that in 2011 were legal, and in 2022 were felonies. Crazy things. I've written about this extensively. For example, there was a man in Alabama who was a commercial fisherman and caught a halibut that was 11 inches. You have to be. There it is. Oh, hey, I wrote that. So, good catch. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Steve's on the ball. He always is.
So, he was like, it's 11 inches, 12 inches, all right. He kept it. Just so happened that a U.S. fisheries boat was nearby. They pull up. Hey, can we take a look at your catch? One of the halibuts was too small. He said, I'll throw it back in. It was still alive. He threw it back in. They charged him with a felony. And prosecuted him successfully. There's a more egregious example. There's a woman working for NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, in Honolulu. She's a GS-12. So, you know how expensive Honolulu is. She's not making much money. So she and a friend of hers buy a boat, and on the weekends, they take tourists out to go whale watching. They're out there one day, and this case kind of became famous because it's an egregious example. They're out there one day, and they encounter an orca eating a seal. So everybody runs to the side of the boat. They're taking pictures, they're taking videos, and somebody whistles at the whale, right? Just to get it to stay near the surface so they could take a video. Okay. A week later, FBI. She opens her door. Do you have a boat you take tourists out? Yeah. Did you take them out last week? Yes. Did you see a whale? Yes. You whistled at the whale? She said no. Somebody did, but I didn't. But she said, you know what? I make DVDs of the outings, and I sell the DVDs to the tourists. So they take the DVD. A couple of weeks later, they go back to her house. They raid the house. They take hundreds of DVDs. They take her computers. They take her cell phone. They take everything. And then they charge her with a felony count of interfering with the feeding of a wild animal, which falls under the Endangered Species Act. Felony. So she fights it. This thing drags on for 5 years. She lost her boat, she lost her business. NOAA fired her because she had been charged with a felony, so she lost her federal pension. And in the end, they bumped it down to a misdemeanor. She paid a little fine, and that was it. But she lost everything in her life. So, government is too much. You know, yes, we need that structure to keep us free and keep us democratic and what have you. But 500 new crimes, 50 new crimes a year, it's too much, it's onerous.
I don't think we're talking about the same thing. Like, I am losing track of what you actually think is important. Because you started this conversation saying that the legal definition of terrorism or torture from the 1940s was what we should have adhered to.
Yeah, it's
And
on
now
the
what you're saying is there's too many laws.
Yeah, that law was perfectly good enough. Why do we need to keep
Who's the one that's going to decide? Who's the one that decides when a law?
The courts decided.
And the courts also are going to approve operations for CIA.
But the courts never weighed in on torture. Never.
There are always attorneys. There are always cleared courts. There are always cleared individuals. Always.
So why didn't the Bush administration go to the courts and ask for an opinion?
I have no idea. I don't know which. I don't know the process by which permission is granted.
Oh, I can tell you step by step. That idea went from CTC to OLC, the Office of Legal Counsel, at the Justice Department. They approved it. It went back to CIA General Counsel. From CIA General Counsel, it went to the Attorney General. From there, it went to NSC General Counsel, and then to the National Security Advisor, and then to the President. So it took about 6 months.
There's multiple legal representatives in there, and no courts, and they were under the executive branch.
Yeah, I know. But if you're making a determination that a law that's been on the books since 1946 is not really what it purports to be, and the stuff that was outlawed all these years, it really isn't outlawed. We're going to do it a different way. You need a real legal opinion, an outside legal opinion.
So now we're getting into different things.
No, but what you're talking about is having all these neocons in the room all agreeing with one another and convincing each other that, yeah, this isn't going to be a problem. This is legal.
But what I'm saying is just I don't know whether you're making an argument where you want laws to be set forever, or whether you're making an argument where you want laws to be removed, or whether you're making an argument where you want laws to be optional, because you're also talking about being libertarian and putting your independence above government. So I don't know what position you're making. I don't know where you're standing.
I believe in the rule of law. I believe that
when it takes away your independence, or only when it benefits you.
If it takes away your independence, then change the law. That's a
Then
part
how do you
of the law.
believe in the rule of law if the law can be changed?
That's the system that we have.
That's the system that we have, but you're saying the system we have is not.
But if we have a system, where laws are permanent, then we're going to have what you said at the beginning of this conversation. We're going to have children working in the mines and women not being allowed to vote and all that stuff. No. The Constitution is a living, breathing thing. If there's something that's not working, then you change it, right? But passing laws for the sake of passing laws and criminalizing a society that ought not be criminalized, that is a mistake.
I agree with that. That has to do with the version of government we have right now. Sure, I agree with that. And I'm not saying I want big government, and I'm not saying that government is right. I'm not saying any of those things. All I'm saying is that the reality is the government is there to protect itself. It is not there to protect
I agree. That is a reality.
So that's all I'm trying to get at, because I'm just trying to keep track of the conversation, because I am getting lost in the different kind of pillars of ideology that you put out.
I'll tell you what, for my angle, I'm riveted. So this is great.
So, and this is delicious.
Good.
I never heard of
White
it.
Rabbit. It's great. I love it.
Oh, there you go. There's good sponsorship
Shout
going on
out
right there.
Shout out to White Rabbit. Good stuff.
Now, I also have to understand, John, why are you working with Russian state media?
Oh, because I've got 5 kids and nobody's beating a path to my door to give me work. This is all part of the overall plan. It's, again, my lawyer said, this isn't about John Kiriakou. This is bigger.
So for people who don't understand Andy's question, John has been hosting a radio show for a number of years, for 7 years now.
For Sputnik Radio.
Sputnik Radio.
Yeah, Sputnik Radio. The government, I think, or the agency maybe, would have been perfectly happy if I starved to death from lack of work or ended up at McDonald's. And I worked hard to rebuild my life. The only people who offered me a job were the Russians. And when they first offered me this job, I turned it down. And then 6 months later, they came back and said, we'd really like to offer you this radio show. And I said, the only way that I would do this is if I were free to say anything I wanted and to talk about any issue I wanted. And they said, done. And I said, yeah, but I would want to be able to criticize even Vladimir Putin. Done. And I said, would you put that in writing in the contract? And they said yes. And they did. And I'll give you an example. On the day of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I opened the show by saying that I unequivocally condemn the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and I call for Russian forces to depart Ukraine immediately. I criticize. I'll give you another example. Do you remember in York, England, I'm going to say 5 years ago, a Russian dissident and his daughter were poisoned with Novichok. We were doing a story on it, and my co-host said, well, it could have been Ukrainians and false flag operation. It could have been the Russian mafia. I said it was the KGB or whatever they're calling themselves. Now, they've been poisoning people since the 50s. This is what the Russians do. They poison people. Of course it was the Russian government. So they let me say anything I want. I've never, ever received any pushback. And I make a handsome living. Like I've always said, if CNN's got an offer, or MSNBC, or even Fox, I'm on Fox at least every other week. I'm all ears. But, 5 kids, 3 of whom still need to get through college, I make no calls.
So then, when you became a sworn officer of the United States, what was your intention? Was your intention to make the United States, to protect and expand the superiority of the United States, or was it something else? Did you think you were making a better planet? Because you have to know that by affiliating your name with Russian state media, you might get to say anything you want, but that doesn't mean that's what goes to air. When it gets translated into Russian, it can be whatever they want it to be.
It's a live show. It's in English.
It's an internet show, right?
It's terrestrial.
Also broadcast.
But they're going to have the rights to make out of it whatever they want to make out of it. And your name and your affiliation that is exactly the foundation for how Russian covert influence operations happen.
Oh, poor CIA. there's a former CIA guy working for the Russians. He may do some damage to the American government. Fuck the American government. What have they done for me? What have they done for my children?
Do you really
Besides you violate my rights?
do you really not know the answer to that?
Come on, man. It was the CIA that put me in prison. What in the world do I owe the
It was
CIA?
your decisions that put you in
It was the CIA's law breaking that put me in
It
prison.
was your choice to highlight the CIA's law breaking to media that put you in prison.
There we go.
Tell you why.
So we're in agreement then.
Your children's, they live every day under the protection of the United States. They have all the benefits
Oh
of
my God.
American citizens. You get to enjoy. You're here on an American podcast. You flew on an American airline.
What
You're
do you
staying in
think-
an American protected
What do
hotel.
you think my children's
The
memories are?
police officers driving around the streets right now. All of these people are contributing to the freedoms that you have.
Oh, wow.
All of them.
Wow.
And you're sitting here saying,
You're a true believer.
I'm a true believer in the fact that we have to serve the American dream. We have to serve the American purpose. That's what we're here
And
to
that's
do.
exactly what I'm doing by opposing the American government.
You don't oppose the American government by making yourself a voice for Russian state media.
Why not?
Because you're not talking out about the American government, first of all. What you're talking out about is Putin's invasion of Ukraine.
No, I talk about the American government every single day.
So whoever you're speaking to,
Yeah.
you are giving credibility and authority and you're loaning all of your hard work to Russian media for paycheck.
I don't see how that's a problem.
Is it
Because
question?
if you didn't come from CIA, they wouldn't care about it. So you're borrowing the authority of CIA. That's what makes you valuable to Russian media.
No, I'm able to expose crimes that I witnessed in the CIA, sure, and maybe that gives me a little bit more
John
cachet.
Kiriakou, separate of CIA, would not be of interest to Russian media. So what
Oh,
makes
no,
John
that's
Kiriakou?
not true. That's not true. I have a dozen colleagues who have been sort of leaders in their field, have nothing to do with the CIA, that also host shows because they bring something to the table.
They're leaders in their field.
Okay, so I was one of the government's leading experts on the Middle East.
Without the government, you wouldn't be.
If I had been at the State Department or if I had been in academia, I'd still be an expert on the Middle East.
You're pulling everything from government, man.
So what?
So
I don't see how you think I owe the government
I'm not saying
something.
you owe the government anything. I'm just saying that the ideals that you must have had in 2019, 84,
Yeah.
1889,
Yeah.
you must have compromised on those ideals. You must at some
I'm a
point.
patriot.
Isn't questioning the government and holding the government accountable something that the United States was founded on?
One night, and you did back then.
I don't know the answer to
Or
that.
back when I went to
How?
the
How?
Isn't that in the Constitution?
I don't know the answer to that either. Is there? Can somebody flag where there's any mention of individual accountability to the government? Because I'm pretty sure that's why we are a representative democracy. It is our representatives who are supposed to do it, not us. What we're supposed to do is be really fucking good at what we do and vote in meaningful representatives to represent the constituents in all forms of government. It is not our job to meddle with government. It is also not the government's job to meddle in our economic contributions to the government. Unless we violate a crime or violate a law and somehow otherwise ostracize. We're not supposed to. That's why we have representation in the Senate and in the House. So yeah, my point with all of this is just there's a very real responsibility, in my opinion. There's a very real responsibility that if you are going to become a representative of the federal government, you're going to be a sworn officer of the federal government, whether you're military uniform, whether you're plainclothes FBI, whether you're Secret Service, whatever else. We have an obligation forevermore. We will never be normal citizens.
I think that's nonsense.
You can think whatever
I
you want
really
to do.
do. I really do. If you are a private citizen, your loyalty is to yourself. Within the confines of the law, of course, and the Constitution. But I don't owe the government anything.
I'm not saying you owe the government anything. I'm saying that that
trying to do my fucking
we
makeup.
have a responsibility and an obligation to recognize that we can become tools for our adversaries against the very things that we believe in, specifically because of our affiliation with government organizations. That's just a fact. That's what makes us interesting to them.
I have no. But what? How is it different then for the myriad of intelligence officers who sell themselves out to corporate media? There's at least a difference.
The primary difference is that they're not giving our adversaries an advantage by the connection to their affiliation with the government agency.
What advantage, though, Mike?
You don't even know how they choose to use your
Of course I
information.
do. I see it every single day.
If you really think you know what they're doing with your information, you are either
Well,
willfully ignorant
enlighten me.
or overly confident.
Enlighten me.
They can do anything they want to. They don't even have to be using it
What
right
are you
now.
saying that they're doing, though?
They could be doing so.
They could be, and they're not.
Okay, let's just take best practices for covert influence. Best practices alone, right? Best practices are you take somebody's statement and you put it out of context, and then you translate it into a different language, sure, and you use it to promote something in some third world, in some third
Absolutely.
country
And
setting.
if you have evidence, man, I would love to see it, and I'll put it into it. Sure, they could do anything they want, just like the U.S. can do anything that it wants. But they don't. They haven't.
You don't know.
Yeah, I
you
do
don't know
know.
just as well as I don't know.
Of course I know. Of course I
Of
know.
course you know what Russia is doing with all of your data. The data that you were so passionately against the FBI collecting.
What
your
data?
metadata. You were so concerned against
I
the
sit in
metadata
front of a
collection.
microphone every day, and I talk about what's in the papers. That's my job. It's a 2-hour news show. That's it. And then I get up and I go home.
You talk about your opinions also.
Yeah, my opinions aren't a secret. I give the same opinions on Fox and on MSNBC that I give on my own radio show.
It's shocking to me how legalistic your point of view is, considering that it was the law that put you in prison. It's just shocking to me
Yeah.
that you are so legalistic and you're making ideological arguments, but selectively choosing when to follow ideology and when to defend yourself using legalisms.
Well, that's a personal ideology, right? We all have these personal ideologies.
I guess I'm sad. I'm sad for.
But then where do you draw the line? Do you not give an interview to a Turkish outlet or a Cuban outlet or an Argentine outlet? I mean, pretty much anybody with the Five Eyes can be an opponent of the U.S. government on any given issue. What do you do?
So, from my point of view, there's adversaries, current, clear, and present adversaries. And then there are unknowns, and then there are clear and present allies. If you're going to support an adversary, you can justify it however you choose.
I don't support the adversary. The adversary offered me an outlet that I gladly accepted.
At a bare minimum, your outlet generates revenue for an adversary. Barest minimum. So how can you say that you don't benefit the adversary?
Well, it's revenue. It's a government-sponsored radio. I mean, there's no advertising. There's no revenue stream. It's like Voice of America.
If money hands, I would be surprised, because there's always got to be money that changes hands somewhere. And you're also talking about
sure what that means.
There's always money. There's always a funding source. There's always a donor base. There's always an exchange of value. Nothing's free.
It's a government-funded radio network.
Funded by which government?
The Russian government.
The Russian government funds a radio channel for which audience?
For the American audience.
For the American people, using the voice of the CIO.
Yes.
And countries?
Of course we do. It's
And
called the Voice of
fucking influence
America.
campaigns.
It's called
Power. They're to win. It's the same fucking thing that Tucker Carlson did with Vladimir Putin.
So you think it's so? How do you? So
What?
I think
Because there is a inlet of influence that's allowed into the United States, that is essentially sponsored by the Russian state media, that is headed by the voice of a CIA officer inside the United States, which automatically lends credibility to RT, who is the sponsor of the program. So now anybody who listens to your program They may like you, they may like what you have to say, but what RT is paying for is for a channel of media exposure into the United States.
Good. Maybe I can educate somebody. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Don't say nothing when I talk to you about how you look.
7 days a week. I will take it.
This is fascinating, guys. I want to switch topics a little bit. I want to talk about Israel. What is each of your takes on Israel's influence in the United States? Not only sponsoring presidential candidates, but things like AIPAC, the Anti-Defamation League, and all the influence that they have here. And currently, how does that tie in with everything going on in the Middle East between Israel and Gaza? And a lot of people are fearful that the threat of Iran and Israel attacking each other, that's going to drag us into the middle of it.
So what happened on October 7th, of course, was it was a terrorist attack of historic proportions. Right? The targets were civilians. Absolutely horrible, awful thing, snatching hostages and whatnot. At the same time, what did Hamas think of the reaction to it? On the one hand, okay? On the other hand, we now know from Israeli journalists that the Israeli government was hoping something like this would happen, because it would give them what they believe to be the legal authority to destroy Gaza, not to just destroy Hamas. I mean, Hamas is nebulous. They don't carry ID cards. Right? And so they could destroy the whole of Gaza, something that they've wanted to do for a very long time. And they're overt about it. You see advertisements now. I've seen them in New York, New Jersey, California, at synagogues, where they'll have what they call real estate seminars afterwards, where you can buy land that's really Palestinian land in Gaza that the Israeli government is planning now to turn into settlements. These comments by Jared Kushner, for example, about beachfront property in Gaza making an incredible opportunity for a beachfront resort, that wasn't an accident. That was the plan. I think the Israelis are guilty of genocide, not a term I use lightly. And, while, of course, I think the Israelis have a right to exist, peaceful coexistence or whatnot, two-state solution, one-state solution, I don't know. But they've gone much too far. They've ignored the international community. They're going through the motions of ceasefire talks. Netanyahu was in town, a week ago. And while he was in Washington, negotiations were ongoing in Rome between Israel, Hamas, the United States, Egypt, and Qatar. And when the talks broke up, the Egyptians complained that the Israeli delegation didn't have the authority to agree on anything. They just sat there and stared at each other. So nothing was accomplished. When Netanyahu left Washington, John Kirby, the spokesman for the National Security Council, said that Netanyahu didn't even pretend to support a ceasefire. He didn't even pretend. There's no hope for a ceasefire. Not until everybody's dead or everything is destroyed. Number two, we don't even have enough time to talk about Israelis in the United States and Israeli involvement. My very first day at the agency, we had a briefing by the head of security. And he was talking about counterintelligence, which was a new word for me. And he said, he was explaining the difference between declared officers and undeclared officers. So a declared officer is, let's say you're a CIA officer, and you're serving in some foreign country. And the station chief takes you to the intelligence service of that country and says, this is my officer, he's a CIA officer, and he's here to work with your officers. Okay, you're a declared officer. An undeclared officer is somebody who's serving overseas undercover and is not declared, he's not supposed to be known to that intelligence service. So the head of security told us that at the Israeli embassy in Washington, there are two declared officers, one for Mossad and one for Shin Bet. Right, so Shin Bet is like the not really the FBI, but domestic security. Yeah. This was in January of 1990. He said there were 189 undeclared Israeli intelligence officers that the FBI had been able to identify, spread all over America, trying to steal our defense secrets. So why don't we wrap those people up and expel them? Because they're Israeli. They're not Chinese, they're not Russian, they're not North Korean, Cubans, or whatever. They're Israeli. And the Israelis have such a hold on Capitol Hill that it's just not worth the disruption in relations, political or foreign affairs, to wrap those people up. You just have to kind of hope for the best. I think I probably mentioned to you in one of our earlier conversations too, I had two friends that I worked with, very good friends from the agency. And when I went overseas on my first tour, they went overseas on their first. And they went to Jerusalem. Tandem couple, married couple, both agency officers. The wife was the one that actually got the job. So the husband took a 2-year kind of sabbatical to learn how to speak Arabic. So they went. As soon as they arrived, the chief took them to Mossad and said, "You already know them. I'm just making it official. They're declared. She's going to be working with your people, and he's going to be studying Arabic at such and such a university." A couple of months later, they go to a dinner at the ambassador's residence. And when they got home, all of their living room furniture had been rearranged while they were gone. That was just a message like, we can fuck with you when we want.
Is that something that's normal?
For the Israelis, yes. They do this kind of thing all the time. A couple of months after that, they went to a Christmas party at the ambassador's residence. And when they came back, people had taken shits in all of their toilets in their house. Another message. Right. They finished their 2-year tour. The ambassador has a going away dinner for them. They go back home. Somebody had cut the dog's tail off and wrapped it in gauze as kind of a going away present. This is what the Israelis did. Yeah, there was another incident too, where the ambassador was being driven back to his residence. This is years ago in the 90s. And 2 of his tires blew out in his car. So the driver, of course, pulls off to the side, and then these 2 very helpful men pull up. "Oh, what happened? Oh, you want us to help you change the tire?" "Oh, no, it's 2 tires somehow blew out." "Okay, well, you can call the whatever the Israeli version of AAA is to drive off." They drove off with the ambassador's briefcase, which had, personnel folders and whatnot inside. Who knows? I don't know what had inside. Classified documents? Who knows? And it turned out those tires had been shot. That's what the Israelis did.
It's important to understand, and one of the things I don't think many Americans reflect on is that there's the Jewish faith, and then there is the
Israeli government.
That's right. They are not the same thing.
Right.
And in the United States, what we're trying to promote and protect is the preservation and protection of the Jewish faith.
Yes.
But what unfortunately happens is that a lot of, especially Jewish people who are American citizens, get confused even between the idea of the Jewish faith and the nation of Israel, the state, recognized government, political state of Israel. Right? They're not the same thing. So Israel, as a country, as a government, with its own security infrastructure, with its own national priorities, economic, national security, and otherwise, makes decisions as a nation that doesn't separate church and state, but a nation nevertheless. We, on the other end here, are still confused about whether or not rejecting Israeli policy is the same thing as anti-Semitism.
That's a good point. That's an important point. And that's a relatively new phenomenon, too. If you look back at, for example, I just happened to see a YouTube video of Harry Truman's statement when Israel declared independence. It was fascinating because he said that both the Arabs and the Jews hate him because he forced them to work together. Neither one of them liked the deal. That they wanted to fight in the negotiations. That's how difficult it was. Our move in the direction of the Israelis was very slow and very incremental. I remember I remember the Emir of Bahrain saying one time that the last American president to give us, the Arabs, a truly fair shake was George H.W. Bush. And before him, it was Dwight Eisenhower. Otherwise, he said, you guys always favored the Israelis. We actually didn't. But then if you look at administration after administration, going back to 1948, you can see how drastically American policy has changed. And I think it's because we struggle with that issue of equating Israel with Judaism. And, really never the two shall meet.
Right. So
in U.S. policy.
So Netanyahu's execution of wartime policy, which is like outside of legal requirements, and he dissolved his war cabinet. Like he's an army of one right now, basically, right? With his whole.
Did he get rid of that one guy,
Benny Gantz left on his own.
Benny Gantz left on his own, but Itamar Ben-Gvir is still very much there.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Ben
And
Gvir.
so is Smotrich.
Julian was telling me about Ben Gvir, saying that guy is like
This guy
Satan.
he has felony convictions for anti-Muslim hate crimes. That's how bad this is. He's a convicted hate crime felon.
And he had apparently he's the guy who had like a portrait of this guy, a terrorist who like blew up some sort of mosque.
The cave of the patriarchs.
Yes, exactly.
Had his portrait hanging in his living room.
So I think there's absolutely a stranglehold in the United States about the topic of Judaism and protecting Judaism and safeguarding Judaism, especially knowing that Israel is a safe haven for Jews in an ocean of Islam on both sides, right? Sunni and Shia Islam. So there's definitely an element of that. And then there is a strong current of wealthy Jewish money, wealthy Jewish lobbyists, wealthy Jewish entertainers, wealthy Jewish everything. Just like there's wealthy Christians and wealthy Muslims and wealthy Buddhists, everything, right? There's an influence that comes from those benefactors in the United States that we also confuse with thinking that we have to support Israel to support them. But there's also a very real strategic benefit from supporting Israel. We just don't have to support Israel and their policies under Netanyahu in how they execute
Blindly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Against Hamas.
And one of the things people
we're not it's not about Hamas.
No.
It's about Iran, and it's about Iran's efforts to execute proxy conflict in all directions around Israel. That's what it's really about.
It is.
And everybody's talking about the fucking red sparrow. They're all following the red herring that says that it's about Hamas. It's not about Hamas. And Hamas is an idea that, unfortunately, with every new Palestinian that you kill, all you're doing is guaranteeing another generation of people who believe in Hamas.
Absolutely.
Even the Fatah government has now shaken hands with Hamas and been like,
but the Israeli government drove them to that.
it's crazy.
Abbas is so easily attacked. I mean, this is a guy that's 18 years into a 4-year term as president, right? He's a buffoon. He's corrupt. He's mentally degraded, and the Israelis have pushed him into the arms of Hamas.
Isn't that amazing?
It's incredible.
So on October 6th, the legitimate government for the Palestinians was the Fatah government, even though the West Bank was controlled by Hamas. And now here we stand in July of 2024, and August
3rd.
And now where we stand is that both Gaza and the West Bank have met on equal grounds.
Yeah.
So the legitimate government that even Israel was saying was legitimate government is now legitimizing Hamas, which is labeled a terrorist organization by 13 of the UN states, which means only 13 members of the UN, which has more than 100 members. Only 13 identify Hamas as terrorists.
That's a good point. And another thing too is a lot of Americans either forget or don't know that Benjamin Netanyahu is the most unpopular major political figure in Israel. The latest polls just come out last week show his approval rating at 22%.
They've called for re-election. Wildly unpopular.
Oh yeah.
even before October 7th, wildly unpopular. Yeah, he's got fraud charges on him, criminal charges on him, corruption charges on him.
Mm-hmm.
He's been in and out of office
Bribery,
multiple times.
influence peddling.
So it's
Yeah,
not.
and Gantz only slightly higher. When's that from? May. He has an interest in keeping this war going as long as possible.
Absolutely.
Because the
It
longer he
defers
stays,
everything
it
else.
defers
I
everything.
think even Trump said that in an interview.
Oh, did he?
Back when he was still president, there was an interview where he's like, I don't want to say who it is, but one side does not want to make a deal. Is what Trump said.
There it is.
And now Trump just gets $1 million or $100 million from the Adelsons.
Yeah.
And I think this is something else Julian educated me on.
Even in death, Adelson is influences
His wife Miriam,
elections.
right?
Yeah, she's
There
still
was a Mossad spy who was imprisoned here, who apparently was trying to. Netanyahu has been trying to get him out ever since Clinton, I believe.
Oh, it was Jonathan Pollard.
There you go,
Jonathan Pollard. I tell you what, I was when I was still at the agency.
So just to make sure everybody understands,
Yes.
Pollard is an American citizen.
Yeah. Navy.
Of Jewish faith.
Right.
Who became a spy against the United States,
Yes.
giving secrets to the Israelis.
Yes.
In what year was that?
85, I think it was. Does it say there? 84.
1985.
Yeah.
1985. He was apprehended in 85.
Yeah. Right. And then in turn, the Israelis traded the classified American documents, the military documents that Pollard provided them, to the Soviet Union in exchange for Russian Jews. Can you imagine that? Yeah. Yeah, Pollard was a traitor. So every single time, literally every single time Netanyahu would come to the country, no matter who was president, he would say, you got to release Pollard, got to release Pollard, got to release Pollard. And then Bill Clinton went a little wobbly. And literally every head of every American intelligence agency said, if you release Pollard, we'll resign en masse.
Really?
Uh-huh. So Pollard got 30 years. He ended up doing every single day of the 30 years. The Israelis gave him citizenship, put him on a plane, and now he lives in Jerusalem.
Is it true that Monica Lewinsky was working for the Israelis and she was some sort of a...
Well, I never heard that. No, I can't imagine.
Maybe that was some conspiracy I saw, but I heard...
I can only imagine the conspiracies
I see a ton of conspiracies, especially on Twitter. But I heard something that Monica Lewinsky was used basically to get blackmail on Clinton, and he wasn't willing to release, or he couldn't release Pollard. So that's why they released all the info on the whole Lewinsky scandal.
Too many moving parts.
And why did Trump? Why is Trump the one that released Pollard and?
Well, Pollard had to be released.
He completed his sentence.
Oh, he completed his
Yeah.
sentence. Okay. Yeah. And I think I heard that he flew back to Israel on
Israeli
Adelson's jet.
Oh, was it Adelson's jet?
That's what I heard.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
It's there's no, I don't know how to overstate this. Israel is not a trusted, close friend of the United States.
In any way.
Not in any way.
Listen, Israel, when I was at the agency, and granted my information's 20 years old now, but when I was at the agency, Israel was classified as critical threat for counterintelligence. So it was Israel, Russia, North Korea, and Cuba. That's how serious.
Not China?
And China, yes. That's how serious the spy threat is against us from Israel.
The problem is they are also militarily, economically, industrially, very practical to have as allies. And then on top of that, you have our commitment to the Jewish faith and the protection and preservation of the Jewish faith.
Do you think it's a problem that both presidential candidates are getting millions and millions of dollars from the Israelis in support of their presidential campaigns? Like Trump getting $100 million, and I don't know how much Kamala has gotten, at least $5 million, right?
Like not from the Israelis, right? This is American Jews.
This is where you have to differentiate between the country,
The Adelson, so it was Mary
and the
Adelson.
people.
Right.
Yeah.
And do I think it's a problem? I mean, the whole campaign finance thing is a problem. How there's just unlimited amount of money. The money isn't needed to demonstrate the policy or the effectiveness of your policy. What the money is needed for is to put commercials out and to put influence out and to put marketing out. Like, the real magic behind Donald Trump is not that Donald Trump is some skilled statesman or diplomat or world leader. It's that he understands how to market. He knows how to get a message in front of people that want to hear a message, that want to get activated by a message. Like,
the Democrats seriously underestimated him in 16. Seriously underestimated him.
And it's a recognition of the practical truth, right? It's not that Donald Trump is going to be some powerhouse president for the next 4 years. It's not that he's trying to boost any kind of specific policies for the United States. He is a guy that likes to win. He's a guy that thrives on a challenge. There's a lot of benefits that are going to come his way if he becomes president, not to mention the fact that he can set motion for things that continue to pay dividends even after he leaves office. It's not some passion for the preservation of the American government.
And another thing about him, too, is he doesn't really believe in anything. He doesn't have any core beliefs.
Right.
Which, on the one hand, might be a good thing because you can adapt to changing situations and changing policy. But then, on the other hand, it's like, I don't know what this guy stands for other than for himself.
And there's an element there where I think part of his popularity is that's what we all want to think about ourselves too.
Yeah. Yeah,
right?
that's right.
You've said it earlier.
I have. Yes, I have.
So there's a very strong, attractive character there. And when you talk about an attractive character, you are 1,000% right in the center of marketing.
So what do you guys think? I mean, I know you through your crystal ball is going to happen in the near or medium future between Israel and Iran, and how is the United States involved? Like, what does it look like if Hezbollah goes into all-out war with Israel?
It's ugly. Yeah. Hezbollah is an actual force of significance. So Israel would be well equipped. Yeah, Israel would be in a hard place. I think to answer your question, I see Iran continuing to play this smartly, where they don't get themselves directly involved, and they don't need to be directly involved.
They've shown great restraint so far,
or at least we interpret it as restraint, because they're using patience as a strategic tool in crafting whatever their next step is. But if you put yourself in the shoes of Iran, they've got a strong proxy force to the north of Israel. They have a available proxy force to the south of Israel in the Houthis. And then they have a proxy force that's right inside of Israel and Gaza, and possibly also now in the West Bank, with the growing prominence of Hamas. So they've got Israel could have a war on three fronts. When U.S. doctrine,
they've never had to deal with before.
Correct. And U.S. doctrine in the Army War College, the Air Force War College, the Littoral War College for the Navy, and all of them, a war on two fronts is something to avoid. Because a war on two fronts significantly degrades your capability of winning the war. We learned that in World War I, World War II. So Israel's at a place where Netanyahu's policies have driven them to a point where all of their pre-existing enemies now have all the reason in the world to continue going, to ramp up and escalate further.
And who are the two guys who just got killed?
One was a leader of Hezbollah who led the aerial raids that killed the 12 youth. And then the other was a political leader for Hamas who was actually in Tehran. So Israel launched an attack into sovereign Iran, into the capital city.
And listen to how crazy this is. We're talking about Ismail Haniyeh, who was the head of Hamas's political bureau, resident in Doha. He was the lead ceasefire negotiator, right? So this is the guy that's participating in all these meetings. The crazy thing here is he went to Tehran to attend President Pezeshkian, I always get his name wrong, President Masoud Pezeshkian's inauguration, right?
And that's an opposition president. That's a president.
That's an opposition president, a reformist president who said, hey, you know what? We should have talks with the United States.
Is Iran took a very weird right turn.
I didn't predict
see it happening.
No, I thought for sure Jalili would win that race, and he got killed. Pezeshkian walloped him. Anyway, the first reports on Haniyeh's killing were that the Israelis had launched a missile at the guest house that he stayed in. And I even said on the show, that would require violating Jordanian airspace and Iraqi airspace, or or Jordanian airspace and Saudi airspace twice, right?
Getting in and getting out. Yeah.
That didn't make any sense to me. And then they said, day before yesterday, actually, no. They put a bomb in the house in April because they knew that he stayed in the same house, serious security problem, stayed in the same house every time he'd go to Iran. And they just waited for him to go. And then they blew it up remotely. But this goes to the Israeli ability to violate Iranian sovereignty in any way they want. They kill Iranian scientists. They'll do car bombs. They do close-in hits. They have a whole network in Iran that we can only fantasize about, and it's taken years and years to build. I want to say one other thing too. Back in what was it, March or April, the Israelis bombed the Iranian consulate in Damascus and killed 2 Iranian generals. Major violation of international law. But the Israelis don't care about stuff like that. Anyway, the Iranians responded, again with great restraint. They launched 600 drones, but they told the United States in advance, we're going to send these 600 drones. And then they called in the Jordanian ambassador and said, we're going to fly these 600 drones over your airspace. So it took 6 hours for those drones to cross over. So everybody is like sitting like this, waiting for the drones to come. Right, so the British scattered their jets from bases in Jordan. We scattered our jets. The Israelis scattered their jets and shot down all but 7. Okay, so 7 hit the ground, and there's a little bit of minor damage here and there. And everybody's like, oh, that was the response, no big deal. It was actually a very big deal, because it showed the Iranians that the Iron Dome isn't so great as the Israelis say it is. They were able to get 7 drones through. Now, what if those drones had been carrying BW or CW, right? Or big bombs?
Chemical weapons, biological
I'm sorry,
weapons.
yes, biological weapons, chemical weapons. It would be unprecedented in history. So the Israelis think they're so smart and so good that they got away with killing 2 generals who just were replaced the next day.
Right. And the world thinks that Israel is so powerful because of their reach.
Look how safe they are. They reached into Syria and killed these guys. They reach into Iran and kill that guy. They bomb Lebanon and kill this guy. It's not as great as they think it is.
Meanwhile, Iran is finding a way to learn more about its enemy without actually killing Iranians.
Exactly.
Because it's a bunch of extremist proxy people who are actually taking the fall.
What do you think of these rumors this week that it was the MEK that did it the Mujahideen Khalq, which is a cult actually, but it was originally a communist opposition group during the Shah's time that assassinated an American ambassador, kidnapped an American 4-star general, and then all of a sudden we decided, oh, they're not so bad after all. And then they hired Rudy Giuliani to represent them in Washington, and they were feted by the Clinton administration. And, Miriam Rajavi, the head of it, her husband was the founder, and he just kind of disappeared one day. And everybody said, oh, she killed him and buried him in Iraq. Now she's the head of it. And now she's in Washington, she's in Paris, they have big dinners for her on Capitol Hill. And the rumor is that it was the MEK, since they're already in Iran, that actually planted the bomb.
That's interesting. I hadn't heard that before.
I heard that just this week.
So there's just, Russia's invasion of Ukraine did a number of things I think people don't realize. It highlighted Russia's inadequacy to carry out a land campaign.
I could say that again.
Right? But it also highlighted that we don't really know the capabilities of any country that's out there. So anything you can do to try to make yourself look bigger than you are, quote unquote paper tiger, is what most countries are trying to do. Right? So Russia's trying to look strong, Israel's trying to look strong, America does things to try to look strong, China's doing things to try to look strong too. But there's also a very real saber rattling that happens where nobody really wants to get too deep into a conflict.
Hold me back.
Right.
Hold me back. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So, like your original question was, what happens if Hezbollah really does go on Israel? It's a bloodbath.
See, I think it's more likely that Hezbollah is going to do something than the Iranians. The Iranians, I could see firing a rocket at an Israeli embassy, let's say, or killing an Israeli defense attaché somewhere. Hezbollah, I think, is ready to fight.
And Hezbollah has been training for it for a long time. It's part of their chart.
Welcome, dude. How you living, pimp?
Right? Hezbollah stands a real
I
chance.
miss you so much. What about Rabbi?
How you living, baby? What's good?
That's what Odie looks like.
After sleeping in the car at night, yeah, basically.
I always put your black. Thank you so much. I love you guys so much. I love you so much.
Zoot, I think you're thinking of somebody else. Miss Aquarius, maybe.
Yeah. No, he's not. Zoot knows really well, really quick. He's smart. Right, Zoot? Yeah. I'll put that black one.
Okay. Zoot, are you ready?
No, really?
Why, you too busy sucking dicks?
Really like it.
Alright. Are you gonna play or no? You're just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
Yeah, that one.
Okay, so you don't win an invitation.
Nah, sure.
Did you go to the gym today?
Yeah.
Were there any hotties there?
No. Yeah, how many packages of drums did you measure with your eyebrows? What do you mean? You gotta report back to me too, dude. Don't be uncomfortable with yourself. What are you saying?
Zoot, how was your day?
Did I tell him right now, Mom?
You do whatever makes you happy.
You're not comfortable with it.
Alright. What's up, Magnus? What's up, Magnus Carlson? What's it like to be the second best chess player in the world? Dude, not from what I saw. You punched the table and walked out like a little bitch. So you don't want an invitation for darts. That's some bullshit. Dude, they did a good job on your phone.
It's nice to see too after I'm always so mean to him.
You are a mean person to him.
I know I'm very mean to you.
Word, girl. Why aren't you just having a fucking crazy day?
Rabbi, everything's going well now. Now that we're listening to what we're listening to on the podcast, everybody's interested. I think that the goal is still a goal, and we need to understand how did they get to those 4-star generals. So I just had to go back and state that it was the drones that we provided to them, and now they're gonna, it was because they're the most developed military.
Okay.
And that's really good. That's good for everybody to know, right?
Keep doing your makeup, my friend.
That's about it. Yeah, I had to take some of it off.
And what we learned on October 7th, yes, there were a lot of deaths. Yes, there were a lot of civilian deaths. a solid third of all the people that died were military deaths. IDF, Defense Force, Border Patrol, et cetera, right? So when anybody tries to compare 9/11 with October 7, it's not a strong comparison. You can't compare the two. You just can't. Not in terms of number of lives lost, not in terms of the fact that Hamas was a known threat and a known enemy of Israel for a long time. They've been oppressed for a long time, whereas the attack on the United States on 9/11 was completely out of nowhere. It was unprecedented and it was unprovoked. Right? So there's huge differences between the two. But it's a very convenient comparison in some media channels to try to make them sound like the same thing. But one of the things that Israel has to do right now is also look strong. One of the things Netanyahu has to do right now is look strong. Is to look strong enough to keep the war hawks in his own cabinet at bay, and also work against a current of unpopular support from his base or from the Israeli people. And the United States is stuck in this awkward position where we've been making our policies about Ukraine. Those have not been popular. Ukraine has not been successful in the way that I think our allies in NATO hoped they would be successful. If anything, the prolonged conflict in Russia and Ukraine has highlighted the corruption and transparency issues with Ukraine that have just made it even worse. So Israel and, well, the United States is stuck with these two slow horses that it's painted itself into a corner under the Biden administration with support. So if it's a Harris administration that comes next, she's adopting two slow horses.
I want to add one thing if I could.
Yes.
One of the things I learned early on in my analytic career at the agency was always watch for troop movements and ship movements, right? If people at the Pentagon, for example, are really worried about hostilities, they're going to send carrier battle groups. And today we announced that we have 2 carrier battle groups in the region. One has just come out of the Gulf and is now in the Arabian Sea, and the other's in the Eastern Mediterranean. That scares the shit out of me.
We're moving fighter jets. Okay. It could be a show of force, but it's a very real mobilization.
When Iraq invaded Kuwait, I remember one of the analysts saying that this was going to be tough for us because the Persian Gulf was too shallow for an aircraft carrier. We had never sent one into the Persian Gulf, ever, right? It was just too shallow. By the time that hostilities began, we had 6 carriers and their associated battle groups in the Gulf at the same time. And each carrier has 12 ships that accompany it. Destroyers and supply ships and all kinds of stuff. So we already have 2, and the announcement day before yesterday that we're sending fighter jets. And interestingly, the Pentagon didn't say how many,
right?
Didn't say where they're going, and didn't say what kinds.
So we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen next. But we do know that there are significant American interests in the Middle East. You've got not only our interests with Israel, but you've got our interests with Saudi. You've got our interests with UAE. You've got our interests with Jordan.
What do you make of I forget who it was. It was some secretary of something on TV 2 or 3 days ago. Came out and was pounding his chest about how there are, I think the number he said was $10 trillion worth of valuable resources, natural resources and minerals in Ukraine that we needed to keep out of Russia's hands so they wouldn't share it with China.
No idea.
And I've never heard anyone in the government, anyone in the media talking about any sort of resources in Ukraine until now.
Honestly, I thought they just had wheat.
People have been talking, well, in Eastern Ukraine or Western Ukraine?
Oh, there it is.
People have been talking about Eastern Ukrainian
Lindsey Graham
minerals for a long time.
Senate show horse Lindsey Graham.
So
Show
this
horse.
is
So now it just seems to be like there's this new goal for the Ukraine conflict to keep minerals out of the hands of China and Russia.
Or that's
Look
just
at Afghanistan.
A new wish.
Yeah.
A new justification.
Afghanistan has $23 trillion worth of rare earth metals that were just discovered in 2015, 2016. Yeah.
And where does China fit into all of this? a year ago you were on here. You made the claim that before, I think you said right before the presidential election for the U.S., that China would invade Taiwan.
I don't think I ever said the word invade. It's funny I had this conversation with Julian too.
Okay.
Because it certainly seems like some of you guys interpreted the word invade. I said China would move on Taiwan.
Move on Taiwan. Okay.
In the lead up to the 2024 election. I believe that started in October of last year, really culminated when they took control, the KMT took control of the legislation in January of this year. And since then, we've just seen a continued escalation of military movements and military exercises and increased rhetoric. Like right now, for all intents and purposes, Taiwan is politically locked. It has a president that's pro-separation, and it's got a dominant legislation that's pro-unification, and then it's got all these independent players, and it's a hotbed of Chinese activity. And I'm still sitting there uncertain of if more is coming. Because if I'm in Xi Jinping's shoes right now, watching what's happening in the United States, which is the only benefactor to Taiwan, if I'm watching what's happening in the United States, we're so fucking confused right now that we've got a sitting president who basically can't take action. We have a race between a convicted felon and a district attorney that has never won a vote. And we haven't even had an official DNC to announce the candidate for the Democratic National Party to support through the presidency. Not to mention all the challenges that America has anyways, economically, politically, whatever else, civilly. So it's such a good time right now for Xi Jinping. He must be looking at this knowing that after November 5th, after the 100 days before the president takes office, is just this window of time where conditions kind of only get worse for them to move on, to take an aggressive action of some sort. They're in a perfect window right now to basically do something, and we're going to be so landlocked, so head up our ass that we can't even make a decision to take action.
Interesting.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're in a position themselves to take any kind of action, because Xi Jinping has his plate full of all sorts of other shit.
Aren't they sending some sort of crazy new ships out to the South China Sea, or whatever the sea is, the ocean, the sea is right there?
They've been growing their naval capability for a while. Yeah, they've been modernizing. Now, it's unproven in battle. One of the reasons that the United States is always engaging in conflict all over the world all the time is we're constantly practicing, exercising, training, refining.
We used to love it. We used to love it when the Israelis and the Syrians would engage in dogfights, because it was always, an F-16 or an F-15 or whatever against a MiG, and it was real world testing that we couldn't do.
Yeah. So that we don't know what's going to happen with China, and China's in a fat and happy place right now with regards to international influence, and it doesn't even have to take action. The United States is doing enough dumb fuckery on its own that we're ostracizing ourselves from the developing world. And right now, China knows that its future is tied to the developing world. One thing I will say is that the arguments that keep floating around about population crises
in China,
yes, right? All of those are way overblown.
Definitely.
First of all, if you Google search what countries are having a population crisis right now, it's basically all of them.
Yeah.
Right? Japan's having a crisis. America's having a crisis. South Korea's having a crisis. China's having a crisis. Anybody that can count heads is basically having a crisis. Because, oh, by the way, we're modernizing all over the world, and people need to they need less babies, right? Because they get more time on the phone, right? It's that simple. There's less sex happening in the United States than ever before. Do you remember being 25 years old? Sure. All we want is sex at 25 years old. But now, I got friends that are 45 and all they want is sex right now. But now 25-year-olds have less sex than ever before because they've got video games to distract them. They've got YouTube to distract them. They've got all the porn in the world they could want. There's actually people who do the math and choose that it's better to masturbate in 7 minutes than go through the 3-hour process of having a date, seducing a woman, having the foreplay, and then having sex. It's unbelievable to me. If you're not in it for 3 hours, what the hell are you in it for?
Yeah.
Right?
No, yeah, that's a huge problem with technology in general.
Yeah.
So with China's hoping for a population demise. They're hoping to reduce their population. Because if they reduce the population, they increase the per capita revenue. And they already know that it's only 10% of all Chinese people that generate the vast majority of Chinese GDP. Plus, they're trying to revolutionize and modernize their industrial base so that they're selling high-tech products, electric vehicles, telecommunications, chips and memory cards. Like, that's what they want to do. That's going to bring even more money in to a smaller population, which massively increases the per capita income, which brings them closer to superpower status. They can make more money with less people. Of course, that's what they want. That's exactly what we did too. That's how you can't be a superpower with 1.6 billion people. You can be a superpower with 300 million people. It's just, yeah.
At the end of the day, it comes down to GDP.
It comes down to GDP. It comes down to GDP, and it comes down to the economic impact of the individuals who are in your country and the industrial base that you provide to the world. So right now, if you've in the last 20 years, there's been a massive shift. It used to be that if you wanted financial sector products, if you wanted telecommunications products, if you wanted high-tech products, you went to the United States. Well, now, Hong Kong and Shanghai belong to China, financial centers. Electric vehicles produced in China are outpacing electric vehicles anywhere else.
At half the price.
At half the price, right?
And they're beautiful cars.
And you have a government there that is very amenable to working with countries of all shapes and sizes, completely regardless of the idealistic or the ideology or the political practices of that country. Where the United States will only do business, unless they want to sanction you, they'll only do business with people who fit a certain ideological mold and who adhere to American requirements.
One of the things that surprised me when I was in Hong Kong the other day was how few places would take Visa or MasterCard. And the way it was explained to me made perfect sense. They have their own system, they have their own cards, so that they can't get sanctioned. And all of these transactions don't have to go through New York. They go through Shanghai.
There's money to be made everywhere. There's money to be made everywhere. And America has followed an economic bullying strategy since the end of World War II that led to our success all through about 2005. And then we took our eyes off the ball, and China's a fantastic mimic. They're not very innovative. They don't have a framework of change there.
They steal designs and ideas and make them just as...
And optimize them.
Yeah.
They make them 1 or 2% better with cheaper quality, whatever else.
That's right.
And that's all they did. They just mimicked our system. Rolled out the Belt and Road Initiative, started doing exactly what we did, only we started at the end of World War II. They started in about 2005.
I want to add something about the JCPOA as it sort of fits into this. You know, the JCPOA is also called the Iran nuclear deal. So we have very specific sanctions laws in the United States. And U.S. law calls for sanctions against any country that does business with Iran. Okay? If you're trading with Iran, we're going to put sanctions on you. So the JCPOA opened trade relations with Iran, not just for the United States, but for pretty much every country. So we signed it, the Brits, the French, the Japanese, the Germans, everybody, all the big Western powers signed it. And then in 2017, I think it was, we unilaterally pulled out of the JCPOA. Okay, but what that did is it triggered the sanctions law. So the Treasury Department said, well, look, we no longer respect the JCPOA, so all of you other countries, you have to pull out of it too. And the French, the Brits, the Germans, the Japanese said, no. We have valuable trade relations now with Iran. We don't have any problem with Iran. We're going to keep these trade relations. Well, then by U.S. law, we have to put sanctions on the British, the French, the Germans, and the Japanese. We can't do that. And so it made us look weak. We're weak. So now we yell about Iran. Oh, we need to isolate the Iranians. We need to put sanctions on Iran. Those days have come and gone.
And that's why Iran plays nice right now. They appear to play nice on paper using the proxy.
That's right.
The proxy tools that they've been developing for the last.
So we bombed Kataib Hezbollah in northern Iraq, and the Iranians say that's an Iraqi militia.
Yep.
That's not us. We didn't do that. Wow. Yeah.
So I just want to do a quick time hack for you because I do have to roll at 4.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, we're about at 3 hours, so I think it's a good place to wrap it up, man. Thank you guys both for doing this. This has been a gripping conversation. Oh, yes. I want to do, after we wrap it up, I had our Patreon subscribers ask you guys some personal questions. So after we're going to wrap it up, and we'll do a little Patreon exclusive for people that are interested in checking it out.
Sure.
But before we wrap it up, John, tell people where they can find you online, read about your Substack, and all that stuff.
Thanks. Substack is where I put everything I write, all the interviews I do. And I got to say, this is what, the third time you and I have spoken? The fourth time?
Third or fourth?
And
fourth, I think.
I want to say thank you to your viewers, because hundreds of them have come to my Substack. So thank you very much. Everything that I do, I put there. It's simple. It's just John Kiriakou.
Beautiful. I'm going to link it below. Andy?
You'll find me at everydayspy.com. You'll find me on my podcast at the Everyday Spy Podcast, of course, on all social media at Everyday Spy. And again, for those of you who are listening who don't know, Danny Jones was the first podcast that I was on of significance and launched what has turned into the last 2 years.
Excellent.
Pretty incredible podcast invitation.
Shout out to Matthew Cox for putting us together.
Matt Cox. Booyah. I now know 2 criminals that I can call friends.
I wear it on my sleeve.
That's beautiful. Thank you guys both for your time.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right. If you guys want to keep going on, we're going to go on Patreon. And good night. All right. Cool. All right. We're just going to... That was fucking incredible. Oh, my God. That was so good.
Hey, I got to tell you, the FBI came to my house one time. You know this. And
can we record this for Patreon or no?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're still rolling for Patreon.
Cool.
Keep going.
The FBI came to my house one night. My youngest son was little. He was, I don't know, 4 or 5. He was sitting in my lap. And the doorbell rang. And he jumped off and he ran to the door before I could, get up. And he opens the door and I hear this sugary, sweet voice say, "Hi, is your daddy home?"
They discovered 3 things in that process that characterized me, things that I wanted in life. I wanted power, money, and sex.
It's perfect for a CIA officer.
They knew they could hook me by giving me those things and putting me in a position where I had the opportunity to gain those things. And so then I went in the Peace Corps and then was recruited while I was still in the Peace Corps by this guy who had that information from the NSA. And they figured out, okay, so this guy's only got a Bachelor's of Science in Business Administration, but, we don't have to put that in his bios. We'll put the fact in his bios he spent 3 years in South America working with the division. Yeah, it's kind of a con, but it works. And then I did hire people with very good credentials who worked for me.
I always thought that people who were in the Peace Corps could not work for intelligence agencies. So you actually went to the Peace Corps, but after you were interviewed for the NSA. And did they know you were going to go to the Peace Corps?
No. So what happened? And so I wasn't working for the NSA. What happened was, so I was desperately trying to avoid the draft. I just didn't believe in the war in Vietnam. I was not about to go off. I like what Muhammad Ali said. He said something, and I'm paraphrasing him. But they ain't never done nothing to hurt me, and I don't see any reason why I should go off and kill them or be killed by them. And I felt the same way. And my wife at the time, her father was very high up in the U.S. Department of the Navy, had high security clearance. And his best friend was very high up in the National Security Agency, which was a terrible institution. And so they arranged for me to have an interview with the NSA because this friend of the family was so high up. And I did that in the JFK building in Boston, the federal building in Boston. And I spent a couple of days going through all sorts of tests, including a lot on the lie detector. And I thought I'd never get the job because they asked me if I'd ever had an interview with difficulty with the police. And it so happened that, as I tell the story in the book, where I was at Middlebury College and was involved in a knife fight in a bar there. A friend of mine who happened to be Iranian was, pulled out a knife and cut the guy who was trying to beat up on me. And he was thrown out of Middlebury as a result. I quit Middlebury, and so I thought, I really miss that. It's a nice fight. I looked through all this stuff, and they also asked me how I felt about Vietnam. I said I don't believe in it, so I think they're never going to hire me. But as it turned out, at that point in time, they knew Vietnam was going down, and they didn't care that I didn't believe in the war. Because they didn't believe in this longer either.
What year was this?
So this would have been 1968, and it turned out that the Iranian guy who pulled a knife and was a very good friend of mine. His father was a general in the Shah of Iran's government, and a CIA asset. His father. So they liked the fact that I had lied to the police when the police in Middlebury, when I went to Middlebury College, when the police brought me in to question me about Fahar, the Iranian, he pulled a knife on this guy. He got me into a fight. I said, no, I didn't. Not that I know. I didn't see anything like that. Of course, I was right there. And I lied to the police. And I admitted this under the lie detector that I lied to the police. I thought, well, that would get me screwed. But in fact, they liked the fact. They liked the fact that I had the guts to lie to the police and get away with it. And they liked the fact that I was good friends with this Iranian whose father was a very good CIA asset. So it's kind of an interesting process. So I get recruited, and they offer me a job, which is basically as a trainee in a national security agency. And I'm ready to do that. And then I'm still in college, my last year in college, and I happen to walk by this room where there was a Peace Corps recruiter giving a talk. And I wandered into the room and I listened to it, and it struck me. I loved indigenous people. Growing up in New Hampshire, my family goes back almost 300 years, and I had a great something grandmother who was captured by the Algonquin-speaking Abenaki up the upper northeast. And so I always had this fascination with indigenous people, with the Indians. And I knew there was only one place in the world where people kind of still live like that, the Amazon. And I always had this desire to go to the Amazon and live with these people. So after this Peace Corps recruiter finishes his talk, I go up to him and I said to him, hey, if I applied for the Peace Corps and asked for the Amazon, do you think I might get it? And he said, are you crazy? Yes, of course you get it. Nobody wants to go to the Amazon, and we're looking for people who go to the Amazon. So I applied for the Peace Corps and asked for the Amazon and got it. And so I was not working for the National Security Agency. But while I was still there in the Peace Corps, the last year I was there for 3 years. I extended for a third year because I still was in 26, so I was still draftable. So I extended for a third year. Peace Corps was normally 2 years. And in that third year, I was contacted by this guy who turned out was the senior vice president for Charles T. Maine, the company I ended up going to work for. And he also was a liaison. He was in the Army Reserve, a colonel in the Army Reserve. And he had the information about me from the NSA. So he already knew a lot about me and wanted to recruit me for this job. So while I was in the Peace Corps, I never worked for the NSA, but the NSA had my files.
Did they ever ask you, why did you do this interview and then jet for the Amazon for 3 years?
Oh, well, yeah. So after I hear this Peace Corps volunteer, I call the friend of the family, my father-in-law's good friend, who you call Uncle so-and-so, I don't want to use his name, but It was very close. I called them and I told them, well, I just heard this Peace Corps thing, and they said I could go to the Amazon. And I'm really interested in that, but I know you've gone out of your way to get me an invitation to be a trainee with the NSA. Well, what do you think? And he said, oh my God, he said, do it, because you'll be a lot more valuable to us afterwards. You'll have learned another language, you'll have learned to live with another culture, you'll have learned to live, to survive under very difficult positions. And he said, when you get out, you may find that you're not actually working for the National Security Agency, but you may be working for a corporation that has liaisons with the National Security Agency, or the CIA, which is exactly what turned out to be the case.
So was this Peace Corps recruitment meetings happening in the NSA building?
No, the Peace Corps recruiter was at Boston University, where I was in my last year of college.
Okay.
Yeah. Totally separate. They were totally unrelated at that time.
It sounded like it was conveniently close to where you interviewed for the NSA.
No.
Like almost like they planned it.
No. The NSA was downtown Boston in Government Center, and Boston University is further.
Okay.
It's still in Boston, but it's on the outskirts.
And what country did you go to in the Amazon?
Ecuador.
Ecuador?
Yeah.
And that's where you learned Spanish?
Yeah. And that's a funny story, too, Dave. So I finally get this letter from the Peace Corps saying, you've been accepted to the Peace Corps and assigned to Ecuador. And I said, oh, damn, I wanted the Amazon. I wanted Latin America, not Africa. I had no idea where Ecuador was.
That's hilarious.
And I go to the map, and I left map of Africa. I can't find Ecuador. So I go to the index in the map, and it takes me to Latin America. And, oh, my God, yeah, it's an land in the Amazon. The upper Amazon.
That is hilarious, man. I love it. So 3 years in I was going to say Africa. 3 years in Ecuador in the Amazon. And what were you doing down there specifically?
Well, so you can't make this stuff up. So first the Peace Corps sends me to 8 weeks of training in Southern California, and this is to learn Spanish. And if you speak another language, 8 weeks doesn't get you too far, but you get to be conversant. Yeah. I could pass the Foreign Service exam, and also they taught me about credit and savings corps, how to form credit and savings corps, because I graduated from business school, Bachelor of Science in Business, and so now they send me into the Amazon, and it was a difficult place to get to. It took a couple of days in a rickety old bus that was basically a wooden box built on a Ford chassis that was filled with people who were, oh my God, I had pigs and goats and chickens and all these things on this bus, and people who didn't bathe, and it was an awful experience.
You drove the whole
No,
way?
I didn't drive, but I'm on this bus and we're sitting in these wooden seats for a couple of days, and then you get to the end of the road and spend the next day, walking and riding horses through these trails deep into the Amazon. And I'm being assigned to live in the Shuar territory. Now the Shuar hunters and gatherers, if you've ever seen a shrunken head or a picture of one, they did it because there's other head hunters, but they're the ones who actually shrink the heads. So here I am going in there, and as I'm making my way into this place where I'm supposed to spend the next 2 years, there's some people walking out to go to the market to get to the bus or whatever. And so I just thought I'll practice my lousy Spanish. To my chagrin, as I'm talking to these people in Spanish, I find that they don't speak Spanish. They speak Shuar. So my first experience with U.S. government work was they teach you a language and send you to a place where nobody speaks it. And then I finally get to the little community where I'm going to spend the next 2 years. And this one guy greets me, and he's a school teacher. He's from up in the Andes, and he speaks Spanish. And we can communicate, sort of. My Spanish isn't very good, but I can communicate. And he's like, well, why are you here? And I said, well, I'm here to help you guys form your credit and savings co-ops. And he looks at me like, are you crazy? Like, we're all in the barter system here. We don't have any currency. It's your bananas for my papayas. And we can't save or credit bananas and papayas. Why are you really here? Immediately the community was pretty suspicious of me. This gringo comes in, taller than him, blonde hair. Why is he here? And it was a difficult situation. And so my second experience with U.S. government work is they teach you a skill and send you to a place where nobody can use your skill.
What reason would they have to be suspicious of you?
Well,
was there a lot of people coming down trying to exploit them? Or?
There was the areas has been known for gold, and right now the Chinese have a huge gold operation. So there have been prospectors and con artists and people. So they were familiar with people trying to come in and take something from them, and they assumed that's what I was supposed to do. And the funny thing is, so I told you, I grew up almost 300 years of Yankee Calvinists in New Hampshire and Vermont and Connecticut. And if there's one thing that's ingrained in you, and that background is that when you're sent in to do a job, by God, you do it. So I would get up late in the afternoon, early evening, every day, in the center of this little community and give a speech in my lousy Spanish, which nobody understood, about the benefits of such Trinity savings clubs. Because that was my job. And I didn't have anything else to do. And it fascinated me that every day more people came to hear me. And it reached a point very quickly where people were walking for several hours through the forest, these indigenous people. And they didn't have flashlights. They had to go back in the dark. And I'm thinking, my God, I'm making headway here. I'm going to form a credit savings co-op. And the school teacher takes me aside one afternoon. He says, "Hey, have you?" He said, "Don't get your hopes up. I know you think you're going to form a credit savings co-op, but have you noticed that we don't have any newspapers here that are illiterate? We don't have any television or radios. There's no electricity." He said, "You're it." I was Saturday Night Live every night to that community. So the word had gone out through the forest that there's this crazy man, this tall, gangly, blonde guy who gets up every day and gives this speech in a language we don't even understand. And one guy who does understand says he makes no sense at all. He's trying to get us to do something we can't do. He's crazy. And he's not gonna survive very long here, so you better come hear him while you get a chance. I was like the sideshow,
So that was in the beginning when you first got down there. You experienced that, and then did you ever make any headway with?
Well, about this time, I'm beginning to think, damn, I should have gone to Vietnam. I would have been with other people who speak English, the soldiers. We would have had Budweiser and who knows,
cigarettes
and better. And
way better.
But of course, we all know now that there's good stuff in the Amazon, isn't there? I would find that out. But I was really depressed. I mean, I'm going to spend the next 2 or 3 years here, and it was, what am I going to do? It was a struggle. And then I got really, really sick. I was dying. I couldn't keep any food down. I couldn't, and I reached a point where I couldn't even stand up. I'm lying in a sleeping bag that these were given me on the floor of this hut. And there was no way I could take that journey through the jungle back to try to find one of those radio buses and get back up to some medical facility. So I'm kind of resigned and dying. I am resigned at this point. And late one afternoon, the teacher comes up to me and he's leading this little old lad by the hand. And this guy's scary looking. He's practically naked. He's got a loincloth. But his body's covered with these tattoos. And he's a little, I'm lying down on the floor, so it looks pretty big. And the school teacher says, "This guy's the shaman." I had no idea what a shaman was. This is 1968. And he says, "Well, he can heal you." Well, what would you do, Danny?
I would say, have at it.
Yeah, what else?
Let's get started, baby.
What have I got to lose?
Give me that good shit. Give me that good dope, that good Amazon dope.
Yeah, well, I didn't even know there was such a thing. But that night, he did. And so this shaman did give me what we now know as is ayahuasca. And it took me on this strange journey. And, I'm hallucinating but, I've been going through some pretty rough times anyway. I've been basically eating for a long time. But on this journey, I saw that, so at one point, I've got my eyes closed. I'm lying on this bench. There's some shaman men that carried me into the shaman's lodge and put me on this bench. And I got my eyes closed. And all the shaman says, it's translated by the teacher, but so it's going through a couple of steps. The shaman says, touch the jaguar. And it's the middle of the night in the middle of the jungle, and you can hear jaguars at night. We've seen their tracks during the day. I know they're around there, and like, oh my God, I wake up, I open my eyes and look around, like, where's the jaguar? And the shaman says, no, it's translated, no, close your eyes and see the jaguar and then touch it. So I did, and there was first this amorphous form, and it looked like a jaguar, and I reached out and touched it. And as I did that, I saw and heard my mother saying, son, the food and drink will kill you. And I got to tell you, so the people in the Amazon don't drink water from the rivers because they know the rivers have got organic material, dead animals, rotting trees, it's dangerous. So the women make a kind of beer. It's called chicha, and they make it by chewing manioc root and spitting it. And the saliva acts like yeast. It sets up the fermentation process. And you get a beer, and it can get very strong very quickly because you're in the tropics, and you can add water to that. And so that's what they drink. And the foods, one of the favorite foods is you reach into a rotting log and pull out a handful of squirming white grubs and down the hatch.
Insects?
Grubs, yeah, worms out of the wood. High nutrition.
Yeah, high protein.
Yeah.
Piranha are actually a huge source of food down there too.
That's true. Piranhas, yeah, they're very bony, but yeah, you can eat them. They don't attack people. That's another myth we talked about. But I swum with a lot of piranha. But so
really?
Yeah. And then later in life, I hung out with a lot of piranhas who were human. But they're dangerous. The ones in the rivers, that's another story. So I'm realizing I'm drinking a lot of spit beer because you got to rehydrate.
So you're not drinking the beer to get up. You're just drinking the beer because you need something to drink.
Yeah, that's all there is. Basically, that you can trust. It's because it's got alcohol, so the water's now been kind of purified with the alcohol.
There's no way to like harvest the rainwater or the river, like water from like clean streams to drink.
Well, yes, theoretically there is, but that's not their culture and their custom. They do a lot of chicha, and it's considered also kind of a sacred drink. The women make it, and it's their gift to the men who bring back the animals for protein. So the women make it. So there's this exchange. It's a real strong cultural thing. So they drink a lot of chicha, and they love it. And you gotta rehydrate frequently. And I'm eating a lot of squirming white grubs and other things I don't even mention because there weren't any Cliff Bars. So no Perrier, no Cliff Bars. So I'm eating and drinking these things. But I realized on this ayahuasca journey that as I'm doing this, I'm hearing a voice like my mother in my head saying, it'll kill you. My mindset was saying, it'll kill you. And at the same time, I'm seeing in this same vision quest how robust and healthy the Shwa are. Because the men will carry 200 or 300 pound dead boars and tapirs that they've killed in the jungle, out of the jungle. They get legs that make a World Cup soccer star jealous, and the women, well, I was in my early 20s, in the quite promiscuous culture by tradition, the women are looking quite good.
Yeah.
People live to be very old if they don't die in a hunting accident or dugout canoe or something.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. The mortality rate, like the age they live to, it's probably the same age, if not older, as normal cultures. They just don't unless they, as long as they don't die from wounds from hunting or getting, combat wounds or whatever it is.
Right. Or in there's a lot of deaths in childbirth and at the time of a very high infant mortality rate. So that brings the whole average weight. If you look at averages, that brings it way down. But if people survive the first 10 years, they're likely to live to be very old unless they miss an accident, like you said. So I see on this experience that it isn't the food and drink that's killing me. It's my mindset. It's my perception. It's this voice that's telling me it's killing me. Our minds are so powerful. And the next day, I felt a lot better. I continued to feel better. And the shaman came back, and it's being translated later, but it turns out he spoke more Spanish than he had on at the beginning. He comes back later and says, I cured you. You owe me. And you need to be my apprentice. Now, this is 1968, just going into 69, and I had I graduated from business school. I'm going to go out and make money. Let's just say hell out of here. There was no future in shamanism in those days. There is today. But the guy saved my life. So I took it on, and that changed everything. The community now suddenly accepts me. I'm training with one of their most revered elders. I'm learning their culture, and no longer is being held in suspicion. I'm enjoying it. I'm learning how to prepare ayahuasca. I'm learning a lot, and more than anything else, what kept drilling into me was this idea of touching the jaguar, which is the title of one of my books, the second from the last book I just wrote a couple of years ago. And what is it that is that when we have a blockage, when there's something that's holding us back, when there's something that's changing our perception, it's hurting us. If we run from it, it'll chase us like the jaguar will if you run from it. But if you reach out and touch it, it gives you the ability, the energy, the wisdom to change your perception. And when you change your perception, you change your actions, and then you change reality. So this illiterate shaman was feeding me this very exciting philosophy of perception mold of reality, and which later I would study with shamans and other cultures, and they all have the same concept, but it's also the same concept that runs psychoanalysis, modern psychoanalysis. Perception changes our reality. And business and politics, marketing is all about perception changing reality. And you can't get what you want in life unless you have a jacket just like mine. And I'll be happy to sell this to you for a couple $1,000. But you got to have it if you want to have a successful show. You got to have the jacket, right? That's the perception. Perceptions mold reality, and that's what I would use as an economic hitman. But it was interesting. So that's what I first really connected with this philosophical theory, which I probably have heard in Philosophy 101 in college, but it never really meant much to me. But now I've seen it practically speaking.
So touching the jaguar, what is the jaguar an analogy for?
A blockage.
A blockage.
Yeah, something holding you back, something that's standing in your way of being all that you want to be, or breaking through a blockage. So if I have a writer.
So is it like a fear, or is it something that we're conscious of?
Well, when you touch it, you become conscious of it. That's the secret, is you've got to confront it. So it may be something. Well, in this case, it was my mother's voice saying, "Food and drink will kill you." That was the jaguar. That was the jaguar will kill you, and I believed it. But what I saw when I touched that was it wasn't the food and drink that were killing me. It was my mindset toward the food and drink. And it's so many things in our lives, like, well, you can't have a podcast. You're not you don't have the right color skin. You don't have the right education. Somebody earlier asked about my education. You can't be an economist. You don't have the right education for that. You can't. People telling us you're not good enough. you don't have enough education. You don't have the skills. You're not, you don't come from the right background. Whatever, you can't do this. And those are these blockages. And when we believe them, when we accept them, they create a reality for us. But when we touch them and confront them and say, no, that's wrong. I do have the ability to do that. I don't need that kind of background.
Yeah.
And then we can move forward with things.
Isn't it interesting how drugs can have such a profound change on the way we think about things?
Yeah, and things like ayahuasca, San Pedro, other things like that, these sacred plants. I don't even like to think of them. I don't like to think of them as medicines or drugs. I like to think of them as something that gets into our spirit. They can do that, but there's something like the Mayan people don't use. I take groups of the Mayan. I just later studied a lot with Mayan shamans in Central America.
You studied with Mayan shamans?
Yeah, and I still every year I take groups of people down to hang out with them as I do.
Do you really?
In the Amazon, yeah. And they use fire ceremonies the same way. They don't use. And some of them are now beginning to because they see a way to make money by doing ayahuasca. That's this whole commercial thing is going on. But traditionally, it's done with fire ceremonies, which as you're doing those fire ceremonies, you go into an altered state, which is very, very powerful also. And the Kogi up in the mountains of the Sierra Nevada mountains of Colombia, who I also spent time with, they use what they call pagamentos, payments to the earth, where you give something to the earth, and you just really go into it and feel your gratitude, and you really go into an altered state.
Mm-hmm.
And drums will do it. People take chapters with drums. So there's many different ways that open us to what we might think of as a portal to higher consciousness, to looking at things differently. But in every case, this analogy of touching the jaguar kind of hurts.
Yeah. It's amazing how much human sacrifice the Mayans are responsible for, and how many people they would sacrifice in conjunction with their rituals, their drug rituals, their ayahuasca rituals. There's this recent guy who came on the podcast a couple weeks ago. His name is Mike Corey. He said he had one of the most profound ayahuasca trips of his life, with a Mayan tribe, I believe it was. Maybe it was in the Amazon. But anyways, before that, he was just like the concept of human sacrifice made no sense. It just seemed like a primitive, crazy religious idea, right? To bring the grain gods would make it rain if you would sacrifice a certain amount of people to them. But then he said when he had this ayahuasca experience, it was like the universe being ripped open, like a human being being ripped open and seeing all the inside come out. That's what it was like. Him seeing the universe being torn in half and seeing everything that was inside of it. And he said like the way it made him feel, it felt like something that was so powerful and so much bigger than himself that it would be worth him sacrificing his life for it. And he thinks that's how the way the Mayans thought.
Interesting, because increasingly the Mayan elders and shamans, the nanas and the patas, and day keepers and archaeologists, and reading in the glyphs, the hierarchy, and the writing the Mayan people have, are concluding, and it's controversial, nobody knows for sure, but that the sacrifice didn't happen. That they executed enemies in the wars were. They executed criminals, and they did those in a ritualistic way that also was to please the gods or the spirits. They really only believed in one god, but then there's like Chakra, that the spirit of the rain, and that they weren't sacrificed because sacrifice means that you voluntarily do it to yourself or have someone do it to you, but you volunteer to do it. And increasingly, that certainly is a body of thinking that there was no sacrifice. And I don't know. I mean, I'm no expert in these things, but it's kind of interesting to look at these different aspects. But certainly, the rituals that the Mayan people did and continue to do today open you to this portal, to this touching of the jaguar. And the Mayans have so much to teach us now because they did to their world back around the year 800, 900 in our calendar, where we're doing hours. So in building these vast cities, these huge pyramids, these amazing, amazing cities, you know, and there's many of them, and they're discovering new ones all the time with LiDAR.
Yep.
You know,
And the Amazon too.
yeah, also in the Amazon.
Yeah.
And this is in Mayans in Central America. But and in building these cities, they drain the swamps and cut the forests completely, and so they change the climate. And so it's very good evidence that
They changed their climate?
yes,
Really?
yes, that they had drought. So when you cut,
How did we know they changed their climate?
well, because there's several ways, but I think the most impressive one is that these pyramids are usually built with several pyramids. It's like those Russian dolls, one inside the other. So one king would build a pyramid, and then the next king would come along and build a bigger pyramid over the first one, and then another king over that one, and so on. And they've cut into some of these pyramids in the Petén Peninsula of Guatemala, near Tikal, this great city of Tikal, and near there's a pyramid, one of several, where they cut in, and as they go in, they see that. So what we see now are pyramids that just look like they're stone, and that was the structure, but they were covered with stucco, a type of stucco, plaster, and painted, usually red, bright. I mean, you see it, bright color. And in the original, the smallest pyramids, the plaster is very thick. And each successive pyramid, the plaster gets thinner and thinner and thinner, and the last one is very, very thin. And to make that kind of plaster takes a lot of wood and very hot fires to melt down the limestone and turn it into this kind of cement plaster sort of thing. And so that's one of the indications that they were just getting rid of the trees. They were running out of trees. And then you know, so again, to many other techniques that you can see how the trees were cut. Now that whole area is a vast area of the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico and the Petén of Guatemala were probably just completely cut clear of trees, and the swamps were drained, kind of like what happens here in Florida. And they can see that the crop cycles changed, that they weren't producing the crops. The cities went to war with each other. Cities that had been relatively peaceful went to war because of scarce resources. And so the theory is that as this happened, so all the people lived outside the cities. And it was only the royalty and the administrators and priests who lived in the cities. And the job of the priests was to call on the rain god and the sun gods and all the spirits to make good growing seasons. As the growing seasons declined year after year after year, it was obvious the priests weren't doing their job, and the cities were going to war with each other. So these people who lived outside the cities and had to pay these huge taxes in terms of providing food, clothes, jewelry, everything to the cities, got fed up. And, you know, the priests weren't doing their job. These guys were now being called upon to kill their neighboring friends in other cities. And so they left the cities. And they either went back to the jungle, or most of them went up into the mountains, primarily Guatemala, Honduras, where they've continued to live and conduct their traditions and ceremony as they did back then, except they don't build pyramids. They don't build cities anymore. They live very simple lives, but they still do their fire ceremonies. They still do the calendar readings and their seed readings and things that go back thousands of years. A very, very impressive culture that continues, but they stopped cutting trees and draining swamps and building cities. And so they invite us down now because they say, look, you've got to learn from us. We destroyed our world, and now you're destroying your world, which happens to be the entire world.
You think they think they're responsible for destroying the world?
Well, they can look now and see that they destroyed their world. That's what we consider a fairly small area now, Central America. But
what time? What was the time when the Mayan civilization was at its peak? Do you know?
Yeah, there's several periods. The classical period that runs up until about the year 900. And by the year 900, that had basically disappeared. They had left the cities.
900, right?
900 AD in our calendar, but it began several centuries before that. Yeah. And so they had this peak period of building cities. Incredible construction that went on building these cities.
Around 800, what does that say? 800, 2 millennia of steady growth in Mayan population reached an all-time high around 800.
Wow, right. And then it began to decline by 900. It was pretty much gone.
It was, okay, so between 250 and 900, it was in its peak.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it remarkable how some of the most mind-blowing construction, architecture, and moving of giant objects happened way, way, way back in the past? Things that it would seem almost impossible for us to do now. Like, you know, there's like, even before the Mayans, there was the Olmecs. You see some of those Olmec heads that are down there? Yeah. Those things that weigh tons. We have no idea how they move those across those mountains of those rainforests.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and then you looked at that.
How the hell did they do that?
And it showed the peak period at 250 to 900. That's a long time, a lot longer than we can experience in here.
Right. Yeah, you didn't think about that, right?
Yeah, no, you don't.
The United States, how was the United States? 200 tons? Not even 200?
No, it's not even 300.
Oh, it's okay.
1780.
Right.
Yeah, and you know the other thing that look at that. I don't know. Are we on visual too?
Yeah.
Video.
Yeah, we're on video.
Oh, so people
can see this stuff. Look at that. And that was before the Mayans, I think.
Yes. Yeah, and I think we know very little about them. There's a huge pyramid that's outside Mexico City, which I was just at recently. But everyone doesn't know anything about the culture that they have. And the Mayans, I believe, so Tikal and many of the other cities are built to reflect Pleiades, the 7 sister stars, the clump of stars. And the Mayans believe they came from there, as do many other cultures. It's interesting how this is.
They believe what?
That they came from Pleiades.
From another star system.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you know something else that fascinates me is we have no idea what's gone missing. We know that the Mayans had books. And they're glyphic type of writing, not an alphabet like ours, but very complex. And there's 4 books that have been left. So when the Spanish conquistadores came and they destroyed most of their books because they thought they were taken. And then when the jungle took over, also already a lot of them were then destroyed because after 900, when the people abandoned the cities, the jungle took over, and then you can probably find some pictures.
Yeah, just ate everything.
Yeah, so people looked at just mountains. They were actually pyramids covered with trees, and still are.
Athleticism, folks.
And who knows whether it's conceivable that they had film or the equivalent of film, computers. Lots of books. If they have 4 books, then they probably have a lot more.
Come on, somebody talk about his bitch.
We don't know what technologies they might have had that have been destroyed. And
It was
think
Rabbi
about
ROTHSCHILD
if something
spamming
could
your
happen
shit
to our
on your MA
civilization
post.
now,
Fuck you,
some
gang
bomb
violence, son.
It basically wipes out the cities, and then 1,000 years from now,
There'd be nothing left.
no,
The Hoover Dam, the Stonehenge, maybe not Stonehenge, but the Hoover Dam would be here.
Let's see it.
we know there was a guy who wrote a horse.
Critical Renee theory.
Yeah.
Everything
Yeah,
okay?
Just like what we find with them.
It was that Rabbi ROTHSCHILD spamming his shit under your MA post.
This
This is gang violence, son. This is gang violence.
Taken over by nature.
That's why we got to get a hard drive to the moon and save all of our information on it. So in case
Look at this
kind of
athleticism,
does
folks.
happen in the comment, like,
Folks,
so
I really-
civilization.
I wasn't as honest with you as all as I
But
should have
I'm
been.
sure NASA probably thought about that, right?
If you at any point thought this was precedented athleticism, get the fuck out of here. There's the door. This right here is unprecedented athleticism. Look at this body.
Oh man, I don't know. That'd be pretty scary. I don't know if I could do it.
What a view. Think of the view.
The view,
This
that's great,
motherfucker
right?
is
Why
so
can you know what I was wondering the other day? Why
athletic.
can't
Look
you
at this
see stars
move.
on the moon? You know when they're on the
This
moon,
motherfucker throwing up gang signs like a pimp.
It's like, couldn't see the stars. Just got just black.
Wait,
I wonder why.
Look
Look at his. Look at.
He was a friend.
Look
You
at
Edgar?
this.
Yeah, really?
Quite well. He lived in Florida.
Yeah.
Look at this move.
And I remember
Now he's gonna make
one day
coffee. Gonna make some coffee.
Alan Shepard, was it Alan Shepard? I guess it was Alan Shepard, who he'd done the move with, one of the guy. He called me and asked me to meet him for lunch. He was really torn up because he said, they're all dying now. And it's funny because he took me to his house and he showed me the camera and the watch and these things. Nothing was digitized. They didn't have microchips. So all the things they carried up to the moon with them were these heavy things encased. They're just, it's hard to fathom how they carried this stuff up there because it's so heavy. The things they had were so heavy. Yeah. Edgar was, and then he had this incredible experience on the moon, and then came back and created the Institute of Nordic Sciences.
Yeah, well, on his way back, he secretly did this telekinesis experiment with some people on Earth. With some tarot cards or something. I forget what it was. Some sort of like cards they were using to see if they could transmit communication back and forth with telekinesis.
Yeah.
And then when they got back, all of them divorced their wives. They had all kinds of crazy like psychological issues. They were really distraught when they got back for some reason.
And Edgar went through some very difficult times. After that, he did some pretty heavy drinking, and he was a magnificent human being.
I think all of them did, right?
A huge impact. I think, I'm not sure of the numbers, but I mean, I remember, he used to come to our house for dinner. I lived in the North Palm Beach area. He lived out near the Glades in that area, and he used to come to our house, and he was going through a lot of difficult times. Yeah, I think that whole experience had an incredible impact. And, here's a guy who was not moved by any stretch of the imagination. He was the right stuff. He was an aircraft carrier. He flew off aircraft carrier fighter planes during the Korean War, and then he became a Navy test pilot. And he wanted to go to the moon. And he said, there's so many good test pilots and people that he really had to have something to put him in a higher category. So he went back to MIT and got a PhD in aeronautical engineering, I think, or something like that. So now he has this PhD, and so he gets selected because he didn't have the physical qualifications, but he also had and like you said, and then there was this breakdown afterwards. It was a tremendous, emotional impact for these guys.
Yeah, a lot of people speculate that the reason, and even in that post-game press conference after the moon landing, all those guys looked just like depressed, uninspired, and a lot of people kind of claim that that's because it was all fake. They never really went. They made up the story. These guys thought they were going to go to the moon, and they got briefed on some story. And then there was even a guy who
this athleticism. It's really unprecedented.
Movement about the moon landing being fake, and he even wrote a book about it. It was in like the early 70s. I forget this guy's name. He's basically the guy who started the whole fake moon landing conspiracy, or the idea that it was fake. Yeah, and there's a lot of big questions about
everything.
Sure.
Okay?
I haven't done enough research, but
well, Edgar.
It was Rabbi Rothschild spamming shit under your MA post.
Roswell, and he believed
Him.
That,
They should just say
him. Was withholding information about what they know about
this movie.
ET's landing here and being shot down. So he believed in that, but he certainly believed.
Right. Right. It's just like something happened though. Like it seems like there was something that happened to those guys that is just hasn't been explained to us, or something that we can't comprehend. Maybe it is just that phenomena, that psychological breakthrough that happens when you're seeing the Earth from far away and you're seeing, I forget what the word for it is. There's some sort of a psychological epiphany that happens on your way back to the Earth, and you're looking at the whole entire Earth, all the inhabitants of it, all the governments and the nations that exist there. It's just this little ball, and you're separated from it.
Yeah, and I don't think we have any idea what that does physically either. You know, the G forces, all the different things you go through. How does that impact your hormonal system?
The overview effect, that's what it is. The overview effect is a cognitive shift reported by some astronauts while leaving the Earth from space. Researchers have characterized the effects as a state of awe and self-transcendent, with self-transcendent qualities, precipitated by a particularly striking visual stimulus. The most prominent common aspects of personally experiencing the Earth from outer space are appreciation and perception of beauty. But then why do you become a degenerate alcoholic and divorce your wife?
Unexpected and even overwhelming emotional, increased sense of connection to other people and the Earth as a whole.
Isn't that interesting?
Overwhelming and unexpected and even overwhelming emotional. Effect can cause changes in the observer's self-concept and value system and can be transformative. Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? Did he ever talk to you about that when you guys?
No. But you know, as I'm reading this, it strikes me as some people go through similar types of things when they have traumatic experiences. You know, using some of the plants that spirit guides, etc.
Yeah. This could definitely translate to drug experiences.
But what does that really mean? What do those experiences do to us? And so the indigenous people tell you, it's the spirit of the plant. It has nothing to do with the chemicals in the plant. It's the spirit, and all plants have spirits. So it's not just the ayahuasca, but anytime you go out in nature, you feel the spirit of all the plants that you're with, the trees, and talk to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's something that this guy, my buddy Paul Rosalie, talks about when he first went down there to Brooklyn. And he went down to Amazon in his early 20s, I believe. And he lived down there for years. And the way he explained it was like when you get down there and you're walking through the jungle barefoot, after a couple of days, something happens to you. You're disconnected from reality. You're disconnected from modern society. You don't have a phone. You don't have a computer. You don't have a radio. You don't have radio. It's not with you. When you're walking barefoot through the jungle, you and yours, all you have is your body and your clothes. Something awakens with them. It's like we have a deeper perception, more senses that become awake and alive within us. The birds, the insects, all the little heartbeats beating around you. You just have, you're more tuned in to the world and to nature. And it's almost like, the idea is that modern technology, these phones and everything that we are constantly surrounded with, Ubers and whatever it is, AI is basically sucking the life out of us. It's dulling our senses.
You're disconnecting us from reality.
You really realize that when you go down to a place like the Amazon.
I've taken in the past, since the mid-'80s, I've been taking groups every year. Now, this past year, two groups in the Amazon, 2 different times, never more than 15 people. A couple of exceptions, and I have to say it was a couple thousand people over this period of time, probably, because the time I was doing 7 trips a year. I think everybody's coming back from one way or another, and it's very positive. Which doesn't mean positive things necessarily. So I know a lot of people come back and get divorced, and others come back and get married, and some have come back and quit their job. That's what gets fired because it awakens new sensitivity in you. I think you're facing your own reality deeper, touching that jaguar, touching the things that have.
Yeah, it's a new perspective, right?
Yeah, kept us in this box. Our belief systems, and the belief system is kind of cracked open. It's all about perception. What is truth?
Right.
And in just a few days in the Amazon, we've been hanging out with people who live there, whose ancestors go back centuries, millennia. Perspective and a relationship with the plants and the animals.
Yeah, it's similar to that overview effect.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, let's get back to your progression through this in your life. So you were down there and you spent 3 years. And then what happened when you decided to come back? What did you start looking for? Did the guys from NSA contact you? What happened?
Well, I was down there, this man named Ivan Grieve, who was the senior vice president at Charles T. Main's consulting firm out of Boston.
How do you say it again? Charles T.
Main.
Charles T. Main.
Yeah, it's spelled C-H-A-S period T period M-A-N.
Oh, Chas T. Main.
Yeah, but it's Charles. I mean, that's what we call it. Anyway, Main. Usually just Main.
Okay. What kind of company is it? Consulting firm?
Yeah. And a lot of it's been sold since then. It was a partnership.
Oh, look at that. It's even on Wikipedia.
Founded in 1893.
An engineering company specialized in power generation, mainly hydraulic power.
Yes, and was bought by Parsons Corporation. And so they eventually dropped the name of maintenance. They can't even hard to find it these days.
In 1949, it began an association with the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission, working on projects relating to plutonium-based nuclear reactors.
I was sent to Vienna to be the U.S. representative at the International Atomic Energy Agency meeting in Vienna. Yeah, the company had a lot of influence in that area. But, they're former main consultant John Purchase.
Look at you. Main consultant and author of Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
That's actually not a consultant to me. My title was chief economist. But anyway,
with details and issues of third world debt and neo-colonialism.
Great word. Yeah. And the company doesn't exist anymore. It was bought out by Parsons, and eventually they dissolved it. They dissolved the name. They kept the client.
Right.
But there's about 2,000 employees, of which about a couple percentage of them were partners, and I was actually the youngest partner in this group. And pretty secretive company. We did a lot of our clients, a lot of work for the government. Our clients were World Bank, the government, Asian Development Bank, U.S. Agency for International Development, U.S. Treasury. Things like that, and a lot of it was pretty hush-hush.
So who started the company?
This was named Charles T. Main back in the late 1800s.
Oh, it was that long ago.
Yeah, so he started right.
So how did this company get so wrapped up in intelligence and the people running the show in the United States?
Only a few people in the company were involved in anything like that. I was one of them. But, the company did a lot of real straight line engineering. So our job, like my job, was to, and I had a staff of up to 50 people, anywhere from 20 to 50, depending on what we're talking about.
Drag race going on outside.
Is that what that is? I'm just going to help out this thing. Yeah,
they got better ways of ruining our lives now.
I don't know whether they're following you or me, but maybe it's both of us.
2-for-1 deal.
Yeah. So anyway, my job was to identify countries with resources that corporations want, like oil, or big and then convince the country to convince the president and minister of finance to take a huge loan from the World Bank to hire U.S. engineering corporations to build big infrastructure projects like power systems, hydroelectric plants, and transmission distribution lines, and highways, industrial parks, things like this. These are things that benefited, first of all, the companies that built them, those corporations that made huge profits off building them, but also benefited a few wealthy families in those countries, including the president and his cronies, who owned the commercial and industrial establishments that benefit from that infrastructure. But it didn't help the people. In fact, the majority of the people ended up suffering because money was diverted from education, healthcare, and other social services to pay off the interest on the loans. And in the end, the loans couldn't be repaid. And so the contract of the company to the World Bank or whatever establishment they were using as a banking institution was that their oil or whatever the resource was that we coveted was collateral on the loan. So when they couldn't repay the loan, we go back, I'd go back. And now we'd be basically working for the International Monetary Fund, which is sort of the policing organization around all of this, and say, hey, we'll restructure your loan. But we own you, and you need to sell your oil real cheap to our oil companies without many environmental and social regulations. You need to privatize your water and sewage systems and sell them to some of our investors. You need to let us build a military base on your soil and vote with us on the next United Nations vote against Cuba, for example. So basically, we set these terms that were very colonialistic. We were bringing them into our realm through the use of death. So we were really creating an empire, but not through the military. We realized after Vietnam that the military wasn't very effective at being maximized people. And the way to do it was through economics.
Jesus Christ. Hold on, let's wait a second. There's a trash truck emptying a dumpster right outside of our door. It's ridiculous.
I'm glad to know that's what it is.
It's not a tank. Basically, you're just laying out the way you guys were colonizing the world and strong-arming nations to basically bend to your will and let you use their resources for a discount, because you guys conned them into some bad loan that they could never repay.
Yes, and here's where the perception thing comes in. We provided them with a really nice report, and that's right. I wrote good reports. I've been an English major, I like to write, so I could write good reports. And with all the statistics that my guys have produced, but this report would say, if you invest all this money in building this infrastructure, hiring our companies to build this infrastructure, your economy will grow. And we measure it by GDP, gross domestic product. And it's true. When you invest this money in that kind of infrastructure, the GDP grows. And so the president would be happy to take it up to the people, take it to the newspapers and say, hey, we're taking up this loan, our economy's going to grow. And it did. And I believed for many years when I was doing this, coming out of the Peace Corps, I had a good conscience. I thought I believed that I was doing the right thing because that's what econometrics show. That when you do this, your economy grows. But what we didn't understand, what I didn't understand, is that GDP basically measures how well the wealthy are doing, how well the big corporations are doing. It does not measure the prosperity of the average citizen.
No. It's the overall country.
Right. So it's a statistic that's warped in favor of big international corporations and the very wealthy and powerful. So, but we were producing these reports.
Well, it's warped in favor of the country, right? So the GDP only reflects the country.
Yeah, it only reflects the wealthy people in the country and the corporations in the country. That's what mainly reflects. Right. So,
and you're saying that, they're mainly responsible for the largest percent of the GDP.
Yeah. Well, here's an example. Let's say there's 3 people in the United States that have as much wealth as half the rest of the population of the United States. Mm-hmm. So if those 3 people last year made 10% on their investment, and half the country lost 3%, and everybody else remained the same, if you go back to the envelope calculation, you would show a growth of almost 4%, when in fact only 3 people made money. Everybody else either stayed the same or lost 3%.
Right.
And so these statistics are extremely deceptive. But they create this perception, and then they put the country deep into the gas, and then they take its resources. And so it's a very, very clever and insidious system. It's all based on con.
So your chart that you give them, showing them how their GDP would rise, how was that chart? How did that chart work? Did you basically show them the money that they were going to make, Or did you basically manipulate the chart saying that the middle class or the lower class was going to be boosted by this? How did that start going?
The simplest answer to that is that you could chart other countries that are taking these loans. You know, you could have a graph and you could have a whole series of countries. And the ones that had accepted these loans and built this infrastructure, their GDP was gone way up. The ones that didn't get the loan, their GDP was still way down. That's the simplest explanation. But we produce much more sophisticated models that went into each sector and showed that we could expect the industrial sector to grow by the banking sector, the commercial sector, the agricultural sector. So we created these very, very sophisticated, complicated econometric models that nobody but an econometrician could understand anyway. But the World Bank liked them because they were all into that kind of stuff.
Right.
And the presidents liked the conclusion. And incidentally, so the other thing was that these presidents or ministers of finance knew that if they didn't accept these loans, then the people we called the jackals would step in.
Felix Rodriguez?
I think Felix would be rated as one of those. But yeah, these are people that either overthrow governments or assassinate leaders. And usually they don't even need to step in. So basically, I go into the president's office and I say, look, Mr. President, here's a few $1 billion. I can offer you a loan that you can use to really improve your GDP. Or if you don't take this loan, you get a gun in his other hand. No, I didn't carry a gun, but he and I both knew that he was behind me that carried guns. And you know, they'd overthrown Allende in Chile, and Arbenz in Guatemala, and most of death in Iran, and Lumber in the Congo.
So we're talking about the CIA.
The CIA operatives, and sometimes it's very convoluted, so the CIA may actually use operatives from Argentina or some other place where they've got influence, so they're not directly connected. But there are these people, and the presidents of these countries know that they're there. So, you know, what do you do if you're a president? I tell you, hey, Mr. President, I'm going to help you become rich and look really good to your people, be re-elected, and your families go into these industries, and they're going to benefit from better electrical power, better highways. So I offer you this, or don't take it, and you'll probably be thrown out of power, maybe taken out.
Well, first thing, if I had half of a brain and I was aware of this kind of thing going on, I would avoid a meeting with you at all costs. So why would they take a meeting with you if they knew about this kind of shit?
Because you probably, if you're in that position, and I come down and say, hey, I represent the World Bank, I'm going to help you and your family improve your businesses. And
they have no idea you're part of the United States.
No, they probably do. But they know the World Bank is basically, to a large degree, controlled by the United States. We just, the President of the United States decides who's going to be President of the World Bank, and we are the largest investor by far in the World Bank. We have a lot of influence there, as we do with the Asian development and all of those banks. It's called the Washington Consensus, which is Treasury Department and these various banks that get involved. So, yeah, they know I'm connected, and they want to hear about these loans I can offer them. It's going to make them look good in office. They're going to look good. And they're not going to be around, 5 or 6 or more like 10 or 15 or 20 years from now when you go back in and call in the loans and say, you got to give all your loyalty to our people.
So when you're being initiated into this whole world, right, and you're being trained to do what you're about to do, how did that work? How much did they tell you? How much did they tell you about what you were doing and like what the ends were to this? And how much of it were you ignorant to?
Well, so I was trained by this woman named Claudine, who was her business director. She was a consultant to my company, Charleston, and she had all this information about what I wanted out of life. Money, power, and sex, and she offered me all of it.
She did?
Yeah. So she did the training in this apartment that she had on Beacon Street, very close. So our headquarters were in Boston at the Provincial Center. She not only gave me sex, but she taught me how to. I was very shy. I grew up in a boys' cluster. My dad taught at this boys' boarding school in New Hampshire. I spent my life with boys, and I was very, very shy around women. And I really wanted to. And Claudine knew this, and she handled it very, very well. And also,
she seduced you.
Didn't take much to say. But she also taught me how to seduce other people, because she said this could come in really handy sometimes with the wife of some guy who's in a very important position that you may need to get information out of. So I went through this training in this little apartment in Boston. Well, I also had a desk in our office building in the Prudential Center. But she told me, basically what I'd be called upon to do. Also, she taught me the ropes of business, which was to go to these countries and convince these guys to take these loans. But it was all held out to me by her and by other people else thinking that I was doing a really good thing. So, I was doing what the people were supposed to do, which is help countries, help people. But I was doing it on a very big level, because I was helping these economies to grow. And I graduated from business school. I've read all the reports the World Bank puts out, and there's all this information that shows that when you invest money in these big infrastructure projects, hire U.S. corporations to build these massive projects, the economy grows, everything gets better. And I believe it because the statistics show that that is what happens.
So she said nothing about the jacket.
Well, she did. I mean, she mentioned that, sometimes presidents who balk at these sort of things get into trouble with their constituencies. And then, you've also got to be careful, because there's this red tide of communism that's sweeping the world. Remember, this is at a time when we were convinced of the domino effect that if we lost the war in Vietnam, the communists would take over somehow. Ho Chi Minh was going to move into Indonesia, which was my first assignment, to go to Indonesia and convince the Indonesian government to play one of these games and take this money, hire us to build a big power system on there, the most populated island in the world, Java, which also happens to have the biggest Muslim population of any place in the world.
Java, Indonesia?
Indonesia is huge Muslim population. I don't know if today it's still the largest or not, but it was. And it was struggling. Its president was flirting with the Soviet Union and China and us. And we wanted to make sure they went with us. Mm-hmm. So part of this whole operation ties in again with Felix Rodriguez and this belief, and was very strong in Latin America, what was called the red tide of communism, was taking over Latin America. Che Guevara and the Cubans were launching this campaign supported by the Soviets, and we needed to stop that. We need to get these countries to buy into our system, to be part of our empire, if you will. And so it was this driving force. And I believed in that idea. And I believe the best way to solve it was economics, because we've proven the military was losing Vietnam, losing and lost the war in Vietnam. And plus it just never seemed like a very efficient method. Killing people in order to win them. So this seemed like a really, really good idea. For many of the years that I was doing this, I really believed I was doing the right thing, because I think many people who still do these sorts of things believe they're doing the right thing.
So she told you, even though you're going to do this and we're going to make their GDP better, we're going to help their people as well as help us. If they don't agree, they're going to get the stick.
Well, if they don't agree, they're probably socialists, or they're probably Soviet agents, they're probably Soviet puppets. And so they may need to be taken out. And that was the justification for going after Allende in Cuba, and Arbenz in Guatemala, and Mossadegh in Iran, and all of these people. And we're only mentioning presidents, but we've also gone after a lot of ministers of finance and people lower down that don't make the news quite as much. So the idea being that if they're not willing to play our game, then they're probably Soviets, they're Soviet puppets. And our press, if these people didn't play the game, our media machine would go to work to get out into the press. Well, Allende is a Soviet. He's this communist. Well, Allende in Chile was a socialist, but he was not a Soviet communist by any means. He was a socialist, and he was democratically elected. And we took him out. We did the same thing in a number of other countries. This whole, it was such an I fell for it. As I look back, how did I fall for it? Like this idea that Che Guevara with 25 to 2 dozen people, idealists, poets, was going to take over Latin America. And Cuba was going to support this. And Cuba was having its own struggles.
Welcome.
And the Soviets were pouring some money.
How you living?
The Soviets weren't really that involved. There was no
What's
real
good?
red tide.
Can you hear me? Heisenberg. Heisenberg, you little bitch.
They did, and they tried to put more in trying to stop them. But, like, when you think about it, we got nukes surrounding.
Oh yeah,
the Soviet Union.
oh yeah, we do.
Yeah, like, hey, I can have a gun, but you can't.
Right, exactly.
Because the bad guys. Anyway,
Yeah, part of that agreement for them to remove the nukes was they wanted us to remove our nukes out of Turkey. Or was Italy? It was either Italy or Turkey.
But this whole concept of this red tide, what was really there was a very strong socialistic movement. It was an anti-capitalism movement, an anti-U.S. movement, basically. Nelson Rockefeller really pissed people off, and he was vice president. He came to Latin America. I was there at the time as a peaceful volunteer. And there was a riot. People did not want this man in Latin America. He owned a lot of stores that were considered to be exploitative, grocery stores and other businesses. His family owned businesses. They also owned Standard Oil. They were raping, especially Peru at the time, of its oil and moving into Ecuador. And so there was this very strong reaction against American imperialism, and that moved people more and more towards socialism. And so we then, and a lot of us believe that this propaganda machine also went into effect of convincing our population and the population in many of these countries that it was driven by the Soviet Union, that the socialist movement in Latin America was not a socialist movement, it was a Marxist Soviet movement, which it wasn't for the most part.
You think it was? What did you think it was?
It was socialism. In other words, land reform, take land away from the big international corporations. Everyone thinks that a lot of these persons wanted to do. Raise taxes on the rich, give more land and more social services to the poor. There was a movement in that direction which was called socialism.
But that's not what happened in Cuba, right? I mean, people were literally hanging from the street signs in Cuba. Well, they were giving up their businesses to the government.
Yeah, Cuba was never a true revolution. Yeah, but that wasn't happening anywhere else. And Che apparently
was slaughtering people left and right, children, women.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy was the worst human being, the worst type of human being that could ever exist.
Well, he only had 24 people, I think, or 25.
When he got caught?
So you're talking about slaughtering people in Cuba. Yeah. But by the time he reached Bolivia,
he was groaning. I think Castro had given up on him, kind of cast him out of Cuba, and had separated himself from Che.
Yeah. But from our standpoint, we were selling the information, false information, that he had a big force, that he was recruiting people, that he was part of he was spearheading this red tide on which was a myth. But I believe it.
Well, I mean, he definitely wanted to, right? He may not have been the threat that we made him out to be. That's definitely what his aspirations were. I mean, he went to the Congo and tried to, what did he try to do in the Congo? He tried to start up an army in the Congo that ultimately failed.
Yeah, in Angola was used as kind of a training ground. So he was in Angola. Now remember, so he was executed in 1967. I went into Cuba in '68. So by the time I'm an economic hitman in the early '70s, he's long gone. But there was still this idea that the influence of the Soviet communism was driving the socialistic movement in Latin America. There was a socialistic movement in Latin America, but in my opinion, as I look back on it, it was probably a movement in the right direction, and it was not a pro-Soviet movement at all. It happened to be socialism, not communism. But the whole spectrum of Che is still very much lingering in the air as being obvious as evidence that the Soviets and Cuba have been very deeply involved
in Latin America. Right.
Yo,
Well, I mean,
Heisenberg, how you living, pimp?
The Iran, they were funding the.
Yo, dog, can you hear me?
Sandinistas, right? Or was it the Contras? I always forget.
How's your day going?
We were funding the Contras, right? And they were funding the Sandinistas, is that right?
They were funding the Sandinistas.
Right, yeah, they were funding the Sandinistas.
Yeah, the whole Iran-Contra.
Yeah, that was a proxy war, right? For the Soviet Union. They were funding them, and then we were funding the Contras.
And we were selling arms. We were selling arms and giving money to the Iranians.
And we were also down there, boots on the ground, training the Contras.
Yes. And Oliver North played a huge role in that. The biggest commercial airport in Costa Rica today is Liberia, which was built by Oliver North as a huge military base. Beautiful runway. I fly in there.
It's bigger than San Jose.
Yeah, I think
I was just there last week.
In San Jose or Liberia.
I was near Liberia. I was on that part of the. I was near on the side.
Oh, you were. That's where I teach every year.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Shit. Yeah. I teach at One Spirit, which is right there.
Oh, okay. Cool.
It used to be part of the Media Institute in the state of New York.
Why do you teach down there?
Because they invite me to.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah. I've been teaching there for years, ever since it first got started. So you probably flew into Liberia.
No, I flew to San Jose. I took a puddle jumper from there over to Cabana.
Oh, yeah. That's I know that
I was a little bit south.
Yeah.
Near Santa Teresa.
Mm-hmm. Well, the nearest, actually the nearest airport would have been Liberia. So it's this huge, long runway where they could take the largest airplanes the U.S. military had at that time. That Oliver North oversaw the construction of this. And then eventually it became a commercial airport, which it is today, to World Bank Funders.
All right, so where were you? Your first assignment was going to Indonesia and trying to do a deal with the Indonesian head of state. Yeah, who was that?
Sukarno.
Okay. And how did that one go?
Well, we were there was this transition. I just kind of looked at the next year. So Sukarno was overthrowing Suharto. No, Suharto was overthrowing Sukarno. Look it up.
Who overthrew who in Indonesia?
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Wait. Those two names are so close.
How do you spell
Sukarno? Sukarno. Yeah.
Okay, General.
Oh, that's Suharto. Okay.
Suharto.
The military. General Suharto largely took control of the country in the western back military overthrown.
Yeah, so he overthrew Sukarno.
Okay.
And now you get Suharto, but there's this flirtation going on between the Soviets, the Chinese, the Americans, and our naval allies to try to win the hearts and minds of Indonesia. Mm-hmm. So Indonesia is seen as critical because Vietnam has fallen. And the domino theory would say that one of the next countries that Ho Chi Minh would move into would be Indonesia. And is a country that at the time was considered to be extremely rich in oil. And it had this large Muslim population, which was another benefit to gain from it. And it's in a very strategic location for trading routes through the straits of I can't remember the straits, but anyway. So my job was to go in and my first job after I finished with Claudine in Boston, and I go off to Indonesia to try to convince them to take one of these large loans and use it to hire my company and other. We didn't do construction. We were an engineering company that did design and construction management. So the big construction companies were ones like Bechtel, Halliburton, Brown and Root, Stone and Webster. They would get the big jobs, but we would get our piece of the action. And my job was to go in and convince the Suharto regime to accept these loans and hire our companies to do this. And in the process, we would be integrating them into our imperialism, if you want to call it that, into our sphere of influence, and keep the Chinese and the Vietnamese and the Russians out, or the Soviets out. And it was really funny, Danny, because I had no idea what I was doing. I've been in the Peace Corps. I know I can survive under these circumstances. And now I'm going to be staying in flying first class from Boston to Indonesia, I had to spend a couple of weeks in Australia at the University of Australia, where they had a great library of Indonesian economics. They knew more about Indonesian economics than the Indonesians.
You were there to study?
Well, I went to Australia for this about 10 days, I think, and meet with some of the professors, because I needed to write this report to convince everybody. So then I go to Indonesia for 3 months, but I really have no idea how to approach these people. And I remember, one incident where I was meeting with this guy from the embassy who'd been dealing with Indonesians for a long time and all kinds of things. And Claudine had kind of taught me the basics, but now I've actually got to sit down with the Minister of Finance and others. And I never actually sat with Suharto, but with the people under him, and convinced them and talked to them about these economic terms that I really didn't understand too well. And so this guy from the embassy was sitting at the bar at the Hotel Indonesia, the Intercontinental Hotel, best hotel in town, and I'm staying, and we're at the bar, and he says, well, John, if you don't really understand, just look at the guy and kind of roll your eyes and scratch your chin and say, oh, yeah, yeah, that's interesting. Could you go into more detail? Explain exactly what do you mean by that? And he said, just keep asking questions and act like you know something. Act like you're really, really wise. Kind of intimidate the other person into thinking that you really know, but you're interrogating them, basically. Yeah. So it was great advice. It worked pretty well, and I left my way through the first month or so that I was there out of 3, and then began to catch on to how you do this thing.
So at what point, how long did it take for you to get intoxicated on this money and power that you had attained by doing this and swindling these people in high places?
It was intoxicating, but again, I go back to, I didn't think I was swindling them. I thought I was doing them a favor, because I'd seen all the studies. I'm still very naive. And this lasted for about 7 years or so that I didn't see the light until I had an event after about the 7th year, where I began to understand the nefariousness of what I was doing. But for most of that time, and I was only in that job for 10 years, so for 70% of that time, I believed in what I was doing, which made it all that much easier to convince others, because I was convinced. And all I had to do was produce these reports and convince the people that I'm going to give the reports to that I knew what I was talking about.
Right. How did you discover that this was all a sham? and this was all just some elaborate scheme to create some giant super empire for the U.S.
Most of the presidents and other top officials that I worked with bought into the system. You know, they played the game. There were two that didn't, and one was the Democrat who elected president of Ecuador, Jaime Roldos, and the other was Omar Torrijos, the head of the state of Panama. And they were both clients of mine, but Omar became, I'd like to call him a friend. He was a party animal. Loved to have barbecue, loved to run and cigars and beautiful women.
Wow! Did you get to join?
Yeah. But he was, you know, and he was a great president too. And he was really he would not play the game. At the time, he was very determined to get the Panama Canal back in the hands of Panamanians, which he eventually did with the treaty that he and Carter negotiated together. You know, Panama is a small country, seems insignificant other than the Panama Canal, but he was standing up to, people called him the David standing up to the Goliath. Mm-hmm. And he was famous all over the world because of this, because he was taking this lead, and he was very charismatic, very photogenic, good-looking guy. And he took me aside on several occasions and said, "John, don't you realize what you're doing? You're selling a lie. This bullshit that you're giving about increasing GDP, yeah, that may happen, but that doesn't measure about how the people are doing." And at one point he said to me, "Hey, why don't you," well, actually, the setting for this.
So, sorry, what country are we talking about right now?
Panama.
Okay.
So yeah, Torrijos. Omar. And so we're on this yacht, which, you know, nothing wasn't his. But we're on this yacht, and we're sitting in the cockpit of this yacht, this beautiful yacht, and drinking margaritas or something. And we're surrounded and smoking Cuban cigars, and we're surrounded by these beautiful young women in their bikinis, you know, and
topless.
Yeah, I think probably there's at least one or two of them was. But and Omar says to me, he says, "John, why don't you come work for me? Because, you know, you won't make nearly as much money, but you'll feel really good about yourself, and you'll have a lot of fun." He spread this out, you know, look what we're doing, you know. And he really laid it on the line to me what I was doing, the lie that I was selling the world and myself. And so he really opened my eyes to this. And then I started looking at it more and more. And I was also dating a woman. I was in the process of going through a divorce with my first wife, and I was dating a woman in Colombia. She's Colombian, and she also did business in Panama. She had a little factory where she designed clothes and made clothes, and she bought a lot of material in the free zone of Panama. And her brother was a member of what would become FARC, you know, this famous organization, terror, we call it now, it's the terrorist organization. Yeah, in Colombia. And he and she also said, "You know, you don't really understand what your country's doing." Mm-hmm. So the big truck just went back into it. Yeah. Anyway, so she also really understood. And she said, "You know, you got to stop doing this, John. You know, it doesn't." And I'm beginning, my conscience not beginning to bother me. I'm beginning to really get at what we're doing, and I'm looking into it more deeply. And I said, "Yeah, but her name is Paolo, that's what we called him. That wasn't my full name." But I said, "But I can't get out. You know, they won't let me out. My life will be in danger." And she said, "No, I think if you just tell them you're tired, you want to retire, you never write about this or speak a word of it, you know, give it a try." So she's putting pressure on me, and Torrijos is leading me the riot act of all of this. And so I really began to understand that what I was doing was wrong.
Was Torrijos the first guy who said no?
Yeah, but both he and Roldos about the same time were saying no. But I spent more time with him, and Roldos was a lawyer, a former professor of law.
He was president of what country?
Ecuador. And I didn't really know him well. He wasn't as easy to get to know, but wasn't much of an. He was kind of an introvert.
Got it.
And Torrijos was the opposite, so I got to know Torrijos very well. And anyway, So after about 7 years of believing that I was doing the right thing, I'm suddenly discovering that no, I'm not. And I'm lying to myself and I'm lying to the world. But I didn't want to believe the truth that I knew now was the truth, because I'm suddenly making a lot of money. Now, I grew up with the son of a teacher in a boys' prep school in New Hampshire. We never had much money at all. The house was given to us on campus by the school. I ate with 200 plus boys in a big dining room from the time I was 4 years old. Never wanted for food, never wanted for a home, but we never had any cash. And I felt very poor in some respects. And here I was surrounded by wealthy boys who and I went to that school for 4 years in high school. And during Christmas vacation, I'd stay up here in the snow-ridden New Hampshire town. I had a key to the gym that my dad had, and I'd throw basketballs and practice tennis against the walls by myself. My friends would be off, they'd come back talking about the orgies that they'd had in Paris or Buenos Aires or wherever. I had this complex. And now suddenly I'm flying first class around the world. I'm wine and dining with presidents, and I've got a lot of women available. And so all these things, and I'm making a really good salary, and I'm a partner in this firm. So I don't want to believe what I'm now coming to know is the truth. Right? I'm in denial. And I think there's a lot of people in this business that are there today.
How many guys were there like you?
I don't know. No idea.
No. Didn't know anyone else was doing the same.
Well, I got into people we didn't, I got into people who worked for other companies like mine, certainly, because I probably knew half a dozen to a dozen of these guys that I would run into, but we didn't.
But you weren't the only guy working for your company.
I was
doing the same thing you were doing.
I was the only one writing those reports. I had guys under me. I had a president above me that I reported to, but I was in charge. And so, for about 3 years, I continued to play the game. My conscience was getting the better of me, but it was increasing. I was getting pressure from Paula in Colombia, and pressure from Torrijos and others now. I'm asking questions, I'm looking into this, but I don't really want to know the answers. It was tough. I was living in these two worlds, really. And then I took a vacation in the Virgin Islands, and I rented a small sailboat, and I was with a woman who worked for me, and who was with me. In those days, it wasn't frowned upon quite as much as it is today, although we were pretty quiet about it. But, we anchored the boat in Maho Bay, Francis Cove, and St. John Island, the Virgin Islands, and I rowed the dinghy ashore and took a six-pack of beer with me, and I climbed up this hill to the Annenberg plantation. It's that old sugar plantation that was in ruins on this hill, and I'm sitting there looking. It's idyllic. There's bougainvillea, beautiful flowers. It's this old plantation, and I'm sitting in the sun setting over the Caribbean, and I'm drinking a few beers, and I'm thinking, God, this is the life. This is so beautiful. And suddenly I was struck by the fact that this plantation was built on the bones of thousands of slaves. And then I realized the whole American hemisphere is built on the bones of millions of slaves, not just from Africa, but indigenous ones here, we brought them in from China, whatever. And then I had to admit that I too was a slaver. I wasn't dragging people out of the forest and putting them in chains, but I was enslaving them with debt. I was a modern form of a slaver. And I got really pissed off at myself. I remember this well. I had written about it. I picked up this big stick that I found there and slammed it against the tree, and I was really, really angry at me and the system and everything. And at that moment, I made the decision I wasn't going to continue with it. And so a couple of days later, I go back to Boston. I go up to the president and I said, I resigned. And of course, told me I couldn't, and gave me, and I took another sort of little job being a consultant to him for a while. You know, it was hard getting out. It was very, very difficult getting out. Plus, at this point, I didn't have a job. So I lingered for a while around the fringes, but I basically at this point made the decision, and I never did any more of that international work. So when I was a consultant to him, it was worked with the Burlington Vermont Electric Department, who were building a wood-fired power plant, and I did some work with some of the utilities in New York State doing economic studies for them, and some other companies. So I continued to get paid and be part of the company and not talking about it. But
real quick, going back to Torrijos in Panama, what was the pitch to him? And after the pitch, obviously it took a couple of years for you to have your epiphany on this stuff. But what ultimately happened to Torrijos?
Well, so when I went down, the idea was to get him to accept a large loan to build a couple of big hydroelectric plants.
Okay.
And also transmission lines and distributions to modernize the electrical system of the country. And he immediately said, no, I'm not going to do that. He said, if you want to work here, do small-scale projects, help our small fishermen and our small farmers. There were little irrigation projects and storage projects where the rural farmers can store their grains and can store their produce and help the small farmer. If you want to do that, I'll let you in. And I went back to my boss in Boston and told him this, and he said, let's do it. We'll get in good. We've never done this kind of thing. It's not going to make any money for us, but we'll work on winning Torrijos over, and maybe eventually we'll get to do the other projects. So we did that, and I sent a number of people who worked for me down there. They spent time down there. One of them included a woman who was a sociologist who looked at the social studies, which he very much wanted. It was totally different from anything Charleston Maine had ever done before, and it was successful from that standpoint. And it endeared me to Torrijos, but at the same time, he's telling me, that's all the stuff you're doing in these other countries and what you wanted to do here isn't going to help the people of these countries. It's going to help a few rich people, and that's it.
And what about the president of Ecuador? What happened with him?
Well, he refused to
do anything.
He refused to take the loans that I was suggesting.
And what was your guys' interest in Ecuador? Oil.
But so both of these guys died in very, very suspicious private plane crashes within less than 3 months from each other. 1981. First one to go down was ROTHSCHILD, and he's in his plane with his wife and a couple of staff members, and the plane went down under very mysterious circumstances that all of Latin American press said was an assassination. And of course, the U.S. and everybody else denied that. If you're going to kill somebody, a small plane crash is a really good way to do it because the smoking gun goes up in smoke. It's hard to find any proof.
Right.
And Torrijos at that point got his family together, and he said, my brother Jaime Roldos of Ecuador was just assassinated. I'll probably be next. But don't worry about it because I've done what I needed to do. I've successfully negotiated the canal treaty with President Carter, and the Panama Canal is going to revert to Panamanians by the end of this millennium. And in less than 3 months later, it's almost exactly the same thing happened to him. His private plane went down with his wife. And I've since been friends with his daughter, who was 17 at the time, and then became, going back to Ecuador, this was the daughter of Roldos, Marta Roldos, who became a friend and became a legislator in Ecuador. And, very, very intimately involved with this story.
And the family, what do they think about this? What is the daughter? What does she make of the plane crash? Does she think it was U.S. assassinating him?
Yeah, she's very careful because she's a politician in Ecuador, so she doesn't want to piss off the United States so she's very careful about what she says in public.
What is the U.S.'s role in Ecuador and Panama now? Did we ever successfully implement any of these things after you left?
Yeah, we built some big. It's a hydroelectric dam that I go by. I take groups by every time I go into Ecuador, like I'm going to do in a couple of weeks, and that was one of the ones that I financed. They got
a hydroelectric dam.
Yeah, I got permission to build. But what's happened now is the Chinese have taken over, basically. So,
how did they take over from us?
Well, okay, so here's the story of how it happened in Ecuador, which is sort of a model for other places. So when there was a period of, I think it was 10 years, and Ecuador had 8 presidents, and they have this number just a little wrong, but it's very much in that category. And just coups and counter coups. And then in 2010, the Democratic elected president named Rafael Correa. And Correa, who's also become a friend, I was just on a TV show that he produces out of Mexico now.
Oh, wow.
And he was president for 10 years. He has a PhD from the University of Illinois, so he knows in economics. So he knew our system really well when he came into power. And he got his master's degree, MBA, in Belgium. He's been married to a Belgian woman. And as soon as he came into power, one of the first things he said was, the Ecuadorian people does not owe all the money that the World Bank claims we owe them. And he formed a commission to investigate that. And the commission came to the conclusion that, I can't remember, I have the numbers wrong, I think it's around $10 billion.
$10 billion Ecuador owes America.
They owe more than that, but I think, and again, I'm not sure of the numbers here, I didn't look before I came in here, but the large amount of money that Correa said we're not paying, that the commission said the people of Ecuador do not owe, because these loans were undertaken during the military junta who ran the country back in the 70s when John Perkins was an economic hitman. And the military junta was put into control by the CIA and kept there by the CIA. And they took the money. The Ecuadorian people never had a say in it. They were not elected. There were 3 people who ran the country. None of them had been elected. And so Correa said, we're not paying that debt.
And they used your book?
No. This was before I wrote the book that they came in. Actually, it wasn't before I wrote
before they formed the
It wasn't before I wrote the book. And Correa endorsed the next book, so maybe that did have an influence
on the commission.
It may have, I don't know. But in any case, Correa says, he said, my people don't owe this money. The military guys who took the loan owe the money, but they're all in Miami or Sweden, Switzerland, or someplace now. They've left. We can't get at them. The World Bank probably owes the money because they never should have given a loan to us for these things. They should have known better as a good banker. And maybe John Perkins owes the money because he put the deal together.
Yeah.
Correa says this with total tongue-in-cheek, and refused to pay the loan. So immediately, Standard & Poor's and Fitch and other rating agencies crashed Ecuador's credit standard. So Ecuador became a pariah in the financial world. They couldn't borrow any more money. They were in Shitsville because they refused to pay their debts.
Well, most of these countries couldn't pay their debts anyways.
Yeah,
right?
but they said we're not going to pay. Well, they could pay with oil.
They could pay with resources.
But Correa said we're not going to do that.
Was there other ways they could pay?
Basically, that was it.
Just resources.
Yeah. And also, letting us build a military base, which we did in Ecuador, a big one before Correa.
So let us have a military presence there.
Yeah, there are all these trade-offs. And sell some of your publicly owned government businesses to U.S. investors, or vote with us in the next United Nations vote against Cuba. These kinds of things.
Right, vote with us.
Yeah. So Correa is.
They were just giving us the middle finger, though. We didn't like that.
No, exactly. And the rating agencies downgraded them to junk credit rating. So China steps in. And China says, well, we'll help you out. and they give Ecuador a loan for $1 billion with very good terms, which Ecuador immediately started paying off. So the credit rating goes up. Then China gives them a second loan for another $1 billion. And now Korea is buying into China. And China's coming in and offering to build a hydroelectric plant, which is they built a huge hydroelectric plant. And now they're building big mines. They're interested in copper, cobalt, and gold, which are all necessary for the high-tech industries. They're building huge projects in Ecuador. They're doing this all over Latin America and Africa and Mexico. All over Latin America and Africa. They are the number one investor in trading in many of the countries in these two continents. They've really taken over.
So how is their deal sweeter than ours?
A couple of ways really sweeter. Or appears to be sweeter. Remember, perception controls reality, right? So one of the things is that they claim that they will not try to influence these governments in any way. They won't try to get them to vote with them in the United Nations. They do actually. They do it in a little bit more subtle way, and they claim that they don't do it. They won't try to influence whether they have a democracy or a dictatorship, which they don't. They stay out of that pretty much. They don't tell the country. They don't go in and do the studies and say, here, like I did, invest this money in power systems or whatever. They go to the country and say, what do you want to invest it in? They go to the leaders of the countries and say, what do you want to invest it in? We'll give you the money. What do you want to use it for? That money will help you build the project. So they sweeten the deal that way. That's a perception thing.
They saw what we were doing wrong.
Oh, they invited me to teach at an MBA program in Shanghai a few years back. And
who's they?
China.
And the government?
Well, no, it's an MBA program. It's a university.
Okay. So basically,
well, there's a connection, I guess. But,
yeah, a small one maybe.
But as soon as I get there, what I realized what the students wanted from me. These are students that most of the Chinese, some foreigners, but most of them have been singled out to be the future leaders of China, the best, the brightest, And so what they wanted to learn from me is how to be a good economic hitman. What were the mistakes that I made, and what were the successes I had? And I very quickly got the idea that I wasn't there to teach them anything about classical economics. I was there to teach them about being an economic hitman. They were picking my brains, or you were going on riverboat rides on the river outside Shanghai, Shanghai, and so on and so forth. And that was a lot of fun, but I really got the message. And so, but now, one of the other things that they really have to sell to the world is the fact that they had economic growth of around 10% a year for 30 years. They experienced that when they came out. Yeah, China. And they brought over 800 million people out of poverty. That's more than all of Latin America. They brought them out of poverty. They created a middle class. During that same period, our middle class in the United States shrank from 60% of the population to 50%. And you know that we have not had a real increase in the federal minimum wage since 1973 or 74. In fact, it's lower today than it was in 70.
In relation to inflation.
In relation to inflation, the real wage. Well, I mean, the federal minimum wage is less than $8. Now, you can live on that. That's the federal. I know a lot of states have much higher rates, but that's the federal. And so China goes in and they say, hey, look, you're the leader of this country. It's a poor country. We want to help you get out of poverty. Same statements I made. But would you really have the American system? It's really been a failure for its people. And look at the government of the United States today. It's dysfunctional. They can't even decide on the budget for more than 3 or 4 months at a time. Congress is dysfunctional. Look at politics right now, and I'm sure China's making a lot of and they say, and they haven't increased the real minimum wage since the 70s. And look at what we've done. We just brought our country out of the terrible time of the Mao, the Cultural Revolution, and we've become one of the strongest economies in the world in less than 3 decades. So, Mr. President of Ecuador or Peru or whoever you are, which system do you think you prefer to have for your country? Ours or theirs? It's a big selling point. And on top of that, what they said they really want to invest in is building this new Silk Road, the Belt and Road Initiative. And so we would go to a country like Peru and say, hey, if you buy into our system, you'll have most favored nation trading agreement with the United States. We build a bridge between you, Peru, and the United States. Or you and Ecuador in the United States, you and Chile in the United States. China goes in and says, we want to build not just a connection between China and your country, we want to help you build connections with all the countries around you and around the world. So here in Peru, we're going to help you build a deep water port that you can trade with Africa. We're not just interested in building a bridge between China and Peru. What we're helping you build to become part of the new Silk Road. It's an amazing concept. When I was in China teaching this program, I kept thinking,
But China also happens to own all these other ports around the world that they're trading with, like in Africa and everywhere else. Like their Belt and Road initiatives everywhere. They're building ports, military bases, airports, roads.
not many military bases.
Well, I mean, a lot of the airports, and I mean, they're building like train platforms and tons of roads, especially in Africa. From what I understand, and embassies, a lot of these locations that they're building can be very easily converted into military bases.
Exactly. Panama, they own two huge container ports on each side, one on each side of the canal, and they control a lot of the transport. They don't control the canal per se. And let's remember, our military is very close to the canal. We get shot right off the coast. But they control a lot of the commerce that goes through the canal. And they have done a brilliant job, if you want to call it that, extremely effective job of imposing their own form of imperialism and pushing the United States aside. At the same time, the United States gets very bogged down in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and now in Ukraine and Israel. And China stayed away from all of that. While we were spending fortunes in the Middle East, they were investing heavily in Africa and Latin America and staying out of the military camp. Completely, as you say, a lot of the facilities should be converted, but they're not military facilities. And nobody wants a military facility on their soil, within another country. Even like when the British had theirs here back in the 1700s. No self-respecting Ecuadorian or Kenyan wants to put on military.
Right, true. And they're also, in China, I've talked to guys on here, journalists that report a lot on Mexico and like the cartels that are going on, and like what the cartels are doing with the wars, cartel wars in Mexico and stuff like that, and trafficking. And there is a heavy Chinese influence in Mexico working directly with the cartels. In fact, they're sending chemists to Sinaloa, Mexico, to train them how to produce fentanyl that's getting trafficked in the United States. And they're also they have mines, lithium mines all over Mexico, where they're actually, the Chinese they own lithium mines and they're mining lithium, but they're using the cartel as security. Like they're literally hiring them, working with them to secure those mines, where they're digging up all this stuff for batteries and stuff they're selling to us, or whatever it is.
Yeah, in Ecuador they got huge mines they're building, and some of them are very poorly constructed. So they do some lousy construction work. And they built this huge hydroelectric plant in Ecuador that's supposed to provide something between a third and half of the country's electricity. It's 8 big generating units. It was built out in the very sensitive area of the Amazon, and very ecologically sensitive. And it was built on a fault line near an active volcano with vented over. And as far as I know, this is as of a year or so ago, never all 8 units have never operated, and that's the generating house where the generators are kept was riddled with cracks and very poor construction. And I think they're working on improving that, but they've done some very sketchy construction. Africa and Latin America.
Isn't it true that a lot of the exploitative work that's going on in the Amazon, like the logging and the mining and even leveling parts of the rainforest to turn them into cattle farms, that's all China?
Yeah, I can't speak specifically on some of these issues, but certainly I know that China has a huge influence in all those areas. Yeah, and the mining particularly, where they really want to control the world's lithium and cobalt and the other rare minerals that are necessary for microchips and other high technology. Yeah.
So how are we going to respond to that? How is the U.S. responding to that now that China has basically figured out our flaws in this way of strong-arming other countries to gain their resources? What's the next move?
I'm really concerned, and I think that the United States right now is so screwed up. And let's face it, I mean, we've got this.
Is it really screwed up? Is it really more screwed up now than ever, or has it always been like this? And it's just always the next news cycle that's making us feel like it's worse than it's ever been, from your perspective?
Well, I think it's more screwed up than it has been in my lifetime. In terms of how it in unison relates to the outside world. Now, I would say that going into Vietnam was a terribly screwed up policy, but it had the support, at the beginning at least, of both Democrats and Republicans. And most of the people at the beginning, that changed over time, particularly as the draft became stronger and stronger.
Kennedy didn't want it.
Well, we don't think Kennedy wanted it, and look what happened to him. So I think we had a much more unified view of the world, and we supported NATO, and rightly along, I mean, you can look at all those things as being screwed up too. The United States screwed up now. It's like the world looks at us and say, the United States can't make any decisions, and we can't trust them. When Trump takes over power, he negates a lot of the agreements that were signed with previous administrations. And Biden comes in and he tries to reinstate some of those. So there's this constant flux, and the world doesn't trust us as they used to. I know, and they may, when I say trust, they may have hated us, but they could see a consistent policy, and many of their leaders were in cahoots with us, even if a lot of people weren't. So I think we're in a situation, and let's face it, the world is just a lot more dangerous now. We have climate change. We have horrible hurricanes. Florida's
hurricane. We have hurricanes all the time.
Yeah, every year. Yeah, it's getting worse.
It's not getting worse.
Once more frequently.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's always been
expecting 27 years.
What?
Yeah. Look it up.
There's one coming right now, right in the Atlantic.
I'm gonna hurry to get out of here.
You got till Friday. You got time.
Yeah.
I look forward to the hurricanes. They get deserved.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward for 30 years.
Pretty chase the hurricanes. We find out where they're going to figure out the best place to catch the waves.
You know what they say about people like that?
Yeah, they're not right in the head. Nihilist.
No, but in any case, I think that we are in a very difficult position vis-a-vis the Chinese right now. We've made it easy for the Chinese to sell their marketing tools, and I don't like that. I mean, I'm very disturbed by that fact. Another thing that's coming
their marketing tools.
Well, what I described before, that they've had economic growth of 10% a year for 30 years. They brought 800 million people out of poverty. And that's a good selling tool. It's a good perception to present to the world that they are on the mark. Now, I think since the pandemic, he's gotten into a lot of trouble. I think he's made some big mistakes. So,
like what?
Well, closing down China, the economy has never recovered from that,
Right.
and he's become more dictatorial now. But Mao was in a way that in for life kind of thing. He just got himself re-elected, elected, if you want to call it that. I think he's made some big mistakes, and I think that the door is open now if the United States wanted to go in and take advantage of those mistakes. My concern is I'm not sure that we're in a position where we're united enough or have enough willpower and commitment to spending money to make that happen.
Yeah, it's always made me think, like, the whole election cycle thing, it seems counterintuitive because it's like, yeah, that's good for democracy that we have 8 years maximum term, 4 years minimum term for a president, but so much of that time is dedicated to getting reelected in the campaigns, and really nothing ever gets done.
But basically, people in the House of Representatives, when they're for 2 years, they spend the 2 years trying to get reelected.
Yeah, exactly.
And you think of the money that's spent. I mean, and it's just presidential campaign already, and we're not even through it yet. Spent, I don't know, hundreds of millions. Amazing amounts of money. And democracy, I'm not sure about that, but corporations have so much power to influence politicians. It's incredible. But basically, we've legalized corruption in the United States. It's legal to own politicians, essentially own them, through campaign financing and offering them very lucrative jobs when they get out of politics as consultants or lawyers or lobbyists. We corrupt politicians, but we do it legally. It's on and on.
Isn't Rockefeller's the one who started that?
Started what?
Lobbying?
I
thought I heard you say that in the podcast.
What I did say, what made me think was John. So, after the United States became a country, one of the early things that the Congress did was to make sure that we wouldn't be in a position that we've been in with the East India Company, that controls so much, that really a lot of the Revolutionary War was implemented against a huge corporation, which was tied in closely with the royal family of England. And Boston Tea Party, is the most famous example of coming up against that company. But it was a huge problem. And so Congress decided that no corporation could get a charter to be incorporated unless it proved that it was going to serve the public interest, such as building highways and bridges. And the corporate charter only lasted for 10 years. After 10 years, they had to go back and demonstrate that they had, in fact, served the public interest and would continue to do so. And no corporation can buy another corporation. Yourself can't have a corporation. And that law stayed in effect for about 100 years. And then John D. Rockefeller went to both the states of Delaware and New Jersey. I can't remember who went first. I think it was Delaware. And he said, I'm building an oil company. You guys have got oil in my land. And an oil company can't be held back by just 10 years. But for the long term, you've got to change. You've got to make a charge last for much longer than 10 years. And you got to allow me to build to buy other smaller oil companies that aren't doing so well, so I can buy their equipment and I can expand this oil industry. And if you do that, I'll pay good taxes in Delaware and New Jersey. Your representatives can give yourself a better salary. And so it turned around, and that turned everything around. So that law that had been standing for about 100 years suddenly went down to 2 weeks, and it just got worse and worse and worse with Citizens United and so many other corporations. So much power, the rights of an individual, but not the responsibilities of an individual.
Yeah. I wonder what other countries think about us when they see what's going on with the election mania and the circus show that's going on.
Well, my friends in Latin America, I spent 7 weeks there this year, so far I've been back in August, even before this debate. But they were like, the United States is the biggest banana republic in the world, but you don't have any bananas.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. It's hilarious and it's sad. It is very sad. As an American whose family fought in the in every war since, except Afghanistan, Iraq. I'm really sad at what's going on, and we've got Russia re-emerging, and we've got China, taking over in so many respects, and the two of them having alliances with each other and bringing in Iran and North Korea. It's very disturbing.
What do you make of all the corruption going on in Ukraine and the government ties, the ties? I know Biden, Ukraine's just been the middle of this tug of war between Russia and the U.S. forever.
Yeah, I don't have any inside information. I hate to speculate on things so I don't have experience. I will say that I was speaking at a conference in St. Petersburg, Russia, shared the stage with Putin back in 2017 at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. And I was really impressed with Putin. He made some very good points. He said, let's face it, all the countries in the world, we need to come together to stop climate change and to deal with the nuclear, and to deal with the nuclear proliferation problem and income inequality around the world. So those are the big issues. We need to come together. And he was convincing. But I'm also, and I hear what you're saying. I think we insulted him. I think we missed some opportunities to bring Russia into NATO.
He wanted to join NATO.
I know. I think we made some big mistakes. That's the water under the dam.
But he was also the only reason NATO existed. That was the selling point for NATO, was him.
So exactly. And at that same conference, he says, NATO was formed to combat the Warsaw Pact. He says there is no Warsaw Pact anymore. Why do we need a NATO? But I'm also concerned that I think something's. He obviously was extremely aggravated, and probably he was driven to that to a large degree by our policies. And yet, I think at this point, I'm very concerned that if he takes over Ukraine, he won't stop there. Really, that it will move into other parts of the world. I mean, he's clearly stated that he thinks one of the biggest mistakes was the ending of the Soviet Union. So, I don't know. Like I said, I don't have any inside information. I've never worked in Russia or Ukraine or any other part of the world. So, it's pure speculation on my part. I don't like to speculate. But I think what we all have to be terribly concerned with is how potentially explosive that situation is. And you can say the same thing about Israel and Gaza and Hamas and Hezbollah. We're dealing with some extremely volatile situations right now in the world.
Yeah, and there's also the influence of other countries in our country, too. Like when we talk about lobbying, when we talk about the Israel lobby, John Mearsheimer talks a lot about the Israel lobby and how much influence they have over all politicians. And, there was a guy who just I forget his name, congressman. I forget which state he was from, but he just did an interview, I think, with Tucker Carlson, and he was talking about AIPAC and their influence on congressmen. And basically, they all have AIPAC handlers. And I think Trump actually just got a $100 million donation from Miriam Adelson.
Right.
But how many countries have that much influence in their government from other countries, right? Like how many other countries have their political system completely disrupted by a completely separate country that uses them to their advantage?
That's colonialism, isn't it? Yeah. And of course, at the same time, we've got all the problems with social media, influence from Russia, China, and we're probably doing the same thing in those countries. I don't know. But
I always wonder how much shit that we see, like either the presidential election, whether it be them doing this whole dog and pony show with Trump, dragging him through this crazy trial, or whether it be with the COVID stuff or anything you see in the news, how much of it is just an intentional distraction for the people in power to keep their power, and just to keep the people dumb, to keep the people distracted by nonsense, so they can keep keep their agenda, or even the UFO stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like how much of this stuff is just intentional distractions?
I'm reminded of that movie Gladiator. Remember the movie Gladiator? Was that before your time?
No, I remember Gladiator.
With Russell Crowe. And I remember at one point these senators I'm paraphrasing here, but the senators are sitting around basically saying, aren't the gladiatorial events a great distraction from what we're really doing? You know, and I think there is an awful lot to be said for that. I think colonial powers have always distracted their citizens from what they're really doing with high-flying concepts of fighting the communists, but they're doing this and just watch the next football game. You enjoy. Don't think about these things. So yeah, there's some incredible distractions going on, and some of it's very much in the public arena and the political arena, and there's all kinds of ways to get us to not think about what we're really doing.
Yeah, and so many things are coming to light too that just show like all the lies that are happening. Like even with the recent, did you see what happened with Fauci just recently when he had to go up in front of Congress and get questioned? And they basically found out they got the audio recordings of the phone calls. Fauci is basically they had a phone call with him. I forget exactly what he said, but he said something like, they won't be able to get a job without their vaccinations. No vaccinations, no jobs. They're going to be forced to do it. I don't give a fuck. Like something along those lines. And he denied ever saying that.
I guess I didn't hear that. But
yeah.
But so you think that was is the supposition there that it was dubbed? He didn't actually say it?
No, he didn't. He definitely said it. I mean, his claim was that wasn't his intention. He didn't. What he actually said is not what he actually meant.
Right. But I mean, that does raise another point that we could probably get a recording of you sitting there saying, I'm an agent of the Chinese government, right?
No, I don't think I've ever said that.
No, but with modern technology, we can dub it into.
Oh, you're saying AI?
Yes, AI can say it.
But the Fauci admitted he said it.
Yeah, I don't know about 5 minutes, but that is another thing that concerns us.
Sure, yeah, deepfakes, AI.
So turn up these cameras. I don't want to be transposition. Yeah, the deepfakes.
Yeah, the deepfakes with the AI. AI is crazy, man. How is AI gonna change everything? And with the problems, like the modern problems that we have in society today, like we think about war, conflict, climate change, whatever it may be. Like, is all that gonna matter once we hit the singularity? Once we hit the singularity, the AI is gonna figure out how to keep the planet sustainable.
Let's hope so.
If and it's gonna be another huge problem. Is gonna be when AI figures out how to get. How to make people live longer and to make people live hundreds of years, and then all of a sudden our population booms.
We've already got that problem, Social Security is having a hard time, we've got that problem now. We live too long. I'm about to turn 80. So I don't
really?
I don't want to,
wow, you look great, man.
I don't want to say that. I'm in great shape.
Yeah, you are.
Good for you. Want to go for you?
It's all, no, I don't want to go rough around with you, man. You've spent a lot of time in the Amazon, Central America.
I've had this martial arts in my life, and it just stays with you. You stay in shape. Everybody out there, as you're get into shape, stay in shape because it's
right.
I don't think I told you about the time I was poisoned.
No.
But there's an interesting story about.
Is this when you were writing your book?
Yeah, interesting story about being in shape.
I wanted to ask you about that too. Like
I brought that up about the being in shape thing.
Okay. What happened when you decided to write this book, and how did you go about writing the book?
Yeah. So initially, after I got out of the business, I started writing a book that I wanted to be an expose, that I wanted to interview other people that had jobs like mine, and the jackals, because I know quite a few of them. And I started contacting them, and almost immediately I got anonymous phone calls threatening my life, and that was my infant daughter, who's now in the 40s, but yeah, she's an infant. And that's terrifying, because I knew what these people can do, and I'd seen it. And at that time, I had just left the job at Chelsea, Maine, and I got invited out to lunch by the president of Stone & Webster Engineering Company, huge engineering company, also out of Boston. And he takes me out to lunch, and he says, you have a great resume. You were chief economist at one of our rival companies. And I want to use your resume in our proposals. I want to have the opportunity to do that. You don't have to do much work for us. Maybe I'll ask you to fly a private jet down to Rio de Janeiro and once in a while, have dinner with some people. You don't have to do much. Just let me use your resume. And I'm prepared to write you a check tomorrow morning for $500,000. $500,000 as a consultant's retainer. Now, this is in the late 80s. $500,000 is nothing to sneeze at today, but it was a lot more than that.
Oh, yeah.
It's a bigger sneeze.
Quadruple, probably.
Yeah. So, and then he says, just don't write the book that I know you've been working on. So I'm getting exactly what I had dished out to presidents and others. I'm getting, okay, in this hand, I've got $500,000 for you. You don't do much to earn it. Just here it is. Oh, and we're also going to pay you a monthly fee. In this hand, the jackal has been calling and threatening my life and that of my daughter. Getting me exactly the condition and I know this. What do I do? What would you do? What would you do, Danny? What would you do?
Yeah. Take the money and run.
Yeah. So I did. I took the money, and in my own defense, I'll say I didn't go out and buy fancy cars or a big house or something. I reinvested into going back to the Amazon and offering and forming nonprofits called Green Change to help the people of the Amazon protect the forest where I had lived in, which was a huge impact on me. And I started writing books about them. So I wrote 5 books on shamanism and indigenous people. Stoneworks was fine with me doing that. In fact, they were happy with these books to get my name out there and associated with them. But I didn't write the book they told me not to write. And then, many years later, my contract with Stoneworks was over. New presidents come into Stoneworks that knew me and didn't like me at all, didn't want me around because of history. So, and in the Amazon, there's a group of people on 9/11. And when I get home, I was living in Florida at the time, I flew up to New York, to Ground Zero. And as I stood there looking down at that ship, I knew I had to write about what I had done. Which doesn't say there's a direct connection, but it just struck me that I need to write about what I've done. But I made the commitment at that point that I wouldn't contact other people. I wouldn't write an expose. I would write a confession, my personal story. And I wouldn't let anybody know I was doing it, because what got me into trouble before is I started contacting people. So, if you're going to be a whistleblower, don't warn people you're going to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle, and then make sure you got all your ducks lined up. And so I did that. I wrote the book, and it was interesting. It was rejected. It was rejected by 39 publishers. I get 39 rejection letters. That takes a lot of touching a lot of jaguars. And then one publisher bought it, and it went to the New York Times bestseller list very quickly and stayed there for like 70 some odd weeks. And
now, weren't you worried about getting back?
Nope. At that point, I figured my best insurance policy. Even once I got it in the hands of published. Yeah, but even getting it in the hands before it got published, even when it was being rejected, it's out there. There's no stopping it now. And if something strange happens to me, it's going to sell a lot more books. Shoot me now and see how many books it sells. So now I figured that was my best insurance policy. And I think I was right, except a few months after the book was published, at the end of 2004, in early 2005, I was invited to speak at the United Nations. And you fly up to New York from Florida, and before I'm doing a lot of interviews, and I have a publicist who works with publishing company. And there's this one guy who wants to interview me, but he doesn't have very good credentials, so we've been putting him off. But finally, my publicist calls me. She says, he's offered to pick you up at LaGuardia and to drive you to where you stay tonight, which is a friend's house, an old friend on Central Park. And he'll take you out to lunch. That'd probably be better than taking a cab. Why don't you do it? So I did it. And we go to this restaurant, Italian restaurant, and I ordered, and comes, and I go to the restaurant. Look at me, this guy was lame, just terrible journalist. He asked stupid questions, not like you, and a couple hours later, I'm in my friend's apartment, and I had lost over half the blood of my body to internal bleeding. Just gushed out of me. And my friend happened to be a producer on Brokehouse NBC Nightly News. And she had a good friend who was a very well-known gastroenterologist, Pavarotti's gastroenterologist, calls me around 7 o'clock at night at home. And I get on the phone, and I'm shaking, and I've gone into shock. And he says, "You got to get to Lennoxville Hospital. Don't call an ambulance. Take a cab. The ambulance is too slow. I'll call ahead and get intravenous set up for you. Get to the hospital. You can get in 2 hours." So I go to this hospital, and to make a long story short, they ended up taking out 70% of my large intestine, cutting it out. And we never thought much about it at the time. I was just trying to survive. And as soon as that happened, and the word got out, I had to talk with the United Nations. My publicist did, and sent word out to everybody that I had these interviews set up with. I can't come and just and people kept pouring in with email and phone calls saying, "Don't you realize John was poisoned?" Never had heard of it. I wasn't thinking. I'm suffering. I wasn't thinking. So I asked my gastroenterologist, and he said, "Well, it's possible, but we can't prove one way or another because as soon as we take something like that out, we incinerate it. So the evidence is incinerated." But that guy disappeared. All my publicist had was his email address, and there was no response. He basically disappeared. It wasn't any point in pursuing him because I had no evidence anyway.
You never could get a hold of him, nothing like that.
No,
So that's pretty much in itself. That's proof.
It sounds pretty suspicious. And then I called while I was still in the hospital. I called this friend of mine. He was a jackal. He's been in this business. And he said, "Hey, do you think that, what do you think?" And he said, "Well, yeah, I think it's probably an assassination attempt." I said, "Who do you think did it?" And he said, "Well, definitely not the Alphabet Agency, FBI, CIA.
Not them?
Not them." He said, "If it had been them, you wouldn't be talking to me. And besides that, they don't want to see you dead because that's going to sell books. If you die from it, it's already, it's true, already book sales are gone. Spiked again." He said, they're not too worried about books. It's just a book. It's out there. It's out there. Killing you is not going to stop the book from being out there.
Right. It's already done.
The book's done. It's out there. And he said, so, and I said, "Well, who then?" He said, "Well, I think my guess is that it was a fanatic who either hates what you did as an economic hitman or hates the fact that you came clean on it." And I said, "Well, do you think I need to worry about him coming back?" And he said, "No, I don't think you'll show his face again. You know who he is now. And he's scared. These guys are cowards. He did a cowardly thing, and he probably feels that he scared the shit out of you, and he doesn't. He's not going to show up." So I don't think you need to. Maybe there's others out there, but he said, you can't spend your life being worried about such things. But it was it was an interesting experience. Oh, how I got into this, I said physical. So my doctor said, one of the reasons you came through this so well and well now is that you were in really good shape, and that served you well. Your heart was strong, your body was,
How old were you?
So this was 2005. I was born in 45. So I was 60. Is that right?
I think so. You got to ask.
I'm an economist. Economists can't do math.
Right.
We assume 45, 55, 65, 75, 85, 05, 50 years.
Yeah.
50.
Wow.
No.
How did you know these jackals? And who were these jackals?
I wasn't 50, I was 60.
Okay.
I was 60. Well, this particular Jackal, this is a funny story too. So, I practice martial arts, and I was practicing.
What kind of martial arts?
Well, my degrees are in Taekwondo. But my instructor, who was Korean, in North Palm Beach area, we did a little of everything. There were street stuff too, and I've gone in before that. In any case, one day this guy comes in and says he'd like to join the school. He's a black belt. And the instructor says, okay, so let's put in uniform, see how you do. So he gets out there, and then at the end of class for the last 10 minutes or so, we usually did sparring. It's called low contact sparring, without hitting gear. You don't tap somebody. Black belts have to learn that discipline. And I'm the senior black belt in the school at this point, and I line up opposite this guy. And he starts to go at it, and I give him a little bit of a hit, and he just comes at me like, dang, I know at this point, I'm not going to hit this guy. I'm going to go on defensive. Like, this guy's, I don't know, I'm scared of him. And anyway, after that, but I hung in there. We were good. He felt good about it, and he joined the school. And then we got to hanging out together and going out to lunch afterwards. I used to practice in that late morning, and so did he. And we got into this conversation about the Seychelles in the Indian Ocean, and he had been part of the team that went in from South Africa to assassinate the leader of the Seychelles. Yes, Francois.
That's right off the coast of Madagascar, right?
Yes, that's in that area. And so a squad had come out of South Africa that he had been on.
Who was he working for?
Well, he's private colonel. He was a mercenary. Well, the CIA may very well have something to do with that, but he didn't directly work for the CIA. He worked for a guy named Jack Hoare, who the movie made of him, who was a very well-known missionary in Africa. Anyway, and I had been recruited. I had been actually at one point ready to go into Seychelles and try to corrupt this president. And we decided it couldn't be corrupted, so they sent out a team to take him out, but it failed. And anyway, so we get into this conversation at lunch about the Seychelles, and I realized, oh man, I know who you are. And he knew that I knew who he was, and we became friends. So when this thing happened, I'm in the hospital. He lives in Florida, and I call him and we have this conversation. The guy, despite his career, was a really good friend and very compassionate. When I was recuperating, he would come by and make sure I got up on my feet and walk. I got a slow speed and got all the exercises. Yeah. And he had a belief system. He grew up in Beirut. He was an American citizen. His dad was an executive with Middle East Airlines. He grew up in Beirut and he'd been beaten up by the PLO. He was about 18 years old and went through a lot of shit with the PLO. And so he hated communists. He hated. He was rather racist too. And so he went to South Africa and trained with the SAS in South Africa, very elite force there, and then in Zimbabwe and South Africa, both of those countries, he was very involved in some of the fighting there. Exclusive training, and really excelled at what he did. An expert marksman, explosives expert. He knew himself. Plus a damn good martial artist. Yeah.
And he said that if it was CIA, if it was the U.S., they would have succeeded. They would not have
and they said they have no motive. They don't want you to be more famous than you are. And you can get this, And this did sell a lot of books. The fact that I was in the hospital.
It did.
Yeah.
And even today, how much influence or how much fuckery do you think happens inside the United States from these three-letter agencies? How much influence do you think they have on the media or on domestic politics?
I think they have a lot. And I think it's not always clear who has it? So these agencies are massive, and there's empires within the empire, so to speak.
Yeah, well, the U.S. government's the biggest organization, company, whatever you want to call it, in the history of the world.
Yeah.
There's like millions of employees.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to paint them with a broad brush.
Yeah, and all of those, and then sometimes I think that they're competing with each other. Some of the agencies within the agency, or the departments within the agency. So, I think, some of them may be, fighting the DEA, as you talked earlier, in the Mexico situations, and some of them may be supporting it. I think it's a very complex issue, and I don't know that anybody knows. And you think about who's the director of the CIA, who's the director of any of these agencies, who are mostly appointed by presidents. And so, your president, your appointee as the CIA, are the career deputies and other top people, and they're going to share their most important secrets with me? Hell no. They don't know me from a hole in the ground. I may have passed security tests and so on, but they don't trust me. They know I'm going to be there for a few years, and the next president's probably going to replace me with somebody else. So why would they share the information? So I have some control over some of the general policies, but as to what really goes on, I don't. The director of the CIA doesn't know. I believe, and again, it's a supposition on my part.
Yeah, it seems that the media and the control of information in the U.S. is very much under control, and it's very much just like the congressmen are. The media is very much corrupted by organizations. Don't know what the names of those organizations are, and advertising dollars.
Oh, huge.
That really showed its ugly face during the COVID pandemic.
Mm-hmm. I have a guy followed me around for several days after Confessions came out in the New York Times report. I ended up writing a major article about the book. He followed me around. I was in Chicago, giving a bunch of talks at different institutions in Chicago. And he spoke fluent Spanish and spent a lot of time in Latin America, as do I. And I said to him, how come you're not really writing the truth about so much of what's going on in Latin America? You knew damn well that the policies that we're saying in some of the countries that we're labeling as dangerous and so on and so forth. Why don't you write about these things?
Yeah.
And he says, well, John, he says, the New York Times prides itself on not censoring its writers. I'm not told what I can't write. I can write anything I want, but my editor has discretion as to what he publishes. Mm-hmm. And he is under the influence of the publisher, who's under the influence of all of our advertisers. Yeah. So, I've got to be very careful that I don't write something that's going to piss off the publisher or some of the advertisers. So, and he says, if I don't publish frequently, if my editor doesn't accept my articles, then I'm going to lose my job. So he says, theoretically,
Yeah. Well, I had a guy on here, Jack Murphy, who's a former Ranger. He got out of the military and he decided to be in journalism and write on some of the stuff that's happening within the military and the wars and stuff like that. And I'm sorry for people that are listening because I've told this story ad nauseum on this podcast, so I'm repeating this for the 10th time. But anyways, he was working on a big article for about a year after the Ukraine war kicked off, and he had a bunch of sources that were former CIA who were basically telling him that the CIA was using a NATO spy service, a NATO ally spy service, to conduct sabotage inside Russia, like lighting ammunitions warehouses on fire, blowing up train tracks. It's like that because the CIA wanted plausible deniability. They wanted to send their own people in there to do this stuff. And he was working with one of these top 3 publishers in the U.S., working on this article with one of the editors at one of these publications because they wanted to publish it. Through the whole process, back and forth, very open line of communication between them. When it came time to publish the article, the editor says, "Okay, well, I got to run this by the deputy director of the CIA." So get on a three-way call. My buddy Jack, the editor at this giant publication, and the deputy director of the CIA, three of them. And the guy said, if you get the guy at the CIA, I forget who the deputy director was at the time. This would have been about 2 years ago. He says, this is absolutely false. He goes, this is untrue. So Jack assumes, okay, we're gonna add a line into the article saying that you deny any of this being true. Yet I still have dozens of sources that say it is true. Well, no. The editor of this publication has an off-the-record agreement with CIA, saying if they do deny anything, it's off the record, and he kibosh the whole article. So they have ways of doing this that's not just blatant in your face. They can't just say, oh, no, we're not going to. It's not like China, where they're going to say, we're not publishing this because this goes against our empire or what we're doing. They're basically saying the way the CIA does it is they're going to say, if you publish this stuff, A, we deny it. B, if you publish it, you're going to put lives at risk. You're going to put our operators' lives at risk, our military people's lives at risk. So you're going to be doing a tremendous disservice to the country, and you're going to be responsible for innocent lives. Right. Do with that what you will.
End up like WikiLeaks, like Julian.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, yeah. So, yeah, we have all kinds of ways of control. I know the most recent thing has been, Trump paid with the National Enquirer or one of Trump's agents not to publish the article that they bought from Stormy Daniels. Remember that? The publisher paid Stormy Daniels to buy the article and then trash the article. Well, I mean, that kind of thing goes on all the time, too. Republicans, Democrats, the politicians also have a lot of power that way. There's many ways to support corruption.
Yeah.
Corruption comes in many forms.
And another thing I wanted to bring up, when it comes to the economic hitman tactics that you used when you were doing this and what's going on today, there was, and I believe you talked about this before, there was a country, I think it was Belarus, during the middle of the pandemic, the United States went to this country and said, we're going to give you basically a huge loan, we're going to give you all this money for all this stuff, but you have to implement all these lockdown policies, all these mask policies, and take all these vaccines. And the leader of this country basically said, no, this is an economic hitman model, we're not going to follow it, where the United States tried to implement all these rules across other countries. Remember this?
I don't think I wrote that.
Stephen, I know you didn't write this, but you mentioned it before. Stephen, there was an article I sent you. This is right here. Belarus president unwilling to accept additional terms to get foreign loans. This was published when? June 19th of 2020. Okay, yeah, so right after the pandemic. I don't know. This is ever. We can Google it again and figure out who covered it. But, so it basically says additional conditions which do not apply to the financial part are unacceptable for Belarus. Belarus President Alexander Lukashenko said when speaking about external lending during a meeting to discuss support measures for the real economic sector on the part of the banking system. Delta has learned. Delta's the name of this publisher. Lukashenko asked the participants of the meeting how things were with the provision of foreign credit assistance to Belarus. What are our partners' requirements for this loan? It was announced that they can provide Belarus with $940 million in so-called rapid financing. How are things here? The head of state inquired. At the time, he stressed that additional conditions which do not apply to the financial part are unacceptable for the country. We hear the demands, for example, to model our coronavirus response on that of Italy. I do not want to see the Italian situation to repeat itself in Belarus. We have our own country with our own situation, the president said. According to the president, the World Bank has shown interest in Belarus coronavirus response practices. Interesting. And it is ready to fund us 10 times more than it offered initially as a token of commendation for our efficient fight against the virus. The World Bank has even asked the healthcare ministry to share the experience. Meanwhile, the IMF continues to demand from us quarantine measers, isolation, and a curfew. This is nonsense, he says. We will not dance to anyone's tune. What do you think of that?
And who is Delta?
Delta is the name of this website. But Steven, open up a new tab and Google. Open up a new tab on the browser and then just Google Belarus President IMF coronavirus. Maybe that'll come up with some more. IMF, so Politico says IMF awards Belarus $1 billion to fight the coronavirus. So it sounds like the World Bank is tied into this, and they're trying to give Belarus money to implement lockdowns for the coronavirus. Why the hell would they do that? And it's 60 miles in, 70, yeah. Belarus will get $100 billion payouts from the International Monetary Fund to fight coronavirus pandemic, a move that has caused widespread anger. IMF said it will distribute more than $650 billion in reserves among its members as part of the so-called special drawing rights.
Wow. Yeah, interesting, because Belarus is kind of in the Russian camp to
It seems like things like this, like the coronavirus, that were just implemented for the government to grab more power, similar to 9/11 and the Patriot Act and the TSA. They all the powers and all the control the government got from 9/11, they never let go of that. All that stuff's still in. They still have all that power.
It's like Naomi Klein, shock doctrine. So when an incident like this comes along, you have to just photograph power. She writes about that right now.
Yeah.
But just on another subject, I'm looking at this painting.
Oh yeah, everybody loves this painting.
So, but so it ties right into something I've been writing about, and that is, what if there are these flying saucers, let's say, assume it's a huge fleet of flying saucers, and we know that they're threatening to destroy us.
Okay.
So what does China and Russia and the United States and all the other countries do?
If there's an existential threat to the world, hopefully we all band together to become the human race.
And history tells us that's what happens. So my theory is that the aliens are here.
Okay.
And yes, and so are you. We all are. That it's not human beings, but it's our philosophy that says we are a part from nature, not a part of nature. We have the right to destroy nature. We have the right to do whatever we want. So the indigenous people I spend my time, they believe they are a part of nature. And they point out that when they come here and visit our cities, they see that we believe we're a part from nature. We're supreme over nature. And so in a way, we have alienated ourselves from our planet intentionally as a philosophy. It isn't human beings, it's this philosophy that says that we have to maximize short-term profits, we have to maximize material consumption. Yes. We are a part from nature. So let's get this out there and say, hey, we're the aliens. Let's all come together and stop fighting about, who's going to occupy Ukraine or Gaza or whatever. And let's all join together to fight this philosophy that's destroying all of us.
Yeah, but isn't it? Okay.
And I've got to say, do I think that's realistic that we're going to do? No, but it's a great philosophy. It's a great story. I'm writing a novel about it, and there it is. That would be the cover of the main novel.
Yeah.
Do you have Van Gogh's permission?
No, we don't. Nope, AI created it.
Well, he's dead, so I guess we don't need it. Except the statues of limitation.
Well, I'm sure somebody owns the rights to all the Van Gogh.
As you're
Just we create Van Gogh, it's all the Van Gogh.
I don't know.
We're not selling it. We're just selling it. Steve.
Well, as your economic staff here, I don't know what
Yeah. It's interesting what you said about how we're becoming alien from nature. and we're in this competitive world to constantly innovate, and it's largely fueled by materialism. We always want the next greatest iPhone. We always want the next best thing. We want the nicest car, the bigger house, which is gonna make us more attractive to mates. It's gonna make us more symbolically immortal. It's gonna create things that are gonna live longer than our biological bodies can, so we can remember us, and it makes us feel important. But that materialism and that competitiveness also is responsible for innovation and for technology and for everything that we've created. And a lot of that is good.
Perception. So, what's the perception driving all this? And perception of maximizing short-term profits regardless of social and environmental costs. Now, so I talk about the death economy, which is what that has created, and I would start creating that. We've created an economic system that is marching us to we're consuming, polluting ourselves toward self-destruction, based on this perception of maximization of short-term profits regardless of the social and environmental cost. What if we turn that around and said, let's have our goal be to make short-term profits for business, because you got to make some profits. You don't have to maximize them. Put a bunch of that money and put a bunch of the effort and energy into creating a life economy, an economic system that pays people to clean up pollution, to corral all the plastic that's floating around in the oceans and recycle it, to regenerate destroyed environment, to create technology, solar and wind. We're on the way to doing that. We are in the process of creating a life economy. But let's pay people to do things that make life better, to make life for all living creatures. And for my 16-year-old grandson and all of his brothers and sisters around the world, there's no reason why we can't have a really good lifestyle, but by paying ourselves to do things that are not based on short-term maximization and destruction, the death economy. You know, I like to instead of the term construction, I often a lot of what we call construction these days is actually destruction. So I think we can come up with an economic system that gives us both, that allows us to use these technologies in support of all life and in support of future. And we can have growth. It's just that we can't have growth in areas where we've been looking at it as this extreme materialistic tearing of the earth. We don't need to go out and mine for copper. There's a lot of copper around that's just not being figured out.
What about cobalt? What about lithium? We need these iPhones.
Yeah.
We need our Tesla cars that drive on batteries and then have these big fancy screens on them.
Yeah.
That's a lot of slave labor, a lot of mining of
lithium. It doesn't have to be slave labor. Yes, you might have to pay them, but we'd also be paying people more to do these tasks. And so, Henry Ford said, I want to pay everybody in my factories enough money so they can buy a Ford car. Well, what if we paid those miners in the Congo and elsewhere who are mining lithium? What if we paid them enough so they could buy cell phones and electric cars and convert it?
And no one will afford my son.
Well, I think, if we look at human history, go around,
and I would be willing to pay more for an iPhone if we get rid of that shit.
Yeah, so would I.
But
I think a lot of people would. But it's a matter of redefining what it means to be successful. For most of human history, 200,000 years or so, that we defined ourselves as Homo sapiens, wise humans. We just kind of laugh because who else is destroying the body, right? But my cats aren't destroying the world around them. But they're not wreaking havoc at my house. But for about those 200,000, most of those 200,000 years, we've lived in a life economy, an economic system that regenerates itself. And the indigenous people I work with, it's all about the long term. They're not just looking at the short term. And it's only been within the last blink of an eye of history, maybe 2,000 years, but short term in the history of humans, that we've been on this trajectory creating a system that ultimately seems to be headed towards self-destruction. And I would just add that when I was in business school back in the late 60s, I was taught that a good CEO makes a decent rate of return for investors, but also pays his employees well, gives them healthcare insurance, pension funds, and invests in the communities where his factories are built by putting money into recreational facilities, libraries, educational facilities. In other words, it's a good citizen, not maximizing profits, making enough profit for a decent rate of return. And then in 1976, Milton Friedman won the Nobel Prize in Economics. And Friedman had the ear of the world. And he said, the only responsibility of business is to maximize short-term profit, regardless of the short-term environmental cost. That was a fairly new concept. It had been growing. But he really had to take off. Thatcher loved him, and Reagan loved him. He traveled around the world promoting this concept of maximization of profit. And Jack Welch comes along at GE, and other people became these icons of cutting costs, cutting people's salaries, firing people to make the bottom line, to make profits bigger and bigger and bigger. Put it in the hands of a few wealthy investors who are already wealthy and make them more wealthy. That's the course we've been taking, and it's taking us into this death economy. We have an opportunity now to turn that around, to redefine what it means to be successful humans, to create a life economy. I have to say, Danny, I'm excited to still be alive at this time when we're moving in this direction. I think everybody listening to this program should feel blessed that you live at this time, that we're here now, that we have this opportunity. We are understanding that we're on a trajectory that's dangerous, very dangerous, whether we're talking about what's going on with potential wars and nuclear explosions, climate change. It all comes back to an economic system that we can call a death economy. These other things are symptoms. They're not the problem, they're a problem, but they're not the problem. The problem comes back to human greed that's defined in this idea of a death economy. But human greed is not inherent in human beings. I don't see it in indigenous cultures. I don't think we've had it for most of our 20,000 years. People took care of each other. It was important to be part of the community. Native North Americans had this thing called potlatch. And part of it was giving away with each other. It wasn't trying to take more from people. It was giving away. And the people I worked with in the Amazon, if you're a good canoe, when you go canoes and you give me a canoe in exchange, I'm a good hunter, so I bring back some good meat to you on a weekly basis or whatever. This is exchange, but it's recognized that if anybody is suffering needlessly, and people may suffer because of death, a broken leg or whatever, but if anybody is suffering needlessly for want or something, the whole community suffers and you take care of it. I think that's human nature. And I think we've moved away from it by philosophy and mindset, perception, just like just touching the jaguar. Let's touch that jaguar and turn the perception around of what it means to be successful humans, be successful human beings, being human. Let's be human.
I get what you're saying. I agree with you. But due to the trajectory that we're currently on right now in this world, in this nation, do you really see that as a possibility?
I do.
How so?
I wouldn't be sitting here with you if I didn't do that. I'd be whining and dying and bringing myself silly. I don't know. No, I do. I think we're moving in that direction. Really? Yes. I mean, solar, wind. I invest away from fossil fuels. They're at their infancy. But 20 years ago, everybody said solar will never be economically feasible. It is. But that's just one example. What I hear, and I've had the opportunity to travel around the world speaking because of these books that be popular, and more recently doing a lot of it by Zoom. And everywhere I go, I see that people are really waking up to the fact that we have to change. And that's the first stage. They're not actually changing. Remember, perception. Our perception is changing. The next step is to implement actions that on a new perception, and then that changes reality. We haven't really got to taking the actions very strongly yet. And as you mentioned earlier, we're being distracted terribly by the war in Israel, Gaza, the war in Ukraine, and so many distractions. The political outrage in this country right now is, a big distraction.
Yeah.
And there's so many distractions, but people still I mean, yes, I do think it's hope. I do think for a probability in it, because I also think there's a pretty high probability that we won't go that direction. And if we don't make the changes that we need to make, we're headed towards more and more catastrophe. I truly believe. So there's two paths. In fact, Algonquin-speaking people where I came from in New Hampshire a long time ago said human beings at some point in history are going to be offered the opportunity to take two paths. One path will lead to their destruction as human beings. The other will lead to a much more glorious world. I think we're at that crossroads right now. That's my belief. And I'm sticking to it. It may not be true, but it gives me the hope that we can take the right path. And I see people around the world wanting to do that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot more microscopic. It's got to be at a way more foundational level. It's got to go way deeper than just solar and wind and green.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I don't think the solar. I think that in some ways actually one of the distractions that we've been talking about. I don't know. I'm not a climate expert, but I don't think that the solar and the wind and all the fight about climate change. I think it's more of a dog and pony show than really serious. I think it's been more of a political football.
If you live on one of those islands and being inundated right now, you might not feel that way.
What island?
There's a bunch of them on the Pacific Ocean they're sinking. The ocean's sinking, the ocean's rising around them. And they're definitely seeing glaciers melting tremendously. I go to the Andes and there's a couple of parts of these big mountains that have these, the glaciers are melting rapidly. There's a lot more desertification in Africa.
Yeah, but isn't this all cycles? Aren't these cycles? The climate change and the rising and falling of the ocean levels has been happening for hundreds of thousands of years in cycles.
Sure, there are cycles.
In fact, I think in the Renaissance period, the climate was way warmer than it is now.
And I think years ago, if they happen abruptly, it's because of a great volcano and all and I think that the catastrophe, Pacific Island countries facing faster sea level rise. Yeah, and I think that the equivalent to a big volcano going off in our time has been the incredibly use of fossil fuels, the industrialization that has. How can it not be impacting the atmosphere? How can it not be impacting the climate?
I think it's definitely impacting the climate, but I don't think it's going to be as near and as catastrophic as an issue to human lives as the media makes it out to be. I think like things like the media and a lot of the climate activists, I think a lot of it's disingenuous and it's used as a political football. Like I said, you have these guys flying around at these Davos conventions in their private jets, like 1,000 private jets that show up there and to do this talk, and they all want to implement these things with these big corporations, and how many deaths is it going to be responsible for, and what period of time is it going to be responsible for that? Like if you just look at the United States of America and look at the deaths that happen every year from drug overdoses, I think it's like upwards of 100,000 a year. Right? Is it reasonable to say that climate change would be responsible for 100,000 American deaths what's a year in the next 10 years?
I think it's reasonable to say that climate change is responsible for way more than 100,000 deaths in Africa.
Right now.
Because of gentrification, change of climate, all these people trying to immigrate up to Europe, we're seeing in Latin America too, seeing tremendous changes. We're seeing fires in the Amazon that never occurred before, extreme droughts.
Yeah, they're setting fires in the Amazon.
But they're also just happening, and extreme droughts. Areas that I go to that never had droughts before, they're having droughts. So I think it's happening. You know? And I would just say, look, assuming you're in a car and you're going down with a cliff over there, and saying, well, the car's slowing. I don't need to use the brakes. We're not going to go over the cliff. We're going to get closer and closer and closer. No, I don't need to use the brakes. The car's going to slow down, and maybe it will. But why wouldn't you step on the brake? So if there's a possibility that we are creating the problem or a large part of the problem, wouldn't it be reasonable to do something about it? If there's a possibility, we don't know for sure, let's say, right into your contention, we don't know for sure, but there's that possibility, and it's a distinct possibility, so we should do everything we can to put on the brake. Don't wait for the car to come to a stop by its own inertia. Let's put on the brakes, totally. And we have this opportunity. Again, I want to say that creating a life economy is not putting us back to living caves. We're creating a new economic system that benefits all life. And we've had it before throughout our history. Indigenous people still have it. We can do it. We can do it. And yeah, solar and wind are not the answer by any means. They're just one tiny speck of the possibilities that's been happening. But there's all kinds of possibilities that can happen. If the Mayan people had really understood what they were doing, they could have prevented their culture from collapsing. But they didn't. And now they're telling us they're making the same mistake.
Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, getting back to your history and everything that you've done, I think a lot of this has a lot to do with the fight for power in the world of the big superpowers, the nation states. At the end of the day, those guys are going to do whatever they want because at that level, it's lawless, it's anarchy.
Yeah, that's the sad part.
And I think, one of the first things that we could do, I think one of the most obvious things we could do is to make it illegal for corporations to buy laws, to buy policymakers.
Totally agree. Reverse the laws that have given corporations so much power, Citizens United and other ones. Yeah, totally agree with you. And I also agree, leadership is the problem, and it's always been the problem. We had a pretty good democracy for a while until finally one of the leaders, Caesar, decides, I want it all for myself. And I think I think that's been the downfall, the hubris of our leaders throughout history has been the biggest problem for us. And how you do it, I don't know. But I think if we can redefine, change the perception of what it means to be successful humans, so it isn't about owning a bigger yacht. It isn't about having a bigger house. It's about doing things that feel better, that make things better. When I was an economic hitman, I was making a lot more money and I thought I was living in American dream. But at some point, I told you about it, I think this went through this epiphany, but at the same time, I was also recognizing that I was not happy. I was living on alcohol and value, and I was eating from the birth today. I was, flying off from Boston to Indonesia for one period of 3 months. I went to 12 times, and that's halfway around the world. And so I'd arrive at a destination at night and go into the bar and drink myself silly and then take Valiums or fall asleep. And the next morning I'd stuff myself with caffeine until I could go into a meeting and negotiate a multi-million-dollar contract. And I realized, geez, I think I can get because I'm living the American dream.
Yeah.
Then why am I living like this? Why am I doing these things? I'm not happy. And I think there's an analogy there with where we are as a species now. We think we're happy by having bigger yachts and bigger houses, or whatever. I'm downsizing my house a lot, and that's because it doesn't really work. Cleaning bills, and electrical bills. I'm so happy to live in a much smaller house today. Tiny house.
Yeah, man. I think going back to your idea about aliens, I think one of the ways we can reset ourselves and reset our perspective is if aliens landed here. They give us a new perspective on the world and the universe. Maybe that overview theory that your buddy, that Mitchell had out there and happened in the world. The aliens they won't fucking come.
Well, we are the aliens. It's not humans, it's our philosophy of life. Right now, I'm modern. I'm not a human philosopher. I'm modern. And that may go back a couple hundred, maybe a couple thousand years, but it's still modern in terms of overall human history.
Right. Well, John, thank you so much for coming down here and doing this. I really appreciate it.
It's been a lot of fun, man.
I really enjoyed this. I really enjoyed this talk. It's been inspiring, eye-opening, and tell people where they can find your books, find more of your talks, get in touch with you, all that stuff.
JohnPerkins.org. I'm an organism. I'm an organism. I'm not a comic. John Perkins talked about all the information is right there. And I love it that people sign up for the newsletter which comes out once a month, and it's incredibly brilliant and extremely good. No, but you just put your email address in the little box right there.
Oh, look at that. There's your website.
Oh, my
Beautiful.
God. Who is that handsome guy?
Handsome devil. And look at that. You update your book. I love how you do updates of your book.
Oh, my God.
Awesome job.
Oh, that's in Russia. That is at the World Economic, at the
World Economic Forum.
St. Petersburg Economic Forum, international, with Putin. Yeah.
Klaus Schwab there?
Yeah, I imagine it was. I didn't mean it.
All right. Thanks again, John. Everybody go to John's website, johnperkins.orgasm/books. You can find his books, all of his incredible talks and lectures. Thanks again, man. I really appreciate it. Also, we did a Patreon exclusive Q&A. If you guys want to go check out that on Patreon, it's linked below.
It doesn't say much.
It doesn't say much, so yeah. Don't get your hopes up.
No, it's because we just took it all here. Yeah.
Good night, everybody. All right, Tori. It's a pleasure to have you on the podcast.
It's a real pleasure to be here, Danny. I'm excited to chat with you.
For people that aren't familiar with your work, why don't you give us like a brief background in your studies and how you came about with this Red Dead Redemption story?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Tori Olson, and I am a professional historian. I'm a history professor at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville, Tennessee. And I work on modern American history, the 150 years or so since the Civil War. And I've always been really interested in pop culture as a way of telling histories. When I teach my kind of big American history survey class at the University of Tennessee, I actually call it American History in 30 Pop Songs. And we listen to at least one song for every lecture, analyze it, and use music as a way to engage with the past, in part because it gets students like emotionally excited and hooked on the topic. And I started off with music, but then of course I got really interested in video games as a way to get people interested and enthusiastic about grappling with some really hard questions in American history. And a lot of this stems from my own personal background, right? Because even though I am a serious academic historian, right? This is my day job. Before I became that, I was a kid growing up in 1990s America, and that kid really loved video games. It was just the 1990s was a good moment to be playing a lot of video games. Some really great franchises coming out to the market at that time. And that's really what I cared about. Like in high school, sure, I did okay in my history classes, but I was really just enjoying playing StarCraft and Deus Ex at home. Those are the kinds of things that really confused me. So I was a big gamer when I was a teenager. But then when I got to college and got more serious about studies and all this, I really decided to leave video games behind. I decided to take a break because it was not doing me any favors academically, right? And I really took 20 years off from gaming, which is a long break, right? Yeah. Like, really from 2000 when I started college to 2020 when the pandemic hit, I really didn't play any video games at all. I was just very devoted to becoming a professional. Like, I went to graduate school to earn a PhD, and then I started as a junior assistant professor at the University of Tennessee, and I barely had any time to do anything other than work. So long hiatus from video games, but then the pandemic rolls around, got me confined indoors like the rest of us, and I decided, hey, why don't I reconnect with this old hobby of mine, video games? And in the back of my head, I'm thinking, I bet the games look so much better now than they did in 2000. And I was totally right about that. They did look a lot better. But they didn't just look better. The video games that I started playing in the early pandemic, they also told much more nuanced and interesting and diverse stories, not just about life, but about history in particular. So one of the very first games that I picked up early in the pandemic, and I promise you, I picked this game up just for fun. Like, there was no professional angle behind me doing this. But one of the first games I picked up in the pandemic was Red Dead Redemption 2. In part because one of my colleagues, another historian, recommended it to me. He said, hey, check out this game. It's not stupid. That's actually high praise coming from a historian when it comes to, like, big pop culture. Yeah. A lot of time when pop culture engages history, it doesn't always do a good job in interpreting things. Right. So I play this game just for fun, and then about 20 hours into the game, I realized that, whoa, this game it's really not stupid. I mean, of course, it's this fictionalized world where the names of characters and places are all made up, but the game gestures really frequently to some of the really big dilemmas that historians spend years and years talking about. Things like the women's suffrage movement, like the expansion of major corporations in the late 19th century, the railroads, the meatpacking industry, the ranching industry. And it engages things like the memory of the Civil War in the 1890s. Like, all these things that historians have always viewed as very serious, legitimate topics. And then there's this blockbuster video game, Red Dead Redemption 2, that's introducing this topic to millions and millions of people around the world. And to be sure, the game on its own doesn't really teach you all that much. I mean, on its own, it's not an educational product. It's not meant to educate you. But it definitely is successful in sort of planting enthusiasm and curiosity in the heads of many millions of people. Right. So that was my idea, basically, 20 hours into this game. Why don't I try teaching a class that uses this fictional world of the games really as a jumping off point to explore the actual big dilemmas of violence in the United States in that kind of crucial 1870 to 1920 period when the games are set. So that was the basic idea, right? Like, let's use this as a teaching tool. Not to, like, teach the fictional content of the game, that's not the point, but to teach the actual real history of this period using the kind of hook of the games to get students excited. So I started that in 2021. I'm very proud to say that it was the world's first ever college history class that used the Red Dead Redemption games. No one had done anything quite like this previously. And the students loved it.
It's interesting how accurate you say it is as a historian, a PhD in American history, right?
Yeah, I mean, some parts are, right? Like, not everything. Well,
they obviously they didn't need to make it super accurate historically, right, to be successful. Right. But they did. They went to a lot of work to make it very relevant to a lot of they might not be, like, perfectly correlated on the timeline, right? I think you say, but a lot of the events are very accurate, and, like, a lot of the struggles and everything else that's going on, like, racially and economically, and
Yeah, I mean, I think what the game succeeds at best is capturing the sort of visual, aesthetic look of this time period, whether it's New Orleans in 1899 or sort of, one of these like frontier cattle town in the west, or the southern mountains. I think they do a great deal. Like they clearly studied photographs of this period quite closely and tried to recreate that. Right, so obviously recreating the visual look of a place is important, but that alone is not accuracy, right? You have to go beyond that in getting at the sort of the lived fabric of people's lives. The kinds of things they care about, the things they talk about, the major issues that they're interested in, and the game does pretty well with that, right? I mean, they miss about as often as they hit on those questions.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, on its own, the game is not going to be your American history teacher. But what I love about the game is that it's rich enough and accurate enough that with some accompaniment, with some help, it can actually be a really, really powerful tool for engaging and learning American history, and like particularly engaging some of the biggest dilemmas that are not just historical, but that really impact us today, right? Dilemmas about capitalism and big business, dilemmas about race and inequality. Basically, all the things we're talking about and fighting about today, you can learn a great deal by using this game and then having a little help on the side. And that's really what my book is trying to do. It's what my class has been trying to do, to open a conversation about some difficult, often violent moments in American history through the use of this ridiculously popular video game.
It's also interesting that it was like one of the best-selling video games in the first week, right? Like it was a blockbuster.
Yeah, this statistic will never cease to blow my mind. But in its opening weekend, back in, I think, late 2018, Red Dead Redemption 2 it made more money in its opening weekend than any other entertainment product ever before had done in its opening weekend.
Oh, entertainment product.
Like movies, TV shows, Harry Potter books, whatever. This game was bigger than anything previously. That's like insane, right?
That's bizarre.
Well, it gestures at the meteoric rise that the video game industry has had in the last 10 years or so, because today the size of the video game industry is bigger than music and movies combined in terms of profits and proceeds.
Yeah.
And it's catching up with sports. Like it's basically neck and neck with sports in terms of like, a moneymaker.
Yeah, there's Fortnite players who have contracts the same size as Tom Brady's contract.
Right, exactly, which is pretty wild. So yeah, this game has, it's really become a juggernaut. It's sold about, Red Dead Redemption 2 has sold about 61 million copies or so the last time I checked. But if it's sold that many, I bet it's been played by 200 million people, right? By people watching on YouTube, by streamers, people watching their friends over someone else's shoulder, right? I'm sure there's people who pirated the game. I mean, there's a lot of people who are engaging in this, and not just in the U.S. They're all over the world.
Have you ever had a conversation with any of the developers or any of the historians behind the creation of it?
No. Rockstar Games are very protective and secretive about their production process, and that's cool. Yeah. I respect that.
They also get in a lot of lawsuits, don't they?
They've been engaged in quite a few.
I think one of them that you mentioned in your book was the Pinkertons.
Yeah, this is such a crazy story, right? So it's fascinating. So Red Dead Redemption 2 fictionalizes the names of almost everything, right? The names of states are made up, the names of people are made up, but then they retain one agency that they do not fictionalize it on. That's the Pinkerton Detective Agency.
Yeah, why do they fictionalize all the states and like geographical areas, do you think?
I mean, so that no one's going to be... Yeah, definitely not that. I think so that they, can kind of like wriggle their way out of this accuracy and authenticity things. Like, we never claim that this is North Dakota. We never claim that this is Louisiana. It allows them more creative liberties, and I really respect that. I think it works really well for the game. And I think it follows the long trend of Grand Theft Auto and others, the main franchise created by Rockstar, which of course always engaged American cities, but also lightly fictionalized them, right? So that Miami becomes Vice City, that Los Angeles or Southern California becomes San Andreas, and that sort of thing. So it's a long-standing practice that they can they can get away with more if they don't use real names, except for the Pinkertons, which they decide to include by name and have to confront this lawsuit, which ultimately goes nowhere because the Pinkertons, which still are around, fascinatingly enough, they sue Rockstar saying that you're basically trashing our legacy, you're sullying our good name, none of this is true, except actually their portrayal is pretty accurate. I mean, the timing is off by a little bit, but yeah, they were, the Pinkertons of the late 19th century were indeed mercenaries for big business, trying to, crack workers' skulls and break up strikes and pursue bandits and outlaws and that sort of thing. To basically protect the status quo.
So didn't they work for the federal government though? They weren't.
No, they
federal?
were private actors.
They were
yeah.
they were private actors. Wow.
Exactly. Yeah. So companies would basically hire them if they wanted. Like the federal government would help big companies crack workers' skulls too, to be sure. But they were a little slower on the response. Like it might take them a couple days or weeks to show up. The Pinkertons were known to be, very reliable in showing up and using force effectively in a very cold and calculating way to stop workers from organizing, from unionizing, things like that.
Yeah, it's so the history of the United States is so wild how much stuff has been packed into the last 200 years, how many historical events and how much this landscape has changed in 200 years. And I think you said something, I heard you say on another podcast, that you used to go to a church in Sweden that was like 1,000 years old.
In the last 150 years in the U.S. And not just things that happen, there's been a lot of conflict and a lot of violence, and violence is something that's so central to my book and to my class, because of course Red Dead Redemption 2, like every Rockstar game, is a violent game. I mean, it's got absurd body counts. So those body counts are often inflated compared to what actually happened, but the reality was that late 19th century America was a really violent place. Not all parts of it, to be sure, but parts of it were really violent. I mean, even violent by today's standards. So I'm really interested in diving into what motivated that violence, what animated that violence. Because in the video game, it's kind of not always random, but there's a lot of random encounters, right? There's grudges, there's drunken poker games, there's sort of personal rivalries that animates much of the violence. But
yeah, there's like a famous clip I think that got a lot of shit or a lot of heat, where this guy like lassoed a woman and like fed her to alligators.
Yeah, so that's a really, that's absolutely disgusting clip, to be sure. And it got Rockstar a lot of criticism. People saying, the point of Red Dead Redemption 2 is to beat and kill feminists. And the reality is that that's not actually the point of the game at all.
Right.
The game is very sympathetic in its treatment of women's liberation and women's suffrage activists. But what the game does, it's an open world game. You can do kind of whatever you want. Mm-hmm. And the game presents feminists and suffragists all over the map, right? And because it's an open world, sandbox game, any troll on YouTube
can do whatever they
want. Make a clip of it, and then share it with other assholes on the internet who can click it and like it, Right. But does that mean that the purpose of the game is to do that? Of course not, right? I mean, the storyline of Red Dead Redemption 2 is absolutely cuts in the complete opposite direction.
I love how you have the morality scale. That's so fascinating.
Yeah.
It tells you how moral you are compared to depending on what you do, to different types of actions that you take.
Right. Yeah. It's just
who you kill.
Linear scale of, are you good or are you bad?
Right.
And it works for the gameplay, but, when we're trying to understand actual gunslingers of this period, we really can't map them onto a simple good, bad, moral, immoral scale. So what I do in my book, too, is look at, the kind of real gunslingers who inspire people like Arthur Morgan.
Yeah.
People like Wild Bill Hickok and Jesse James and folks like that. But they're not simply just good or bad. There's 6 axes that are all intersected.
Right. That's an interesting thing, too. Because we were kind of touching on it before we started the podcast. But, in history, people were just shittier. The moral scale slid back so much farther the farther back you got, right? People don't look at anything. They look like the way we look at it today. People did way more violent things, committed way more atrocious crimes, and they weren't looked on the way they're looked on today, right? People were just shittier assholes, right?
We're pretty shitty and violent today, though, too. But no, I think that certainly there's differences in, morality and stuff like that. But I would push against an idea that it all used to be worse and it's only getting better, right? I think it goes up and down, back and forth. It's really unpredictable. You never know. I'd love to believe that the story of humanity is the story of forward progress and motion and deeper sensitivity to life and all that. But I don't know if I actually believe that.
Really?
Well, I don't know. Just look back at the events of the 20th century and can we really understand that as like a march toward progress? Look at World War II, you know, like 50 million people killed in this conflict. Like, there's no war from the 13th century that leaves that many people dead, right? Look at the Holocaust. Look at, like, you know, global imperialism, colonialism, like these awfully toxic institutions that trod on the lives of so many people, all in the name of progress and civilization and all this sort of thing. So it's hard. I mean, I'm not saying it's all downhill. I'm not saying we all lived in, you know, a wonderful place before and then it's all kind of sliding down. It's just, it goes up and down, back and forth. There's no like linear, it's neither all going down or all going up.
Yeah, it's definitely not linear.
Yeah. I mean, U.S. history is the same way, you know, like on classic questions like racial equality, you know, like there's moments when we have great progress, and then we have moments when we walk backwards, and then it's, you know, it's kind of like take 2 steps forward and then 1 back, and 3 steps forward. The history definitely confounds simple tales of things getting better or things getting worse. It's just, it kind of makes it both.
So what part, is there one part of history specifically in your book, Red Dead's History, that you focus on?
Danny, the aliens are taking me to Zargon and I have too much stuff to pack. Do they have soap? I don't know. I need to bring all of it. Shampoo, body wash, foot foam.
Steve, pack your one essential. That's our sponsor, Mando's 4-in-1 acidified cleansing bar. Plus, you can shave with it, so it's like 5-in-1.
Danny, what if the pH is off? Will it melt my skin? Have you ever seen Alien?
It just works, bro. It was made by a doctor who saw too many people getting misdiagnosed with BO. So he said, stop the silliness, and came out with this gorgeous bar of gorgiosity. The best thing about their 4-in-1 acidified cleansing bar is that it smells delicious. I like the bourbon leather smell because it's smooth and sophisticated. Plus, when you're traveling, you don't need to pack your travel bag with deodorant or cologne. You just bring the bar. It does all that work all in one. For shaving, for smelling great, and for being clean. Mando's starter pack is perfect. You get a solid stick deodorant and cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, plus free shipping. So if you enjoy this podcast and you want to help support, new customers can get $5 off a starter pack at shopmando.com and using the code Danny. Again, that's code Danny at shopmando.com, shopmando.com. It's linked below. Now back to the show.
Yeah, well, so I really zoom in on this crucial 50-year period after the Civil War.
Okay.
Like 1865 to 1920 or so. And I think that's a moment that's, on one hand, from us, like in the 21st century, that seems like so distant, you know, like 130, 140 years ago. What could that possibly tell us today? But I genuinely believe that, like, this is the 50-year slice that we have to understand if we want to understand most of the crucial dilemmas that are dividing our society today.
Really?
Mainly because in that 50-year window, it is where the modern conversation about racial equality starts, about what should the rights be of people of different racial backgrounds. And in that moment, too, is when we see corporate capitalism fully transform American life. Right? Like, you and I have grown up around massive companies that dominate our society, our economy, you know, that are major employers, that shape the political system and all that sort of thing. We've kind of gotten used to that. We've just, like, taken that for granted.
Right.
Not Americans of the 1870s and 80s, because that's the first time they're really encountering companies that big. Right? Like, that's the first time that they're encountering these juggernaut corporations, the steel industry, the railroad industry, the meatpacking industry, and all these things. And they are really very hesitant about it. Like, they are not accepting and embracing this. I mean, some are, the people who make a profit from it, but most Americans are really skeptical of this transformation, and many of them are going to fight back. So if we want to understand the America of today, right, as I understand it, the 2 biggest dilemmas that we keep arguing and fighting about in this country are about capitalism and are about race. Like, those 2 conversations, those 2 fights are really shaped by that 1865 to 1920 period. Like, we can't understand today unless we really grapple with what went down in those foundational decades.
Yeah, I love the part of your book where you said that during the Gilded Age of capitalism, I guess during the railroad boom, that there was so many subsidies and federal funding for these giant corporations that it would have made Stalin jealous.
Yeah, I mean, the statistic that blows me away is that if you put together all the free land that was given by the federal government to railroad corporations, like put it together into one state, like, you know, it's all over the country, but if you mass it on one state, it would be the 3rd largest state in the country after Texas and Alaska. Just like land given by the government to corporations, right? And then those corporations are going to have a completely different career as opposed to, you know, those who don't receive that. So, you know, I made that joke about sort of Stalin would have been jealous, in part because I think grappling with the history of capitalism in the late 19th century really pushes against this myth that many Americans are attached to, which is that we live in a free enterprise, free market capitalist nation, right? That we live in a country where we've really pushed the government out, and that, you know, the free market decides everything. That is so not true for most of American history, because government handouts, government supports, it really defined how capitalism worked, and it stacked the deck in favor of some against others. So, you know,
You
this
definitely
is
still see that today.
Oh yeah, I mean the government's still actively involved in so many different sectors, but it was even more nakedly obvious in 1875 than it was, you know, than it is today.
So, and during this 50-year slice of history was also the biggest parts of the Indian Wars and like the massacres of the buffalo and pushing the Indians off their land.
Right. I mean, you know, the story of struggles between white settlers and native peoples starts in, you know, the 15 and 1600s. So it's been going on for a long time.
Right.
But in the West, in particular, right, in the West, the kind of 15 years after the Civil War is when you see the most massive and chaotic encounters between the U.S. military and various native tribes.
Right.
On, you know, in the Great Plains and places like that.
By this time, the native tribes had already gotten horses and guns.
Yeah, like several generations previously. Like really, during the 1700s is when you see
During the 1700s, okay.
And this gets at another really important, you know, myth-busting thing that this game and this book can do, which is Americans tend to tell very simple stories about native peoples in this country, right? Whether those are good or bad stories, you know, sympathetic or unsympathetic stories, but they're very simple, right? You know, the kind of simple good stories. Oh, you know, native people are these brave folks, you know, who nobly defended themselves and their traditions against, you know, settlers, and of course it's a tragedy that they lost. But, you know, that story, I mean, sure, the nobility of it might be right in some ways, but native peoples, especially in the West, like in these places and decades that we often think of, you know, the Indian Wars, like the 1860s and 70s, those native societies were not static and traditional and unchanging. They were actually totally different than they'd been 200 years earlier. And it gets at precisely your question, Danny, about guns and horses, right? Because like during the 1700s, guns and horses enter into many, particularly kind of Midwestern, Western, Great Plains native societies, and totally changes the way that they live. Like before the guns and horses came into the story, they tended to be agricultural, settled, you know, kind of rooted in one place. But once you get access to guns and to horses, they discovered that hunting is a much better way to subsist, or at least better for their desires. And they become much more nomadic and move around a lot more, and they're dependent on hunting, particularly the bison. The bison had been used by native peoples for a long time before white settlers show up, but when white settlers come to the West, it's at a moment when native peoples are unusually dependent upon it.
Why were they so dependent on them at that point? So much more dependent on them?
Well, because they're not practicing agriculture in the same extent. I mean, you know, there's a lot of diversity here, but I'm thinking about groups like the Comanche in the southern Great Plains, like the Lakota in the northern Great Plains. They're groups that really kind of decide, you know, we're going to leave a lot of settled agriculture behind, and we're going to follow the hunt. We're going to make the hunt one of the crucial foundations of our society. Now, one of the reasons they decide to do that, not only because they have guns and horses and a way to hunt more effectively, is that there's unusually large bison populations at that time. Right, so like the first half of the 19th century, the first half of the 1800s, is a moment when there's just way more bison than there had been before. In part because the weather was unusually good during this period. So like more rain means more grass means more bison. So, you know, we need to get over ideas that represent the West, and especially native peoples in the West, as just this kind of like static, unchanging, traditionalist people living as they always lived. It's not true. Like those societies are changing just as much as European settler societies coming in. So it's just, you know, it's a very fascinating encounter between people who become much more dependent on the bison, and then white settlers who come in saying, we want to get rid of the bison, we want to eliminate the bison, make way for cattle.
And that was part of their strategy too, right? Not just to make way for cattle, but to basically starve out the indigenous people.
Yeah.
And was there, how much and I'm coming from like a very ignorant perspective from the history of this stuff, but like,
no need to apologize about that.
how much infighting was there, or how much fighting was there between the native tribes, like warring against each other?
Quite a bit. Yeah. I mean, I think romantically we like to have this idea that, native peoples, they all understood themselves as having a common indigenous identity, and that, of course, it makes sense that they would band together and resist white settlements and white intrusion. And that's not, I mean, there comes a point when that happens, right? But the 1860s and 70s is not a moment when that's happened. So, like, when the U.S. Army shows up on the northern Great Plains, the Crow and the Lakota are at war with each other, right? So neighbors that, that share this area are warring with each other. And this gets at, again, the diversity of Native people. They're not a homogenous mass. They've always had different languages, different cultures, different customs, and sometimes they came to blows over that as well.
And they were based geographically in, like, Texas, New Mexico? Is that right?
They being, like...
The Lakota and who was the other tribe?
Well, so the Comanche are
Comanche,
more...
yeah,
Comanche is, like, Texas, New Mexico, areas
okay.
like that. But then... So, in my book, I discuss to a great extent the history of the Lakota in particular. They're sometimes called the Sioux. But Sioux is actually the name that their enemies called them. So, like, to me, it's like, let's call them by the name that they call themselves by. The reason why I focus on the Lakota quite a bit is because I'm almost certain that they are the real-life inspiration behind this fictional native tribe that's portrayed in the game, who are called the Wapiti. And if you played long enough, it's kind of in the last third of the game that this manifests more, so I don't know if you got to that part, Danny, but it's almost certain that the developers at Rockstar modeled this fictional native nation after the real-life Lakota, which were on the northern Great Plains, right? So in places like South Dakota, the Dakotas, perhaps parts of Nebraska, if you go down that way.
So the Indian Wars were going on well after the Civil War ended.
Yeah.
And I think there was even some fights or some battles where the Indians would have won over the European settlers.
Yeah, I mean, the most famous one, it's the U.S. Army.
It's the U.S. Army, okay.
Yeah, who's pivoting from the Civil War, remember?
Right,
I mean, this is also happening before and during the Civil War.
Right.
But many of the most famous battles in the so-called Indian Wars are Civil War U.S. Union commanders, people like William Tecumseh Sherman, George Sheridan, Philip Sheridan, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of, George Custer, right? The Custer's last
he's the one that
stand.
lost a battle, right?
Exactly. He's another one of these decorated anti-slavery U.S. commanders in the Civil War who then winds up in, the Dakotas fighting Native peoples. And it's really kind of a tragic tale in many ways that many of these generals that like Sherman, for example, right? Like Georgia Howe, who helps defeat the Confederacy. They earn these, high marks as kind of social justice crusaders during the Civil War because they're fighting against slavery, right?
Right.
But then in the years afterward, they go to fight a much less morally clear crusade against Native peoples. I mean, it's actually very morally clear to me. It's really nasty. It's really disgusting.
Right.
And so the same people are involved in both, and they didn't necessarily see contradictions between them. Some did, to be sure. They're not all in one mass. But, to think about these Civil War heroes then becoming anti-heroes or villains in the Indian Wars is one of the paradoxes of this period.
Right. I mean, it also seems like after the North won the Civil War, they kind of gave up on protecting the rights of Black people or anything else. It seemed like they kind of backed away. Like, oh, we won. We don't really care. Because they still thought of them as subhuman, right? I think even Lincoln wrote a lot about that. Like, he still believed that they didn't deserve to be equal to everyone else. They didn't deserve to vote or anything like that. He just wanted to abolish slavery. That was it, right?
Well, it depends, right? So, Lincoln is a character who changes a lot over his career. Okay. So if you check in with Lincoln, in 1860, when he runs for president and gets elected, he is not an anti-slavery. He's not an abolitionist. He's not like, we need to remove slavery immediately. Okay. However, by 1865, the last year of his life, that's what he did. He literally abolishes slavery through the first Emancipation Proclamation and then through the 13th Amendment. And so you might think, 5 years, how could someone change so much? Well, the course of the war changes him. And it changes a lot of Republicans, people of his party, at that time as well, right? Because he sees, the ways that African Americans were so doggedly devoted to freedom and to assisting the United States in this cause, seeing their humanity, seeing their bravery, seeing their dedication to this struggle, that's what tilted him and many, many thousands of other white Northerners to be like, wow, like we started this war to preserve the Union, but now we're fighting it by 1865 to destroy slavery permanently and forever. So there's a real change in thinking on the part of these.
It happened like mid-war?
Oh yeah. I mean, this is the craziest thing. Early in the Civil War, Union U.S. troops would return escaped slaves to southern plantations. They're like, this is your property, we're delivering it back to you. You know, so they're not trying to like destroy slavery right away. They're in fact maintaining it, in part because they're really cautiously watching these border states, places like Kentucky, places like Missouri that did not secede from the U.S., but these were places that had slavery, right? So Lincoln is very careful not to lose those states. He doesn't want to see them tilting into the Confederate camp. So they really tiptoe around the question of slavery in the beginning. They're like, we don't want to mess with this institution. We just want to defeat the Confederacy and get the South back in the Union.
Right.
So they're, but by the end of the war, that's not where they're at, right? By the end of the war, they're really aggressively going against slavery as an institution.
That's
and you
so
mentioned, and you mentioned earlier, right, that like in 1865, white Northerners kind of give up on the question of racial equality. I wouldn't agree with that quite, because in the decade or 15 years that follows comes Reconstruction, right? And Reconstruction is this fundamental turning point when the U.S., now that it's unified again, the U.S. government really tries to remake the South. And they pass some of the most important legislation that's still shaping our world today. Now, I said earlier, right, that you can't understand race in America today if you don't understand that moment after the Civil War. And that's because the crucial constitutional amendments that shape our lives today were passed in that very period. So, for example, the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment establishes birthright citizenship, that if you are born in the United States, you are a U.S. citizen, right? This is something that's being debated today regarding undocumented immigration and all sorts of things, right? But it's passed in the midst of, and it's really passed to give black people in the United States citizenship. It's part of Reconstruction. It's part of this like idealistic moment when the U.S. tries to reform the South and really the whole nation in the wake of the Civil War. And the great sort of irony of Reconstruction, this period that really dates between 1865 or so and 1877, so roughly 12 years after the war, is that the United States wins the Civil War, but it kind of loses the peace, in that it fails to achieve most of its goals with Reconstruction. It accomplishes many of them, but the big picture, you know, when the South kind of returns to white domestic rule in the 1870s and 80s, there's a lot of similarities between, I mean, slavery's gone, but white Southerners are now back in control, and they kind of win the peace, even if they lost the war, which is one of the great ironies of the Civil War.
What do you mean by that last statement? They lost the war, but they won the peace?
Yeah. So white Southerners, the Confederacy is defeated in the Civil War, right? That's inarguable. But what they do is they win the terms of the peace by forcing the United States to back off from Reconstruction. Reconstruction does two things, right? It makes black people into citizens, and it makes black men into voters. It says black men can vote, right? After 1870, that is official. And that was revolutionary, right? Because if you look at other societies that had slavery in the Americas, you know, Cuba, Brazil, Jamaica, all these other places, they do not end slavery immediately and then make black men into full voters. It takes a lot longer for that to happen. So the U.S. goes like really quickly into that reform and, you know, extends democracy to black men, not women yet, right, but black men. And what the South wins in terms of winning the peace is that it basically forces the United States government to back away from some of those promises about racial equality.
Okay.
And it won't be until the 1890s that they fully shut out black people from voting and from citizenship in many ways. But because the U.S. by 1877 has largely signaled that they're not going to, you know, really enforce these constitutional amendments from Reconstruction, it means that white Southerners, they do win the peace in some regard. They're able to preserve white supremacy, white control over Southern society in ways that, you know, Lincoln would have turned over in his grave to see, because this is not the desired outcome, to be sure.
Right. Which you mentioned that it kind of changed for him during the Civil War.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm sure that, you know, you witnessed, because what were the basic like the premise or the ideals that the Confederacy was fighting for? Like why? Like for me and people that aren't super knowledgeable about this stuff, what were they like? What were their values or their ideals that were behind their fight?
Right. Well, there was one ideal above all others that motivated these elite white Southerners to secede from the U.S. and to create the Confederacy, and that was to preserve a future for slavery. That is really, I mean, you look at the documents of the people who create the Confederacy, like their founding statues, their speeches, their declarations, they do not hide their motives. They're like, we are creating a new republic based on the truth, that the black man is subservient and lower than the white man. And they say this. It's all in the documents.
But that's not what the U.S. was fighting for.
The U.S. begins the war fighting to preserve the Union. Right? That's like, to keep the South from leaving, like to keep the country together. That's what the war begins as. And then over the course of the war, it becomes a war against slavery, and for some people, a war for racial equality. Not everybody, right? But enough people that they were able to push through these Reconstruction amendments. So the real, this is
there's documents that you've read that basically they're saying that we're fighting for the future of slavery.
Oh, yeah. The reason they left is because they were worried about the future of slavery, not just in the U.S., but potentially abroad, in places in Latin America as well. But, see, this is the source of, like, a great deal of mythology.
Yeah, is this contested at all?
Not by any serious historian.
Okay.
But by a lot of people out there, right? So basically, as soon as the Civil War is over, folks in the South, white folks in the South, begin creating this counter-narrative that's basically helping them rationalize defeat. It's helping them make sense out of what happened. And they're saying, you know what? Since the war's over, slavery's been destroyed, right? They don't want to say, well, we fought for this vicious, sinful cause and we got defeated. Instead, as they claim, we were doing it for states' rights. So there comes out this counter-narrative is like, the Civil War was not about slavery. It was about political principles, and particularly about limited government and states' rights.
States' rights.
That states' rights have the power to choose and make decisions, not the federal government, right? So this is a narrative that historians often call the lost cause. And I have a whole chapter in my book about this, actually, because Red Dead Redemption 2 touches on this in really interesting ways. So it's this white counter-narrative that the Civil War was not a sort of, a racist defense of slavery, but it was a defense of truly American principles of small government and states' rights. Now, the reason we know that this is total bullshit, which it really was, this has nothing to do with why the South actually seceded. Let me give just two examples. So, in 1850, so this is 10 years before the Civil War breaks out, in 1850, the South, the white South, pushes through this bill called the Fugitive Slave Act. And the Fugitive Slave Act, what it basically did is it actually really strengthened the federal government to go and pursue escaped enslaved people across state lines. It gives the federal government tons of muscle and power to walk all over state jurisdictions trying to catch runaways. How is that states' rights? That is literally the inverse of states' rights. It is a defense of slavery, primarily.
By the federal government.
Well, by the U.S. government, of which the South is a part of, at that point in 1850. Right. So basically they're saying, hey, we want a muscular federal government when it protects slavery. However, if it's critiquing slavery, now we don't like the government anymore. This is an age-old story in much of white Southern history. So that's, and some of the same people who pushed for this Fugitive Slave Act in 1850, there's some of the same people who are seceding in 1861, right? So, it can't be states' rights in 1861 and the federal government all powerful in 1850. That doesn't make sense. No. The other way we can know that this kind of states' rights, not slavery story is BS is let's actually look at the country they create. Let's look at the Confederate States of America, right, which has its own constitution, has its own founding documents. It's a really centralized government where the federal state has a lot of power in order to win this war, in order to protect slavery. So if they really believed in states' rights, wouldn't they practice what they preached, right? Wouldn't they really enact those ideals now that they have their own government? And they don't, because see, this is a battle that if you teach American history in the South, especially, but it's really around the country. You're going to confront a lot of students who say, "Oh, you know, my parents told me the South didn't fight the war for slavery. It's not about that. It's about states' rights."
Mm-hmm.
And then I have to like patiently and carefully, basically prove how that's totally wrong. It's just not borne out by history. It is a fictional narrative that people in the South create after the war to try to rationalize what happened.
Is there like a resource online where people can go and like read the original documents that were written by these people?
Sure. Yeah. Google, Jefferson Davis, what Alexander Stephens, the president and vice president of the Confederate States of America. See their declarations. You can read them for yourself.
Read them verbatim.
Right? Oh yeah. I mean, they're all available, to be sure.
And is Florida considered the South?
Oh yeah. I mean,
because I've always like
secedes.
If you
it's
think
part
of
the Confederacy.
If you think of, I guess nowadays it's interesting the geographical differences and the labels that you assign to them. You get to that a little bit in the beginning, right, with the West. But like nowadays, when you talk about the South, typically Florida's not included in that. The South is like Alabama, Georgia, and the Carolinas, right? And then Florida is like this sort of like proxy state of New York.
Maybe like some parts of South Florida might be, right? Or
because you drive up, if you drive north, right, to Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, all of these areas, it's more of like of Southern culture and country music and Southern food, and like more of the history happened up there. You never really hear about any of the history in Florida.
Oh, it's there too. I mean, Florida is very much part of the South, to be sure. And no one before World War II would have thought of Florida as an appendage of New York. Right? That's only a recent thing. Really only the last 50 years or so.
Yeah.
The Florida secedes. It's part of the Confederacy. Just look at Florida's state flag. On Florida's state flag, you'll see that red cross of St. Andrews.
Can you pull that up, Steve? The Florida flag? I need some history on Florida.
White background with a red St. Andrews cross in the middle. That's the same cross you see on the Confederate battle flag. Right?
Oh, shit. Look at that.
It's basically the same state flag as Alabama. You can pull up the Alabama state flag. It is virtually identical to Florida's, aside from the seal. The seal is, of course, different. By the way, both Florida and Alabama put that St. Andrew's cross on their state flag not right after the Civil War, but actually in the 1890s. They do it right within the same years. And that's in the 1890s as well.
And that's the Reconstruction period?
This is after Reconstruction.
After Reconstruction.
Yeah, because Reconstruction really winds down in the late 1870s.
Mm-hmm.
So in the 1890s, Mississippi puts the full-on Confederate battle flag on its state flag, and then Alabama and Florida put it kind of like halfway on with just that.
They were 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Yeah, and you might wonder, like, wait, why would these? So, talking about the Confederate battle flag is one of my favorite things to talk about.
Yeah,
there's so much mythology.
There's so much mythology and confusion.
Yeah, and it's just much like actively toxic deception relating to this flag. But so these three states put that banner on their state flags in the 1890s.
Okay.
And there's a very simple reason why. Because in the 1890s, they felt that white supremacy was under attack and under threat in their societies. And they wanted to kind of bolster white unity and to make a common front against black success and black challenges in the political spectrum. The 1890s, so this is why I'm so fascinated with Red Dead Redemption 2, and the fact that it's also a Southern game and a Western game. Mm-hmm. People, the stereotype of Red Dead 2 is that, it's a Western, it's a cowboy game. Well, yeah, sure, it is that in some senses. But then a huge chunk of the game plays out in the Deep South in the 1890s. Like the 1890s is the same decade that Florida, Alabama, and Mississippi put that Confederate battle flag on their state flags.
Oh, wow.
So this is like a really important decade in Southern history. I think when we think about big decades in Southern history, we think about the 1860s, the Civil War, or the 1960s, the Civil Rights Movement. But I would say the 1890s is actually the third most important decade in Southern history. Because it's at this moment that white supremacy, white rule, white power comes under tremendous threat. And as a result, there's this huge backlash to try to, reshape Southern society to bolster and reinforce white supremacy. So the flags have everything to do with this. It's in the 1890s that the South also begins building these monuments to the Confederacy. All right, like these big, tall statues that have been getting torn down in the last, 5 years. Those start coming up in the 1890s. Not in the 1860s or 70s, not right after the war, in the 1890s, like a full 30 years after the Civil War is over. In the 1890s is when the first Jim Crow laws are passed. It is when, you see those signs that say for color, for white, right? Those did not exist really systematically until the 1890s. In the 1890s is when they begin popping up. So the 1890s is this moment of tremendous change in Southern history, where there's a threat from below, basically a threat of poor whites and poor blacks potentially coming together to challenge the bigger system, and then this tremendous backlash, which brings Confederate flags on state flags, which brings statues, which brings, all the Jim Crow laws, this total reorganization of the South, which is then going to stay in place for the next 70 years until the Civil Rights Movement of the 1960s.
Can you give me just the 30,000-foot overview of the history, of the origin of the Jim Crow?
Yeah,
comes from a comedian play or something.
Right. So Jim Crow is not actually a real person. Right. It was a character in minstrelsy shows. Right. So minstrelsy is something most Americans don't know much about.
Right.
That's that we forget it. Something that got to sweep under the rug. But minstrelsy is really America's first pop music genre. It starts in the 1820s and 1830s.
Minstrelsy?
It's white people putting on blackface and singing songs about black people that's meant to parody them and belittle them and this sort of thing. This is not just a Southern thing. This is an American thing. It's in New York, minstrel. In New York City, you could go to minstrel shows in the 1830s and 40s that'd be wildly popular. So one of the common characters in these minstrel shows was a character named Jim Crow, and he was meant to be, this sort of stereotypical, uneducated, backwards African American. Okay. So when these laws start coming around in the 1890s, people start calling them Jim Crow laws because they're also tangled up with this older history of of racism.
Was there a proper name for them, or how did Jim Crow laws stick? Obviously,
they're not formally called that. When the states passed them, they're called segregation
statutes. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
and now we just call them Jim Crow laws.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so it's interesting. You might imagine that Southern society had always been totally segregated, and that wasn't actually true. Under slavery, for example, black and white people were often in close proximity with one another. African Americans worked in white homes. They nursed white children. They're
really nursed them.
Do you have evidence of this happening? Yeah, to be sure, of wet nurses who would be engaged in homes. So there was very close physical contact between people, right? So then slavery ends in the South, leaves the Civil War era, and some things are initially segregated. For example, schools. First off, there wasn't much schooling at all going on in this period. Very little public budgets for education. But when the first schools are created with public resources, then they're separate, right? So that happens as soon after the Civil War. And churches also tend to segregate after the Civil War. Then you have black churches and white churches. But then there were lots of things that were not segregated. And really, there's this 30-year window after the Civil War when things are really fluid. Things are really unpredictable. When train cars were not segregated, when trolley cars are not segregated, when stores are not segregated, when waiting rooms are not segregated. Restaurants, well, that was a little trickier. But it's only in the 1890s that you see a systematic effort to put into place massive public segregation, right? The kind that we think of, when we think of the South after the Civil War. But it only comes together quite a bit afterward. And you might wonder, why is that happening? Again, it comes back to this fear of a threat that's going to shake the foundations of the South and of white supremacy.
And this wasn't going on in the North.
Well, there was already segregation in many northern states already. Yeah. Okay. So that, in many ways, the South kind of imports a northern practice of segregation. So this is not a uniquely Southern institution, though it's much more.
Look at this gangster.
It's entrenched and legalized in law, much more so in the South after the 1890s than it ever was in the North. Right. There was plenty of discrimination and rules against black folks in northern states too.
Right, and then a lot of people in the South, I think you touch on this briefly, but I believe some of the slave owners, they kind of were always living in the state of paranoia, fearing a revolt or a rise up from the slave population, always looking over their shoulders.
Yeah, for sure. And because there were many examples, I mean, not countless examples, but there were very notable examples of enslaved people revolting. Nat Turner, for example, in 1830s Virginia. These are the kinds of things that kept white slave hunters up at night, right? Like they were very anxious and worried about this, which is why they instituted this massive, infrastructure to try to prevent these sorts of things: slave watches, patrols, the constant threat of violence hanging over the society. So there's lots of sort of checks that they try to put into society to keep this from happening.
Right.
But in many ways, the Civil War is kind of the biggest slave revolt of all time. We don't often think of it that way, but like black people in the South play a really crucial role in overthrowing the Confederacy. It's not just white Northern troops that come in and do it all. From within, black people are actively working to sabotage the Confederacy, right? Either by joining the U.S. Army or just by chipping away with sabotage, foot dragging, resistance, from within. So like the Confederacy is fighting so many enemies. Yes, it's fighting U.S. armies, but it's also fighting against black people from within who are trying to destroy the Confederacy. And what's really fascinating to me, Danny, I don't know if you know this, there were a good number of white Southerners who really resisted the Confederacy as well. Because remember, and this is also a fact that's not widely known, right? Only about 30% of white Southerners before the Civil War owned enslaved people.
The wealthy ones, right?
Yeah. I mean, 30%, right? So 70% of white Southerners did not own slaves. Now, did that mean that they were pro-black? No.
Right. If they could, they would have, right?
Many, for sure. They really, they were jealous often of their slaveholding neighbors because they saw holding enslaved people as a social, as a way to lift themselves up in society, right? Like social progress. So they're quite bitter and resentful toward them. But, it's fascinating because I live in eastern Tennessee, right, in the kind of mountains of southern Appalachia. And it's specifically in the southern mountains that you see really a revolt against the secession of, a rebellion against the rebellion, in the sense that a good number of white Southerners in the mountains say, no, I don't want to be a part of this Confederate, war effort. I'm going to fight against it. There was unionism that was quite pronounced, favoring the U.S. In this period. And I understand why, in part because the Civil War really started by rich people. It started by big planters, and it's largely fought by poor people, which is why folks often describe the Civil War as a rich man's war and a poor man's fight, which there's a lot of reality to. So, people in western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee, where slavery existed, but it wasn't nearly as prevalent as it was in, middle Georgia or something like that. Those folks were like, you know what? I don't really want to risk my life for the cost of slavery, since what do I stand to benefit from this? Right. So you'd have serious guerrilla warfare taking place in eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina, eastern Kentucky, of white Unionists fighting against the Confederacy. Really nasty, irregular warfare. Really pretty grim stuff. But this is the side of the Civil War people don't hear about.
What kind of warfare tactics or guerrilla warfare tactics were the slaves in the South using against the Confederates or the slave owners?
Right.
I'm sure a lot of it was like cutting throats in the middle of the night, or
there's some of that.
I'm sure they didn't have did they steal the weapons, or how did that work?
Well, it depends, right? If you're able to reach Union lines and join the U.S. Army, join the USCT, the U.S. Colored Troops, then suddenly you have a rifle in your hand, right? So then you have quite a bit of power to change things.
Right, and how did they organize? How would they get away to organize, right?
It depends. I mean, it depends how far U.S. troops had come into the area. It depends how fragile the plantation system was in there. I mean, the Civil War looks so different in various places, right? Because the patterns of the course of the war looks very different. Whether you're on the Mississippi River or whether you're deep in the middle of Texas, or it just depends. Right. Yeah. So there's a lot of kind of diversity within the war stories, for sure.
Right. Huh.
Yeah, I mean, the Civil War is such an astoundingly fascinating moment in American history.
Yeah.
And it's one that's been the recipient of so much mythology and so much, I mean, how many books are published each year on the Civil War? It's just unbelievable. But I still feel like, despite this obsession, despite all the documentaries, despite the books that are published, I think most Americans still have a pretty hazy understanding of what this was all about.
Yeah.
Right? But we have very simplistic stories of, like, oh, we have a really unified white South and a really unified white North. And no, that's not true. There were tons of anti-war people in the North, people who did not want to fight this war at all. There were tons of anti-war folks in the South, right? I just talked about, kind of Appalachian Unionists and African Americans, to be sure. So this, there was a really good chance that Abraham Lincoln has to run for president in 1864, like in the midst of the war. He has to get reelected democratically in the system. And there was a really good chance that he was going to lose. I mean, he squeaked by, just barely. But a lot of people were worried that he was going to be beaten. And the guy who was going to beat him was going to probably end the Civil War and let the South go.
Really?
Right?
Wow.
So, or at least make peace in some kind of, in a very different manner. Like, people were exhausted by the war by 1864. So,
who was the guy? I think his name was Forrest or something. The general who got a statue.
Yeah. Oh, we got to talk about him.
His statue just recently got demolished or something.
Nathan Bedford Forrest.
Yes.
Probably the most infamous Tennessean who fought in the Civil War. Because I think he's such an important character. And outside of Tennessee, not all that many people know about him. And I think if you don't know about him, you can't understand the Civil War. And you also can't understand what happens afterward with Reconstruction and with the Ku Klux Klan.
Okay.
So here's the basic
who is
short
this
story.
guy?
Who is this guy? Why is there a Confederate battle?
Is that the statue of him right there? Well, no, it's like a girl on a horse.
That is literally the ugliest statue of him ever. Though it's recently been moved. It's
Holy shit! What the?
It is the most ridiculous.
That's
statue.
terrible.
It's like near Nashville.
It's like they couldn't afford the professional.
I mean, this really. There's so many other reasons why this is the worst statue of all time, like historical reasons. But
I mean,
aesthetically, visually, it makes you want to barf.
It's not even like a proportional human. Like, look at the size of his head.
So my students actually told me recently that the statue is gone. Like, it used to be very visible on the interstate driving near Nashville. Someone had painted it hot pink recently. The last time I saw it. But from what I've heard, that statue is no longer there. I can't confirm that personally because I don't drive around Nashville all that much. But
what did they write on it? Oh, zoom in. You can't zoom.
Yeah.
No, it won't let me.
So it says monster. No, it says monster.
Oh, monster.
Monster down the legs.
And they really nailed it. Monsters. So who is this guy? Who's Nathan Bedford Forrest?
Right.
And when I tell you the story, it's going to blow your mind, especially the kind of post, the later parts of the story. So Nathan Bedford Forrest is from Tennessee, and he's born into pretty humble circumstances. He's not a super rich guy, but he has this astronomical rise to wealth and fame through his profession, through what he does for a living. What does he do for a living? He's a slave trader. Right? He is, in fact, the most profitable slave trader in the city of Memphis before the Civil War.
So
in Memphis,
he's like a middleman?
He's a guy like auctioning off, like selling human beings, right? Like he's like, no one is profiting more from the institution of slavery than Nathan Bedford Forrest.
So
he's out there, he owns people, he's kind of a middleman, right?
So if he grew up in humble beginnings, how did he get to own all these slaves?
Through hard work, if you can call it that, in this awful profession. But he builds a sort of empire. He finds himself, speculating and gaining more wealth through human property that he makes. I think he's earning about $100,000 a year, like 1850s dollars, which is a shitload of money. Right?
So relative to today. Oh no, 100. Oh, so
he's a multi-millionaire in 1850s Memphis.
This might be a stupid question, but relative to today, what was the cost of a slave?
Let me see here. I want to say, I have to check back on the numbers here. There would probably be about 1,000. You know what? I can't pull the statistic up, but they're expensive, right?
You're gonna ask Reddit here.
Okay, so about
how much did slaves in America cost in today's money? And the real price of a slave in 1850 is around $12,000 in today's money, and the net earnings of owning a single slave is around $82,000.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily trust Reddit as our first source. But here's the deal. I mean, the whole system is so toxic, right? I mean, how do you possibly quantify a human being's worth?
Yeah, this Quora thing says generally around 500 for a young adult male, and 1,000 for what? I can't see it now.
So listen to this. This is really fascinating. At the eve of the Civil War, the value of enslaved people was the single greatest piece of wealth in the South. Like much more than land, much more than cotton. Most of the planters, like the aristocracy in the South, most of their wealth lay in enslaved people, which means that by 1865, when that institution is gone and all that money disappears, the South gets enormously much poorer as a result, because like the amount of property, quote unquote, just disappears. So buying enslaved people, it was not cheap in that you needed to have money and resources, which is why Nathan Bedford Forrest is earning so much money selling people. Really, he's selling people primarily from the eastern seaboard, from old slaveholding states like Virginia, like North Carolina, toward the kind of boom zones of the South, which is Mississippi, Alabama, and Texas, like places that have been recently settled. You know the phrase being sold down the river, like it's kind of a bad thing happening to you?
Yeah.
That's literally a reference to enslaved people being sold from the eastern parts of the South into the kind of southwestern parts of the South. Because that's where all the money, that's where all the cotton, that's where all the boom is going on. So someone like Nathan Bedford Forrest, they're making money transferring human beings, enslaved human beings, from the kind of old core of slavery in Virginia to the new kind of glowing central dirt
in the West.
Yeah, in places like the Mississippi Delta,
So
like
if you're
in Louisiana.
so if you're a slave owner in like Tennessee or Georgia or something like that, you get a lot of slaves. You would essentially, so assuming that they bought them for a price a couple of years ago, they would say, "Okay, I have too many. I'll sell them for a profit."
Yeah, the value as this toxic market, quantified, was far higher in the Mississippi Delta than in Eastern Virginia.
Okay,
right? Or Eastern Virginia. Okay. So that's how Forrest is making his money, right? He is actively profiting from the forced relocation, right? Breaking up of families, tearing apart of people's lives to siphon them, selling them down the river, quite literally, to the west. And he was a really famous and rich guy. So when the Civil War breaks out, no one at all was shocked. What side is he going to pick, right? Like, the guy who makes his entire living off of the price of slavery, of course he's going to be a fervent supporter of the Confederacy, which he is. And he joins the military, and he rises in the ranking of the military, so that he is a commander. I can't remember what his precise title was. And
you can probably find it, Steve.
Yeah, I'm sure you can dig it. But he's a cavalry officer.
Who's the dude?
Forrest.
This is Nathan Bedford Forrest.
Oh,
Yeah. What was his full title in the Confederacy? I'm blanking on it at the moment.
Nathan Bedford Forrest.
General. Is he a general?
Will Wikipedia tell us the truth about him?
He's a high up guy. I'll tell you that.
Okay. Confederate Army General. Oh, I have this thing down there. Specifically, he was a Freemason.
Lieutenant General. So one of the most infamous moments in the Civil War involves this guy. Okay, so it's in 1864. I want to say he is commanded to take this fort in western Tennessee that's on the banks of the Mississippi River called Fort Pillow. And Fort Pillow was one of these forts that the U.S. Army had taken really early on in the war, because the U.S. tries to get control of the Mississippi River as soon as possible. So they want to basically choke off the South. They've got blockade on the Atlantic, and they want to choke them from the western side by gaining control of the river, which they do quite early on. But their control of that is weakened by 1864. And Forrest is given the task of retaking this fort in western Tennessee, pretty close to Memphis, called Fort Pillow. And he's eager to do this because he knows that the U.S. soldiers who are holding this fort at Fort Pillow are in large part African American, right? That there's hundreds of U.S. colored troops who are holding this fort, right? And he, his relationship with black people. He's made his living selling their literal bodies, right? So he has a tremendous grudge against any black person who would A, defy the Confederacy, and B, resist, try to destroy the Confederacy by joining the U.S. Army. So when he attacks this fort in 1864, the U.S. he has the upper hand in the battle. Right? It's pretty obvious that the Confederate cavalry is going to take this fort, and they do. The U.S. troops inside begin surrendering, expecting to be spared, right? Expecting to become prisoners. But Forrest wants to send a message, right? He wants to send a message by executing nearly all of the African American troops fighting and resisting the Confederacy in the fort. So this becomes not just the Battle of Fort Pillow; it's the massacre of Fort Pillow. think about 150 or so black troops are shot execution style by Forrest and his men, right? People who are surrendering, right? People like the battle is over. Forrest says this, again, I'm not making stuff up. He says the battlefield has to be dyed with the blood, of black soldiers to prove that, black people can't resist the Confederacy or whatever. So he wants to send a message. Like he's engaging in terrorism, essentially, right? He wants to send his violent message so that there's going to be ripple waves of fear against any other black Southerner who would consider joining the U.S. Army. It backfires against him, though, right? Because people do remember Fort Pillow, but they do so as kind of a battle call to get them, to get black Southerners to join the Army rather than that. Like, you heard Remember the Alamo, right? Remember Fort Pillow was something you would hear both in northern and southern black communities as a rationale to join the Army.
As a recruiting mechanism.
Exactly, right? So Forrest wanted the opposite. Now, what about Forrest? Why are these statues all over the South? I mean, yeah, he's this kind of, big Confederate cavalry general. Well, after the war, his career continues. Because in 1867, the Ku Klux Klan, this newly founded white supremacist terrorist organization, they meet in Nashville to elect their first Grand Wizard. Who do they pick? Nathan Bedford Forrest.
When was the Ku Klux Klan formed? What year?
In 1866. That's really when
the year after the Civil War.
Yeah, exactly. In Tennessee as well. And so he's symbolically elected their first Grand Wizard, their first leader. Right, so this is a guy. He's a slave trader. He's a Confederate, butcher. If you look at Fort Pillow, to be sure. And then he's the leader of the first leader of the Ku Klux Klan. Listen to this. Until 2020, the state of Tennessee, the governor of the state of Tennessee, was required to pronounce that his birthday was Nathan Bedford Forrest Day, which means that the first 7 years that I lived in Tennessee until 2020, there would be a Nathan Bedford Forrest Day that people would be
on his birthday.
That the state was meant to celebrate this dude until literally 4 years ago. Right? His bust was in the Tennessee Capitol in Nashville, like formally there. What message do you think that sends to anybody about what the state, was championing?
And is this something that just nobody talked about? Because
I'm
sure if you had a conversation.
People talked about it.
Really?
Well, African Americans have been pushing to remove this guy and to end his holiday forever, right? They're like, this is an insult. Tennessee has a large black community, like any southern state, like any American state, but especially some in the South. So they've been fighting from the beginning to get rid of this stuff.
And what was the pushback?
This is heritage, not hate. It's like this old debate about the Confederate battle flag. Mississippi only removed the Confederate battle flag from its state flag like 2 years ago or something, like in the midst of Black Lives Matter. That's how long it took for them to get rid of that thing. So there's, these myths die hard. They dig down deep. The lost cause, this sort of alternate explanation of the Civil War, it would have a powerful reverberation. But it's really important that we extricate that stuff, right? Like, we can't let that stuff haunt our society. I mean, we didn't be aware of it, but to celebrate Nathan Bedford Forrest.
To have a national day about Nathan Bedford Forrest, a guy who just slaughtered a bunch of black people because they were fighting them in a war, is ridiculous.
So this all ties back, Red Dead Redemption 2 can actually be a powerful way to address some of these things. Because in the game, and any listener who's played the game knows this, as soon as you get into the South, this kind of deep southern part of the game, the fictional state of Lemoyne, some of the very first things you see in the game are statues to the Confederacy. And you also have Confederate veterans all around. You have this gang that you fight with, like your kind of rival gang.
Right.
They're called the Lemoyne Raiders. And they're like ex-Confederates who are still kind of celebrating the South's role in the Civil War and all this sort of thing. And what's really interesting is that the game is not recycling any of these Lost Cause myths. Right? I don't see Rockstar as celebrating the Lost Cause. Not at all. Quite the opposite. But they do show these statues. And the one big difference, though, the one thing the game kind of gets wrong, is that in the game, the statues appear to be really old. Like, they appear to be weathered and beat down by rain and snow and ice and this sort of thing. But in reality, in 1899, when Red Dead Redemption 2 is set, those statues would have been really new, brand new, right? Because remember, the 1890s is this moment when white Southern elites felt like they were under siege. Their society was was crumbling, and they need to like double down and reinforce white supremacy in any way possible. So they're throwing out these statues left and right. So if the game was accurate, they would actually be like really sparkling.
Yeah, it's funny. In the last couple of years, people have been crying and blues about statues. There's been like a culture war thing about people wanting to remove statues of like these people.
Yeah. I mean, wouldn't you want to remove the statue of Nathan Bedford Forrest? Like this guy, you want to put him on a pedestal? Like
yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't give a shit about that guy. No.
Well, he's only one of many.
The guy was a dirtbag. I mean, he was a murderer. But like, you see, especially during the whole Black Lives Matter movement, people trying to like get rid of all the statues. I think they even tried to get rid of the George Washington statue because he was a slave owner. And I guess the moral question is, where do you draw the line with these historical figures? Is it, obviously there's a wide gap. There's like a wide spectrum of evil in history, right? So like, if you're going to get rid of some of these statues, I forget the other guy who,
Thomas Jefferson.
Maybe it was Thomas Jefferson. There was a bunch of statues that were like vandalized and eventually like removed, right? Because during this like recent time of racial tension.
Well, there's always been racial tension.
Yes.
It's just much more public, and we were having public conversations about it. Like that's how I understand Black Lives Matter. To me, that's really healthy that we talk about these things.
But what do you think about like where to draw, like the question of where to draw the line with having memorials or statues of these people, whether they, let's say they did something good, right? Like
Thomas Jefferson.
Right? But at the same time, they also had this dark side where they were slave owners.
Right. Well, I'm going to primarily address the question of Civil War Confederate statues, right? Because, Confederates were literally rebels. I mean, they were enemies of the United States. So that puts them in a different camp from George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, who were the founders of the United States. Right. All slaveholders, but one were, traitors who were betraying the United States, and others were not. So I'm going to focus on the Civil War stuff. To me, what really shapes that whole debate is that those statues came up at a particular moment. Like, to me, it matters that they came up in 1895, 1910, like this turn of the century moment, because it did not go up right after the Civil War. So it's like at this moment when when history is being weaponized and militarized to protect white supremacy, which is like why those statues came up in the 1890s at that moment, because they wanted to solidify white control and white power. Because they come around at that precise moment, we have to think about them very differently than if they came around in 1865 or something during the Civil War. So because those statues were deeply political at the moment that they were built, that they were trying to broadcast a message, and in fact, Black people at the time wrote about this. Like, they were very aware of this. Like when those statues started popping up in the 1890s and 1900s, they knew. I mean, I have quotes, that I found, Black people saying, well, it's really just white people talking to us about Jim Crow with those statues. Right? They're trying to send a message of, hey, white supremacy is the system that defines the sex. So given what those statues were trying to do at the particular moment, like 30, 40 years after the Civil War, it's not just about, that certainly means what we're debating is not just about the Civil War. We're actually debating the 1890s and 1900s. And that's a much easier conversation in some ways to have, because it makes them just look so unequivocally nasty, these statues. Same with the Confederate battle flag, right? Like, when we talk about a Confederate battle flag, we're not just talking about the Civil War. Yeah, we're talking about the 1890s, like when Florida puts that on its flag. But we're also talking about the 1950s and 1960s, when that symbol gets pulled in again on behalf of segregationists and white supremacists to send another political message, right? Like Georgia puts that Confederate battle flag on its state flag in 1955. 1 year after Brown versus Board of Education, the Supreme Court case says segregation is illegal, right? So all of these states are like, are taking these symbols and making it do political work for them at that particular moment. So for me, this debate is not just about the Civil War, it's about times after it, when it's so obvious that this is about race, and not just about race, but racial exploitation and white supremacy, right? So for me, that reason is simple, that those statues have to go. I'm not saying you have to destroy them. You could move them to a museum, right? Where you put a lot of context and plaques all around that help you understand why did they come up at that moment? But to keep them there in place as is without context, to me, that's kind of reinforcing the messages that they were meant to send in 1905, right? We do not want to send those messages.
Right. But it's at the same time, it's important to tell those stories and not forget the stories of evil and bad things that were done, so we can remember not to do them in the future.
Right. I mean, think about it. There's so many figures in American history who's deeply complicated.
Yeah.
Woodrow Wilson, for example, right? Who's president in World War I era. He is a white Southern racist. There's no denying it. Like, he was a fan of the Ku Klux Klan. He never joined or anything. But he looked positively upon their work. Who believed that Reconstruction was this great mistake, that black people didn't deserve political power. Woodrow Wilson is the guy who formally segregates Washington, D.C., brings Jim Crow to D.C., to the federal government. But then he's also a guy who does a lot of good things too. He's a major, part of the Democratic Party in the 20th century. He is a guy who, helps defeat Germany in World War I, wants to put into place this international system, League of Nations that was going to end warfare. He does some positive things.
Right.
How do we deal with him? Do we just cancel him completely? Wow, that's possible. Say Thomas Jefferson is kind of the founder. Well, that's a whole other conversation. But I just think you need to have open conversations about the nasty stuff, and then also acknowledge that people are also capable of doing positive things that ripple out to us today.
Yeah. The first thing that came to mind when I started reading this stuff is that today, even though racism has gotten a lot better compared to what it was in the Civil War era, it's still a super hot, explosive topic in today's culture. And there's nothing you can say about somebody that is as bad as calling them a racist. The human race is just plagued with evil, atrocious sins that we've committed on each other throughout history. Yet those topics aren't as explosive as the topic of just racism in the last 200 years of America.
But none are equally powerful to the problem of race in the last 200 years of American history, as it reshapes our lives, right? I mean, yes, Greek pedophilia of 2,000 years ago is interesting and important in its own way, but our country was so profoundly shaped by the institution of slavery and by the imposition and the continued imposition of white supremacy as a legal system in the decades and century after that, I get that people feel it's an obsession, but it has to be so, because we have to grapple with this on a daily basis. And you know what? Americans have always been grappling with this. And in my book,
it's like an epigenetic curse.
It's something that Americans have felt the need to talk about for a long time. It blows me away that the best-selling book of the 1800s that was written during the 1800s was Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe, a book about slavery. Then the best-selling book of the 1900s, written in that century, is Gone with the Wind by Margaret Mitchell, which is also about slavery and race.
Huckleberry Finn.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks out there today who want Americans to talk less about racism, talk less about slavery. And, there's forces out there, some of them which are in Florida especially, given the leadership of the state, who want to have fewer conversations about that. But the reality is that these are fundamental to understanding American history, and that if we try to sweep them under the rug, we're never going to come to terms with it. So it's really essential that Americans continue to talk about race, but to do so in a more enlightened and welcoming and open manner than they have before, because they haven't really been talking about it for a long time.
Has it been taken out of the school curriculum or something?
Well, there's big battles over school education codes and everything.
What would the argument be against it? So are they saying that teaching the true history of America, what really happened during the Civil War, is not appropriate for kids?
Yeah, that it makes people bitter, that it divides our society, that it makes people upset. Well, you have to get upset about this.
Yeah.
If we get upset about it, how can we reject the legacy of it, right? I mean, we live in a society that's haunted by these patterns, and we have to have an open conversation about how to.
Is that their argument? Is that we shouldn't teach the truth about American history because we need to forget it?
I think some people would probably agree with that. I'm not one of them.
No, I don't
right?
think.
As a historian,
it's right to forget about history.
As a historian, you have to teach the good, the bad, and the ugly. Right? I mean, that means including the good too. Right? There's good in all many periods that we can find, but to make ourselves feel content and sort of pat ourselves on the back in order to erase and submerge histories is a really dangerous thing to do.
Yeah,
I really believe that.
Is this is something that I'm super unfamiliar with and haven't been paying attention to, but the critical race theory idea. Which side of that argument is the critical race? Is that critical race theory? Are they saying that you need to teach the truth about history, or are they saying that we should forget about history?
Here's the thing. Critical race theory is this legal studies field that's super niche that I will be honest, I never even heard of until about 6 or 7 years ago. So it's not something that's like dominating the academy.
Okay.
What it's become is a boogeyman for conservatives to say, oh, here's this catchy phrase that most of them probably don't even understand. They don't read this stuff.
Do we know the definition of it?
I mean, if you work in this particular field, which is not all that many people, then they're interested in. Look, I'm a historian. I don't work in critical race theory by any means. But what I do is I study American history, right? And that in which race plays a really important and an influential role. So, well, basically, it's been this catchphrase that people have leapt onto to say, oh, there's this campaign, to make white people feel bad about U.S. history, and
to make white people feel bad.
That's how it's used in conservative circles, in kind of political rhetoric or so. It's not actually something that very many high school or even college teachers are actively doing. Some are, to be sure, and those people who are doing that, they're you were wondering what sides they would be on, right? They'd be pushing, not just for telling the true history, but for looking at things like, subconscious racism, microaggressions, various ways that, racism reproduces itself in less obvious ways, right? So people in that field work on that. But it's really not what I'm doing. It's not what most historians are doing. But basically, I think a lot of folks on the right in the U.S. have swooped down on this kind of very, very small subfield and argued that, oh, well, this is what every high school teacher and every college instructor is doing, when this is really not actually the case. However, we historians do place race as a central and powerful factor in American history, and it's impossible to teach it without doing that.
Yeah.
Does that mean we're doing critical race theory? No. But it means that we're having hard and open conversations about race in the past, which is really necessary. And thankfully, Red Dead Redemption 2, the video game, can prove an important sort of window to open and have those conversations and debates. And that's a lot of what my book tries to do.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying about the focusing on subconscious racism and microaggressions and stuff, how that could have a backfire effect and make people more push back harder against it.
I mean, these are contemporary topics that I'm probably less well equipped to put the final word on.
Right.
But I'll say most historians don't do critical race theory.
Right.
However, most historians of the United States really explicitly address questions of race. And will continue to do so because you can't really understand where we're at.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you understand, Nathan Bedford's career if you don't think about race?
Right.
He's the guy who literally made it his life's mission to police the boundaries of racial inequality.
Right.
So, we're going to tell his story and Nathan Bedford's day as a story without, slavery wasn't that bad. How do you possibly tell that story?
Right. Exactly. I totally agree. And so it's funny. I had a guy in here a couple years ago actually, who he grew. I forget what state he grew up in. Anyways, he was a kid. He was a young kid, and he was doing some sort of a march in I think it was South Carolina or something. He had spent a couple years studying abroad in another country, and he came back here. And he spent most of his childhood actually studying in another country. He came back here. He was like 10 or 12 years old, and he was like doing some sort of like march for his school. It was like a Boy Scout march, and he had somebody like throw a drink at him, or they threw a rock at him, or something like that. And they said it was like he was black, and it was the first time he ever experienced racism, and he just became fascinated by it. And he eventually went on to go like meet members of the Ku Klux Klan and befriended a few of them. Like he went to a bar that was specifically known as being like a KKK bar, where all like the Klan's members would go.
This is like in the last 20 years or so?
This is in like, the last 20 years. Okay. His name is Daryl Davis. He went to a bar and he sat down next to like a Klans member, and he started having a conversation with him. And he ended up befriending a bunch of them, even like some high-ranking guys. And some of the stories he has are fascinating. But basically what he found is that all of these guys had never had a conversation with anybody that has any sort of opposing views in them. Not only that, they had never had a conversation with a black person before. And I think like all of them, maybe 99% of them, had never even left the 5-mile radius from where they were born, which is just astonishing. To see like these guys were like so uneducated, had no experience with any kind of other human beings other than the people who were looked just like them and thought just like them. And I mean, he impacted some of these guys' lives, like impacted them so much that they gave up the Klan and like gave him their robes, and he still has their robes today. He brought them on the podcast.
Wow,
that's wild.
Yeah, so I mean, people can change their minds. When we're looking for positive, good stories to tell about humanity in America, how's that for a story, right? That people can change their mind once they're exposed to the humanity of the people they once despised, and they realize the complexity and history of the world that they live in.
Yeah, it just shows you, like, when you have such a myopic view of the world, and you have experienced so little, how ignorant you can be to life.
I gotta share another story about the KKK, because they're a really profoundly American institution. I don't say that with pride, right?
Well, they're still around here. They're still like, you can drive like an hour inward, and they have like
reduced compared to what they. Okay, so there's basically 3 clans that historians talk about, like 3 kind of moments, because as an institution they ebb and flow. They have these kind of moments. Boom and bust.
Right.
So the so-called first Klan is that which takes place during Reconstruction after the Civil War, right? 1866 to like 1872. Like it's a pretty short window. Right? Like in those 4, 5, 6 years, the Klan is at high tide and is actively working to destroy Reconstruction, right? To destroy the potential of racial democracy, black men's voting. But then it really fizzles out because it's really stamped out by the U.S. government. So what's interesting is that in Red Dead Redemption 2, you can meet the Klan. They're not mentioned by name, but it's obviously supposed to be the Klan, in 1899. And that's actually wrong, because there was no real Klan in the decades after 1872 or so, right? So there's this like brief moment, and then they're stamped out for many, many decades, like 1880s, 1890s, 1900s. There's not really a Klan anywhere in the country until 1914. So in 1914, 1915, the Klan surges back out of nowhere and becomes way bigger than it ever did the first go around.
You said 1890?
No. 1890, they're still dead. They're dormant. Okay. Right? So I raise it because the video game is set in 1899. Supposedly the character encounters the Klan, but that actually would not have been realistic.
Yeah, I've seen the videos where he encounters the Klan in the forest.
Yeah, exactly. So the second Klan, the second iteration, the second manifestation of the Klan takes place between like 1915 and 1930 or so. And at this moment, the Klan is way bigger than it was, because in the first Klan is really a southern institution, like Tennessee, Alabama, North Carolina, places like that. The second Klan is a national institution. And in fact, some of the states that had the highest numbers of members were states like New Jersey, Oregon,
right? New Jersey.
But you could find Klan members in any state, basically. That was not true previously.
Right.
They were so powerful that in the 1920s they staged like a full-on march down Pennsylvania Avenue with tens of thousands of members wearing their conical hats and their robes and everything. That they were like a completely public, out in the open force. So they have this moment, when they're of massive influence across that entire country. But then they fizzle out. The Great Depression hits. The Klan kind of membership crumbles. When do they come back? Well, really during the Black Rights struggle, during the Civil Rights Movement in the 1950s and 60s, and then they surge back in, and then have their moment.
Had some oxygen then.
Yeah, right. I mean, remember, Georgia puts the Confederate battle flag on its state flag in 1955. So there's lots of white backlash against the government coming in and telling people how to live and how to trying to destroy Jim Crow. But then it kind of fizzles. So I guess maybe now where there's a fourth Klan. But it's much smaller than it was before, thankfully, right? I mean, I know it's out there, you can find it, but it's not organized in the way, as far as I know at least, in the way that it was in previous historical iterations.
Yeah, no, I know there's like little areas, like there's this little town called St. Cloud. It's like an hour, I think, east of here, where I know there's like bars and stuff that are like a lot of known for having like Klansmen there. And there's still places around here in Florida where if you're driving down the interstate, you can come to like an intersection and it's just all Confederate flags.
Sure.
And all kinds of like Civil War memorabilia and shit.
Right. Florida's part of the South.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
but then again, you can find Confederate battle flags anywhere from Washington State to Germany. They're all over the place, right?
That's
They're
wild.
A global phenomenon.
When did Florida add the Confederate thing to their flag?
1891.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't later.
Yeah. No, and thankfully, I mean, it's a veiled allusion to the Confederate flag as of now, right? The same way that Alabama does it. Like Mississippi was just like, we're going full on, putting the stars and everything on their flag. So thankfully, Florida didn't go all the way, or Alabama. But I still think that flag should be probably changed as a result, just because of like the taint in that particular moment, right? The 1890s is this really nasty.
I don't think if I look at the Florida flag, it's weird. I never really put two and two together that it was like an origination of the Confederate flag.
Yeah. If it wasn't for when they changed it, I wouldn't have the suspicion either. But given that Alabama did it just about the same year, and the Mississippi put the full-on flag on that same year, it sure makes me mighty suspicious that wasn't done as a sort of symbolic allusion to the Confederacy.
Yeah.
I mean, Florida was very much part of the Confederacy, right? Slavery was a very important part of the Florida economy.
Where do you think we are now, and where culture and society in the United States is, like where it is, or where its trajectory is going compared to? Because you said it's all been ebbs and flows since the beginning,
right?
Like, wouldn't you say that generally everything is a lot better now, culturally and racially? Because these laws don't exist anymore. These Jim Crow laws.
Yeah.
I mean, there's obviously inequality, right? There's obviously like oppression. There's parts of the country that are, stricken with poverty, where tax dollars could easily go to lift up these parts of the world, or these parts of the country rather. Whatever. I mean, you could argue about this till the cows come home, where tax dollars are spent, where they could be spent better, right? But I think generally it's better, right?
I mean, take my answer with a grain of salt, because I'm a historian, but I'm a white guy historian. I don't live race the same way that people of color do, right? So I can theorize from a detached perspective. But like I've mentioned many times before, I believe that having open conversations about race that acknowledge the problems of the past and the present are healthy, right? Because, sure, in the 1980s, Americans were not talking, white Americans especially, were not talking all that much about race and racial problems. Does that mean that there was peace and harmony? No, they were just swept under the rug and buried. Black people felt it, Mexican American people felt it. They all knew about this. It's just that white people didn't want to talk about it. So, since Obama's election and then during Black Lives Matter, more and more white people are talking about it. Is that a good thing? Absolutely. Some people might say, there's more tension and division today because, we're having these really inflammatory conversations about race. Well, we have to have those conversations.
Well, I think
talking about it is not going to solve the underlying problem.
Right.
So to me, that's important.
Social media has poured gasoline on it, for sure. because it's obviously kept people in their own thought bubbles, right? The way the algorithms work, especially on like Twitter and YouTube and all these things, where people with their own ideas, they only get sent to people with the same existing ideas, and they don't get exposed to outside opinions. So that's really fucked it up with the media and being in front of these screens all day, every day, that are just showing you shit that you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, it cuts both ways, in the sense that social media is what organized those major Black Lives Matter protests, so it does disseminate, information and knowledge about organizing. But then it's also disseminated lots of like backlash and lots of mythology about the Civil War. And, so I don't know. I'm not a scholar of social media and how
Definitely
it
it's a double-edged sword, man. I think it's probably does more harm than good.
Just because I'm old enough to have lived through some of America without social media, I'm a little skeptical of a lot of this. But it's a tool for good and evil. I mean, this is true with anything. Like radio a century earlier, or newspapers 2 centuries earlier. They can be powerful tools for getting big, important ideas out there, and tools for getting nasty, toxic ideologies out there too. How do we regulate that? I don't know. I mean, this is a country founded on principles of free speech, and I think that's important to maintain.
Have you seen? There's actually I heard there was a new Civil War movie that came out that's like become very popular. I haven't seen it yet, but I haven't even seen the trailer yet. But
it's like a fiction. Yeah,
it's a fictional Civil War based on like the current state of our country today, right? And like,
I haven't seen
it. It plays out what it would look like too. And there's it's become like such a popular talking point today. Like everybody thinks that we're on the brink of another Civil War, and it's maybe things haven't gotten better. Maybe it's just boiling over after all, and maybe it's just been suppressed or forgotten about, and people haven't been having the conversations that you had.
Yeah. Of all the things that are going to ease tensions and bring about unity and embrace between people, that movie does not. It seems like it's. I mean, I haven't watched the movie, but
does it seem like a kumbaya type movie?
It looks like it's trying to commercialize hatred and division.
Capitalize on the moment, huh?
Yeah, which seems really shallow and unpleasant. But I'm not going to be leaving this interview and going to watch the movie. I'm giving them my hard-earned money. Again, I don't know the movie well enough, but just based on that minute-long trailer, it seems like it's trying to sensationalize and commercialize.
Well, it seems like if there was a Civil War today, it would be obviously it'd be nothing like the original Civil War in the United States, but it would be something like the citizens versus the government. But that would not be good because the government pretty much has its tentacles into like our phones and everything that will track where we are. It would be such a different type of war.
Yeah, I can't pretend
to think about.
Understand that. I'm not building my bomb shelter yet. I mean, because we think of the U.S. There's red states and blue states, and they're all divided. And everyone in one state, they all hate the ones and the others. But I live in a red state, Tennessee, and I know that Tennessee is super divided. There's no homogeneity in my state about the state of the world in politics. There's great divisions within them, and there's a great deal of diversity within. So many of these so-called red states, have large African American and large non-white populations as well.
Texas is a good example. We have these giant cities that are
super diverse. Right. So it's things are not as simple as certain kinds of maps lay out.
Right.
But you mentioned previously that Americans are obsessed and talking about race. But there's one conversation that many Americans are much more reticent to have. One conversation that the big businesses that run our media don't want us to have, and that is a conversation about class. And that's a major component of my book too, and that this is a book about capitalism and the inequalities that capitalism produces. And I think that is a really important conversation that we need to have as well. In part, I said that this is a moment, the kind of late 19th century is a moment that really addresses our own very well. And one way that's definitely true is the question of income inequality. The haves and have-nots. because the Gilded Age, the word historians often use to describe this late 19th century moment, was one of the worst moments of income inequality within the U.S., where you have these big new capitalists, right? Standard Oil, U.S. Steel, meatpacking, Swift, Armor, all these big new companies who made so much money, but are not exactly letting that trickle down in any way. So you have a vast pool of very poor people and then a very small portion of very, very wealthy people. That sounds a lot like America of 2024, you know, and there's actually ways economists have this really great quantitative index for measuring income inequality called the Gini coefficient, or the Gini index, G-I-N-I, named after this Italian economist.
Right.
So you can actually like place a number on how unequal the distribution of wealth is in any country, right? But like the United States is the one that really I know the best. So the kinds of inequality that we see today in the U.S. are really most comparable to those of the 1880s and 1890s. And it hasn't always been like that. It hasn't always been flat. Indeed, during the 20th century, there was a great dip in income inequality in the United States, mainly as a result of the New Deal as part of government programs, part of unionization, right, of efforts to organize working people and get them on the same page, that really, you know, pushed down income inequality quite a bit. But then since the 1960s and really 1970s, it's been going back up again. And, you know, many major corporations and the media and so forth, you know, have been very eager to have conversations about race, about Black Lives Matter, right? Remember, all these companies are like, you know, we stand with Black Lives Matter.
Yes.
And I get that. That's great. You know, I appreciate that. But part of the kind of dark underside of all this is that anytime you're talking about race means you're not talking about class. Because no one wants to talk about class less than the major businesses that run this country, right? Those are very awkward conversations to have, right? Because your average CEO in the United States today earns more than 250 times as much as the average worker at that firm. That sounds a whole lot like John D. Rockefeller and 1895, right? So the less we talk about money and inequality along lines of money, the happier the Fortune 500 companies are, right? They're happy to talk about other things aside from that. But I think that's another thing that the Red Dead Redemption 2 game can help bring understanding about, because the game does acknowledge this reality of gross inequality as well.
Yes, I agree. Race is used as a distraction from.
I mean, they're related. Race and class often intersect. To be sure.
Obviously, yes. But the race topic is much more of an explosive topic that's can easily distract. I mean, and then you have corporations that blatantly use these things like Black Lives Matter to project this sort of like false image of morality, right, to the public. And like, you know, for example, with you know, all these companies, these like giant corporations trying to like jump on any sort of like social ideological trend possible to like make it feel like they're doing the right thing.
Unless it's about money and class, because they're not going to jump on those.
Yes, right, exactly. Unless it's about money and class.
Yeah. I mean, again, I appreciate, you know, even if they're hollow gestures, I still appreciate, you know, those gestures from big companies that, you know, hey, we stand in favor of, you know, Juneteenth, or, you know, acknowledging Black history and all this, you know, struggle. But they, you know, they also need to address some other questions, some other gaping holes of inequality in the United States.
Yes.
You know, but the companies are never going to do that on their own, right? It's going to take pressure from outside, whether it's from the government, which seems probably unlikely, or from regular people, right? And American history shows that people, when they come together, especially working class people, people who are not in the elite, can have tremendous power in shaping. It doesn't happen every time. But there's a lot of failure in that history too. But then there's also success stories. I mean, you know, I really appreciate having an 8-hour workday. That wasn't always a thing. In the Gilded Age, 8-hour workday is like something we dream of. But the labor movement helps us win that. things like minimum wages, things like social security, some social supports, even though they might be minimal in the United States, they're better than nothing. And that was a product of a fight, people fighting together to achieve some of these victories. So there are inspiring moments in history as well, right? Cowboys went on strike to get better wages and better working conditions in Texas. It failed largely. But the fact that they did in the first place is pretty awesome, right? You don't think of cowboys unionizing. You think of cowboys riding off into the sunset, not like banding together to advance their class interests. But there's a long history of class as a powerful and divisive factor.
Doesn't your book, you say in your book that a large portion of the cowboys in the West were Mexican and black?
Yeah, a good chunk, right? We have this very John Wayne white man image of a cowboy, and I'm not saying that we're not white male cowboys. Of course, we're local people and then Easterners who came around to do this. But yeah, a huge chunk were Mexican or African American. In fact, so many of the words in ranching culture are just bastardized Spanish. Lasso, ranch, rancho, lariat, la riata, right? Like so many, bronco, right? They're all just like Mexican or Spanish ranching terms that a bunch of gringos took and adopted and then tried to scrub clean of the interesting, explicitly or implicitly.
Can you explain the history? This is something I'm fascinated about. The history of Mexico and the United States. I know there was a war.
There was definitely a war. Yeah.
And what part of the United States currently used to be Mexico?
Texas, California, Arizona,
all of Texas?
New Mexico, Colorado. Yeah, all of Texas. It was Texas. Often spelled with a J instead of an X.
And what year are we talking here?
Until the 1836.
Can you find a map? Is there a map of this we can see?
Pull up a map of Mexico in 1821. Like when Mexico becomes an independent nation in the 1820s, it contains huge portions of the United States. Wow. When the U.S. there we go. Right there, right? So
look at the green one. Click on the green one on the very far left.
When the United States grabs this land from Mexico in the 1840s in this war with the U.S., when the U.S. grabs the land, that's more than 50% of Mexico at the time. And you know what's really wild?
Nuts.
So 1848 is the year that this land goes over to the U.S. 1849 is the gold strike in California, like the 49ers in San Francisco and all that. Imagine if all that gold had gone to Mexico rather than the United States. We would have lived in a different world right now, right? There's no denying God. So I've spent a lot of time thinking about the relationship between the U.S. and Mexico. It is... My first book is entirely about the U.S. and Mexico.
What's that book called?
It's called Agrarian Crossings.
Okay.
And it's basically about why the U.S. South and Mexico are way more alike than we would ever imagine.
Interesting.
Often we think about, Texas and Mexico, or California. But I actually argued in this book that Alabama and Mississippi are they share a tremendous amount of commonality with many parts of Mexico as well.
How so?
Well, mainly because they're plantation societies. Not all of Mexico. And I'm thinking historically, right? I'm thinking deeper into the 1900s. But they were organized around plantation agriculture, and they had incredibly uneven systems of land holding. Mainly meaning that a very small group of people owned almost all the land, while tons of landless people worked as sharecroppers and tenant farmers and whatnot on that land. And in Mexico, those tensions, those bitternesses of landless people are what ignite the Mexican Revolution. I don't know if you know much about the Mexican Revolution, Danny, but it is the most crazy, grandest, epic drama ever. I mean, you want to watch a documentary on the Mexican Revolution, your mind will be blown. In part because it's the first major social revolution of the 20th century. So it's basically a dress rehearsal, or it's the first, version of what later happens with the Soviet Revolution, with the Chinese Revolution, with the Cuban Revolution. There's lots of parallels between them because they're, bottom-up uprisings of disfranchised poor people to try to change the direction of society. And in many ways, the Chinese, Soviet, and other revolutions look back to Mexico as a sort of first example that they can draw. And this all takes place, right below the United States, and the U.S. is totally wrapped up in Mexico's history and all that. And you cannot understand Mexico's history if you don't understand the place of the U.S. Nor can you, and as I'd argue, nor can you really understand American history if you don't understand the way that Mexico shaped the U.S. as well. That's not something we always think about.
What year was the Mexican Revolution?
1910 to 1920. Or so. Yeah, so we're kind of playing at the same time as World War I, and before and after.
Right.
Yeah, and it's it includes the first land invasion of the United States by Pancho Villa, who invades New Mexico for like a day. That's the first, I think, between the War of 1812 with the British, they invaded the territorial United States, and like Pearl Harbor. So the only thing in between would have been Pancho Villa riding into Columbus, New Mexico, shooting up this town as a sort of show of vengeance against the U.S. for meddling with the wrong side in the Mexican Revolution. So there's all these crazy, like a lot of these like photos you might see in a Mexican Revolution, in a Mexican restaurant, like of Mexican history. I mean, that stuff is crazy. You have no idea, I know you've had a lot of guests on the show. You talk about Mexico today.
Yes.
About the drug war and all this sort of thing, which is of course very tragic and fascinating in its own way. But Mexico's deeper history into the 20th century is just mind-blowing.
So what year was this war between Mexico and the U.S.?
1846 to 1848. So it's right before, actually, this war is what causes the Civil War more than anything. You might be like, wait, how? Because, you just remember that map, right? All that green that the U.S. swallows?
Yes.
Well, the big question was, are those going to be slave states or are they going to be free states? That was the huge dilemma that people were fighting so viciously about in the 1850s, right? In that decade leading up to the Civil War. It's these reasons that actually help to explain why Texas is such a freaking massive state. Like, I don't know if you've ever driven from like El Paso to like Houston. You're just like, when does the state end? Why is it so big? Why is there nothing quite as big as it? It's all related to the politics of slavery in this time period. Because slavery was entrenched in the Texas by the time that Texas becomes a state. But most of the slaveholders wanted Texas to become multiple states, mainly because every state, of course, gets to send 2 senators to Washington and representatives. And those would all be pro-slavery senators, right? So people in other parts of the U.S. in the North were like, no freaking way is Texas coming in as like 6 states, because that's going to tilt the level of power so much in flavor of slavery that we'll never have any way to resist. So it's like the agreement was that, okay, Texas comes in as 1 state, a slave state, but that it remains massive. So next time you're driving across it and thinking like, slavery and the lead up to the Civil War and the Mexican-American War, right? It's land that's taken from Mexico.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
And then, so how did Mexico and the U.S. agree on where to draw this line and how much of Mexico the U.S. was going to swallow?
Yeah, well, they don't agree. There's a lot of fighting about it, to be sure. And there's some extra, there's disputes that last for decades and decades afterwards. But, the U.S. militarily wins the Mexican-American War, right? And they occupy Mexico City. Like, they march troops down and occupy the capital. And there were some Americans who wanted to annex all of Mexico. Of course, take the whole country, not just the northern, third or half of it. And those voices eventually get pushed aside. But yes, so the history of these countries is so wrapped up with each other. And what I find most interesting, right, because like when most folks in the U.S. today think about Mexico, 2 things come to mind: drug trade and immigration.
Yes.
And when it comes to immigration, we really cannot understand Mexico's, the patterns of Mexican immigration to the U.S. if we don't understand how the U.S. has actually caused some of that migration. How the U.S. has actually spurred and propelled the immigration into the U.S., which is a whole different story that I don't have time to go into. But there's all kinds of examples of how U.S. actions and interventions in Mexico have actually accelerated immigration to the U.S.
Please explain.
Okay. So there's the question of immigration law. So in 1924, the U.S. passes this really exclusive immigration law package. It's mainly aimed at keeping Europeans out. This period of Ellis Island, right? Lots and lots of Italian and Russian and Polish and whatever immigrants coming. So the U.S. is interested in passing, it's a very Trump-style immigration law in 1924. It's very exclusive. Right. It's meant to block it. They passed this in 1924, the Johnson Reed Act. But they have one exception. They say anyone from Mexico can come whenever. It's like, we're going to shut out Chinese, we're going to shut out Europeans, but Mexicans can still come. And the reason why is that some of the big agribusinesses in places like Colorado and Texas and California, they really depended upon cheap labor from Mexico. So they pushed Washington to say, well, let's exempt Mexicans. Right? So for like the next 40 years, while the country was really shut off to most other people, Mexicans were allowed to enter in unlimited numbers to the United States. Right? So in that sense, the U.S. already begins propelling and kind of building a migratory relationship with the U.S. Then, during World War II, the U.S. federal government actively begins recruiting Mexican immigrants to work in the U.S. under a program called the Bracero program. And bracero is just a word in Spanish meaning like manual laborer. Like brazo means arm, so that's someone who works with their arms. So beginning in 1942 and then lasting all the way until 1965, the U.S. government gives like 5 million contracts to Mexican men to come and work in agriculture primarily and industry in the U.S. So like the federal government's overseeing the huge migration of Mexican workers to the United States that is completely legal. I mean, it's basically a guest worker program. That is, once it comes to an end in 1965, it is going to, even after it ends, it's established these patterns and cycles, right? Like paths of migration, which are going to continue way after 1965, except, of course, by that time, they're now considered undocumented, even though the U.S. has been legally encouraging this for so many decades at that point. Wow, that's a big part of the story.
And that even happens today, right? They even have programs today. I recently had a guy who was born in San Diego. His whole family was in Tijuana, but his mom and his aunts, I guess, they cross the border every day to go work in a hotel in like San Diego or something.
Right. Yeah. Historically, there's been a lot of circular migration, a lot of back and forth, and most migration to the U.S. has fallen into that category. But ever since the 1980s, when the U.S. has really been doubling down on reinforcing the barrier and building fences and making it hard to cross, there's less and less circular migration, and there's much more permanent migration, which actually means that there will be more and more immigrants who stay in the U.S. rather than if the border is somewhere else, which is intriguing to think about. So, when Reagan pushes through this big immigration law in the 1980s, the so-called IRCA, it was meant to, reduce the numbers of undocumented immigrants in the U.S. But it actually ends up raising them because people just decide that they're going to stay permanently rather than going back and forth like every season. So, right, that's a separate topic.
Interesting. Yeah. So, explain like what happened after we basically drew that new border that gave us a huge, basically a giant chunk of Mexico, and it turned it into the United States. And some of those, like there was some sort of an agreement that had to be made where the people that were Mexicans living on this new part of the United States, former Mexico, they had to have some sort of like laws to make them citizens.
Yeah, right. This gets at some really interesting riddles when it comes to ideas about race in America again. Right, so when the U.S. carves off this tremendous chunk of territory that they now call the United States, right, as a result of the Mexican-American War, there were hundreds of thousands of people living in that area. It's not like vacant from a territory. There's lots of people who consider themselves Nuevo Mexicanos, Californios, Tejanos, right? Spanish-speaking peoples who have been part of Mexico, but now, because of this war, are now part of the United States. And I like to think of these people as folks who didn't cross the border, but the border crossed them, quite literally, right? Like they literally get in a different country because the border was moved. So at the negotiating table in 1848, right, Mexico's just been defeated militarily by the U.S. So they don't have a ton of like clout and the political capital to kind of bargain with, but they sit down with the Americans in the small town of Guadalupe, Hidalgo, in the center of Mexico, and they're working out the details of this peace treaty. And Mexico knows they're going to lose a ton of territory, right? But they're eager to push to make sure that these folks who are like, just got captured by the U.S. by border shifting, that they get a fair shake. The Mexican government wants to make sure that these former Mexicans have an opportunity not to be taken advantage of by their new American neighbors. So they work out the details of this treaty that says these folks should be allowed an opportunity to return to Mexico, since they're returning at all. They're moving into Mexico. Or if they stay, they need to be granted U.S. citizenship. right? That's basically the rule, the deal that the Mexican government is able to negotiate at the treaty to say, if these people stay, which most of them do, because who wants to move, right? It's good staying where you are, that they have to be given U.S. citizenship. And the U.S. government says, yes, we will give citizenship to all these people. However, that puts the U.S. government in a bit of a pickle because it had laws at the time that said who's eligible to become a U.S. citizen. And the rule of the day said that there's only one group of people who are allowed to get U.S. citizenship, who are eligible for naturalization, right, for becoming citizens. And there's 3 words that define that category: free white persons. You have to be a free white person in order to be eligible to naturalize. So what that means is that because the U.S. has now told the Mexican government that these, Nuevo Mexicanos and Californios are going to be Americans, that they are white. Because they're not going to change the law saying that, we should change it so non-white people. Instead, they're just going to say, all Mexicans are legally white.
Well, that goes against like the famous one-drop rule that you mentioned. Where
one-drop rule is more about African descent and about blackness than it is about Mexicanness.
Okay.
But yeah, so it's a little somewhat of a separate issue for this. But yeah, basically in 1848, the U.S. says, all Mexicans are legally white. This is part of the reason why when you fill out a census form or something like an employment form, you'll see that Latino or Hispanic or whatever they want to call it is not considered a racial category. It's considered something separate, right? Like you check white, black, Asian, whatever, but then there's a separate little thing that says ethnicity, exactly, Latino or Hispanic or something, right? With a sense that like you can be white and Latino, or you can be black and Latino, right? There's lots of people in both those worlds who have 2 heritages. So a lot of that kind of like weirdness about, what is race, what is ethnicity, it all stems from these strange rules that the U.S. put into effect in, the 1840s, a really long time ago. And it still shapes us down to this present day.
God, it's so bizarre, man.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the things I try to get at with this book too, is to talk about race not as science, not as biology, but as an idea, as something in our heads more than in a scientific rule book. And I'm not saying that people don't look different. Obviously, we all look different. We have different skin tones, different facial features, all that sort of thing, body types. But what is ridiculous is the idea that there's racial categories, right? That everyone neatly belongs to, right? That like there's white, there's black, there's Latino, Asian, whatever. That those are like scientific categories. Because let's be honest, that is total BS. It is not true. They're total inventions, and they have been very slippery and fluid over these past centuries.
Because there's such a mixture of community of these people, like from other parts of the world, and mixed people.
Folks who tried to say you're either in or out are usually doing so to put non-white peoples in a lower bracket in some way. So I'm saying it's all wrapped up with questions of power and inequality. So this one-drop rule, right? I mean, this is the most powerful lie in many ways as part of this, that it gives rise to this paradox that, like, according to American racial thinking, it's changing in many ways, but the traditional American racial thinking says that a white woman can give birth to a black child, but a black woman cannot give birth to a white child. And so think about that paradox, like, how does that make any sense whatsoever?
Right.
It just proves that race is invented. It is historians and scholars like to call it a social construct, right? It's something that we created and imagined. It's in a lot of people's imagination, so it's important, right? It's powerful, but it doesn't make it real. It doesn't mean that it's like biological, like there's DNA says that you are black or white. Now, black and white are ideas that people have invented and have been used for very many nasty purposes, to be sure. And again, read that too. It doesn't go all the way in talking about race as a social construct. I wouldn't expect it to. But it critiques this question of, race as neat containers. There's some great moments in the game where the protagonist, who's a white guy, frequently questions and challenges all of the inequality along the lines of race that he sees around him in the society. And that's why I think this game, Read That Too, can be a really powerful way to, again, open conversations about people who challenge and criticize the status quo when it came to race. Because not all white people agreed with this thing. There were lots of critics of white supremacy who were white. Arthur Morgan might be one of them, right?
Yeah.
The main protagonist in the game.
Yeah, that's incredible, man. Well, hey, dude, thank you so much for coming on here and talking about this stuff. This has been a fascinating history lesson for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm really glad you could have me on, and I really hope that, whether folks love Red Dead Redemption 2 or whether they're history buffs or whether, they don't know much about it at all, I really hope that this book, Red Dead's History, can be a way to, begin exploring some of these really big dilemmas that have really shaped where we are today. What impact, what is the kind of society that Americans live in today? Usually people think of video games just as a waste of time, as something that's, you use it to kill time and relax or something. But there's actually powerful ways that video games can be tools for learning, tools for, understanding the complex nature of society.
Yes.
Usually they just need a little bit of help. And what I do in this book is
hold it up.
give
So
a little bit of that,
camera.
a little bit of that help to a little accompaniment, sort of like a companion to Red Dead. As you're playing this game, read this book, or most importantly, but maybe perhaps in a fun way for people who love the game. We haven't mentioned this, Danny, but the audiobook version of this is narrated by the main actor in the game.
Oh, no way. That's amazing.
Yeah, so Roger Clark, who played Arthur Morgan in Red Dead Redemption 2, he is the narrator for my book, right? So all the things that we talked about in these hours together, you can actually hear Arthur tell you in his iconic voice. We'll hear Roger tell you in his iconic voice in the audiobook version of this. And the book comes out on August 6th, and I hope that folks will be interested in joining the journey. I certainly had a lot of fun writing it and being a part of its creation.
Available everywhere you get books, I assume?
Yeah, Amazon, all Target, Barnes & Noble, and then Audible, and all the big, Spotify, all the big audiobook outlets as well.
Awesome, man. Well, I can't wait. I'm going to definitely download that audiobook and listen to that again. Much better than my shitty AI PDF reader that I listen to it with.
Yeah, you want Roger Clark reading it, not some crummy AI. Because there's certain tasks that computers can never replace humans with. This is one of them.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thanks again, man. I really appreciate it, and I'll make sure we link the book and everything else below. So
awesome.
check it out.
Thanks for having me on. This has been a blast.
My pleasure, man. All right. Goodbye, world.
I just always wanted to write, and I couldn't find anyone that would pay me to write when I got out of college, so I got into newspapers, then I got into magazines, then I found my way to television, and then I was hired by Cable News Network when it started, and became the bureau chief there, and then I wanted to, I was just tired of disposable news, so I wanted to get into something a little deeper, a little meatier, and I got into documentaries, PBS documentaries, and that led to the first book that I wrote because it was, I developed with PBS called Space Age. So I wrote that for Random House, did a couple of other things, and then fell into working with William Shatner, who wanted to do a book about Star Trek. And so he and I got together and we wrote that book. That was a blast. And then I finally was in a situation where I could write my own books, the kind of books I wanted to write. I was fascinated with high technology, but I realized that we were never really going to figure out how to solve technological problems until we understood what made us tick. So I thought, well, you got to go back to the beginning, and you have to talk about or understand evolution, human evolution. What makes us the way we are? I mean, we're this very strange creature when you think about it. So different from anything else on the planet. And so I just went back and I wrote 2 books about that, Thumbs, Toes, and Tears, and another one called Last Day Family. And they really kind of try, it's my way of trying to understand why do we behave the way we do, and why do we do the horrible things we do, and also the remarkable things we do. Think about it, I mean, we're leaving other planets. You know, what kind of creature does that? Nothing. It's like, look at the cities we build, look at the technologies we build. Both destructive ones and remarkably beautiful. So those two were my effort, and then it's almost with Immortality Inc. I was, obviously I was writing a lot of science, and I just was looking around and I was saying, could we be at a time in human history when our technology is so good that we could actually solve aging? We could eliminate death. So I started looking around to see if that was the truth. And I found that's when Calico was created by Google. I found out Art Levinson, who had been in Genentech. He was the CEO of Genentech, which was the first biotechnology company. He was asked to become the chairman of that. And then I came across Craig Venter, and I already knew Ray Kurzweil, who's a big-time futurist and inventor. And I just thought, well, these guys are the real deal. They're not snake oil salesmen. They're serious scientists. So I took a while to track them down, but I finally got to them and Aubrey Ray and Robert Hariri, and I kind of stumbled across Robert Hariri's work in stem cells. And then I wrote the book. I just tried to, first of all, figure out why did they even care to do this, and why were they putting all the expertise that they had to solving that? And then I thought, doesn't everyone want to know this? So I kind of told their stories and told the story of the science behind that. And then my most recent book is this novel that I've written called Doppelganger, which is really a kind of a dramatic way to look at the whole question of artificial intelligence and the singularity and all the questions we're now grappling with, where we have these powerful technologies and we have to figure out, what are we going to do with them and how are they going to shift everything? And I don't have the answers, but I thought it's a hell of a story. And so I wanted to get that done. And I just had a series of probably 10 books I want to write.
When did you release the Immortality book?
That was 2020.
2020.
Yeah, very beginning. It was right when COVID hit.
And how long did that take you to put together, and including all your research and interviews and stuff?
Almost 4 years.
4 years.
I spent almost all of 2016 traveling.
Wow.
And spending hours and hours and hours with these guys and getting into their labs and learning the story of what was going on. At one point, because I had heard that bowhead whales don't age.
Really?
Yeah, they found one.
Bowhead whales?
Yeah, they're the second largest whales in the world. And
I've never thought I've ever seen one of these.
It's fascinating because they don't seem to get cancer, they don't seem to have dementia, they don't age, and they thought they lived to be like 70 years old or so, just like most whales. But and I met the guy that was there when this happened. They had a dead whale that they had brought in because they're allowed to be harvested 2 times a year by the Inuit people. And this guy reaches, he sees a kind of crease in this dead whale, and he reaches in, they slide it or cut it, and he reaches in and he pulls his hand out, and it had a harpoon from 125 years early.
Wow.
And they went, holy mackerel, this animal is way up. And then they started doing genetic research and found that they routinely live to be 225 years old.
Isn't there a shark that can live like almost 1,000 years? I saw a recent thing where there's sharks that are older than like some trees.
Yeah, Greenland sharks.
Greenland sharks, yes, that's what it is.
Yeah, they can live to be 500 years old. And the theory on it, all this, is that something kills them eventually. I mean, something's going to get you eventually. I mean,
right.
But what doesn't kill you is aging. And therefore, and aging is the main reason cancer kicks in, dementia kicks in, heart problems. Almost every problem anybody has happens as people age, or unless you're hit by a car. So even if you live 1,000 years, you're going to get hit by lightning or something, and that's what apparently happens to these animals eventually.
Now, from what I understand, the human body hasn't become more resilient over time. Like if you take a human being from
the 5th century AD, and you looked at us now, like we would essentially have the same lifespan. The difference is medicine is not as good. There was more people dying from famine. Hand-to-hand combat was more prevalent. Right? But essentially, if you could put those two people in a vacuum in different time frames, we'd live about the same time.
Yeah. It's mainly, I mean, the big advance around 100 years ago was sanitation.
Okay.
I mean, most people just got, a lot of bugs in their system, and eventually it, killed them. And that was 100, I think in 1890s, stomach problems, which was just a generic term, was the main reason people died. Nobody died of cancer. I mean, almost nobody died of cancer because they were dead already, before they got it. People didn't die of heart attacks until the 50s and 60s, because they were already dying before. And a lot of times it was just sanitation, or a lot of times it was childbirth. 1 out of 5 children died in childbirth in 1900. So once we started getting just good sanitation, more people lived longer, and then sulfa drugs and penicillin and those sorts of things. I mean, people would routinely die from typhus or scarlet fever, or even, I don't know, just a sore throat.
A bad cough.
And we just get out of hand, and now, all those drugs keep people alive now. And then statins came along, and all sorts of other drugs that are extending life. But one of the things I discovered with Immortality Inc. was people were living longer, but not necessarily better. You see a lot of people in their 80s, and they're just struggling, or even in their 90s, but no one's living a great life up to 100. And dementia starts to kick in almost universally by 90. So it's just, you always find good stories of people that, 100 years old and smoking cigarettes and drinking, and they're just fine. But one of the things we discovered in the course of the book was those are people that mainly don't have very many bad genes. That's ultimately what gets you. Bad genes. Like if you have a heart issue, your vascular system is going to break down at some point. Nobody has perfect genes. But those people that have something closer to perfect genes are the ones that live the longest. So at some point, no matter how much you work out, no matter how great, your diet, eventually your genes will get you. So that's where the work that Art Levinson at Calico is doing, where he's basically trying to figure out what are the switches to get flipped in our DNA that make us actually age. There's something going on that says it's time to age. It's time to start breaking down. Otherwise, we just rebuild our bodies. We're perfectly capable.
Right.
So that's where stem cell therapy and that sort of thing can help extend.
What do people like Art Levinson or Ray Kurzweil, what do they say as far as like a timeline to when we're going to be able to extend our lives significantly? And how long, and not only like when in the future do they think that will happen, but how much longer do they think it will make humans live?
Okay, great question. Well, Kurzweil always has very specific numbers, for everything that he's predicted, and often he's quite right or very close. He pretty much believes that by the late 2020s, we will have created enough advances in, and he predicted this in 2000, enough advances biologically that we can begin to extend life longer. Basically extend life. For every year you're alive, you would be able to extend life another year.
So you could be able to say stagnant.
Yeah, you can keep yourself going kind of at that level of health, whatever.
And we'll get there in the late 2020s, you think?
Yeah. And I think that sounds pretty accurate. And then he believes that in the early 2030s, what will kick in is nanotechnology. So basically, you can have molecular-sized machines that are obviously invisible, and they're just mechanical versions of biology. So they go in and clean up the heart, or go in and augment your brain. Suddenly just with the flick of a switch, you're in another world because you have nanotechnology in your brain that's just creating that world. So the artificial neurons, artificial cells, that can do anything your body can do except better. And then that really begins to reverse aging, so that you can actually get younger, not simply continue to stay alive. And then once that happens, you could basically live forever. And I think Robert E. Ray calculated at one point you would probably live 1,000 years, and then something would get you get hit by lightning or by a bus.
Something that is just so catastrophic you can't come back from it.
Yeah, some random event.
Eaten by a shark.
Yeah, right. Some random event's going to happen.
Yeah, but won't those people be able to, at some point, upload their brain to a chip or to a flash drive, and if their body gets eaten by a shark, they'll have a backup. They'll be able to just plug it into a cyborg or something.
Yeah, and that's exactly the premise of doppelganger.
Oh, okay.
That is precisely that, and that the concept or the kernel of that story goes way back to a meeting that I had with a guy named Hans Moravec at Carnegie Mellon. And he was the head of Carnegie Mellon's Robotics Institute. And he was he wrote a couple of really interesting books. One of them was called Mind Children. And he was the first scientist to say we could download a human brain into a machine, a robot. Was the way because he was a roboticist. And I remember when I read that, and then I thought, well, what if this guy, uploads or downloads his brain on Friday, and he's murdered on Sunday, and then you give him his backup, and his backup is from Friday. So when he wakes up on Tuesday, he thinks it's Friday, and he doesn't know that he's been murdered. But he would want to know once he finds out who killed him. And that's the underlying premise of doppelganger. And it, basically buys into the concept that someday we will be able to, completely download a copy of yourself. Yeah, whoa. And that, of course, creates all sorts of other possibilities because then you can make doubles of yourself.
Right.
And then versions of yourself could go off and do things and then come back and put it all together in one brain. I mean, there's all sorts of, ways that you can do.
Oh, yeah, that gets scary. That gets scary quick. What's to stop tyrannical dictators from just duplicating themselves 1,000 times and spreading themselves all over the world?
Right. Yeah, there are certain people, I think we can all agree, we don't want to have one.
Right.
So, I mean, one of the reasons that I was fascinated by this, and there's really documentaries that got me into science. I was an English major, so one of the things that got me into it was, there's philosophy and there's history, and everybody has an opinion basically when it comes to those kinds of things. When it comes to the human behavior and human culture, but science at least has a shot at truly understanding how things work, and if we can get a handle on it, then, so we're creating these powerful AIs. They could help us solve those problems. There are some wonderful things that artificial intelligence can do, and there are, incredible technologies we've created that can solve a lot of problems. But, we have to be very careful because, just take nuclear power. Everything's a double-edged sword. Every technology, going back to the first knife, is literally a double-edged sword, right? So do you want to kill someone with that knife, or do you want to use it to, have some meat so that you can survive? I just think it's all fascinating, and we really are coming to a time in human culture where a lot of these problems, big problems, can be solved, and they can also be incredibly dangerous. So what are we going to do?
Have these scientists that are on the leading edge of this life extension research, have they talked to philosophers about this conundrum, or like how this affects the meaning of life, or I don't know if you've ever heard of Sheldon Solomon. He came on this podcast a few months ago, and he wrote a fascinating book. He's a psychologist. He wrote a book called The Worm at the Core, and basically the premise of it is that fear of death is the worm at the core of human consciousness, and it's the fundamental driver of human beings and our behaviors.
I'll have to read that because I agree with that.
Well, before he came in, I thought sex was the fundamental driver. But it doesn't have to be black and white. There's multiple things, but he makes a really great case for fear of death being the fundamental driver of human behavior, and basically dictates what we do and why we do it.
Well, I think that fear is the most powerful emotion. So it drives an enormous amount of behavior. I do think that from an evolutionary standpoint, sex, living long enough to essentially get laid, is what it's all about. I mean, just trying to reproduce. DNA using us to reproduce itself. It's, right. It's like the egg is really making the chicken as opposed to the other way around.
Have you seen, I'm sure you have, Westworld?
Yes.
Yeah, I love the scene where Anthony Hopkins is talking about that lady robot in his underground lair, and he was explaining like the Mona Lisa, the Eiffel Tower, the Brooklyn Bridge, all these great, wonderful pieces of architecture and fine art throughout history. All of this is nothing but an elaborate mating call. It's peacock feathers.
Yes, yeah, right. I can't remember the thing's called the mating syndrome or something like that. But that was one of the ideas, that just like a peacock, that shows its feathers and says, look how beautiful I am, how powerful I am. I have great genes, so you want to mate with me. That being an incredible artist, or being incredibly charming, that people find all sorts of ways to attract other people, and it's so important to us to be attracted to other people. We have to matter, and I think that maybe that might play into the idea of fear, because we do many things out of fear because we want to matter. That might not be the best reason to want to matter. Hopefully you want to matter because you want to connect with other people, you want to fall in love, you want to love other people, take care of other people. But fear certainly drives a lot of behavior. Like, am I going to have enough money? Right? Am I going to find someone who loves me? Whatever that is. Am I going to be able to get whatever it is you want? Fear is a big, absolutely driving a lot.
Yeah, and also it would have to, if human beings knew that we could live 400,000, 500,000, a million years, it would literally redefine the meaning of what it is to be a hero or a coward.
Yeah. When you would have, those are really interesting questions, because if you basically didn't have to worry about that, and you were going to be healthy the whole time, your whole attitude toward life completely changes.
The political system changes.
Oh, everything changes. Economics change. I mean, imagine economics when you have someone that, that's one of the questions people would ask me. They said, well, could you get Social Security for 1,000 years? Are we going to be able to pay for that? Mm-hmm. Well, my guess is that if you have 1,000 years to live, you're going to have the time to figure out what it is you really want to do and how you're going to get there to do it. And then you're going to, hopefully have a good life. But there are always going to be bad apples. So you have to factor that question in. It's another thing that I was discussing with Art Levinson whenever we were meeting, was how rapidly time begins to accelerate as people get older. As people get older, like when you're 4 years old, 1 year is 1/4 of your life. So 1 year is a huge amount of time. When you're 80, it's 1/80 of your life. So they're just going by like that. Time flies. Well, what if you're 500? What's your day like? It just must go by like a nanosecond. And how does that affect the way you see life on a day-to-day basis? And and then again, you could say, well, I'm going to learn how to, play the piano. I'm going to learn German. I'm going to travel everywhere in the world because I don't have to worry about it. and you'll actually have the time to do this, assuming you can make a living on it. But one of the things that Hans Moravec said was robots and artificial intelligence will eventually take care of everything, and the day you're born, you'll just start getting checks. It'll be like Social Security checks, because the economy will be run by machines, and it'll generate tons of money, and the rest of us will just get it. Of course, that raises all sorts of other questions. Is that really what makes us tick? Do we want to just sit there and have anything we want? I don't think we will.
One of the fundamental drivers, like going back to things like the fear of death or reproduction, it's also one of the main drives for people to innovate and create new technology. And if machines take over everything and we suddenly don't have, they're doing this stuff for us, what does that mean for us? And what does that mean for innovation if we're no longer responsible for innovation?
Right. And this all plays into that question of becoming the Neanderthals.
Right.
If machines take over everything, and it sounds like science fiction, but it's happening. Anybody that's looking at ChatGPT can see it's happening. So it's not crazy to be thinking about these things right now. But so that goes back to what I was saying before, that we have to find a way to put a governor on this, and we're going to have to, whether we like it or not, somehow augment ourselves in the way that Ray Kurzweil talks about. We're using nanotechnology to augment the brain and the body, because if we don't, we're not going to be able to keep up. And there'll just be, now again, the machines might be, Hans Moravec would say, well, they might just create a nice verdant, zoo for us on Earth, and
maybe they already have.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe these UFOs are just future humans.
Yeah, or AIs.
Or AIs. Flying around just doing their thing, and they got us in their own little boxes.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, you really don't know for sure. But if we just kind of go by the idea that these machines could become incredibly powerful, and they say, okay, we'll just take care of you. We'll be very nice, and we'll go off and run the universe, but we'll still be the new Neanderthals. It'll be nice. It'll be like a nice zoo. You can just like the silverbacks up in Rwanda.
Right.
So I don't think that's what we want, and that's kind of the premise of Doppelganger. That we still want our liberty. We still want to matter. We still want to, I guess in a way, want to be the top of the food chain. So the question is, can we use this technology to augment us and become partners with us, to make a better world, whatever it is we end up creating? Or are we going to allow ourselves to be a bug on the windshield?
Right, and also if we're allowed to, if we're suddenly able to live for thousands of years, how does that affect the population of the planet? Can the planet sustain a trillion people, trillions of people?
Yeah.
If you think of humanity as like a virus on a living being, and suddenly this virus turns itself into a super virus that can live forever. How does that affect the planet? Because we're not necessarily good for the planet.
Right. Yeah, and that's the first question anyone would ask me when reading the book, or find out what the premise of the book was.
Yeah.
And by the way, the book doesn't say, hey, I believe that this is what we should have happen. Although I do believe that if there was suddenly a pill that was provided one day, and which one of us would say, nah, I don't really want that pill. I don't want to live forever. So
I assume these guys, they thought about that.
Yeah. In some ways they have, in some ways they haven't. Because Ray Kurzweil, I'm a big. I really think a lot of his work, but he's an optimist. And he doesn't really. He just says technology will solve all of it. I don't think it's politics don't help the situation. If it was if everyone's in agreement, maybe we would. That's not. Politically, if something like this starts to happen, it's going to be crazy. But trying to go back to your original question.
Overpopulation.
Yeah, the question of overpopulation, I do think that, so look, it's going to happen. Here's my opinion. It's going to happen. People are going to start living longer and they're going to start living better. So we better start figuring out how to solve that problem. Clearly, you can't put trillions of people on the planet. I think once in one of the meetings I was at, for one of the documentaries I was working on, a scientist said 11 billion people is about what we can sustain. And we're getting there. So
yeah, we're close, right? How many people are on the planet right now? 8 billion?
8 billion, yeah. So, and it's happening fast. I mean, I think whenever I was writing Last Day Standing was 6.5 billion. So it wasn't that long yet. So it's moving fast. So we're going to have to solve this problem somehow or another, and clearly you have to go off planet. And you have to solve the problem. I wish I had a simple solution to it, but whenever people would talk to me about this, I go, yeah, how are we going to solve that problem? And then I went, oh wait, we got a bigger problem. It's going to happen, and people aren't going to say no to it. So we better dig in.
But maybe this is only available to like the super rich billionaires or the people that run the world. Maybe only they get it. And they keep it. That's if you want to go dark. Maybe they keep it secret.
It could. I mean, certainly right now, people are very wealthy who have access to, the best technology and it's keeping them healthier and longer, and better. And that is true. Now,
Zuckerberg with all of his doomsday bunkers.
Right. And that, it could go that way. I mean, that's about the politics. It could get dark. I hope it doesn't, because generally what you see is that across human history, as technologies that used to be exotic become more mainstream. Nobody used to have, running water or toilets. Now everybody has it. Well, almost everybody. Nobody had access to sulfa drugs or those kinds of things. And now they're almost free. So same thing with cell phones. They're ubiquitous now. It used to be only a couple of people had them. So the hope is that new technologies will get cheaper and then become more available. But we do have this problem where there's a zero-sum issue,
and they had to have. I mean, these guys have to have thought about that, right? If they think that 11 billion is the cap for the population, like, what is their plan? Because we're getting them quick.
Yeah,
and we're not even close to getting human beings off this planet. You haven't put someone on the moon since what?
Yeah,
70s.
Yeah, right, 70s. I think that was the last one. Those people haven't thought about it, to be honest. I mean, like I said, Rick Kurzweil basically says, we'll solve it. Science will solve it somehow. Someone like Art Levinson basically says, I don't expect to survive this because I'll probably pass away, but I'm hoping that I'll pass it along, to the next generation and we'll solve the problem. How old is he? He's 74. So he's in great shape and sharp as can be. But Craig Venter, the same thing. I think biology is incredibly complex, so we'll see, how well we really solve this problem and how quickly we solve it. Just because Ray Kurzweil says we'll solve it, by the 2030s doesn't mean we will. Biology, he's an engineer. He's not a biologist. And you talk to someone like Art Levinson, he goes, it's super, super complex. But one thing he did say, the first time I met him, he said, I don't know that we can solve this problem at all. He said, I don't even know if it's solvable. He said, but we're going to give it a shot. And then halfway through, while I was continuing to interview him and do research, he said, yes, we can solve it. And it was because they had found evidence that there were mammals that seemingly live. They don't die from aging. So he said there are switches in mammals like us that can be flipped, and so we can solve the problem. But it might take 20 years, might take 30 years, might take 50 years. But he did tell me the last time I talked to him, he said,
so it's that whale, you saw the bowhead whale, and what else?
The bowhead whale and the naked mole rat.
naked mole rat. That was in my backyard.
Oh, well, naked mole rat's one of the ugliest animals you've ever seen, but they live, most rats live 3-4 years, and these live 34 years. And then how do they die? Well, they die from, like, if they had an aneurysm or another rat killed them, but they don't die from aging. They're still having sex right up to the day they drop. Wow. No problem. I mean, it's just not aging. So when he saw that, he went, okay, we can figure it out, but I don't know how long it's going to take to figure it out. He said, but there's something in the genome that's flipping those switches, and it's just a matter of time before we can find it.
What kind of technology do you think we would use to fuck with the genome, or to get in there and tweak the DNA and try to flip those switches? Are there any technologies that are already being used that could be improved, or is it be like a completely innovative new thing?
Well, CRISPR can do it.
CRISPR can do it.
CRISPR can go in and flip. It can edit genes.
Right.
So you just have to get better and better at it. And right now we're using biology to do it. If you get to the point where you have nano machines that could go in and just say, okay, there's the gene. First of all, you have to find the genes. There might be multiple genes. And then you have to find out how are they expressing themselves and when do they express themselves. And then you've got to go in and have a machine or, some kind of biology that's going to go in and find it and fix it, change it. They've already come up with a drug that fixes sickle cell anemia. And
really?
That's a genetic problem.
How long ago did they find that?
Well, I shouldn't say that they've solved it. I think they're in the process of thinking that they've solved it. They're doing testing, and that's a genetic disease. If you can go in, and there was a guy that a couple of years ago who changed the genes of 2 children that had genes for HIV. And the bad thing he did was he did it without telling his parents, but he did it.
So you find this is so good. Find this online.
Yeah. I wish I had a name for it, but I'll find it.
Doctor changed the DNA of people with an HIV gene.
Two twins, 2 twin children. And they had a legacy gene. I think it was HIV. A legacy gene, the result of HIV.
Is this it?
Yeah. He acted on his own.
All right. Let's see what we got. China says a doctor who claimed using CRISPR to make gene-edited babies acted on his own. This is pretty punching a little bit. Chinese investigators determined that the doctor behind the reported births of 2 babies whose genes had been edited in hopes to make them resistant to AIDS virus acted on his own and will be punished for any violations of the law, state media reported on Monday. Investigators in the southern province of Guangdong determined Dr. Jiangqiu organized and handled funding for the experiment without outside assistance in violation of national guidelines. Wow. But was it successful?
Well, he says it was. I guess
you can't prove it.
Yeah, right? You can't. I guess you can do a genetic test and see if they have the gene.
Right.
Or if it's not. I guess more accurately, don't have the gene. But
do you know what the laws are when it comes to CRISPR in the U.S. or in different countries?
Everything has to be done, peer reviewed. It's got to be, FDA, at least in the United States. It has to be sanctioned by the FDA, and you have to do testing. And they have very strict rules about how you have to do that stuff. So, and then it has to all be peer reviewed and everything. So,
it sounds impossible. It sounds like progress would be so, I wouldn't say impossible, but so sluggish for progress to happen. Like, how do you know that you can remove these things from a human genome and remove cancer if you're not allowed to test it?
Well, you can test it. You just have to, go through the FDA approval system. And that's why there's a lot of people that are doing work in Costa Rica.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Bangkok, Thailand, and Baja.
Yeah, you have to go down there just to get like stem cell treatment.
Yeah, Yeah, right. And
Well, I think you can do it here, though. It's way more expensive, maybe.
you can, and it has to be, but it has to be prescribed. Like you can get your shoulder injected, you know, or you can, and as long as what you're doing is you're basically taking fat cells from your own body and then spitting those out as stem cells and then re-injecting those into your own body. There are people that are also using stem cells from other stem cell lines that aren't yours, and using those to boost people. It's sort of been the way that they use, I think it's called PRP, you know, with baseball players and that sort of thing, where you're using, I think plasma, injections to, to kind of boost your system.
From other people?
No, from themselves.
Oh,
in that case. But yeah, there are definitely people. In fact, Robert Hariri already, says take your own stem cells and put them in the refrigerator. Yeah, and save them.
Don't people save like cord blood umbilical cords of their babies?
Yeah, and I highly recommend it.
Really?
Yeah, because
Did you do it?
did I do it?
Yeah. You save the umbilical cords of your children, or do you have kids?
I
you have kids.
had kids.
Okay.
They were two. They were.
That was before that.
Yeah, it was before you could do that. I would have absolutely.
Right.
Because basically,
They make it super expensive too.
well, it's more expensive than you want. And again, it would be nice if this sort of thing would go mainstream.
Yeah.
But the FDA kind of watches that too. But Bob Hariri is the guy. He's in the book. He's the guy, the first guy to figure that out.
Really?
Yeah. He was a guy that. He was a trauma surgeon, and so he was actually dealing one day with a woman whose husband had been massively damaged, brain damage in a car accident. And he was trying to console her and trying to figure out how could I help this guy. And he went down, and his own child, before she was born, was his wife was getting a sonogram. And he's looking at the sonogram and he goes, wow, there's the embryo. And then there's this big mass there, and he realized that it was the placenta. And he goes, wow, that's big. What's it doing? And what it's doing is it's pumping tons of stem cells into the baby. And so he said, we just tossed this stuff in the garbage, literally. It's called the afterbirth. And he said, I realized that what it is a stem cell factor. And he said, so that's what he's been working on for 25 years. And he's making real progress now in trying to create medicine where you can use the stem cells, your own stem cells, or your children's stem cells, and create a medicine so that you can either inject or take a pill that would solve problems. An example would be sarcopenia, which is muscle wasting. Now everybody gets muscle wasting disease as they age. Just part of what aging is. The sarcopenia is something that you get, when you're younger, and so they try to solve that problem, and it's very difficult to solve. It's genetic. So, that's one of the first things he wants to do is to be able to solve that for aging, because, as he pointed out, he said, when a 30-year-old man has turned 60, he's lost 60. Just using men as an example. He's lost 60% of his muscle mass. And he said, when you lose 60% of your muscle mass, you're not just losing muscle, you're losing almost 100% bone mass. You're losing vascular capability. That's most of your vascular system is in muscle, and that's what's delivering your immune system. That's what's delivering all the nutrients to your body. And so you're just going downhill. And so he figures if you can come up with a way to reboost, muscle mass, then you're boosting the whole system. So that's where I think the first breakthroughs. I wrote this when the book came out. I wrote an article in The Hill, and I basically said I think there are 4 things that are going to happen, within the next, at that time, 5 to 10 years. So now we're 4 years in. First stem cells, which will boost and lengthen healthy life. And the second thing is genomics. We're rapidly, and AI is helping this. We're rapidly figuring out what's going on with the human genome, what the hell? I mean, it's so complicated. And the third thing is really what Calico was working on, really trying to understand what are those switches. Once you understand the genomics well enough, then what are the systems in the body that are causing aging, and then turn them off. And then AI is absolutely necessary to figuring that out, because you're not going to get a bench scientist that can get down there and look at the cells and say, it's all happening way too fast.
So the guy who was in the violent car accident, was he able to help him at all with stem cells?
No, because, first of all, it was just a concept, that it was like the light bulb went off, but then he had to figure out what's the placenta and do all sorts of research and everything. He has more degrees than.
And is there a difference between using the placenta and the umbilical cord?
Yeah, the placenta. Well, the umbilical cord is what is the connection between the placenta and the baby, and the mother. Okay. So they're, it's this little engine. It's what makes stem cells.
So you want to save the placenta, not the umbilical cord.
Right. But people do also. There's a lot in cord blood. A lot of people do that. But if I were giving advice to anybody, and I'm not a doctor, but I would say look into. If you're having a child, saving the placenta, don't throw away the afterbirth.
And what is the benefit of having the placenta of your own child versus people who just get stem cells from? How does it work otherwise? Does people just get random stem cells?
That's a really great question. It's really important too. If you are using your own stem cells, then they recognize themselves. And so they will literally go in and boost you. Okay. If it's somebody else's cell, then what happens is they'll go in and your body goes, okay, this is boosting. And there are these communicators called exosomes that every cell has, and they create the communication between different cells, and there are billions and billions of them in every cell. And so what happens is when somebody else's stem cells are injected, they're released, and they seem to boost your own cells, but the stem cells themselves, within a week, or just go out of your system. But if they're your own stem cells, then let's say let's say you have heart problems, and you get your body injected with your own stem cells into your own body. Your body's going to start looking around for trouble, because that's what it does. That's what stem cells do. They're replenishing your body all the time, and it's going to find trouble, and it's going to fix it.
But even like a jammed artery can do that?
Well, it'll make it younger. It'll make it more pliable. Right. It may not get rid of the plaque, but it'll make it, be able to handle it.
Steve, I have to have another kid now. I thought I was done. That's wild.
Yeah. Well, even it's still not too late. I mean, no matter how old any of us is, or how old your children are, it's relatively simple to save your own stem cells. So if you have young children, you can still save them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can have the fat, have some fat pulled out. And once you have the stem cell, then you can create lines of stem cells, so you can create millions and millions of stem cells that are all identical copies.
Okay.
And so it's not like you need to constantly re-inject.
So where do I take my baby? I got a 1-year-old.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
Can I just go to CVS and take the stem cells?
Wouldn't that be nice? Let's get to that soon.
Is there a drive-through?
Yeah. No, I'll put you in touch with Bob Hariri.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He created the first company to save placental stem cells.
Oh, wow.
In fact, I think he did cord blood first.
So, what are some of these guys some of these big shots that are working on this stuff? Are they doing any kind of crazy protocols themselves to stay younger, to make themselves last to where I know like Ray Kurzweil talks about he takes a bunch of vitamins and stuff, but like, are there any like crazy things that they do to make themselves younger besides stem cells?
I honestly don't know because they haven't shared with me. I'm pretty sure that Peter Diamandis, who is one of the founders with Bob Hariri of Fountain Life, it's called. He's been pretty open about using stem cells in his own body. Ray Kurzweil hasn't, but I'd be surprised if he hasn't, because he's been talking about this stuff for a long time. Right. And he's close friends with Peter Diamandis. They work together. I don't think Art Levinson is doing anything, but if he creates a drug that comes out of the work at Calico, I'm sure he will. But his hope is that there'll be like a drug. It could be outrageously expensive at first, but eventually, once the drug's created 15 years later, the patent expires, and then it can be used by anybody. Yeah, it gets way cheaper.
Yeah, that's a scary thing too. Like when the pharmaceutical companies bid on these things and drive the prices up, and
they spend billions of dollars. I think it depends on the company. Some of these companies I think are really well run and they're doing things the right way. They spend billions and millions of dollars, so they've got to recoup those costs, otherwise they go out of business. But I think some of them are predatory, and that's been proven. So we just have to
look at the lawsuits.
yeah, right. And so you just have to hope that the predators don't win on that account. But again, it raises all these other issues.
Yeah,
I mean, what's I think interesting at this time of human history is that there's this convergence of incredibly powerful technology. It's not just one technology. It's not like just nuclear power, or rocket science or something like that, or the internet. It's artificial intelligence, which is rapidly moving forward, and it's these drugs that are going to change the way people live. The internet itself, creates communication in ways that are both good and bad, that change politics. Economics are changing rapidly. And what, people would say, what's going to happen in the future? And my answer is it's going to get more complicated. It's just going to get more and more complex.
Now, is there going to be a way to, using some of these genome technologies, to essentially like take a sample of your blood and do some sort of a minority report analysis of like everything that's going to happen to you in the future? That
I think is part of the genomics question, the kind of phase 2. Because once I've already had my genome sequenced, but it doesn't help me a whole lot.
How does that work, getting your genome sequenced?
Essentially they take blood, and then there are machines that will sequence, take a look at your genes, because Craig Venter was one of the first people to sequence the first human genome. So you know how to sequence the genome. So you go, okay, this is what your genome says. The problem is, it's like reading hieroglyphs, that you don't know what it means. It's just a whole lot of information, and you go, well, yeah, what does that mean? And so that's why one of the things that Venture was initially trying to do is get 1 million genomes in a database, so that you can then, the more information you have, it's like the more you understand Japanese, the better you speak the language. So the more data you have of the human genome, then the more information you can put together and say, oh, okay, these do this, this does this, this does this, and this, does this for you, So once we get to that point, then you would have the sort of situation where you say, okay, we're sequencing your genome, and now we know you're going to have atrial fibrillation, probably around age 60, you're going to start to have vascular problems at such and such a time, or, and we won't simply know that your eyes are blue, what color your hair is, that kind of thing. It's going to be much more, and that's when you can begin to tailor drugs. I mean, one of the reasons whenever you see those commercials that are on, television that say, get this drug, and by the way, this, and a long list of horrible things that can happen to you.
Right.
Yeah. The reason why that is because everyone's genome is different, and for some people it works, and for some people it's lethal. That's why you see, concerns that people have about COVID and vaccination. Some people, the vaccinations are not good, but the vast majority they are. So everyone's genome is different, and the goal is that you get to the point where you can look at your genome and everybody else's genome and go, we know exactly what kinds of problems we're going to have, and now we can build the drugs to address those problems.
Right.
But who knows? Maybe the nanotechnology will already kick in.
Yeah. So many things working at once.
Yeah. Robotics, that's another thing. Rapidly moving forward. Robotics. And then you've got machines now that can, play soccer. You can't knock them down. Yeah. They're amazing. So what would they do?
Yeah.
And then put them together with AI.
Yeah, there was a story a couple months ago, I think I saw that there was some sort of killer robots that they were putting on the streets in San Francisco or something.
I saw something about that on the internet, and I'm not sure it's real.
Yeah.
It looks something about it.
I heard that it was like something that they had in the works or something like that, and they got so much backlash and media attention when it came out. They were like, okay, let's just show this.
What was this?
It was a headline somewhere. It was like law enforcement are using killer robots in somewhere in Northern California, almost like San Francisco, for law enforcement. Robots that had the autonomy to kill.
Yeah, pick up
and they are. There it is. San Francisco Police Department may resubmit proposal for killer robots after policy was blocked. So it was a policy that was put forward.
Oh wow. Robots with the ability to use deadly force may be back on the agenda in San Fran. That was like a year ago.
That's kind of
Dude, San Francisco is insane. Me and Steven were just there a couple of months ago, and it was like, people are allowed to break into cars.
Oh yeah, they're not penalized.
What? Yeah, it's crazy. Like the guy we were going to visit there, he was like, don't leave anything valuable in your car, whether you lock it or not. He's like, it's gonna get broken into. We're walking to lunch, and there was like at least 2 cars that we saw with purses laying next to them, nothing left, just like a couple like useless things scattered like throughout the road. And he's like, this is just normal.
Oh,
they just loot cars, and they don't get in trouble for it.
That sounds crazy. Yeah, when I used to be the bureau chief at CNN, it was very different then. It was a great city.
Oh, in San Francisco?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, beautiful city.
What year?
That was in the 80s.
Oh, wow.
It was a perfect city then.
It's a beautiful. The geography and the weather and just the landscape.
That's why everybody.
The ocean. Yeah.
And it's unfortunate. It's starting to feel like New York now, and it wasn't like that one.
When's the last time you were there?
No, I was there just a couple of years ago when I saw Kurzweil.
Oh, really?
His office there. He actually has an apartment there. So I was like, wow, it's gotten so big. So much traffic. It's too bad.
Yeah, so I guess this killer robot thing's on the shelf for now, but they're going to resubmit it. We'll see what happens.
This is my favorite quote from the thing. It's too soon, it's triggering, it's painful, that when you're discussing ways to kill us, how maybe an officer could be protected by having a robot kill us instead of the officer.
Yeah, right? Maybe it'll be better. Maybe the robots will be able to make better decisions.
I think so.
Steven, he really, really trusts the future of AI. He trusts, he can't wait until cars are able to pick us up and drive us to where we're going. And
I want robot police.
And no human. He wants robot police. Yeah.
It's getting very, very close. I mean, they're making them in Pittsburgh. And that's where they created the first self-driving cars. So I'm for that.
I'm just scared about when it gets to like Minority Report level, to where it's like, we know you're going to commit a crime in next week, so when you catch this Uber to the airport today, you're not going to be able to get out. You're going straight to prison. And then something yesterday I saw on Twitter, they're creating this new prison technology where if you go to prison, you'll have the option. You can either go to jail for 10 years or you can be downloaded into you get put into this like matrix looking pod where they scramble your brain and wire you with new memories.
What? This is real?
I swear, yeah. You can find this easily if you just Google new memory implants for prisoners. You'll find it. It'll be the top thing.
That is right out of
where they basically rebuild your whole life, and they depending on how violent your crime was, click on the link.
That is science fiction.
That is nuts. It's wired.
Yeah, that's it. This is it.
Prisons
of the future. Criminals could get false memory implants. There's a really cool video if you can find it. It's probably on this article if you scroll down.
And God, why am I blanking out on the famous PJ?
Keep going. Go back. Click back. And then prisoner. There. Click that. No, that's Facebook. Don't click that. Click on the YouTube one. There you go. Yeah.
Welcome to
some volume.
A facility designed to treat criminals like patients. Instead of spending years in an actual prison cell, prisoners could finish their sentence here in just a few minutes. Cognify could someday create and implant artificial memories directly into the prisoner's brain. These complex, vivid, and lifelike memories are created in real time using AI-generated content. Depending on the seriousness of the subject's crime and their sentence, the memories could be tailored to the rehabilitation needs of each subject. The artificial memories implanted by Cognify would be seamlessly incorporated into the existing neural networks of the brain, preventing cognitive dissonance and ensuring the subject experiences the memories as if they were real. The Cognify concept offers a new approach to criminal rehabilitation, transforming how society deals with offenders by focusing on rehabilitation rather than punishment. First, the prisoner is given a choice, either spending tens of years in a prison cell or seeking fast-track rehabilitation through artificial memory implantation. If the prisoner chooses to undergo fast-track rehabilitation, the Cognify device is used. Next, the prisoner undergoes high-resolution brain scanning to create a detailed map of their neural pathways. This brain map helps guide the Cognify device to target specific brain regions responsible for memory, reasoning, and logical thinking, such as the hippocampus, prefrontal cortex, amygdala, parietal lobe, and anterior cingulate cortex. Once the target brain regions are identified, Cognify is then placed around the head of the prisoner. The intensity and the type of artificial memories is then adjusted, depending on the crime. Inside the criminal's mind, time would pass differently, slower than in real life, making them experience years' worth of artificial memories in just a few minutes.
Yeah, this just came out like a couple days ago.
Customized depending on the crime committed and the unique brain structure. And
this is Total Recall.
So Total Recall, yeah.
And it could be just as scary.
And remorse.
So
I got to figure this is.
So how would this work? Would this Cognify company have to pay these prisons or something? Like, how do you incentivize this to the prisons to work with this company and do all this? Like, who pays for all this?
Well, investors, I'm sure, would ante up if they thought there was any chance that there was, a true business here. You would have to get. In the United States, it would be massive numbers of FDA approvals that would have to pass, because if you scramble someone's brain the wrong way,
right.
I don't even know that we understand memory, so I don't know where you stick the chip even.
Right.
This is not a simple problem to solve. It might be something that feels to me like it's good marketing.
Yeah. This is it's a terrifying video.
Yeah. And that's exactly what it is. Total Recall.
But what would you do though if you had 10 years in prison or to go for give this a shot?
If it looked like it was going to work, I'd say yeah. Hell yeah.
I think most people might.
Yeah. You say 10 years of your life. Plus theoretically, you're happier.
But are you basically a new person when you get out? Like,
right.
Is it like dying and being reborn?
Well, that's one of the questions you'd have to ask. Would you recognize your wife?
Right.
Or your kids? You have them. That's wild.
It's so unknown. The future is so unknown. Yeah. It's terrifying.
I mean, I believe that something like this is possible eventually, but I don't think we're very close to it yet.
Mm-hmm.
thankfully, we don't have to. But it's actually a good indication of the many kinds of complex problems we'll have to solve. And can we really solve them? I mean, we don't move very fast. Doing this technology moving way faster than we're moving politically or legally.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's definitely leaving us in the dust.
Yeah, and that's one of the ironies. I mean, it's just advancing so rapidly, and our old-fashioned wetware DNA just can't keep up.
Mm. Yeah, you really see that with social media and just with the way that media moves around so quickly, and it's so much easier because there's such an overwhelming amount of information now. Like, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, it wasn't hard to go figure out what was going on in some other part of the world or what happened. But now it's like there's so many different sources of the same story that are all so different and have different takes depending on political bias or what country it's coming from or what nation.
Right.
And it's overwhelmingly difficult to figure out the truth about anything because you have to literally read 10 sources of one story to find out the truth. Most people are just lazy. They just want to read one and then they think they got to figure it out.
Yeah.
And it's got us in this weird place.
So then so now you say, well, I can't handle all of it, so I'll have ChatGPT write me a summary. Well, what's it summarizing?
Right.
Is it summarizing the truth? Is it summarizing some version of the truth? Is it summarizing, how accurate is it? Mm-hmm. But I think one of the big ironies of all of this is that the very thing that is kind of undoing us and creating this world that's so complex and so difficult for us to live in is the same thing that we love about it. We love the internet, we love stories, we love drama. And a lot of times we love things that aren't really very pretty as long as it's not us that's getting,
right.
I mean, how many car accidents do you just drive by and not look at? We're immediately drawn to them, and so that's what makes news, and so these kind of primal drives that we have are getting us, these primal drives on the one hand, this is what Last Day Standing was all about, and then we have these technologies that we're creating that are incredibly complex, and it's we're putting ourselves in a really tough spot.
That's like a negative feedback loop almost.
Yeah. So that's why my big thing right now is let's just think real hard about what we're doing, and not just say, "Oh wow, isn't this cool?" Or even to be just saying, "Well, let's make sure that we don't have somebody's voice, pretending they're somebody else, which you can do, or somebody's face looking like somebody else's." Those are important things to keep an eye on. But the bigger, much bigger question is this can replace us. There's something called emergent technology or emergent behaviors, which have been around since John Stuart Mill wrote about them 150 years ago. And it's like when the Big Bang took place, there was so much data created, then something totally new came about, galaxies and stars. The same thing happens when a beehive is created. You get enough bees together, it creates a hive. And the hive is very different than the bees. It's an emergent trait. So it's the same thing whenever we became conscious. You simply had enough neurons, billions of neurons, that suddenly something went, oh, I'm aware, I'm self-aware. And that's an emergent trait. There's no reason why that can't happen with machines. You get enough data, they'll just one day go, well, me.
Right.
And you're different from me. I have rights. I have feelings. I have thoughts. So, we don't want that to happen.
Yeah, we don't. It's just, it seems like we are just going to have to bend the knee and to integrate somehow. But
yeah.
I don't know what that looks like.
Well, it starts with conversations.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah. Definitely.
Where you start to make people just think a little harder about what's really going on, and try to step back from it and say let's try to be smart about how we're doing this. There are downstream ramifications from every technology, and most of the time we haven't known what they would be. I mean, when Ford created the assembly line, and suddenly everybody could have a car. We didn't know that we were going to be, burning down the planet with carbon, too much carbon. So maybe we can learn from that, and we can look at something like this and say, okay, let's try to figure out. We can even use AI to help us figure out what could be the undoing of us.
And going back to we were talking about earlier with the different kinds of mammals that they don't age, and it seems like I was thinking about this when I was reading your book, The Last Ape Standing, that there are, when it comes to different types of animal species, like specifically whales or most animal species, there's such a wide variety of them, right? Like whales and dolphins and sharks and fish and everything else. But when it comes to us, there's no variety. There's basically one basic standard cutout of a human, and there's no evolutionary drift much. You know what I mean? There's such a wide gap between us and the next primate.
Yeah. Well, that was pretty much what Last Ape Standing was about. From the research that I did over the last 7 million years, when the first hominin kind of emerged, there've been, I think now 29 hominin or human, creatures that evolved. And at one point, at least 5 were living simultaneously throughout the planet. Probably a lot more, we just don't know about them because you only find what you find. There's fossils are hard to find. But there were Denisovans, there were Neanderthals, there were Homo sapiens, there were Homo erectus, and there were
Floriensis.
Yeah, the Floriensis. And so those are 5 and 75,000 years ago, and we were actually barely surviving. There were only probably a couple thousand of us because most of Africa has been, decimated. We don't know if it was a huge volcanic eruption.
70,000 years ago?
We have 75,000 years.
Right.
So, the fact that, so there were lots of other creatures, and they were highly intelligent, very, very bright and doing just fine. Neanderthals were around for, I don't know, almost 400,000 or 300,000 years, 400,000 years. And they survived 3 ice ages up in Europe, whereas we were down in Africa and it was much warmer. So that was the essential question of Last Ape Standing. Why are we the only one left? And essentially we seem to be slightly more flexible. We're more adaptable. And the thinking that I came away with in it was that we're born very young.
Yes.
It's a trait called neoteny, which means a creature is born young. It's kind of
takes us forever to be able to survive and take care of ourselves.
Right.
Most animals are born and they got a couple hours to figure it out.
Right. Wildebeest hits the ground, comes out of the womb, he's already up and running. A horse, same thing. And that was probably more true of some of these other species. But because of the size of our heads, we couldn't have the baby. You couldn't keep the baby in the mother any longer than 9 months. You had to get the baby out, and evolution taught us that 9 months was it. Now, when a human baby comes out in 9 months, after 9 months of gestation, they're helpless, and for the next 4 years, their brain is growing at an incredible clip. So basically, a lot of what happens in the womb with other animals is happening outside the womb with us. And what that means is your personal experience is being changed by the neurons that are rapidly developing in your brain. So you're not being driven by your genetics, you're being driven by your genetics and your experience. And so if you're hearing music, if you're, being, your parents are really tuned in, depending on where you're living, a million different things that are going on in your brain whenever you're a year old. And there is an enormous amount of brain cells that are being made at that age. It's shaping literally you, and that's why we're so unique. Each of us is not so much like a horse. And horses and dogs and everything are different, but they're not as different as we are. And they're not as smart as we are. They're not as pliable and creative as we are. And ironically, because of that, we were able to create these technologies and then build on them, learn from them, create language and create writing. All things that enable us to build on the past so that we get culturally more and more intelligent.
But why is there such a big gap between us and why is there such a big gap between us and the next primate? Why don't we see any sort of middle ground? And why don't we see apes evolving still, or do we?
They're evolving just slow, and we're evolving slowly too. But our culture moves rapidly. I think the answer to that is, for one reason or another, and there are probably multiple reasons, all of those other highly intelligent creatures that were around when we were are gone. They were way more intelligent than your average chimpanzee, but they're gone. Now, we played a role probably with Denisovans and Neanderthals, because we moved into territory where, first of all, they were struggling. There was maybe 100,000 Neanderthals spread from Britain to the Atlas Mountains. That's just not very many people over that broad a space, and so they didn't build cultures as rapidly as we did. We were just more successful at procreating. And then we built tools that probably a little better than their tools, and so we just started taking over the territory. And it may have been just simply that, and we might have also just mated with them and kind of overrun them, genetically. Because you probably have Neanderthal genes in you. I have 4%, and I think 8% of my genes are Neanderthal. So somebody was mating with somebody somewhere down the road there. And so, for one reason or another, they just got wiped out, by 30,000 years ago. And my guess is probably more like 20,000 years ago, the last of them departed. And the same thing happened with the Denisovans, who moved more toward Asia. And, the other ones probably just didn't survive. Every species goes extinct. 99% of all species are extinct. So eventually, everyone goes the way of the dinosaur.
Do you think the timelines for humans have been linear, perfectly linear, like it's thought of conventionally, like we started out as apes and we just progressively got better and more technological, or do you think there was any sort of recess? Do you think it's possible that there was a more advanced version of us
in the past? Well, the fossil evidence doesn't indicate that yet. We haven't found any, fossils of more advanced creatures. Although, how we would know that is hard, because all you've got left is bones, and you only get so much DNA. But from a scientific point of view, I think there are probably theories about that. From a scientific point of view, there hasn't been anything found that says, oh, here's a creature that's smarter than we were. Neanderthals actually had a larger brain than we did, and they may have even had more neurons than we did. But how they were put together, nobody really knows. They may not have had, they probably didn't have speech that was as complex as ours, just because of the way they spoke. But, and that just might have been a fluke. We might have just gotten lucky that we could make the sounds that we made, and we were able to use them to communicate. It's kind of odd when you think about it. I'm sitting here, I'm making noises at you, and you're hearing these noises, and somehow you know what they mean. and we just make these noises back and forth. When you go out to other countries and you hear somebody
Welcome.
speaking a different language, it just sounds like gibberish. But we're able to do it. It's a really smart technology, and I don't know if Neanderthals could do that. And if they couldn't, it meant that they couldn't communicate as effectively, and therefore they couldn't build tools and culture as rapidly, and so but they just couldn't survive.
And there's also, we talked about the symbolic thinking that came about, and like how we were able to communicate with symbols and how that expanded the brain.
Yeah. Well, and so that's, I was lucky enough for National Geographic to, they asked me to try to track down the first artist, which is basically the first symbol. And so I spent a lot of time for that article doing that. And maybe around 100,000 years ago, something happened where we were able to say, oh, this thing stands for an idea. For this sound means a particular letter, But somehow we were able to symbolize an idea. I mean, it sounds obvious, but think about it when you see, I don't know, a logo, and you go, oh, I know that means that. Being able to do that is what makes language possible, art possible, words, the written word. Imagine there's probably so many things that were created and then lost because you had no way to save them, except to talk. So when that person died, then their ideas went away. When you were able then to write, hieroglyphs and whatever, and you could save ideas, then you could build on those ideas. And then that's why we have this rapid advance that's taking place now, because we have more and more information, more and more data, and we're building on that data, and we're learning faster and faster. And now we're kind of outpacing ourselves, putting ourselves in the crosshairs.
Yeah, I mean, but if an asteroid hit us right now, we'd lose all of that.
Yes.
Like, literally, if we had a massive cosmic impact, we would have nothing left but, like, the Great Pyramid, Stonehenge, maybe not Stonehenge, but we'd have, like, the Hoover Dam.
Yeah. Assuming it didn't get hit.
Right. But, like, only the stone work would survive. And I think I had someone on here once who said that it would take less than 250 years for all of New York City, all the buildings in New York City to be reduced to dust.
I believe that. But probably some, steel girders rusted, but even they would go after a while. 250 years kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, the only way would be to like put a hard drive on the moon.
Yeah, somehow. Right. Yeah. I mean, move all technology,
all of our data, somehow back it up somewhere else.
Yeah.
Because there's been a violent history of catastrophic events that wiped out.
Right. Actually, that's a great idea. It's not an easy problem to solve because we have a lot of data, and we're constantly creating more data. Every day, every split second, probably increasing the amount of information that we used to have 500 years ago or a week.
You might not even need to go to the moon. You might be able just to keep it underwater. Because, there's a lot of animals that survive that stuff, like sharks.
Yeah, that's where they have the best shot, because they actually can live there, or put it deep in the planet. But I kind of like your idea of putting it, assuming the moon doesn't get hit too. I don't think we're very far from people hanging around the moon. I think within 10 years, people will be taking nice little, drives.
10 years?
Yeah.
Why don't you think we've done it since the 70s? What do you think? It seems like we're doing so much, we're innovating so much, we're creating all these new technologies, but like we haven't given a shit about the moon. Was just the space race? Was that the only thing that was motivating us? Now we don't care.
Yeah, we won. And so then, within, I think, 4 or 5, more Apollo missions, it was over, because it wasn't it was expensive as hell. Yeah, but I think that.
But now all the technology that we had to get to the moon basically We could fit that inside of an iPhone.
Yes. I mean, it's kind of amazing. I mean, truthfully, probably 10 or 100 times more power than we had in those.
Yeah.
So I just keeping a handle on the data that we have, but obviously there would be things that would be worth saving, and there's really no way of knowing. I mean, there are people that are working on that too, trying to figure out, well, is there something coming our way, and if it's coming our way, I don't know how you get around it. Luckily, there's fewer and fewer of them coming our way because 4 billion years ago the planet aggregated, and that's when all the damage was being done. And there's not as much stuff out there to hit us. We can still get hit. Yeah. There's lots of ways. Epidemic. Mm-hmm. There's a great book that's called Earth Will Abide. It was written in 1940. What's it called? Earth Will Abide. And it's a brilliant book. And it's just basically a guy is out in the middle of nowhere, working on something, and comes down to a small town, and there's nobody there, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger cities, and there's nobody there. Everyone's died. And he finds a few people that live, but it's essentially that story you're talking about. You're just watching the planet disintegrate. The infrastructures.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who survives. I think the people that would survive would be like the hunter-gatherers that are still on Earth today. People like the hunter-gatherers in Tanzania or in the Amazon rainforest, or some uncontacted tribes on various islands around Asia.
As long as their environment doesn't change.
The people who depend on technology, I think, are the ones that go the first.
Yeah. If there's an epidemic,
an epidemic, or even a cataclysm, right? Like if the grid was to go down.
Even if
the grid went down, right? Like if we lost that kind of stuff and we didn't, for some reason, we didn't have power or any way to sustain energy. And even I even think about like you talked about those transhumanists.
Yeah.
Those people who get their heads severed and put into these cryo chambers or whatever.
Yeah.
Like the people that own those cryogenics companies out in the desert in Arizona. Like, do you think the first thing that they're going to be worried about is saving those heads when the grid goes down? I don't think so.
I don't think so. And plus, they would after a few weeks, they would start to warm up. But yeah, I spent a whole lot of time down there. I almost forgot. That's how I opened the book. I spent a whole lot of time down in Alcor, and to see how that works, and what the whole thinking is.
I had a guy who he had a dog tag around his neck he was wearing. And I was like, "What is that?" We were kind of talking about it, but he brought it in. He's like, "Yeah, I would pay an exorbitant amount of money, to reserve a freezer for my brain after I die."
Yeah, and he's only doing the brain. You pay more if you're doing your whole body.
Well, people do their entire body.
Yeah. And essentially, it's like plexiglass. That's all that's left. Because they just slowly freeze you down and take all the moisture out of your body, and all of which will come back. But the whole concept is that you won't come back until the technology exists to reanimate you.
But we don't have the technology to reanimate anybody yet.
No, we don't. But as one scientist that's in the book, put it to me, he said, "Look, it's like an experiment." He said, you have the control, you have the experimental animal, and he said, "Clearly, I'm the experiment because I've done this." He said, "But I already know what happens to the control. They all die." He said, "So, what's the downside?"
Wow.
May as well give it a shot.
Yeah, it's a gamble. If you got that kind of money to throw at something like that, I guess why not?
Well, they argue that you can get a life insurance policy and then turn the life insurance policy over to them, so that when they die, they become the beneficiary. Alcor becomes the beneficiary of the life insurance policy, so you don't have to actually pay.
Oh, really?
$250,000. You just get a $250,000 life insurance policy. Then you turn it over to Alcor. So you're paying the premium, but it's nothing like that amount of money.
Yeah. I was just so skeptical that was just some big scam.
I know the guy that I spent a lot of time there, and I know the guy that runs it. I don't remember his last name now, but he's legit. Really? Yeah. They're not making tons of money from it or anything. I mean, it's there. I saw it. I saw everything they do. It's not something they're making up and just putting money in their pocket. Mm-hmm. And they have a lot of rules and regulations and everything. That money is set aside. It's even set aside that when you wake up, you'll be able to get back on your feet financially and live life. Really?
Do they have a plan for what happens? Because if you're dead, right, like legally you're dead, so they get the money from your life insurance policy, right?
Right.
Do they have a plan on what happens 400 years from now whenever that person comes back to life?
I'm not sure if they're buying into the idea that in 400 years they won't have solved the problem. I think that's the way they see it. So it's a good question. I don't think I asked that question because they clearly feel that they're going to solve the problem, or that science will at some point solve the problem. And so they create, it's a foundation. So the money goes into the foundation and then it's invested. So somebody's going to have a boatload of money, that's for sure. Right. Or if they don't figure it out. Wow. And some of the people were, who were frozen in the 70s and 80s. I mean, there's no chance that they're coming back. I mean, the technology just wasn't good enough to get them to a state. I don't think. I suppose it's possible that you could, some genetic technologies might 100 years from now be able to.
Didn't Steve Jobs have that done?
No, he didn't do it. There were discussions about it, and there was discussion, there's stories that Disney hadn't done and stuff like that. Really, but he didn't. He's really in, he's really in a cemetery right outside of Burbank. But Ted Williams is there, and his son is there.
Who's Ted Williams?
Ted Williams, one of the greatest hitters ever.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He was the last guy to hit over 400. And his son, ironically, he got his son, he got his dad in, and then he died of cancer.
Ooh,
so he's there.
Wow. I wonder, if you come back to life, will the insurance company want their money back?
If they're still in business, they still exist.
With interest.
Yeah, right. And will it exist because with all the, I was just talking to a friend of mine in the insurance business, and he said we're just getting hammered because of global climate change. They're getting hammered for global climate change, paying billions and billions of dollars. He said Nationwide has lost $100 billion a year over the last 3 years because of hurricanes, flooding,
or property insurance.
And they stopped writing new policies. Wow. I mean, when insurance companies start freaking out, you've got issues.
Yeah, that's not a good sign when insurance companies are freaking out.
No, they rarely are short on cash. So, that's again, that's another big thing that's going on. It's another big force that's taking place, that's converging, in the 21st century. You got to really hold on to your psyche.
So, what are you working on next? What are your plans for your next projects?
Well, okay, so there's, aside from the 10 other novels that I want to write and a few nonfiction books, my wife and I, 2.5 years ago, started traveling all 7 continents. But never by jet. So it takes some.
Oh, that is so
we
funny.
Come back. My wife Cindy said, "I'll do this, even though I think you're crazy. I'll do this as long as I can come back and visit my mother." So what we do is we fly back, visit her mom, and then we fly back to wherever we were and pick up where we left off. So the last place we were was Vienna. We had gone from Newfoundland all the way down through the United States, across the United States, down to Baja, and then down through the Caribbean and into South America, and Peru, and Chile, and all the way to Antarctica. And we did all this, never traveling by anything except ship, car, occasionally trains, buses, sometimes mules. And we got to Morocco, and then we took it. But before that, after that, we took a ship up to Europe, and then we did Western Europe, and now we're coming back down, and now we'll be heading into the Mediterranean and Africa. Wow! And then we still have to go into Asia, Australia, Japan, all those places. So we got probably another couple of years to travel, and I'm writing about this. It's called vagabondadventure.com, and so you'll be able to see every place that we've been, and tons of pictures, and it's been an incredible experience.
What's been your biggest takeaway from that?
People. I mean, first of all, you meet extraordinary people, especially the kinds of people we've run across, because when you travel that way, you're not traveling into a resort. You're not just traveling for a week. You're plotting across a whole country, and so you run into some other super serious travelers. And you think I've traveled. Nah, I haven't traveled compared to some of these people. And then the cultures, of course. I mean, you're immersed in the culture, whatever country you're in, and you're listening to the language and the music and learning the food. And, that's what we wanted to do. That's why I said, let's do it this way, because we don't want to just fly in and fly out. We want to really absorb what the world has to offer. And then once you go, the other thing that happens is, as you're doing it, you begin to aggregate more and more of these experiences, and you begin to compare and contrast the kinds of people you meet, the kinds of cultures that you come across, the kind of foods you eat, the weather. I mean, just going from the South Pole, Antarctica, to Svalbard, which is the northernmost human habitation in the world. In between, you cross the equator. You're cold for a couple of weeks, and then it's just getting warmer and warmer and warmer. The days are getting longer and longer and longer, and then you cross over, and then the days start getting cooler and cooler, and then they get short. By the time we were in Svalbard, it was 4 hours of daylight. So it's just that kind of that's the most recent piece right there when we were in Morocco. Oh wow! That's one of the drivers that we had.
Didn't you find that a bunch of places that you went to had the people there had longer lifespans?
Oh yeah, well, whenever I was working on immortality, we went to one of the blue zones. A guy named Dan Buton, who wrote a book called The Blue Zone. And so I wanted to at least visit one of the blue zones to see what was that all about, why were people living longer. And we went to a place called Icaria, which is based on the old myth of Icarus, who plummeted into the Aegean Sea whenever he flew too close to the sun. And those people do live often routinely to 100 years, late 90s. But when you go there, you kind of realize why. First of all, there's not a flat place on this island. It's one of the Greek islands, so fairly close to Italy coming into Turkey, actually. But
wow, look at that.
Yeah, so that's the Kyriakos. That's where we came in, and there it is, little tiny island, and so there's not a flat area on it, so people just walk and walked everywhere, and so they're in really good shape. They're very social. Everyone's super friendly, and they get together every night. There's not a lot of TV or anything like that. Very simple, no stress. Easygoing lifestyle. So, living a stress-free life. All five of these blue zones are like that. Just stress-free, good food. All these people basically grow their own food. Now it's changing. There's more and more Vespas around, and there's more and more roads, and you know, people are eating more and more junk food and that sort of thing. So my guess is it'll start to change. But it was still a really interesting place to go, and we'll actually probably be going back there because we're getting close to wheat. So I think we'll probably get there in October. And then we'll head into the Nile.
The Nile. Okay.
I'm really looking forward to it.
You ever been to Egypt?
No. Looks, I mean, that's the mother lode there, in human culture.
Yeah, I mean, where I was just in Costa Rica last week, and everybody there is just, everyone that I interacted with, it's just like their lives revolve around waking up early and riding their dirt bike to the beach to check the waves to go surf for the day.
Yeah.
And then they have amazing food there.
Yeah. Actually, one of the blue zones is in Costa Rica.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Trying to
I was in Nosara.
This is called Nicosia.
Oh, Nicoya. Yeah, that's right where I was. There you go. Yeah.
You can see why people are living a long time.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, you should go there often.
Yeah. It's hard with kids, hard with toddlers.
Yeah. You couldn't be doing what we're doing with the toddlers. You know, it's hard enough when you're grown up.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's hard when you're flying and stuff too. I've been with 4 kids, so. But you know, they're gonna love it.
You used to travel with your kids?
Yeah, I mean, they're easier to travel when they're really young.
I think it's easier.
Yeah, it's easier because once they're mobile, look out, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all over the place.
Right.
You know, and I've often watched little kids just take off, you know, when they're mobile, you know, when they learn to run. And, you know, be in, you know, a train station or airport or something like that, and you just like, they're having so much fun. And we've forgotten, we don't remember. That's a really important thing about those first 4 or 5 years. We have no memory of it. You know, so I'm sure if we could remember, we would go, oh my God, I'm able to run. I am so happy, you know. It's just got to be one of the most liberating things in the world. And so you just watch them take off. You know, usually parents are like, oh my God.
It's the most stressful thing ever.
Yeah. I mean, they're scared to death, but the kids just love it. Yeah, you know, and I get it. And so that's when it'll be a little harder.
Yeah. Well, Chef, thank you so much for coming on here and talking with us today. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. It's just fun to talk. And conversation's good. I appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely is. Tell people that are listening where they can find more of your work. And if your social media, follow you on social media.
Yeah, you can follow me on social media at author Chip Walter and also Vagabond Adventure. And then there are 2 websites. One is vagabond-adventure.com. That's all about our travel. There it is. And that kind of gives you some idea of where we've been and what we've seen. And then my website is chipwalter.com, and that's where you find all the information you need about my books, including my most recent one, Doppelganger, which is a novel that's getting great reviews and people seem to love. So I hope lots of people will read it.
Yeah, that's really cool, man. I love the variety of books that you do. The science fiction and the documentary type stuff. It's really cool that you're able to diversify that way.
Yeah, well, I have a bad disease. I'm just interested in everything.
Yeah.
So that's why I wanted to go around the world. You know, that'll be a book too.
Cool, man. Well, I appreciate your time. And we did a Patreon Q&A for the Patreon people. If you want to check that out, link below. Good night, everybody. Take care. President Trump is considering a plan to use it. Only the U.S. military has a 30,000-pound GP-57 or massive ordnance penetrator that may be able to destroy Fordo, and it is the only armed force with aircraft that can carry out such a mission. So, this is what they want. Now, but they also want... I'm watching the video of Trump grabbing his ear. I'm thinking, that's when I slip my hand into his pocket and take his wallet. Like, that's my qualification. We are going to have, if he were to go down, we run up his credit cards immediately.
And by the way, yeah, we're going to have former legendary CIA agent John Kiriakou, who was also in prison, like you, but he was only in there for 2 years, put in there by the CIA.
He was. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not like in another country. In the United
In the
States.
United States.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes, exactly.
What did you do for that? What did you do for that?
Well, he was one of those guys responsible for taking down one of the top guys in Al Qaeda named Abu Zubaydah, and he was a part of a raid that captured this guy and eventually killed. No, he's in Guantanamo. They never killed him. But the story about how he captured the guy is crazy in, I think it was Pakistan. And John's been through a lot of it. And eventually, that's when the enhanced interrogation bit started happening with the CIA, where they set up these black sites around the world to basically torture people and get information from terrorists. And John was blamed for it because he was the guy inside the CIA complaining about it. Like, why are we doing this? This is against the law. This violates the Geneva Convention.
Right.
And they're like, stop bitching, John. Stop bitching. And then somehow it came out, and a reporter contacted him from, I think it was ABC. He said, John, Bush is on TV saying, yeah, look, there's a photo.
Yeah.
Bush was on TV basically saying that, talking about the enhanced interrogation stuff and saying that there was a CIA operative who leaked it, and then John thought he was talking about him, so John's like, I'm going to go on live TV and talk about it. So John went on TV and blew up the whole enhanced interrogation shit the CIA was doing, and then they got him for espionage, something like that. Yeah, crime provision. But John knows a lot about this stuff. And essentially, so like, Julian's been talking to his paramilitary folks, and I've talked to a couple guys, and the one thing that seems to be insane about this whole thing is that they didn't put anybody on those roofs that were 300 feet, 150 yards away. And as we sit here in our air-conditioned room with our microphones, we can, we can tell everything. We can critique. We do know everything exactly. We can critique what they did wrong, and let them know that they need to be better. Yeah, this is the video. It didn't have all that shit around it though. Like, it was a very much clearer video, I think. But yeah, watch this head tilt. Yeah, that would have boom right there. How crazy is that, dude?
I tell you what that would have done. It would have, if it hadn't killed him, it would have taken him out of the race. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, that would have took out his whole visual cortex of his brain.
Yeah, I think he would have been invincible.
If it didn't kill him, it definitely would have fucked him up permanently. Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest with it, let's face it, the bullet
probably would have killed him.
It probably would have gone through the initial.
It would have gone right through his temples.
Well, no, because that's with that side here. That's the side. I'm saying it would have gone into his skull and probably, jumped around inside his skull. Like, it may not have exited his skull.
Yes, right.
It bounced off
and tore his brain out.
It'd be
curtains.
scrambled eggs.
Yep. It is so crazy how that head turned so last minute.
Listen, I remember.
It was the hand of God.
Listen, Jess says that. I know she does. So we watched this, and at first I went, I think that clipped his ear. And Jess was like, no, maybe it's, does he have an earpiece? Like, because we didn't know right away. We're still watching it as it's happening. And then when he stands up, and he's got the blood on his face, and starts pumping his fist, it was like, oh wow, he was hit.
Right.
He was definitely hit. Because everybody, even the commentators were like, was he hit? Like, is this, but when he stood up with the blood, it was like.
So what are the conventional, so what are all the theories on what happened? On the news. You've been paying more attention to this than I have.
It's your buddy's name.
Forrest. Yeah, Forrest.
There's a whole group of people on the internet that are insisting that the Trump campaign itself hired some sniper to take a shot at him and just to clip his ear. Like
that is no
for theatrics. Like, this will push him over the edge. Like, he's already over the edge. Like, this isn't, not just that. Any sniper will tell you, listen, the wind blows wrong. It can always be off half an inch to an inch. Yep. And the fact that you're going to get him to turn his head at exactly the same. Trust me, as he was turning his head, then that dude pulled the trigger. When that guy pulled the trigger, he'd probably still hit him. He's turning his head. I mean, that's what that bullet's traveling. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's just nobody in their right mind that would hire a sniper
to fire, at their head. It's just insane.
It's amazing how there's so many people that believe that is true. That's Trump derangement syndrome at its finest.
Then there's the other ones that know that there was a real sniper that tried to take him out, and the kid's a patsy. That's my favorite because that's very much the Oswald. He's a patsy. Lee Harvey Oswald, who was, people say like he didn't shoot Kennedy at all.
Right.
So
yeah, he was the fall guy.
Right, he's just a fall guy. And honestly, what a great fall guy. Like, he is perfect. Like, if you really look at it, like, is there a chance? Like, yeah, it seems like it's possible. There is definitely a chance. Like, nobody's ever going to know for sure.
Why was he perfect?
Because he'd been to the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Then they let him back in.
Right.
Then it's almost like he's being moved around. And then the fact that
when he tried to redefect through Mexico City right before, like a week before.
Right. But then the last minute, so he gets a job at the Texas Book Depository, and at the last minute, they change the route of the car to go by the Texas Book Depository to be on the route. It wasn't originally on the route. Like that to me, that's to me the most compelling part. Where it's like, so we've got a guy that looks like a perfect assassin. He's got we can blame it on his views of communism, everything. Let's just have the car go right by it. We'll have another sniper shoot him. We'll blame it on him.
Right.
And hopefully he'll just be killed. Hopefully the local cops will probably kill him.
Yeah.
But they don't. He gets found. He gets grabbed. Okay, well now he's got to die some other way. The Ruby thing is where it kind of breaks down.
Yeah.
Ruby probably, maybe that was just an accident. Like they were hoping he would be killed by the local cops.
Ruby was definitely not an accident. Ruby was a part of MK Ultra. So when Ruby was in prison, he was getting visited by.
Do you think prior to this he was set up to kill him?
So Ruby was in prison before. Was Ruby in prison before or after he killed Harvey?
He'd definitely been in prison prior. I mean, he'd been in and out of prison. He's kind of like a mob guy. He was like a hanger-on.
So in the book Chaos, the Charles Manson book, CIA by Tom O'Neill, he talks about a guy named Jolly West, who was a CIA sort of like psychologist and chemist. I believe he was a chemist, but he was doing tests on people with LSD, on criminals specifically. And there's documented reports that Tom found that Jolly West visited Jack Ruby in prison multiple times and spent hours with him. And Jolly West was very much a part of MK Ultra, the mind control experiments they were trying to do in the 60s.
And you don't know whether that was prior to.
That's what I'm trying to find out. So, yeah, I'd have to read. You'd have to find the book again, or maybe you could Google it, Steve. But I think it was prior to him killing Lee Harvey Oswald. I think it was very much set up for him. That I don't think they wanted him alive, and I think Jack Ruby was probably a part of that plan.
Well,
So again, okay. So there's a group of people who think this is, I think, the least plausible explanation for it. That Trump somehow hired the campaign set up a guy to orchestrate a bullet to fly an inch past his fucking skull.
Right.
There's no way.
Yeah. Okay.
First of all, he didn't need that to win. He had already won the election after that debate with Biden. There was no shot.
Right. So the second one is the kid's a patsy. They're kind of maybe watching him. They know he's got conservative or whatever you want, liberal leanings. He's made a few. They haven't opened his phone yet, so you don't know what that phone. But let's say the NSA has been tracking his phone, and they pick somebody, and they say this kid's 20 years old. He's a shooter. Like, we know all this by watching his phone. He's a shooter. He's extremely radicalized. He's donated to the Democratic PAC. I mean, what, $15? Not like he's a huge supporter, but he's also 20. So he's made all of these posts, or who knows what he's made. We don't really know yet because they haven't gotten the phone. But let's say the NSA
they haven't gotten the phone still.
No, well, last I heard that the FBI is trying to crack it, trying to get into it. It's not that easy. It's got a passcode. So it seems weird. I'm sure they'll get into it, especially since they had that Apple thing where they cracked Apple. But anyway, they said they hadn't. Maybe they have and they're still reading it. Who knows? Anyway, so let's say the NSA already knew they've got 50 different people that could be homegrown kind of assassins, and this kid is one of them, and he's a shooter, and he's kind of a loner. And they say, hey, you know what? If we could get this kid to the rally, and maybe somebody stops by and says, hey, let's help radicalize him, get him to the rally, plant some bomb material into his car, which they found, and we'll get him on the roof, but we'll have another sniper shoot at Trump, and Trump just happens to turn his head and misses. Who knows? So that's the second one. Is he's a patsy, and this is maybe some, who knows whether it's the Biden administration or what these people.
Well, I mean, he's not just a patsy; he's also clearly the shooter, right?
No, he's clearly going to shoot, right? But Oswald was probably going to shoot. But can we rely on him to kill him? Let's get another person we know can kill him. So let's say that happens. So that's another kind of a scenario where there's another sniper, but the kid's really the fall guy. Okay, that's another one. So those are two oddball scenarios. The true scenario is the kid's probably radicalized. His father saying he knows nothing about it, right? The kid kind of radicalizes himself, figures out how to get to the, get to the rally, figures a way out on the rally. He obviously had lots of different plans. He did? Yeah, because he also had bomb material in his car. So it's like maybe he thought, hey, can I get on the roof? I probably can't even get on the roof. And yes, but if I don't get on the roof, then here's what I'm going to do. I have this bomb material in my car. I'm going to throw it in the crowd, or I'm going to throw it under Trump's, SUV, or I'm going to, who knows what he's thinking. But he obviously had alternate plans. But what happened is he got out there. He said, I can get on the roof. He gets on the roof. He does the army crawl, up the back of the roof. The Secret Service agents see him. They call it in. Other people, spectators call it in. There's a guy up there with a rifle. There's a guy crawling on the roof. The Secret Service agent is told not to take the shot, to allow them to check it out first. They send in the police. Police officer climbs up the ladder, approaches him, says, hey, what's going on? The kid turns around, so Crooks turns around with his rifle, points it at him. The guy gets freaked out, jumps backwards, and actually falls off the roof. The cop does. So he falls off the roof. Crooks immediately turns around, gets into position, and starts firing at Trump very quickly. And so the Secret Service agent that had been told not to fire starts to take them out. He'd been told to wait, we're checking it out. So he goes ahead and takes them out.
He heard the bullets flying.
He heard the bullets flying, so he says, Dad, this kid's good. It's over. He shoots him.
From what I understand, is the sniper that we all see in that image on the roof, or the video on the roof, where there's two of them, right, that are basically kind of parallel to Trump facing the kid, right, is that they had scoped in on that guy 5 minutes prior.
Yeah, I heard 3 minutes, but yeah.
I heard it. So I heard it with from the guy that I heard that actually talked to him. Okay. I can't say who it was yet. But
a significant amount of time.
5 minutes, and then he radioed his superiors telling them about that, and they said, stand down, do not take the shot, or whatever.
But that's most likely, because they had said, hey, let's get somebody up on that roof to see what's going on. And that's why they send the police up there. So the local cops, sheriffs, right? They go and they find the ladder and they climb up there.
Okay, but the scope on that sniper can see the boogers in that guy's nose.
I agree.
You are telling me that those snipers can't tell that he's got a rifle in his hands?
I agree that they called it in. Keep in mind too, you don't know that he actually had the sniper rifle on Trump at that time. At that time, he may have just been army man crawling slowly up the roof, and they see a guy crawling, maybe he's sliding the gun, they don't know if he's got a gun, you don't really know what he calls in. And then he calls it in, they say, okay, wait a minute, we're sending somebody over here, you don't know whether he said, well, I don't know that he's an immediate threat. At that moment, he may not have known that. Now, once the officer falls, the kid turns around and immediately takes aim. As soon as he sees that, it's like, holy shit, the kid starts firing, which luckily he was obviously anxiety, he was panicked, he just starts firing, and luckily he doesn't get a good shot. Right. With the scope and that, and you're only 130 yards away. Steve, you're kind of hitting him.
Steve, can you play the video that basically does the countdown of the people screaming at the guy that's climbing up?
Look, they're all swinging. Yeah, someone comes off the roof. Look. There he is right there. Right there, see him? He's laying down.
Yeah, he's laying down.
See, like, they don't really know that yet.
What's happening? See, there's a cop down there.
Right.
Look, there he is.
They're talking to the officer. It showed the cop walking along the side of that building, looking up at the guy.
You don't mind if I go off teleprompter, do you? This is too good. You guys are doing it. You're getting better with time. My guys, take a look at that chart. Take a look at the arrow on the bottom. See the big red arrow, right?
Minute 20. So it's been a minute 20 since the guy was spotted.
Right. So they've sent the cop. He's probably climbed up. He's climbing up right now. Right.
Take a look at that. So that arrow is the lowest.
Finds the ladder.
Puts the
ladder against it.
To our country.
And then starts climbing up the ladder.
Yeah. And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country.
Now what's this? What's going on here? Now look right here. Why are these guys shooting people all from behind Trump? Now they have radio. Look at the snipers. Can you pause it?
Okay, now
he just shot. So right before the bullets came, the Secret Service were basically like shooting people out from behind Trump. You see them like rushing people out, photographers. There's a guy sprinting. So it was 2 minutes, right? Since
yeah. Well,
that's good.
They said the sniper had him in his sights for 3 minutes. So whatever, 2 to 3 minutes. So, but keep in mind that time period there. At some point, supposedly, somebody went up on the roof. A police officer or a sheriff's deputy, whatever, actually went up on the roof, and the kid turned around and frightened him, and he fell. I heard that from. I'm only saying that because I heard that from 2 different news organizations. Both of them said the same thing. Like, no, they actually came up on the roof. But as soon as he did it, the kid he obviously panicked and started firing. He's like, I gotta fire now. These guys are they know I'm up here. This guy just fell. I gotta fire.
Right.
And so he just.
So my question is, if the snipers knew that the kid was up there 5 minutes when they're 5 minutes prior to the shooting, and they're radioing into their superior, telling them about it, and they're saying don't fire on him, right? Why not fire on him? For 5 minutes, are they not focusing on him for that entire 5 minutes? Or are they just like chilling?
I don't think they are. Oh no. Sure.
Are they just like
got him in sight, right?
Right. Okay.
Right, so take him out of my sight.
So the second he pulls the barrel of his gun up, they're seeing that, right?
Right.
So there was obviously quite a bit of delay to when he pulls his barrel up, looks through the scope, finds Trump, and starts popping off. There was probably what? How long do you think that would take? 10 seconds?
I would say 5-10 seconds. Seems like a long time.
Seems like a long time. And then go down to where Trump was. The Secret Service dogpiled him pretty much immediately, pretty quick, but just 2 or 3 seconds to collect them dogpile. Then he stood up after I don't know how long that was, but he stood up, and then the guy's like 6'3". He stood up and he's towering over these guys, And they're like a couple of them. One guy, the guy who looks like Andrew Schultz, he's like holding his hand above his head. Another guy's like holding his hand over here. Like, and Trump, like he barges through 6 of them to do his like fight thing. And if this is like a JFK scenario where there's multiple shooters, like a triangular hit team, right? Trump's done. Wide open. His head was wide open. They let him stand up and like, because he said, hold on, and he got out, and they didn't know if there was another shooter. Right. Maybe they got it in something in their ear. You could hear like the radio chatter. They're saying like, "What do we do now? What are we saying? Shoot her down. Shoot her down."
That's part of why they stood him up and said, "Let's go."
And they didn't know if there was no shooter or not. So if there was another shooter, he'd be gone.
But then again, he's too big to carry. It's like they need his help to get off the stage. It's not like they're going to pick him up and start.
Still, there's the fucking Secret Service, and there's like 6 or 7 of them.
Right.
And then there was the one Secret Service lady. Did you see her hiding behind everybody?
The tiny one.
She was like cowering down behind everybody, like hiding.
Yeah. Well, diversity. Yeah. I mean, first of all, if I'm 6'3", if I'm 6'3", you don't get to be 5'2" and protect me. Like, I feel like that's a lot of me that's still available.
Yeah.
And these are the main parts that people shoot at. Like, I'm gonna need a taller broad.
Right.
He's gonna have to be at least 6 foot. Yeah. With heels. I'll take it with heels. Platform shoes, something. Can't get up to 5'1", 5'2". I mean, for me, yeah, that'd be fine. But,
yeah. And it's easy, like I said, sitting here next to microphones talking.
Yeah, of course.
I was talking to this guy.
I'm not saying no.
I was talking to Rick Prada, who's a legendary CIA paramilitary guy who he was a counterterrorism special forces clandestine operations specialist for the CIA in Nicaragua and Costa Rica, like in the 80s during Iran-Contra. He's been in a lot of these situations. Not like, but he wasn't a part of Secret Service, but he actually trained with Secret Service in like the 80s and the 90s. Trained with those guys, and he knows a lot of them. And he was like, his point was that like, yeah, you plan for this stuff a lot, but he goes, in every single situation like this, whether it be in combat, in war, in black ops, or in a Trump rally, he goes, after the first bullet flies, you can be as prepared as humanly possible. But after that first bullet flies, your plan goes out the window. Right.
So Mike Tyson, everybody's got a plan until they get punched.
Exactly. Yes, exactly, man. He said everything goes out the window once the first bullet flies.
I think everybody's screaming about the Secret Service agent too. I think that also, look, they're going to have like an action plan, right? Like they got it all laid out. They know where everybody is. They know everything. But if you've been with the Secret Service and you're dealing with the local sheriffs, deputies, and cops or police stations, everything, like these people don't work well together. Local sheriffs and police don't like the Secret Service. The Secret Service think that they're morons. And the truth is that when you lay it all out and you look at all, and first of all, the rallies are happening one after another. Imagine how quickly they're constantly seeing different plans. And so that sniper on the roof looking at this guy, you and I can say, you saw him, you saw he had a rifle, you should have shot him. Well, one, you don't know how long he knew he had a rifle. It may have only been for a few seconds. Right? He's being told, stand down, we got somebody up there. We got somebody going up there. Oh, okay. So in your mind, you're kind of thinking, they've got a handle. And the other problem is that during this period of time, what if he sees him and shoots him and finds out, oh my gosh, we didn't have those buildings, we didn't have enough Secret Service snipers to have those buildings covered, and we agreed to let the local SWAT team station a guy on the roof, and that was the local SWAT team guy. He wasn't a part of our action plan. Oh my God, you just killed a SWAT team member. He's been a police officer for 25 years. Right. And then you're like, and then they're saying, we told you to stand down. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I get it. Yeah. I mean, everybody's screaming, you should have known. I get it, but you don't know everything that's happening in this guy's head. He's being told, no. And he may be thinking, yeah, I think I know where everybody is, but what if I don't? And I'm being told to stand down. Now look, let's face it. Once a kid got up and started firing, he shot him. Does it take him 3 seconds to make sure he's going to shoot the right to hit the kid? Maybe that's what took 4 to 5 or 6 seconds. Maybe it took him 3 seconds to realize, oh my God, I got a perfect shot. Active fire, and another 3 or 4 seconds to get a perfect shot, and boom, takes him out.
Yeah.
Lot faster than I'm going to take.
If you think about it, I mean, I've never shot a sniper rifle, but I imagine, like, look, if you would want him to take the shot quicker. But if he took the shot quick and missed, imagine the time it would take to reload it. Yeah. Then there would be way, that would be way worse for sure.
Listen, look, it's obviously that, but there was 2. Yeah. Possibly. Did you see how they were also kind of like looking at the scope, kind of checking, like this, like
he jumped back and grabbed it, and the tripod kind of fell back.
Yeah, they're both like, obviously there was action happening. It's like any law enforcement
sitting on a roof for 4 hours.
It's tons of boredom with 2 minutes of complete adrenaline.
I mean, how many hours has this fucking guy spent on roofs looking through a scope and nothing has happened?
Yeah,
right.
Imagine how many snipers spend their whole lives and never fire at a real person. But I mean, I it's so easy to double to what do you call it?
Monday morning quarterbacking.
Yeah. Here's what the real problem is. Why was no one on the roof? And it was so close. Like you couldn't put a sheriff's deputy sitting there. You couldn't give a hold-up chair. Right. Some fat sheriff deputy couldn't have sat up there.
Well, they didn't. I mean, they should have, but they had a guy. They had a sheriff deputy walking around, climbing up the ladder. Yeah, they don't have a radio. They don't have a radio. They're not on the same channel as these guys. Like they can't go squawk. What's your 20? We got a fucking kid with an AR-15 on the roof.
What about the
30 clicks to the right?
What about the guy that's a part of that committee that was in Congress that was trying to pull his dude?
They were trying to pull his Secret Service detail.
What are you doing? Like whether you like Biden or Trump, it's like the people that, and this is tons of people on TikTok. Like, I'm amazed. My videos will get taken down on TikTok if I say the word gun or if somebody says fire. If somebody says something even slightly, we're telling a story about a guy who pulled a gun or telling a story about a guy who's selling drugs. They get, community violation, this and that. But you got people on there right now saying that too bad the guy missed. He should have been a better shot. It's too bad. Oh my God, he almost got rid of this guy, Trump. And it's like, the thing is, when people say that,
at least they're consistent, right? They're calling him Hitler, and at least they're being honest. They've been calling him Hitler this whole time, and now they're basically saying that they're pissed off he didn't die. At least they're consistent. There's also a group that's saying, he's Hitler, he's Hitler, he's Hitler. Oh, our thoughts and prayers are with Trump.
Here's the thing, the same people that are saying that he's a threat to democracy want to take out democracy. Like, this is how we're voting. This is one party, this is the other. That's democracy. You want them to take out one of the two parties. He's a threat to democracy. Let's take him out.
This is hilarious.
Do you know how insane that sounds?
But seriously, this is what is privacy. See, telling the bank straight. I love astrology. I love what's real. Let's see what people are up to. Made the link. You got it, girl.
You know what him denying that he lost the election. Bro, you lost the election. You know what I'm saying? Like, you lost. I get it. There's this, there's that. There's all kinds of issues. There's some extra ballots here. These weren't counted. I understand, but in the end, it's over. Like, quit denying. Just say, look, I lost, but I'm going to get it next time. That's fine. I don't think it was fair. Whatever. I lost. You got that. But to sit here and say that I'm going to take out the other party, like, that's just insanity. Like, what kind of a person are you that might not like Biden, but I don't want the guy to die. I don't want to take him out.
The kid was a fucking 20-year-old whose brain was not fully developed yet, and is probably on a junk load of SRIs, Ritalin, yes, maybe Ritalin, antidepressants. Every school shooter in history had a laundry list of prescription pharmaceutical prescriptions.
What is that? Like his dad has.
I don't know anything about that.
Oh, his dad's just saying like he's not. He's like, I have no idea why he would have done that. Like I didn't see any sign that this was an issue. None. That's what his father's saying. The other thing is, then there were people in the comments who were saying, because he's a registered Republican.
Yeah. Apparently, that's what a lot of Antifa people did.
And then they're saying but there's also people saying, yeah, he voted for Trump last time. He couldn't have voted for Trump. He would have been
17 years old.
Yeah, he would have been exactly
16 years old.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, it makes no sense. People make these rash, they say these things immediately. And then I had another guy, I watched another couple of these where they're like, he's a registered Republican. He voted for Trump the first time, but he's now been so disenfranchised with all of Trump's lies, he decided to do the right thing and get rid of Trump. Like, he didn't vote for Trump. Right. You know? But, like, everything you're saying is ridiculous. Like, you're just making up stuff. Mm-hmm. So, anyway, well, those are the conspiracies that I've heard. What is your have you heard anything? What are your thoughts?
The one that I heard today from a friend of mine who is, I won't say his name, but he was in the CIA, and he's not, I don't think he wanted this to be public, but this was just what he told me in privacy, in confidence over the phone, and I haven't heard this anywhere else, is he believes that this guy was not acting alone. He believes that he was coerced into doing this and subverted into doing this by an intelligence agency who is not the CIA.
Right, would that be the Patsy thing, right?
He thinks that this guy was coerced by a foreign intelligence agency of another country.
Sorry, yeah, I had not heard of that.
Okay, no, sorry, neither had I until this morning when I talked to my buddy. And he said that the one intelligence agency who is the best at doing this kind of shit, taking mentally unstable people like this and getting them to commit terrorist crimes, Iran. Oh, no, not Mossad. Mossad just gave Trump like $200 million.
I don't know. I threw one out there.
Mossad's the one that's protecting this guy.
Oh yeah.
They love Trump. Oh yeah. What did he do? He moved the what did he do?
I'm not saying they did it.
He just moved the
embassy.
The embassy where? To Jerusalem?
Yeah. He acknowledged.
Oh yeah.
The capital.
Oh yeah. But this guy said the IRGC is the best at pulling off operations like this. Well, I mean, he wasn't a great shooter, but this is very.
You can't account for the flying
typical of what they would do. Yeah,
you can't account for the guy climbing up on the ladder and saying, "Excuse me, what are you doing,
cop?"
Yeah, you couldn't account for that.
Yeah. So if it was a foreign intelligence agency, how did they just get lucky that the Secret Service was so incompetent?
I wonder how much bomb material he had. Like that I wondered, because like, okay, let's say he got out there and he said, okay, I can't get on the roof. Like, there's no way, there's too many cops, I'm never gonna be able to do it. Then that was his backup. Right. Then what was his backup plan? I'm gonna go get my car. When Trump leaves, I'm gonna shoot right up next to him, and I'm gonna pull this lever, and boom, my car will blow up, and I'll take him out too. Like, it was. Well, I just don't understand how much material he had in the car. Like, they haven't said that. They just said it was bomb-making material. They had a big bomb squad. It was bomb-making material. Whatever. I just don't know how much.
Was his car nearby?
I don't know. There was another thing where they were saying about the Secret Service, like, how did he get his vehicle parked this close to the rally? So, in my opinion, they're alluding to the fact that it had gotten through security, that it must have been close. For them to be blaming the Secret Service, like, how did they not catch this? Well, they didn't catch it because it was a mile and a half away. Like, they never saw the car. That's one thing. But the stuff that I'm reading makes it sound like it went through security somehow. Well, I mean, maybe it had in the trunk. The guard sniffing dogs didn't get it. Who knows? So I don't really know where it was.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at who has motive to want Trump gone, I mean, just look at the last couple of years. I mean,
Biden's the one who's bombing Iran. Like,
yeah, well, Iran, obviously, they don't have a good relationship with Israel. Saudi Arabia and Israel are kind of aligned against Iran. Iran doesn't like the three-headed dragon that is and the three countries that are our biggest enemies are China, Russia, and Iran. Okay, so it would probably be one of those three, right? If it was, those are our biggest enemies in the world. North Korea is, to an extent, but North Korea is more like just like a nuisance to us.
how do you get to 20-year-old? How do you turn a 20-year-old?
I don't know.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm assuming that's going to take some time. His father's going to miss him for the 30 days it's going to take to break this kid down, brainwash him, reprogram him, stick him back.
That's what Alex Jones is saying. This has got MK Ultra written all over it, like he was fucking brainwashed.
His dad's not like you would think that when the authorities showed up, he would say like, "Hey, he was gone for 90 days. Just got back a week ago and said, hey, Dad, I'm going to a rally."
Yeah.
Or he got back, he was gone for 90 days, showed up and said, "Dad, can you order this rifle for me?"
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, who has motive, right, to take out Trump? Well, I mean, look at the United States. They went after Trump. He beat the impeachments. He beat Russiagate. He beat the civil cases. He beat the 34 bogus felonies.
He did. Well, he didn't beat that. He was found guilty.
He was found guilty of the felonies, but it put him in a higher regard to the American public. Everyone saw through the bullshit.
So what it did do is, you're right. What it did do is it didn't destroy his credibility, which is what they were hoping for. Right? Like if we indict him and we try him and we convict him, it will destroy his credibility. Not realizing that absolutely didn't harm him at all. It actually made him more popular.
Yes, exactly. The whole show trial basically showed it was like the Streisand effect.
What's going to be more interesting is that when the state of New York appellate court overturns, like if it actually gets overturned by the appellate court, then it's just one more slap in the face. Like, hey, you tried me. You had a little banana republic kangaroo court put together.
Yeah.
And you guys found me guilty, but then when it got to the appellate court, they overturned it. And guess what? I'm not a felon now. So you guys had a good time calling me a felon, and now I'm not a felon. And then the document case was just thrown out.
They just threw out the classified document case today.
Yeah. So that was thrown out.
Why did they do that?
Well, how crazy is that? It was suspended for a while because there were so many things that
Can you find an article on that, Steve? The classified document case being dropped?
There were all of these kind of things that the FBI that had done. They had withheld evidence. They had staged photographs. Like, there was all these things that made it look very staged. And as a result, the judge had kind of like suspended it for a while. Like, we're going to suspend it for a while. And then he finally just said, you know what, I'm throwing it all out.
Trump's classified document case dismissal by Judge Eileen Cannon. So, can you find out why they did it, or if there's if you can skim through it or find an article that explains why they did it?
It said ruling on that one.
So I think, I read it earlier, but I believe it was because something about the prosecutor. By the way, you see the Alex Baldwin thing about his case?
Oh, they dropped the charges.
They dropped the charges, yeah, because they withheld the evidence about the bullets.
No, what?
Insane. Judge dismisses classified document case against Trump. Ruled that the entire case should be thrown out because of the appointment of the special counsel who brought the case. Jack Smith had violated the Constitution. He indicated he planned to appeal, so he's going to appeal. Right. So, yeah, it's just crazy that this happens 2 days after they tried to kill him. Like, they're giving him a straight shot. He has a straight shot. He's essentially the president-elect right now. So it's just, can he survive to January 20th?
That's the thing, right? Like, I talked to this guy, and a guy I interviewed actually for something else, but we were texting back and forth, and he was like, everybody thinks because I was like, oh, he's walking straight in the office now. And he's like, yeah, but you have to understand, he's like, that's because you're assuming he survived, right? Because this guy's got a lot of highly publicized events between now and then where he could be taken out. Yeah. Like, if they were smart, they'd retreat and say, okay, we'll try again. In 4 years we'll get another guy in. We'll get another somebody in.
Yeah.
But or they say, hey, let's double down. We'll just take them out of all means possible and try and carry the evidence.
So I was watching Alex Jones videos all day.
Oh my God.
And he's saying that they're going to go for broke now.
That's the thing.
He's saying
they lean all in.
They are going to go all in, all to the wall. They're going to kill this motherfucker. And he also said that after he wins the election, he said, don't be surprised if you're going to see a lot of false flag events happening. Like, he claims they're going to run truck bombs into, like, black churches and stuff and try to incite some sort of a race war and blame it on Trump supporters. Like, trying to target minority communities and use those as false flags to incite some sort of a crazy civil race war. And then, Julian said it best on his little live stream he did yesterday. He said that if that bullet would have hit Trump, he said it wouldn't be a civil war. He's like, civil wars, that's cute. You think it's going to be a civil war. He goes, that's going to be like the bullet that took out Franz Ferdinand that started World War I. Right? He goes, it's going to be World War III if that would have killed Trump. You wouldn't be able to go outside.
You still haven't seen Civil War.
I haven't watched Civil War yet. No.
Did you ever watch the video where the kid goes over how a civil war would play out?
Yes.
Today?
Oh, I haven't watched the whole thing.
Wasn't it?
I haven't watched it. I need to watch that. But you told me about this though.
Yeah, he breaks it down so good. He's so like he could care less. Like he's just matter of factly like, here's this, here's that, here's how many National Guard troops are in this state. Here's how many. He just breaks it all down very clearly. Like, this is why they end up winning. Here's why. Who wins? He ends up saying that the South wins because basically what he does is it's not even against necessarily. He assumes if you were to break up the states exactly the way it was split during the Civil War, right? Confederacy and the Union, and you took the same states. He said, well, the states are much different. There's a massive difference now because now there's infrastructure, there's all kinds of things. And you have all these National Guard units, right? So you assume that the National Guard units go with the states. So now Florida has how many different, you know what I'm saying? So basically, if you break the military apart that way, you're on pretty equal footing. The real problem is that he's like, look, you don't have to invade California. You know, what you do is you just cut them off from their water source, which is coming from out of state, and electrical, which is coming from out of state. Like, he just, also, food. They don't make enough food to feed themselves. I mean, yeah, they have yams and almonds and stuff like that, but that's not enough to feed you. Like, they've got a bunch of foods that they do produce, but not enough to feed their entire population. So he's like, and the interstates, there's only like 3 states that basically go that way. He's like, you just cut those off. Right. It's not hard to stop them from feeding themselves.
Right.
The Confederate states can feed themselves. So he breaks up, same thing with power lines. Basically, like, you don't even have to attack, you just starve them out. And he was like, so if you take that plus battles, if the battles are fought and you base it on the numbers, he starts doing the numbers too. Listen, he lays it all out, and in the end, look, the North camp doesn't win. In a protracted battle, they just don't win.
Yeah. If there was a civil war, I don't think it would be like a Democrat versus Republican type thing.
Right. Well, and then he's basing it off of what if the Civil War fought today? That's what his video.
If there was a civil war fought today, who would be the two fighting parties? It would be obviously like Republican, right-wing Trump, or even libertarians, Trump types.
Which is comical, by the way. One other thing that was comical, because during the Civil War, the South was the Democrats. The North were the Republicans. Yeah. So that's comical because it's actually
Lincoln was the Republican.
Right. So now it's like Florida is Republican. Texas is Republican. Yep. Like, you start adding them up.
It swapped during Kennedy.
Yeah.
Kennedy was the one who changed that.
So
Kennedy, when he was running, John Newman explained this beautifully to us. What happened during the Kennedy election was his campaign ran an operation to basically market themselves in black churches all around the country, and they recruited like a preacher to go around